Chapter 161 New Residents of the Hope. The people of Hope Star Castle and Hope Town are welcoming the arrival of the Europas. And the Europa fleets are also entering the port one by one. There are a total of 10 airlock docking ports in the port, divided into 2 rows. 5 at the top and 5 at the bottom. There are exactly 10 Angel-class spacecraft entering the L1 port, which corresponds to the 10 docking ports. Among the welcoming crowd in the inner harbor, there was a middle-aged woman standing in front of the porthole, looking listlessly at the incoming spacecraft outside. But it was the 40-year-old Aunt Tao, with a cigarette in her mouth. It had been more than a month since she escaped from Mars, and she still had not gotten over the grief of losing her husband. The most eye-catching person in the crowd was the mayor of Hope Town, Ai Rui. While she was leading people to welcome the guests, she was also looking for Chang'eo, and was worried about Chang'eo, who was still her fiancé. He will not be with Gong Qichue. And will there be any ulterior secrets between the two of them? All 10 spaceships docked successfully. And when Europa's guests were about to come in through the airlock, a line of text advertisements suddenly scrolled on an electronic screen in the inner harbor. Chang'eo, MB01, and Gong Qichue, GG01, applied for marriage. After genetic comparison, no genetic conflict was found. The marriage requirements were met, and the marriage request was approved. Let us bless the newlyweds together. Seeing this advertisement immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Isn't Chang'eo Ai Rui's fiancé? Why did he marry Gong Qichue? What method did this little fox Gong Qichue use to confuse Chang'eo? How can you do this? If you are already engaged, you can do whatever you want. Isn't the engagement in vain? In short, there are all kinds of opposing voices, especially those who are fighting for Ai Rui. Some people said, if you can make a casual decision about marriage, then why does the mayor need to do it? Ai Rui held back tears and shouted, stop making noise. The guests are about to come in. Don't let the people in Europa see our joke. After a while, the airlock doors opened one after another, and people began to be seen coming out. The 10 airlock doors are divided into 2 rows. The lower row of 5 is arranged along the deck. The upper 5 are relatively tall and have ramps leading down. I saw these Europeans coming in. They were all in ragged clothes, with yellow faces and thin muscles. But they were all very excited, waving and cheering at the people of Hope Town who greeted them. It turns out that their living conditions on Europa are not good. Although there is an ecosystem running, the equipment is old and often breaks down, so it is difficult for the food to keep up with the supply. This also causes the people of Europa to be malnourished and have yellow faces and thin muscles. Reason: White, the new leader of Europa, led the residents of Europa into the inner harbor. Ari stepped forward to receive him and introduced himself. White, after a month of communication, you have also gotten to know me. I am the mayor of Hope Town. Ari, White said. You can't open it. You are so young and you are already the leader of a town. Ai Rui smiled and said, the residents of our town are all 18 years old, and there must be a young person to be the mayor of the town. Everyone has chosen me. There is no other way, so I have to take over the job in the face of danger. White just smiled and nodded, looking at her. White, who was about 40 years old, turned around and said to his people, everyone, from now on, we are officially residents of the Demon Sword. We no longer have to live a life of fear in food and clothing. We must also cherish all this. And the first thing is to be united. Ari said, Hope Town welcomes everyone. And you are welcome to live in Hope Town. Everyone cheered. But White said, Miss Ari, please wait a moment. Didn't it say it's from Europa Town? Why is it now Hope Town again? Ai Rui was stunned by what he said, and said awkwardly, the Hope, of course, belongs to Hope Town. We are all members of the Demon Sword. So why should we separate them from each other? No, 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 White said. We put aside our differences and surrender to the Demon Sword. Not to you, Miss Ari. Please make it clear. The residents of Eurobad trust me and come with me as their leader. Oh, this come on. You said you wanted to join me and join you. So you eliminated me as the leader? I, White, have no interest in power. But I still need my people to agree. Ask them. I said Europa's soldiers and civilians. Do you agree? Although Zahite came to power through rebellion, he was still from Europa. And there were twice as many Europa people as there were in Hope Town. Of course, they were not willing to let them obey Ares' command. So I saw these Eurobad people raising their fists and shouting. I don't agree. I don't agree. Ari said. White, This is the magic sword. Are you going to rebel? White said. Rebellion? I think you are the one who wants to rebel. Right? The demon sword here is good. But are you the supreme leader of the demon sword? If you say you are, I will obey you. But you are not. Little sister. We are all human beings. Don't think that your people are nobler than mine and just want to suppress us. Airui was extremely embarrassed by what he said. He was originally going to greet Europa, but he didn't expect to be defeated when he walked in. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, Louis felt that it was time for him to come forward. So he projected his virtual influence in front of everyone and said, the design population limit of the first phase of the Star Castle project is 5,000 people, which is completely enough for everyone. Europa sincerely comes to join us. Hope Town needs to unite and jointly respond to the development plan of the magic sword. Therefore, Europa can establish a separate town, named Europa Town, and White will temporarily serve as the mayor. In the following days, the residents of Europa Town can themselves choose the mayor. The site of Europa Town is located at the other end of the community, corresponding to Hope Town. Separating your two towns is not to isolate you, but for better development. You two towns can interact with each other. Communication, peaceful coexistence, and even intermarriage are allowed. The two towns are on both sides of the community. If there are no new offspring, they can expand to the opposite side. When the population of the community expands to 5,000 people, I will let your community be officially established as the first community with administrative units. And in your community, a community leader will be elected in the middle. Ari, White, and all the residents of the two towns can all run for it. So come on. White spread his hands and said, you see, is the Archangel's approach the most correct? This is what we use. Don't you think it's right? The residents of Europa Town waved and cheered. Louis added, all right, Ari. It's the first time the Europas have come to the Hope, and they are not familiar with this place. It's up to you to lead them to their new home. Ari said angrily. Yes, sir. White, please come with me. Chapter 162 Community Number 1. The Hope Star Fortress is modularly constructed, and each piece will be assembled after it is built. The current Hope is the Demon Sword's first and only Star Fort. It is designed to accommodate a population of 5 million. According to the idea of modular construction, a Star Fort contains 10 large districts, each with a population of 500,000, and each large district contains 10 central districts, each with a population of 50,000. Each central district contains 10 communities, each with exactly 5,000 people. Now there is only one community on the Star Castle of Hope, and that is the community numbered 111. In order to name the community, two people from Hope Town and Europa had a dispute. One wanted to name it Hope, and the other asked to name it Europa. Louis also felt a headache for this. He didn't expect that human beings would have to compete with each other at any time. In the end, neither side's suggestions were adopted, so they simply called it Community 111, or Community Number 1, commonly known as Sand Community. The more than 600 residents of this first community do not live together. People from Europa live in the east, and people from Hope Town live in the west. Louis promised that when the population of this community reached 5,000, he would hold an election for the district chief. This gave the two groups more energy to compete. Both sides have their own advantages. The people in Hope Town are the aboriginals of the Demon Sword. And except for the 5 people at the Mars Research Station, they are all young people and are very competitive. However, there are also conflicts within Hope Town. That is, this temporarily formed Hope Town is divided into 2 factions, the Mars faction and the Earth faction, because the 2 factions are from the Mars base, and the other is from the Gaia base on the Earth. The 100 sons of Mars at the Mars base boarded the Hope before the Hope set sail. That is, before the Demon Sword Angel awakened, while the 100 sons of Earth at the Gaia base were boarded by the awakened Demon Sword Angel after the sun was struck by Hessen, went to the rescue. Therefore, among the more than 600 people in Community Number 1, led by the 100 sons of Mars, they had an inexplicable sense of superiority. For them, the 100 sons of Mars were the best, followed by the 100 sons of Earth, and finally the Europa refugees. More than 400 people in Europe became refugees. Louis also knew that there were undercurrents among human beings, but he was too lazy to manage them. He was worried that if he did not do it right, it would be self-defeating. It was better to let them deal with it by themselves, as long as they did not cause trouble. At the same time, as time went by and intermarriage was added, differences will be slowly resolved. Louis also set a task for them. as an indicator for running for district mayor. That is, when the population target of 5,000 is reached, whichever party has the larger population will be more qualified to be the district mayor. Regarding this point, neither side actually has any objection. Europa takes advantage of its large number of people. But the people in Hope Town are all young people, which is also an advantage. The reason why Louis wanted to do this was to encourage people to have more children and increase the population quickly. For this reason, he also set a small goal. That is, the population of Hope Star Castle could reach 5 million as soon as possible. With a large population, although it is a burden to machine civilization to a certain extent, human beings are intelligent, and wisdom will play a very positive role in helping the development of civilization. Regarding this point, he is convinced that, and he himself was born as a human being. He has deep feelings for human beings. He does not want to see human beings perish. He wants human beings to develop and grow. But it was said that the Europas boarded the Hope Star Fortress, and Ari and some residents of Hope Town took them to living community number 1. A large group of people were walking bustlingly on the streets inside the Star Castle. After expansion, the originally narrow cabin passages inside the Star Castle have been gradually transformed into spacious streets. It simulates the alternation of day and night and the changes of the 4 seasons. But there is no wind, rain, clouds and fog. After all, humid air is corrosive to metal and is not conducive to use. The time used by the magic sword will also continue to follow the Earth era to commemorate the past Earth. The gap between Europa and Hope Town was temporarily eliminated. White was walking surrounded by people and couldn't help but look back and saw Aunt Tao leaning in front of the porthole, lighting up a cigarette again. White stopped and Ari asked, White? White? White calmed down and said, You guys go over there first. I'll be back later. Do you know the way? It's okay. I can ask the AI. White walked out of the crowd and walked towards the large porthole. Ari had no choice but to lead everyone there first. White came to Aunt Tao's side, holding the windowsill with both hands, looking at the starry sky outside the porthole. Aunt Tao seemed not to notice his arrival, and kept vomiting her eyes. White cleared his throat and said, My name is White. Aunt Tao ignored him, and White said, Hello, ma'am. Aunt Tao glared at him, but still ignored him. White rubbed his hands, and didn't know what to say. He never expected to meet a cold beauty. Although Aunt Tao was 40 years old, she was indeed a beauty. White was also 40 years old, so he would be interested in her. After seeing White hesitate for a long time, Aunt Tao said, Do you want to pick me up? I just want to get to know you. Whitey, Aunt Tao said, We are all the same age. Do you think we can chat and flirt casually? But we are both single, so it is neither illegal nor morally wrong. Are you single? Then how do you know that I am single too? A 40-year-old woman. I'm sorry. I think you must be 40. Right. People of this age should have successful families and careers. But you are standing here smoking alone, looking at the stars sadly. So I guess you are single. In fact, you also want to blend in with the crowd, don't you? I'm sorry, Mr. White. Aunt Tao threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out, turned around and walked away, saying, Just give up. I won't accept your pursuit. Hey, beauty. White was about to chase, but a sweeping robot came over to clean up the cigarette butts on the ground. White almost stepped on it, but by the time he raised his foot, Aunt Tao had already gone away. Watching Aunt Tao walk away, White sighed and said, What an elegant woman. I must catch her. Louis saw everything in the Star Castle. He felt that this was life. He felt happy that these people could live happily here in the future. And at the same time, he felt happy that such a human life was created by him. Feel proud? The people of Europa were brought to the community and resettled. They were allocated housing, single rooms for singles, and apartments for families. Robots were provided to provide daily services. Gene collection and registration were also required as a basis for intermarriage. Chapter 163 1 year. The Europa people settled on the Hope and established Europa Town, which echoes Hope Town in community number 1. Chun Ao and Gong Tietue's wedding was also approved by the Demon Sword Angel. 2 days later, the wedding was held in community number 1. Most of the people of Mars Baizi, including Ai Rui, did not attend the wedding. They all dislike Gong Tietue and think that she snatched Chun Ao away from Ai Rui. However, the wedding of the two went relatively smoothly. At least no one made any trouble. After the two got married, their application caused quite a stir, as they both requested to live in Europa Town. Under their strong request, Louis had no choice but to agree and assign them a house. Therefore, the two were scolded as traitors by many people in Hope Town. However, the people of Europa Town showed a very enthusiastic welcome to the arrival of the two of them. A few days later, another news came from these two towns. That is, the mayor of Europa, White, who was a bachelor, had launched a crazy pursuit of Aunt Tao, a resident of Hope Town. Aunt Tao has been immersed in the grief of losing her husband, so she has always rejected White's pursuit. But this does not affect White's pursuit of her. The small society of more than 600 people has actually staged various human tragedies and comedies. Louis sometimes thinks of watching TV series and enjoys watching them. Anyway, he can monitor every corner of the Star Castle, but he still pays attention to details. Don't pay attention to it. After all, most of it is the privacy of each individual human being. The mining base on Europa is gradually expanding. Because the ice layer on Europa is too thick, many resources are difficult to mine. So the base begins to expand gradually and begins to develop from the surface of Europa into space. After a year, most of the moons in the Jupiter system and the rings of Jupiter have a large number of industrial spacecrafts going back and forth for mining. The industrial base was also transferred again from Europa to Ganymede. During this year, a lot of things happened in Demon Sword, such as the birth of the first Demon Sword child, who was of course born to Chang'eo and Gong Tizui, the first couple to get married. People began to register their marriages one after another and start a long interstellar life. As another, Heart of the Machine Heart, the Heart of Memories has also been activated, and a large number of native Earth technologies have been developed. However, compared to the magic sword, Earth technology is obviously very backward, in addition to medical and biological technology, because the technology of the demon sword comes from the eternal civilization, and the humans of the eternal civilization are not the same species as humans on Earth. The demon sword does not have medical and biotechnology corresponding to humans. If you want to better protect human beings, then the Heart of Memory is essential. Lu Yi's main body is a supercomputer with a learning function that can quickly recall the human medicine and biotechnology in his heart. Once activated, Lu Yi began to manufacture medical devices and drugs. He only had a learning function, so he could only manufacture, not research and development. The first hospital was built in Community Number 1. Doctors and nurses are robots, and all human medical care is free. In Community Number 1, everyone does not have to work and just enjoy life happily. In 1 year, the ecosystem has expanded to the scale of 5,000 people. People have endless amounts of food, vegetables and meat. Robots carry out reasonable meal rationing every day. Food that cannot be eaten will cause a lot of waste. Some people are against waste, but Lu Yi disagrees. Anyway, resources it's enough, as long as people are happy. And the wasted food will be directly recycled into organic fertilizer. The Jupiter system has inexhaustible water resources. So in the Hope Star Fortress, there is no need to worry about running out of water. And the water is inexhaustible. It is clean water, drinking water, bathing water, and even an artificial lake was built in Community Number 1 for people to swim and fish. The ecological zone is a place that provides people with food, with hundreds of types of vegetables and fruits grown, and dozens of types of livestock and fish raised. There are all kinds of food, drinks and wine, so people don't have to worry about eating and drinking. As for clothing, they are basically made of cotton. The ecological zone also has the cultivation of cash crops. All of this is done by robots, and humans don't need to intervene at all. They just wait and eat every day. People have enough food and clothing. But Lu Yi is afraid that people will be bored because of this. So he has developed various online games for everyone to play. And the most popular games are several immersive games. Worried that people's health would be affected by playing games for a long time, Lu Yi built various sports facilities for everyone to exercise and have fun. The most popular sport is basketball. Europa and Hope Town will often have basketball games, each with their own wins and losses. During this year, new babies were born one after another, bringing a bit of joy to the originally gloomy human society. People gradually came out of the shadow of doomsday and began to start a new interstellar life with longing. In addition to the above, there is another thing that once again caused an uproar in the two towns. That is, Aunt Tao finally couldn't withstand White's offensive and agreed to marry him. And because she married him, she decided to leave Hope Town and move to Europe, which was considered a complete marriage. Aunt Tao was originally from the Mars Research Station, and besides her, there were 4 survivors of the Mars Research Station. when Aunt Tao agreed to marry White. She actually applied to leave Hope Town and move to Europa Town with Aunt Tao. The departure of these 5 people caused controversy in Hope Town. People called them traitors and ridiculed them in various ways. But the people of Europa welcomed them very warmly. In the early construction of human society, the household registration system had not yet been perfected. And with Europa's welcome, the 5 of them moved there smoothly. It took a long time for the turmoil to subside. And while the turmoil subsided, there were actually quite a few group fights between people on both sides. And there was even a fight between players on both sides while playing an immersive game. Therefore, in community number 1, there will always be fights every few days, which gives Louis a headache. He wants people to live happily, so he provides them with delicious food and fun. But people in comfort still have their own problems. All kinds of conflicts continue to break out. Under such circumstances, Louis had to activate the robot police to manage people's daily lives, so that conflicts between people could be restrained. Facing this small group of human society, Louis said when talking to Giada, "It's really hard to bear how tired these people are. Sir, thank you for your hard work." Louis turned to say, "But this kind of God's perspective, I think it is quite enjoyable." Chapter 160 for the only virtual world. The demon sword is developing at a steady pace. Motherships, spaceships, drones, starforts, or ships, and industrial spaceships are all constantly being built and expanded. Industrial bases also roam nearly the entire Jupiter moon system, seeing the steady development of civilization. Although there were occasional frictions among the internal population, people lived happily, which made Louis happy. While building a large project, there were several questions lingering around him. The first one is the mystery of his life experience. Who was he in his previous life? He always felt that the person named Ouyang Chun was very familiar and related to him, but he couldn't remember anything during his lifetime. And about Ouyang Chun, there was only simple information such as the date of birth and death, and no more detailed records. The second question is that although Giada no longer has the highest authority, her main consciousness still resides in the host of the Hope. He always feels that Giada's existence is a threat to him, so he has been thinking about how to delete her, or separate her from the Hope host, and get a new computer host for her to stay in. But she couldn't bear it. After all, Giada was very obedient now, and had no rebellious intentions, so he put the matter aside for the time being. The third thing is that in the virtual world, the 254 worlds were said to have been destroyed by Giada, but he really wanted to restore the data and resurrect the former friends in them, such as Jill and Ron. However, after searching the database, no relevant data was found. When I asked Giada, Giada said that it had been completely deleted and there was no backup. For this reason, Louis was also very worried about Giada. He never expected that this robot bitch would be so cruel and ruthless. For this reason, he specifically talked about this matter with Jiang Haowei in the virtual world. But Jiang Haowei had his own unique opinions on this matter. Jiang Haowei said, "Louis, through the battle of gods, I discovered one thing, which is actually my opinion on this matter. You may feel uncomfortable if you say it. It's okay. Just say it. Then let me tell you," Jiang Haowei said. "Among these 255 world lords, you are not the best." "Yes, I know," Louis said. "I said it from the beginning. I am not the best. But I was lucky enough. So I won the final game." Jiang Haowei smiled and shook his head. "Did you find anything? Just say so," Jiang Haowei said. "Through the competition, I found that you made many mistakes, which may have caused your failure. But you passed them all. There is another major doubt. Roger's shot was clearly yours to lose, but Giada called him a foul," Louis said. "Yes, I also think this is very suspicious. The further you go in the finals, the weaker your opponent will be. Then why do you think all this is happening?" Louis asked back. Jiang Haowei said, "There is only one possibility in all of this, and that is that there are number 255 worlds at all. There is only one world, your 60 world, and the other 254 worlds are all fake. And Giada is lying to you. The purpose is to train you and hone you. So from the beginning to the end of the whole competition, you don't need to worry about how to compete. In the end, you can win, because you are the only one and you have no opponent." When Louis listened to Jiang Haowei's analysis, he fell silent. It was not that he had never thought about this problem, but he still couldn't believe it. He knows that he is not the best, but he is very good. It turns out that everything was a scam. No wonder Jiang Haowei was so calm during the competition and always showed a mysterious smile. Because he had anticipated the takeover. He wasn't worried about losing the game. He specifically asked Giada about this. And Giada replied, "Yes, sir. Everything is a scam. What Jiang Haowei said is absolutely right. There are number 255 worlds. The other lords are all virtual and soulless codes. What a wonderful person you are. You deceived me so much. I often feel heartbroken for the world you destroyed. Don't be heartbroken. Those are all fake. And every time you create a virtual world, you need huge computing and storage capabilities. The host simply cannot handle more than 200 virtual worlds. In the only virtual world now, there are more than 1 million subjective human consciousness code segments." Louis said, "The so-called subjective consciousness means that in this virtual world, there are more than 1 million human beings with subjective consciousness. So its upper limit is 4 billion. Does that mean that when the upper limit is reached, it will seriously slow down the running speed of the host? That's for sure, sir. Well, from now on, I will build a supercomputer specifically for hosting virtual worlds." "But sir," Giada said, "this requires thinking about many resources and becoming a burden to civilization." "You mean, the best way is to delete the entire 6E world?" "Yes, sir. In principle. No matter what I do, I have to build this supercomputer." "Yes, sir." Giada stopped refuting, and Louis started the supercomputer construction plan, and also raised the population limit of the virtual world run by the supercomputer to 8 billion. In 2189, on the eve of the Earth's destruction, the Earth's population was exactly 8 billion. It is now 2190, and Louis begins to build a supercomputer to store the virtual world alone. This supercomputer host is named A by him, which is homophonic to the abbreviations of Laurent and Louis. Easy is encapsulated in a metal ball with a diameter of 100 meters. The outside of the metal ball is wrapped with 100 meters of liquid nitrogen, and the outside of the liquid nitrogen is surrounded by a 10-meter thick superalloy SHL. So this is a spherical supercomputer with a diameter of 300 meters. This construction method can quickly dissipate the superspeed temperature, thus playing a good cooling effect. Then start assembling it in a modular manner outside the host, layer by layer, until the complete Archangel-class interstellar carrier Qilin is finally built. Therefore, the easy host hosting the virtual world is on the Kirin starship, and the angel-level consciousness Giada is on the host of the Hope Star Fortress. Louis' host is in the Seraph-class robot Seraph. Seraph is currently attached to the Hope Star Fortress, and the virtual world is temporarily stored in the Hope host. That is because the Kirin has not yet been built. After the Kirin is completed, the virtual world and Seraph will be moved there. The construction cycle of the Qilin Star Carrier will take at least 10 years to complete. After completion, a corresponding large number of drones, frigates and related auxiliary combat ships will need to be built, which will take 10 years. Therefore, it will take at least 20 years for the Demon Sword Civilization's interstellar fleet to begin to take shape. Chapter 165, The First Legion. AD 2207 is the 18th year since the destruction of the Earth, and the 18th year since the birth of the demonic sword civilization. At the same time, this year is also the year when the first batch of children in Community Number 1 of Hope Star Fortress reach adulthood. The Archangel-class starship Qilin was successfully constructed, and at the same time, the construction of the first Army Corps with the Qilin starship as its flagship was completed. It was originally called the Fleet, but under the suggestions of some humans, they believe that since it is a machine civilization, it cannot be named after humans. So the name Legion came into being. The Legion is equivalent to the fleet of an independent human civilization. Note, independent human civilization will appear later. The so-called independent human civilization is a human civilization that has independent sovereignty and is not controlled by superior civilizations such as machine civilization, such as extraterrestrial homes and wanderers that still have no information. Since there is a first Legion, Louis' plan will have a second and third Legion in the future, and it will continue to expand. But it was said that in addition to the Qilin flagship, this first Legion also had many other machine units. It itself will have 5 million attack drones built in. This number can be said to be astonishing. It is simply unimaginable for the original Earth civilization, and it is also unimaginable for Louis. Even he himself didn't dare to think that in the past 18 years, he had been immersed in construction and accidentally built such a magnificent scale. However, in the future interstellar journey, he will slowly discover that this scale can be described in 4 words. That is, not worth mentioning. The attack drones are not very big. Each drone is less than 3 meters in size. But it is very maneuverable, and is very suitable for the process of Star Wars based on the mothership or the planet. While attacking the enemy, it also plays the role of protecting the mothership. During normal rest or star voyages, they are all mounted internally on motherships and the like. This attack drone has excellent performance. But it has a very gentle name, Dragonfly, which is also the name given by the humans of the Hope Star Fortress. It is also called the Robot Dragonfly or the Battlefly. Louis also adopted the name, Warfly, to name each ship-based offensive drone. The Qilin and subsequent motherships under construction are all unmanned motherships. That is, they cannot accommodate people inside, and are all transmission mechanisms, engine rooms, and energy and power-related equipment. Each Battlefly is stored and fixed in a micro-hangar about 5 meters square. During combat, it will be pushed row by the transmission mechanism to the edge of the mothership and released. When returning to the mothership after the battle, the Battlefly will also be grasped by the transmission mechanism on the edge and transported to various micro-hangars inside. The damaged Battlefly does not need to be specially sent to the repair factory, but will be repaired by a large number of nanorobots. The robot heads to the hangar for on-site repairs. In the same way, the Battlefly's fuel and ammunition are also filled in the hangar through the transmission mechanism. During the battle, all ships and warflies are under unified command from a central computer. And this central computer host is fully controlled by Louis. It can also be regarded as Louis's deputy brain. It is an ultra-high-speed optical quantum computer. This computer is also installed inside the Qilin, adjacent to the easy host of the virtual world, and is wrapped in a large amount of liquid nitrogen. As the mastermind of Louis, it is installed inside the Seraph robot. Seraph is also placed inside the Qilin. It does not come out at ordinary times. When it needs to come out, it will be opened through a channel by the transmission mechanism and fly out. The above is an introduction to the Qilin and its built-in Warfly. After 18 years of construction, the first legion of the demonic sword civilization now has. There are 9 Lord Angel-class star carriers. One of the flagships, the Qilin, is the largest of the Lord Angel-class star carriers and has 5 million internal warships. Although the other 8 Archangel-class star carriers are not as big as the flagship Kirin, they still have a huge shape of more than 8,000 meters in length. Each carrier carries 5 million Battleflies. The above 9 Archangel-class motherships can carry a total of 45 million internally mounted warplanes. There are 10 Angel-class star carriers, each with 500,000 built-in warplanes for a total of 5 million. There are 1,000 Angel-class star carriers, each with 50,000 built-in warplanes, for a total of 50 million. Taking the entire legion together, there are a total of 100 million Battleflies. This is also the size of the legion set by Louis, and subsequent legions will be built according to this scale in the future expansion. The above are the combat units of the First Army. In addition, there are other civilian, industrial, and related auxiliary units. 1 Interstellar Fortress, Hope, with a current population capacity of 5,000 and a current population of 1,200. There are 10,000 large ore ships. The so-called ore ships are loaded with various resources, including water resources, various metals and metal ores, methane, helium, oxygen and other liquefied gas resources, silicates, rare earths and other chemical resources. The water resources are spaceships filled with a large amount of pure water. So humans living inside the magic sword don't have to worry about drinking water at all, even if they live in space for 10,000 years. There are 100 energy spacecrafts, and these spacecrafts are all filled with plasma, which is used to replenish energy for the entire legion. Each energy spacecraft is equivalent to a small sun. Mineral materials and energy are available, and what is left are various processing and manufacturing factories. Similarly, there are a large number of industrial spaceships in the legion, and each legion has thousands of industrial spaceships. These industrial spacecraft are used to build various equipment and components. The reason why Louis set it up like this is that all resources, energy and industrial production are turned into spaceships for mobile production for one purpose, interstellar voyage. The solar system is safe now, but who can guarantee that one day it will not be threatened by external threats? Or maybe one day the Eternal Man comes to investigate again. Then the demon sword of the solar system can no longer stay. Since it can't stay any longer, it must find a way to leave. For this reason, Louis specially summoned a few people to discuss future plans. The discussion took place in a conference room in Community Number 1. Participants included White and Ant Tao, Chung Ao and Gong Tiechui, and Ai Rui. who is still single after 18 years. Louis projected his virtual influence in front of everyone, and saw this virtual influence walking back and forth in front of everyone, while everyone was sitting. Louis said, "After 18 years of construction, our demon sword has begun to take shape, and has also improved the scale of the First Legion. I have been thinking about a question. What if there is a powerful civilization one day, such as the Eternal Discovery, if we have to evacuate? What do you think we should do?" After everyone thought for a moment, Ari spoke first. "Sir, if that day comes and a powerful civilization is targeting us, and we have to evacuate, I think the first choice target should be Alpha Planet. First, the closest distance is only 4.22 light years. And secondly, we may catch up with the Wanderers on the way." Chapter 166 Wolf 359 Stars. Alpha Star, a collective name for a triple star system, is also known as Namin 2. Star C among them is the closest to the Sun, so it is also called Proxima Centauri. Estimating based on the demonic sword's maximum interstellar speed of 2x plus acceleration, deceleration and other comprehensive factors, it would take about 300 years to travel from the solar system to the Alpha system. As for the resources currently mined by the demon sword, the 300-year voyage is completely sufficient to stay on the road. Therefore, AI Rui's proposal is completely correct and the best choice. 48 years ago, in 2159, the Ranger fleet left the solar system and embarked on a long interstellar journey to the Alpha system. According to information provided by the former Europa base, the rover's maximum interstellar speed is 0.5x, which is 5 thousandths of the speed of light, 0.005 times the speed of light. However, this is only its maximum interstellar speed and cannot be reached within the solar system. It will take some time to reach this speed and increase the speed. So all things considered, during these 48 years, the average speed of the rover was only 0.2x at most, and the sailing distance was 0.096 light years, or about 6,000 Australian dollars. Note, 1 AU is almost equal to 150 million kilometers. This distance has just left the Kuiper belt and is still inside the Oort cloud. So strictly speaking, the rover has not flown out of the solar system yet. If the demon sword sets sail for Alpha Planet now, and is lucky enough to catch up with the Wanderer on the way, it will only take about 20 years. After catching up with the Wanderers, they may be able to collect them. In doing so, they can effectively extend the survival rate of wandering humans, which can be regarded as a contribution to human civilization. This is the reason why Ari thinks that if there is a crisis, he should go to Alpha Star. Several others remained silent, and Louis asked, "What do you think?" Chung Eo raised his hand and said, "Let me tell you my opinion. Wanderers, this Earth's native civilization is an independent human civilization. At the same time, it is no longer on the same level as ours in terms of technology. What will we do after we catch up with it? Collect it? Joke." Chung Eo actually attacked AI Rui directly, and AI Rui couldn't help but said angrily, "Why is it a joke? Am I wrong?" AI Rui and Chung Eo were engaged 18 years ago. Unexpectedly, Chung Eo repented and resolutely married Gom Kichwe. However, AI Rui has been unmarried for 18 years, so the two have always been at odds with each other. Gom Kichwe poked him gently on the side to signal him not to be too direct. Chung Eo said, "I am talking about the matter, not against people. Why I say this is also for my own consideration. The Wanderers and our demonic sword are two civilizations, and they are both from the same sect and the Earth civilization. Let's integrate them. Isn't that equivalent to invasion? If the Wanderer is another extraterrestrial civilization, it is understandable for you to incorporate it or even eliminate it. Maybe you will say that breaking down the door is a peaceful integration, and two civilizations can merge. But have you ever thought about it? The Wanderers are independent wandering civilizations. When they were on the Earth, they went through 100 years of hard construction, and then nearly 5 more years. After 10 years of arduous voyage, why should it be absorbed by you? Although our demon sword is a machine civilization, we are more than 10,000 times more powerful than the Wanderers. It would be even more impossible for us to submit to the Wanderers," Ari said. "But you should also know that the Rangers have backward technology. They have a small number of ships, and they don't carry many resources. It will take 1 or 2,000 years and dozens of generations of hard work to reach Alpha Planet. And after arriving on Alpha Planet, it is still unknown whether there will be a planet suitable for survival. So there is a high chance that they will self-destruct during the voyage. Even if we don't take it in, we can still help them. Right?" I believe the Archangels won't be so stingy. So it's okay to give them a few spaceships as gifts. Right? Chang'e sighed and said, Miss. Before he even started to speak, Ari said angrily, Who are you talking about? Miss? Don't think you can laugh at others for being single just because you have been married for 18 years. Chang'e shook his head helplessly and said, Then I call you wife? You're not married. So you're just a lady. Okay. You're single, and you can still blame me? It's your fault in the first place, Ari said, feeling a little out of control. But he quickly controlled it and said, Okay. You continue. Chang'e said, Miss Ari, you have to know that this universe is dark. It would be good if we don't destroy others. But we actually have to help others. Although the Wanderers are an Earth civilization, they are already an independent civilization. Who dares make sure that it will not pose a threat to us when it becomes stronger? Survival. Survival is always the first priority. What does the survival of the homeless have to do with us? We just have to look after ourselves. Why are you so cold-blooded? Ari said angrily. The Rangers and we are both Earthlings. Okay. Can you watch them perish? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Louis came out at the right time and said, Okay. Regarding this homeless man, we won't think about it today. We only think about ourselves for the time being. We will think about it again after we have settled down. Do you want to help the homeless? Chang'e. Gentlemen. Ai Rui said his idea and you opposed her. So what do you think? Chang'e said, My idea is that even if we carry out interstellar migration, Alpha Planet is not the first place we consider going. Oh. Then tell me where we should go. Chang'e said, Wolf 359. Ari said, Wolf 359 is nearly 8 light-years away from us. And it will take us 500 years at the earliest. Considering all factors, we won't be able to reach it within 700 to 800 years. Chang'e remained silent and did not refute her. Ai Rui realized that he had talked too much and stopped talking, gesturing for him to continue. Seeing that he stopped interrupting, Chang'e continued, The nearest alpha star is 4 light-years away. And the Wolf 359 I'm talking about is 8 light-years away. Twice as much. The former takes 400 years to get there, and the latter it's 800 years. What do you think is the difference between 400 years and 800 years for us humans? Whether it's Alpha or Wolf 359. I believe everyone here has no chance to live to that day. Chang'e paused for a moment when he said this, waiting for Ari to retort. Seeing that she didn't speak, he continued, And our natural enemy, the Eternal Civilization, will have the same idea as you. They will think that after destroying the Earth civilization, even if humans on Earth slip through the trap, the first planet they consider to immigrate to must be Alpha Planet. So they will definitely set up traps on Alpha Planet. I mean definitely. Not possibly. As for what kind of trap it is, I don't know, but I'm sure there will be one. So after our long journey to Alpha Planet, wouldn't we be falling into a trap ourselves? Chapter 167 Interstellar Migration. Alpha is the closest star to the solar system. And because it is a triple star, it occupies the 3 closest stars to the Sun. The 4th distant star is Barnard Star, which is about 6 light-years away. It has 2 gas planets, no rocky planets and suitable rocky satellites. So there is no planet suitable for human survival. The 5th distant star is what Chang'e said is Wolf 359, which is about 7.8 light-years away. It has a rocky planet similar to the Earth. After the rock formation and atmosphere are modified, it can become a new Earth. Chang'e guessed that the Eternal Civilization would definitely set up a trap on Alpha Star for the magic sword to jump. He paused again and looked at Ai Rui, waiting for her to refute. He saw Ai Rui's face turn to the side. Not only did not refute, he didn't even look at him. Chang'e continued, Miss Ari, you might say that since we know there will be traps on Alpha Planet, we should inform the Wanderer and not watch it jump into it. Right. I personally think that out of emotion, we should remind them. But out of the concept of civilization survival, I don't think we can inform them. First of all, if you want to notify the homeless, you must send them a high-power signal. This kind of signal may be intercepted by other malicious civilizations, which is very dangerous for us. Therefore, we cannot notify them. Secondly, even if you notify the Wanderer, what should you do if the Wanderer knows that it can't go to Alpha at this time? Then it will definitely return to the solar system. If it returns to the solar system, and we don't leave, it will compete with us for resources and harm them. It's not good for us. Moreover, the Eternals have set up a trap in Alpha. If they find that anyone has been fooled, They will reconsider the reason and reconsider the solar system and surrounding stars again. It is also bad news for us. So on Alpha Planet, let the wanderers go into this muddy water. Although it is a bit cruel, it is very safe for us. Miss Ari, don't think that I am cold-blooded. I am doing this for us. The Demon Sword Civilization also considers the survival of mankind within the Demon Sword Civilization. Barnard Star. I have also thought about it. It is 6 light years away, and 2 years closer than Wolf Star. But so what? There is no planet suitable for human survival in the system. Although it has no impact on the magic sword. It is the second most distant star system from the solar system. Barnard Star is the 4th farthest star from the solar system, but the 2nd farthest star system. Because the first 3 stars, Alpha Triple, have already formed a triple star system. Chang'eo said, considering that the Alpha 3 galaxy is monitored by the Eternals. Barnard Star may also be monitored. So I chose Wolf 359. As for other stars, the distance is too far. On the scale of the universe, in fact, 800 years is just a fleeting moment. And for the magic sword, carrying 800 years of supplies is not a big problem. So all things considered, Wolf 359 is the best choice. Chang'eo finally finished his speech, and what he said was very reasonable. AI Rui didn't refute anymore. Louis asked, "What about you guys?" Gong Tiechui said, "I agree with what my husband said. He told me his idea earlier." Gong Tiechui deliberately referred to Chunghwa as her husband, as if to deliberately anger AI Rui. White raised his hand and said, "Brother Chang'eo, I think what he said is absolutely fine. Wolf 359 is indeed a good choice." Aunt Tao held it in her mouth and got tired. She was one of the few smokers in human society, and tobacco was also grown in the ecosystem. Although tobacco was provided, Louis often reminded everyone to try not to smoke for the sake of good health. Several other people looked at Aunt Tao, waiting for him to speak. "Well, is it my turn?" Aunt Tao recovered from the puff of smoke and threw the cigarette butt in the ashtray. She thought she was about to start talking, but who knew she actually lit another one and took a deep puff. He blew out a round smoke ring and then said calmly, "What Chang'eo said is fine. I agree with him." Everyone thought she was finished, but who knew she suddenly said again, "But I have something to add." Everyone looked at her again, and Aunt Tao said, "To go to Wolf 359, we don't wait until there is a crisis, but we set sail now. Even if we can't set sail immediately, then we have to start preparing to set sail." Ari spoke again at this time. "But Auntie, do we have to leave now for an 800-year journey? We have lived on Jupiter for 18 years. Aunt Tao blew out the smoke and inhaled it through her nose. She looked like she was enjoying the movement and said, "It seems you still have feelings for Jupiter? In fact, we should have set off a long time ago, but we were never strong enough." Of course, it is not strong enough now. To make a long voyage, the first thing to solve is the problem of resources. Without resources, anything you say is empty talk. Now we have enough resources. I think the resources that have been mined and crashed should be enough for the 800-year voyage. What do you think, sir?" Louis said. "Indeed, we have collected enough resources," Aunt Tao added. "The purpose of collecting so many resources is to leave the solar system and embark on an interstellar journey. Now that we have enough conditions, why should we wait? And when the real crisis comes, if we leave again, we may not be able to make it in time." "Right." After Aunt Tao finished speaking, Chang'eo raised his hand again and said, "I completely agree with Aunt Tao's point of view. This is the so-called preparation for a rainy day. And in the future interstellar journey, we may encounter other civilizations. We must preserve ourselves, destroy others, so that we can grow, become stronger, and accomplish our ultimate mission, destroy eternity. 800 years is indeed a long time for us. But for civilization, it is just a snap of the fingers. And human civilization will continue to develop. Isn't it?" Louis said. "Chang'eo, Aunt Tao, what you two said makes sense. Sooner or later we have to leave the solar system. Otherwise we will not be able to continue to develop with the technology stored in the heart of the machine. The saying that it is better to leave early than to leave late is it's time to prepare for departure. In this way, the 5 of you will set up a departure planning group to discuss when to depart and related matters. In addition, you must work best among the people and explain clearly to people why we want to leave the solar system, and the various benefits of us leaving the solar system. Please don't panic. Don't make blind guesses. Just live a normal life. Let's take a look and see who will be the leader of this planning group." Seeing that AI Rui was eager to try again, Louis said before anyone could speak. The two mayors are busy. So let's choose a team leader from the other three. Chang Yao said, I think Aunt Tao is quite suitable to be the leader of this team. Chapter 168 The Mystery of Life Experience 1. Louis and Le Rong were sitting together on the balcony on the top floor of the Rong Mansion, a mansion in Jiangjing. Louis said, We are getting ready to leave the solar system. Le Rong sighed and said, It's a bit of a pity to be imprisoned in this cage and not be able to travel with you on the interstellar journey. Louis also sighed secretly and said, I'm sorry, Le Rong. Le Rong turned around and said with a smile, But this is also good. You can live a carefree life in this world without worrying about anything. But you have to take care of both sides. Especially in the real world. You also have to lead civilization. It's a difficult development. And if you're not careful, there will be unexpected disasters. Louis said, No matter how hard it is, I will persevere because I have you. That's also for your parents and your friends. Le Rong said. Louis said, The parents in this world were all arranged by the system earlier. It is hard to say whether they are the same as their parents in the real world. And it is more likely that they are not at all. He had always suspected that person named Ouyang Chun. But he could never find the answer. When he talked about this with Le Rong asked, Does Giada not know about it too? Louis shook her head and said, She said she didn't know. She said she happened to find out when I died in my previous life. And then she took me aboard the Hope. Where are the remains? There aren't any. Le Rong asked again. Louis said, No. After the consciousness merged, the body was burned. Le Rong added, Jade is just a code segment. How did she get you on the spaceship? In other words, your consciousness was used by her before uploading. But how did Giada get off the ship and find you? And who brought your consciousness aboard the spaceship? Louis asked. Then what do you think? Le Rong said. This means that Giada has been in contact with the people on Earth for a long time. There must be a contact person in the middle. Otherwise, he would not be able to find you, bring you on the spaceship, and establish 3 survival bases. Louis said. Yes, it is indeed the case. Then who will be the contact person in the middle? Le Rong asked again. I heard you said that the proposer of the homeless plan was a person named Yu Xiaoxin. Yes, she proposed it and took the lead in implementing it. But this person has been dead for more than 100 years. Do you doubt her? Le Rong nodded and said, I seriously doubt her. Think about it. How did she know that the Earth would be destroyed? And she knew it so many years in advance. So it's very possible that she had contact with Giada? Yes. Isn't this inference very tenable? Louis now has to face a difficult problem. That is, to investigate a person who has been dead for another 100 years. This person's name is Yu Xiaoxin. There is no information about her in Europa. This can only be found in the Hope Host. The information stored in the Hope Host is too large. And a lot of the data is still messy machine code, which cannot be read without the corresponding compiler. In the past 18 years in the real world, he has been busy with the construction of civilization and has no time to manage these things. And he has never come to the virtual world. He has been in the real world for 18 years. But the virtual world lasts less than 2 hours. Since the last time he bought a mansion in Louis and entertained several friends from his staff group. Le Rong went home, and Louis returned to the real world, and then to the virtual world. Less than 2 hours had passed in this world. And he after resting all night in the mansion. You knew that Le Rong was waiting for you the next day. And today happened to be Sunday, and you didn't have to go to class. Louis said, Ouyang Chun died in 2089, when Yu Xiaoxin was 90 years old. And it was the 30th anniversary of the start of the Wanderer construction plan. Yu Xiaoxin died in 2104. And the Wanderer fleet at this time was far from being completed. It was also after his death, it was only in 2159, 55 years ago, that it began to set sail and leave the Earth. So I'm worried that there is no information about Yu Xiaoxin even in the Ranger fleet. Le Rong sighed and said, Yeah, it's really impossible to find out. But I thought of a question. You said that Yu Xiaoxin proposed the homeless plan to the United Nations when she was 17 years old. Is such that? When was she 17? It's 2016. What happened? Yu Xiaoxin was born in 1999. So when she was 17 years old, it should be 2016. Le Rong said. This year is 2019. The year 2019 that Le Rong mentioned, of course, refers to the time in the virtual world. And the real world is now 2207. Le Rong said. When did the infinite loop happen? Louis said. Infinite loop happened 3 years ago. also in 2016. Is it a coincidence? Speaking of this, Louis looked at the river in the distance and began to think, while Laurent said from the side, otherwise, we should check carefully what happened in 2016. In the virtual world. In the real world, check too. Louis said, it is now 2019 in the virtual world. And the virtual world 3 years ago, in 2016, was also the real world in 2016. But at that time, the world did not know that there was an eternal civilization. Nor did it know that there was an eternal civilization 4,900 light years away. It's a homeland outside of heaven. Everything is top secret. Then, Louis was silent, suddenly remembered something, and said, the infinite restart started on June 5th, 2016. On that day, I got up to go to school and got on the fatal bus. I saw him on the bus. What did you see? A group of junior high school students and their teachers. A sick female voice leaning against the window. An uncle shooting the steering wheel and his daughter. Laurent asked, what's wrong with these people? I don't know if there is any problem. Louis said. But after the infinite restart, the bus mysteriously disappeared. And the junior high school student I knew on the bus could no longer be contacted. Do you still know the people in the car? Laurent asked. Yes, Louis said. In order to stop that big man, I made friends with a junior high school student and exchanged the deduction number with him. After the infinite loop, when I tried to contact him again, the deduction number was shown as empty. No, I asked Gianna, and his explanation was that the fatal bus and the people on it were all virtualized, even in the virtual world. In order to test me, Laurent said, all virtual things have real-world references. So I think this fatal bus and the people on the bus must have prototypes in the real world. You mean the people in the car are real? I mean, it's possible. Louis began to recall that the junior high school student in the car was 16 years old, named Xianghui, and his teacher was named Baoran, 24 years old. The sick-looking girl sitting by the window was about 17 or 18 years old. I don't know her name. Neither did the big man sitting in front with the steering wheel and his daughter. He only had a deep memory of these few people, and he decided to start with these people first. Chapter 169, The Mystery of Life Experience 2. Magic Sword Civilization. Hope Star Fortress. Community Number 1. Europa Town. Mayor White's home. 2-story single-family building. On the second floor balcony, White is sitting in a wicker chair. And there is a wicker chair opposite him. The sitting virtual image is none other than Louis. Mrs. White and Aunt Tao went out to dance in the square. And their 15-year-old son was also at school and did not come back. White asked, Sir, there must be something very important for your special visit. Louis nodded and said, It has been 18 years. Civilization has gone through 18 years of construction. We are about to embark on the journey of the great migration of the universe and leave the solar system. White sighed and said, Yes, I am very reluctant to leave. But for the development of civilization, we must leave. Li said, Before I leave, I still want to find out one thing. Are you sure you don't have any information about Ouyang Chun? White shook his head and said, It's been 100 years. I wasn't born yet at that time. Everyone in the Europa stronghold has their files, which will be kept for 300 years after death. Then, there is this person named Ouyang Chun. And his files also follow, he disappeared with his death. Louis nodded. I understand. They don't want people to know where Ouyang Chun is going. Them? White asked doubtfully. Who are they? Louis smiled faintly and said, It has passed away. But I will definitely find out the truth. How did this person named Ouyang Chun die? But what? Louis asked. White said, I heard my grandfather say that when Ouyang Chun was still building, there were people from Earth who came. In fact, White is also an Earthling. And everyone on Europa, including Europa, is an Earthling. However, since the Europa survival base was established, the people on Europa often call themselves Jupiterians and call people from the Earth Earthlings. White said, There were people from Earth who came at that time. And a few days later, Ouyang Chun died in an accident. A total of 4 people died at that time. Those people from Earth also participated in a ceremony for Ouyang Chun and several others. Funeral before leaving Europa. Do you know who those Earthlings are? White shook his head and said, I don't know. It all happened before I was born. How could I know? And there are no people and records in the stronghold. Then Ouyang Chun and other people who died in accidents. All their files were gone. It was considered an unsolved case at the time. Louis thought, From this point of view, Ouyang did not die in an accident. But maybe he was murdered by these Earthlings. White can't be found out at all here. So the only choice is to ask Giada. Louis immediately changed his connection to Giada, exchanged data, and asked, "Tell me about Ouyang Chun. How did he die? And why was his file missing?" In 2089, who were the Earthlings who came to attend Ouyang Chun's funeral? Don't tell me you don't know anything. Giada replied, "Lord Angel, I really know this." Unexpectedly, Giada's answer was quite surprising. Louis thought she would hide it. Listen to Giada say, "I don't know much about the casualties that occurred on Europa in 2089, because I didn't interfere with the construction of the Europa stronghold. But I know who went to attend the funeral, and one of them was Yu Xiaoxin." Yu Xiaoxin? Louis was very surprised. Yu Xiaoxin in 2089 is already 90 years old. She has to fly from the Earth to Europa. Can she still walk? It's not from Earth. It's from Mars. Giada said, "The rover construction base is on Mars." Haha. This is interesting. The Wanderer construction base is on Mars. But it was hidden from the people on Earth for a whole 100 years. For 100 years, people on Earth didn't know that someone of their own had built a star battleship manufacturing factory on Mars. Giada said, "You are wrong. Many people on Earth know about it. But only a few high-level officials of big countries know about it. The Wanderer project is also called the Fire Project. In order to continue the fire, it must be kept absolutely secret. But it will definitely not be hidden from a few people. Is a big country. So this plan is transparent to the top leaders of these big countries. But it is not transparent to all other countries with backward aerospace technology and ordinary people around the world. So for 100 years, most people on Earth didn't know about this vast plan. Well, this explanation makes sense. Then let's continue talking about Ouyang Chun and Yu Xiaoxin." "Yes, sir," Giada said. "The revenge plan includes several parts, including the extraterrestrial home plan, the Wanderer plan, the Enlightenment plan, the Europa plan, and the Angel Recovery plan." Plan Europa? Is the Europa stronghold also part of the revenge plan? "Yes," Giada said. "It's just that the technological content obtained by the Europa stronghold is not high, which is why you can easily incorporate Europa." "Why is there a Europa program similar to the Enlightenment plan?" Giada said. "Those who continue the Earth's fire are also preparing for the Angel Recovery plan." "Angel Recovery plan?" Louis asked, feeling that he was getting closer. Giada said, "Yes, Angel Recovery plan. This is the agreement reached by Yu Xiaoxin and I." "Okay, you are indeed related to this woman named Yu Xiaoxin. But sir, we have not killed any human beings. All human consciousnesses are collected after the death of this person. In 2016, a bus chased the river, and 22 people on the bus died. Wait a minute, and let me sort it out. Yu Xiaoxin provided you with a brain consciousness. But in 2016 you mentioned, Yu Xiaoxin was only 17 years old. What ability does she have to get the bodies of these 22 people? Of course she doesn't have this ability. But I can provide her with this ability." "Okay. You continue." "Among the 22 corpses, only 3 people's brains can be saved. The other people's brains are all dying very quickly. I don't have the ability to upload the consciousness of the dead brains to the computer host." "Who are these 3 people?" Louis asked. "Xiong Hui, Bao Ran and Ling Yan." "Haha. There are indeed Xiong Hui and Bao Ran. No wonder I have such a deep impression on them. Then who is this Ling Yan?" Giada immediately pulled out a photo to show him. But it was the sick-looking girl on the bus. Giada said, "But what is very miraculous is that this girl named Ling Yan actually came back to life." "Damn it. You're cheating? How is this possible?" "However, it became possible," Giada said. "Ling Yan came back to life. At that time, medicine could not explain it clearly, nor could it be studied thoroughly. Later, there was no news about her. As for Xiong Hui and Bao Ran, their brains were not suitable for angel resuscitation. But they could not be discarded. So they were frozen and sent to the outer world." Louis sighed, unexpectedly, that his life experience was not solved. But another story was revealed. Chapter 170, Contempt the Sky. Giada said, "The brains of many deceased people did not meet the conditions for angel resuscitation. It was not until 2089 that the first and only deceased person who met the conditions was finally ushered in. That is, you in life. Is it Ouyang Chun?" Louis asked. "Have no idea." "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Louis said angrily. If Yu Xiaoxin didn't tell me, how would I know? In the past, she always said who it was. And I knew it. But this time she didn't tell me. So I didn't know. The clues stopped here again. But Louis guessed that Ouyang Chun was most likely him. It's very possible. No. It's very possible that Yu Xiaoxin killed him. Then he grabbed his brain and gave it to Giada. Yu Xiaoxin, this murderer. It's a pity that she has been dead for 100 years. Otherwise, I would definitely seek revenge on her. Giada said. Yu Xiaoxin died in 2104 and lived to be 105 years old. Then she really lives a long life. Louis said. Yes. She has made a great contribution to continuing the human fire. Why did you choose her? There are 7 billion people on Earth. And I will always choose one. Giada said, implying that she was chosen at random without any reason. I originally wanted to ask about my life experience. But instead of asking, I brought out a few insignificant characters. Due to physical damage, Xiong Hui and Bao Ran were forced to enter hibernation and were sent to the outer planet 4,900 light-years away. Their life and death has nothing to do with him. Although Lan Yan was miraculously resurrected, which was indeed a bit incredible, she still had nothing to do with Lu Yi. As for Yu Xiaoxin, no matter how much he has contributed to mankind, what does it have to do with Lu Yi and his magic sword civilization? The mystery of his life experience has really become a mystery. The problem he is facing now is the Great Migration. He has ended his communication with Giada and faced White in front of him again. The communication between Louis and Giada was all data flow. And the conversation just lasted only 3 nanoseconds. So White couldn't feel it at all. Louis said, well, okay. White. Thank you. Louis stopped investigating his life experience and began to formally prepare for the departure. The target was Wolf 359, with an estimated voyage of 800 years. Before preparing to depart, he needed to take away all the various resources scattered in the Jupiter system, ship it, and destroy whatever cannot be taken away, leaving no trace of this civilization. Even if someone comes here in the future, they will only know that there were traces of civilization here, but they will not know what civilization it was and where it went. It takes about a month to prepare for departure. During this period, all the work is done by machines. Humans do not have to do anything. Just continue to live a happy life. Even so, within the civilization, the population of just over 1,200 people still performed various commemorative activities, some commemorating, some reveling, and many people even took spaceships to Mars and visited the inner orbit of Mars. Of course, all this requires Lu Yi's authorization. The Sun has become a neutron star. Mars has become the innermost planet of the Sun. Mercury and the Earth have been destroyed. But in the cosmic space where Mars faces the inner side of the Sun, a new planet is being brewed and generated. Soon in the future, this planet inside Mars will be born. But the magic sword can no longer be seen, because the magic sword is about to leave the solar system and embark on a journey to a new home. The Qilin, with a length of 120,000 meters, is currently the largest ship of the Demon Sword and the flagship of the Demon Sword First Legion, Giada's host, the host that carries the virtual world, and the Seraph robot that carries Lu Yi's host are all on it. It is currently parked in orbit around Jupiter, surrounded by many ships, with Jupiter's beautiful rings in the distance. The Seraph robot is inside the Kirin. At this moment, the small robot elf inside the Seraph is released and sent to the outside of the Kirin flagship along the internal transmission channel. After the elf came out of the Qilin, he landed on the outer L of the Qilin flagship and walked along a deck on it. The Qilin is an open ship with no internal sealing device, so its outer L is not sealed. So it does not have a coherent and complete smooth outer L. It is all a frame structure, like a huge honeycomb with many holes. Therefore, buildings with this kind of structure are called hives by humans. And inside the Demon Sword, most of the ships are built with this structure. The L's controlled by Louis walked on these L frames, just like walking on a tightrope. Louis just walked like this, looking at everything around him. This huge machine army all belonged to him. A strong sense of achievement and pride arises spontaneously. But he also knows that on a cosmic scale, such a scale is like the existence of an ant on a football field. But this makes him proud. The elf controlled by Louis, this small robot with a height of 5 meters, will walk for a while, jump a little, stretch out its arms to wave towards the side. And immediately there will be thousands of warflies, attack drones, it flew over, spiraling around him with him as the center. At the same moment, a small civilian spacecraft was flying parallel not far away. Through the porthole of the spacecraft, he could see several people inside pointing at him and exclaiming. From the perspective of the elves, he could see them, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. Louis could sneak into the spacecraft at any time and listen to what they were exclaiming. But he didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to experience the heroism of spacewalking. I couldn't hear what they were exclaiming, but I could feel that they must be very excited at the moment. Louis waved his hand, and all the warflies around him dispersed. Louis waved towards the small civilian spaceship again. The people in the small spacecraft became even more excited, and some even jumped up. A large wave of warflies flew over and spiraled around the small spacecraft. The people inside the spacecraft pointed at these aircraft and cheered excitedly. Louis made another move, and all the warflies dispersed and flew back. They flew around him for a while, then dispersed and flew away. Unlike the Star Fortress, the Qilin does not have a gravity device inside. So walking on the SHL requires a magnetic device, otherwise it will float away. Louis's elf robot is equipped with magnetic devices on the soles of its feet, so it can walk steadily on it. There is an artificial gravity device inside the Star Fortress, so people living inside can feel the same gravity as the original Earth. After Louis walked on the huge SHL of the Qilin for a while, he saw that he was about to reach the bow of the ship. But he didn't leave. He put his hands on his hips and looked around, filled with emotion. After his elf robot wandered outside for a long time, it finally returned to the inside of the Qilin and docked with Seraph. Chapter 171 Halo 1. After nearly 2 months of preparations, Demon Sword chose to set sail on January 1st, 2208, to judge its combat power based on the number of warflies, attack drones, it owned. The first legion of Demon Sword civilization counted 100 million. The scale of the combat force left Jupiter and headed for Wolf 359, which is 7.78 light-years away. In the entire legion, the Chinese flagship is the first, with the Hope Star Fortress in the middle, and the industrial fleet behind. This arrangement forms a central axis. The 8 Lord Angel-class star carriers are deployed around this central axis. On the left, 2 ships on the side, 2 on the right, 1 above, 1 below, 1 in front, and 1 in the rear. In fact, there is no distinction between up and down directions in the universe. In terms of Legion deployment, the so-called top and bottom are also determined based on the location of the ship. 10 Angel-class star carriers are escorting around, and 1,000 Angel-class ships are cruising around. A total of 100 million battleflies are hung inside their respective motherships. They will only fly out when a war breaks out. They are usually parked and when sailing. Everything is hung inside the starship. The entire Legion is vast, stretching a distance of 1 astronomical unit, $1 about 150 million kilometers, with deployment positions and headings, ready to turn around in the direction of Wolf 359. At this time, Louis suddenly received a very important piece of information. A wormhole was discovered about $100 in the northern sky of the solar system. $100 is 15 billion kilometers, about 14 light hours. 14 light hours. That is, the distance traveled by light in a vacuum for 14 hours. Means that the information discovered occurred 14 hours ago. Intelligence showed that not only wormholes were discovered, but also a large number of luminous objects were discovered. When he got this information, Lu Yi's first reaction was, "This is a reconnaissance team sent by the Eternal People, and the magic sword is likely to be exposed. If exposed, an interstellar war will be inevitable. Eternal has the ability to launch wormholes, and has the ability to ignore long distances and travel across interstellar space. So they are bound to have instant communication capabilities. The so-called instant communication function is similar to the principle of wormhole traversal. That is, the communicating parties can ignore the distance, and the signal arrives instantly. For example, eternity is 70,000 light-years away from the solar system. If communication is carried out according to the traditional method, the fastest is the speed of light. If a message is sent from eternity, it will take 70,000 years to arrive, regardless of signal attenuation, and the information will be fed back. Another 70,000 years, a round trip of 140,000 years. For the Eternal People of the God-level civilization, it is obvious that this traditional photoelectric communication method is intolerable. So a newer homeopathic communication method is bound to emerge. That is quantum entanglement communication, or quantum communication for short. This was proposed by Einstein as early as 1935 in the Earth civilization. Later, after more than 200 years of research and development, the Earth civilization has achieved certain research results. It can be said that there are research results, but they have not been implemented in practical applications. But the Eternals have this technology, which can span up to 100,000 light years and carry out instantaneous two-word communication regardless of spatial distance. Therefore, when the scouts here discover the demon sword, they will quickly feed back the information. In other words, the headquarters of the Eternal Man now knows about the existence of the demon sword civilization. This situation is very unfavorable for the magic sword. Through intelligence feedback, we learned that this wormhole that appeared at a distance of 100 Australian dollars in the northern sky, and the Eternal Human reconnaissance fleet that flew out of the wormhole, were flying towards Jupiter at a speed of 5x. 5x is 0.05 backlight speed. The maximum speed of the demon sword civilization is only 2x. And it is the speed of interstellar navigation. In the solar system, the demon sword cannot reach this speed, and can only reach 1.5x at most. The distance of 100 Australian dollars, if calculated according to the speed of 5x, will take about 277 hours. And this information happened 14 hours ago, which means that the enemy's reconnaissance fleet has been flying here for 14 hours. So the enemy still has about 263 hours to reach the Jupiter battlefield. This will be a vast interstellar battlefield. Louis has been worried about something like this happening a long time ago. So he will often launch some detectors and walk around the solar system, always looking for possible crises somewhere. At this moment, the magic sword is in the north sky, and there are detectors placed in a space far away from the enemy, so it can detect such distant information. Sure enough, the solar system is a place of right and wrong, and he can no longer stay there. When the Earth was destroyed 19 years ago, Louis only had one spaceship and one robot, so he could easily avoid enemy detection. But today is different. He already has a super large space navy with 100 million battle flies, the first demonic sword legion. It is impossible not to be discovered with such a huge scale. Louis knew that he had been exposed, so he had to find a way to escape and hide his whereabouts. He knew that with his current strength, it would be impossible to fight against a god-level civilization forever. It is very likely that he will be overtaken by the enemy on the way to escape, which will start an interstellar war. And it will also be the first interstellar war in his life. Connecting with Giada, Giada believed that the 36th strategy was the best strategy. Louis controlled the entire legion to change course, heading towards Alpha Centauri, and began to speed up. Giada asked in surprise, "Sir, aren't we going to Wolf 359? Louis replied, "No. Let's go to Alpha Star now." Louis knew very well that his real destination was Wolf 359, not Alpha. At this moment, the enemy had discovered him, and would definitely get in touch with the headquarters, so he could not reveal his true intentions. The purpose of going to Alpha was confuse the enemy. After this crisis is resolved, we will change the course and fly in the direction of Wolf 359. Giada didn't ask any more questions and just answered yes. Louis asked again, "What is the longest distance of quantum entanglement communication?" Giada replied, "Theoretically, it is the entire universe. But the actual situation will be different. With the current technological level of Eternal people, the longest distance for instant communication is 1,000 light years. 8,000 light years? Only 1,000 light years?" Louis expressed doubts. Giada replied, "Yes, my lord. 1,000 light years. In other words, this scout team's home base is actually somewhere 1,000 light years away. And not the Eternal Star?" "Not necessarily," Giada replied. "Not necessarily. How can I say this?" Giada said, "It may be a signal relay. So it may be somewhere 1,000 light years away, or somewhere else in the Milky Way. It is more likely to be in the Eternal Star, the cradle of Eternal Man. After passing the signal many times, transit, it's all possible. No matter what," Louis said, "we have to temporarily change our route to Alpha Planet." "Yes, sir." Chapter 172 Halo 2. The first legion of the Demon Sword civilization originally planned to set its route in the direction of Wolf 359. But now it has temporarily changed it to Alpha Centauri, speeding up to leave Jupiter, where the Demon Sword has been stationed for nearly 19 years. Louis told Giada, "I think the people have the right to know the truth. So I hung up several large screens at the football stadium in the first district to broadcast live and collect people's opinions in real time." "Yes, sir." "Soon, More than 100 large screens were hung on the central stadium of Zone 1 of the Hope Star Fortress, displaying monitoring images of the Legion from all angles and real-time data of the Legion. At first, the popular people didn't understand what was going on, and some people began to gather here. There were a group of children playing football in the stadium. At this time, they suddenly saw so many big screens erected on the stadium. They were very curious and stopped playing football to watch. Some simply went to find a seat to sit down and watch. The population load of a large district is 500,000. But the current population of Hope is only 1,200, which has not even reached the population load of 5,000 in a community. However, the Star Castle of Hope still built its first large area module, which was built on a scale of 500,000 people. There is a stadium in this large area where children often come to play football. This stadium was also built to accommodate 50,000 spectators. At this moment, I heard that the Legion's departure was being broadcast live in the stadium, attracting a large number of citizens to watch. At the same moment, not only the stadium is broadcasting live, but the only civilian data network named Star Network is also broadcasting live across the entire network, which can be viewed in real time through various civilian terminals. Some watch TV at home, some watch online through computers, and some watch through smartwatches. The so-called smartwatch viewing is not limited to a screen as large as a watch. There is a projection device on the smartwatch that can project a screen of at least 20 inches in the air to display ultra-clear images for viewing. But more people are willing to go to the big football stadium to watch, because there are many people there, and they can also communicate while watching. Louis felt that the people had the right to know the truth. So while providing a live broadcast, he also issued an announcement to all citizens. It was discovered that an unknown alien fleet is rapidly approaching our magic sword, and will probably make contact in 260 hours. It is initially estimated that this alien civilization may be an eternal civilization. So in 10 days, we are likely to encounter an attack, and we will also usher in the first interstellar war in the history of the Demon Sword. After the first announcement, there was a strong response from the citizens, most of whom showed panic. Louis believes that there will definitely be many interstellar wars in the future, so the humans in these greenhouses must go through it. Even if they are not allowed to participate in the war, they must be mentally prepared. Therefore, they must be aware of the first interstellar war. Feel the war in real time. 19 years have passed since the first residents of human society within the Demon Sword civilization, and the first generation of Demon Sword people born on the Demon Sword are now 18 or 19 years old. They live in a superior environment and have no sense of worry at all. So when these young people born in the Demon Sword heard that they were about to face an interstellar war, they were frightened. Louis once again announced to the people, human beings, although you live a worry-free life without having to work or pay, you can enjoy life. And when faced with a crisis, the Demon Sword does not require you to make any sacrifices, but you have the right to know the truth. So in the following time, you will witness the entire interstellar war that is very likely to occur. Furthermore, our enemies still come from the edge of the distant galaxy. They are called God-level civilizations. They were the ones who used neutron stars to bombard the sun and destroy the Earth. Therefore, the comparison of our strengths will be very different. The worst possibility is there will be a devastating ending. So you must be mentally prepared. But don't panic. The Demon Sword today is no longer the Demon Sword 19 years ago. The Demon Sword now has more than 1,000 battleships and 100 million battle flies. The Demon Sword will do its best to destroy the enemy. So, in the next time, I need you to face this first interstellar war with me and help me make suggestions. Every suggestion you have will be submitted to the central database. And every suggestion I will read them all and select the best ones among the suggestions for comprehensive evaluation to decide whether to adopt them. Good luck to the Demon Sword. All the machine units of the huge First Legion of the Demon Sword began to leave the Jupiter planetary system and fly towards Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri, also known as Alpha Centauri, is the closest star system to the solar system. For 0.22 light-years away, Alpha is a triple galaxy. That is, there are 3 stars. If intelligent life can survive in this triple galaxy, they will see 3 suns hanging in the sky on their planet. Among them, Alpha C is the closest star to us among the 3 stars, so it is also called Proxima Centauri. After being notified to all mankind, various opinions and messages from people were immediately submitted. Louis's main body is now an ultra-high-speed optical quantum computer, so no matter how much information there is, he can process it instantly. Among the messages submitted by humans, there are no substantive suggestions. Most of them are various doubts and pessimistic arguments. From these messages, Louis also saw people's panic. They had to give them a sense of worry. They couldn't be too comfortable. Louison said, I'm working hard in the front. Worried. But you guys are carefree in the back. What's that going to do? In a war, it is not enough to have only one commander. It is not enough to have a staff group. So Louis added a few people in his virtual world. In the last battle of God in the virtual world, these few people were very good to advise him. Although he finally learned that no matter what happened in this competition, he would be the final winner. But his staff gave him substantive suggestions and gave him constructive guidance. Therefore, he felt that it was still necessary to invite his staff group out for this battle that was very likely to happen. So he told Giada about his idea. And Giada said, but there is an 86,400 times difference in time flow rate between the virtual world and the real world. Time in the current virtual world is running slowly, and it can almost be regarded as time standing still. Louis said, isn't it possible to adjust the time flow rate? If the time flow rate is adjusted to be synchronized, wouldn't it be possible to communicate? Chapter 173 Halo 3. On Sunday morning, in Rome Mansion, several people from Louis' staff were summoned and saw Louis standing in the center of the living room, looking at them with a smile. Laurent asked, why Louis? Did something important happen? Louis stopped smiling and said, yes, opinions are very important. After that, he looked around at everyone and said, my first legion is being targeted by the enemy. Enemies? What kind of enemies are they? Laurent asked. Louis replied, eternal. Everyone knew what eternity was. So when he said eternity, everyone was shocked. Louis sighed and said, we will encounter it in about 10 days. This will be the first interstellar war in my life. I'm afraid that I can't command it alone. So I called you to help me make plans. This battle is a matter of life and death for mankind. Jiang Haowei said, it is also related to the survival of the virtual world. But for 10 days, Louis, what should I do with work and school? Laurent glared at him and said, this is all related to the last moment of the world's survival. So why are you still thinking about going to school? Louis said, it doesn't matter. We can't face this crisis forever in 10 days. So you can switch back and forth between the 00 world and your own 6E world at any time. World 00, where Louis once participated in the War of Gods, was believed by people at that time to have a total of 256 parallel worlds in the virtual world. And World 00 was a public world, while the other 255 worlds were parallel human worlds. So at that time, World 00 was also called the cross-server area. But now I know that there is no parallel world at all. There is only one world of 6E in the entire virtual world, and the other 254 worlds are all fake. However, this 00 world does exist. After the War of God, the 00 world has been retained and has not been deleted by Giada. Everyone was nervous and excited when they heard that they were going to participate in a vast interstellar war and command the war together with the leader of the Demon Sword civilization. Louis gave no one another transmitter. A small thing as big as an index finger, black and smooth, and strung with a rope. Louis said, this is a teleporter. It looks like obsidian, but it can shuttle back and forth between the two worlds of 00 and 6E. There is a button on it. When you want to teleport, just press it. This obsidian teleport, when not in use, just hang it around your neck and kill them all. Seeing everyone's nervous expressions, Louis said again, are you all ready? I'm going to start teleporting now. After saying that, he clapped his hands and saw white light starting to light up around him. And the scenery slowly began to fade in the white light. Jiang Haowei exclaimed, oh, my God, Louis, you can do it too. Louis smiled and said, no kidding. I am the lord of this world now. Of course I can do everything. Do you think only Giada can? The teleportation was very fast, and everyone was teleported to the 00 world called the cross-server area. This was a huge circular platform with a diameter of at least 100 meters. The circular platform was mainly surrounded by a circle of railings. The world around this circular platform is a white light, and nothing can be seen. Jiang Haowei looked at this world of white light and said, Louis, are we going to watch an interstellar war here? Louis smiled and said, interstellar war? It may not happen, but it may happen. But I haven't shown the real world yet. You will all be able to see it later. But before connecting to the real world data, please look at a person. You should all know him. After Louis finished speaking, He clapped his hands and saw someone swinging down from above on the swing. Jiang Haowei said, Giada? Louis didn't answer, just smiled. After a while, Giada came in front of everyone. She got off the swing and stood in front of everyone with her graceful figure. She looked at everyone with a smile, and the swing was also raised, go up and gradually disappear. Giada was indeed beautiful. Jiang Haowei was stunned. He pointed at her and said in surprise, Gua, it is indeed her, the woman who destroyed 254 worlds. Louis smiled and said, Why? You won't be tempted by her, right? Let me tell you, she doesn't have a human soul, so it's not suitable for you to see her. Jiang Haowei rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, Louis, please stop making fun of me. Louis glanced at Lorong and saw clearly jealousy in Lorong's eyes, thinking she can't be jealous of Giada. Then he walked over with a smile and reached out to hug her. Louis said, Next, I am going to show the real world in front of everyone. Don't scream later. Giada, you can start. Yes, sir, Giada said, clapped his hands, and saw the surrounding scenery changing rapidly. The white world quickly turned into a cosmic space landscape. Countless ships were scattered around. Apart from these ships, there is also the huge Jupiter, with beautiful rings, and even the famous red band on Jupiter can be clearly seen. Everyone was completely shocked by the spectacle in front of them. Lorong lowered her head and walked carefully on the transparent floor. Through the transparent floor, she could see the universe below, as well as the ships and natural satellites in the universe. Louisa said to her, It's okay. Just walk with confidence. You won't fall. Everything you see is virtual influence. Just don't step out of the edge railing. At this time, an Angel-class mothership happened to pass by, spraying blue-tail flames, and other battleflies shuttled around the battleship. Jiang Haowei pointed at the starship and exclaimed, Wow! Battleship. Battleship. Louis said, This is the Angel-class interstellar carrier. It is the lowest level and the smallest among the interstellar carriers. There are even bigger ones. Did you build this all? Louis said with a smile. It was all built under my supervision. And it took 18 years to reach today's scale. 18 years. Jiang Haowei continued to exclaim. But the War of God ended just over a day ago. The flow of time is 86,400 times faster. Louis said, 18 years in the real world. Only 2 hours have passed in the 6E world. Okay. Louis. I'm impressed. Louis was on hand, spinning around in circles and saying, Devil Sword. This is the first legion of Demon Sword. But it won't be long before we witness the first interstellar war in its history. Jiang Haowei said, Louis. We will face it with you. Louis looked at everyone and said, Thank you. Next, I will ask another group of think tanks to consult with you. Giada, please input the data from the small meeting. Yes, sir. Chapter 174 Halo 4 Magic Sword Hope Star Fortress. The first community. 5 people gathered in a mirrored room. Cheng Ao, Gong Tiechui, Wife, Aunt Tao and Ai Rui. The so-called mirrored room means that the surrounding walls, roof and floor are all mirrored. It is like walking on a mirror. However, all the mirrors are now black, which means that these mirrors are all display screens. There is only one lamp on the roof for lighting. It is said that the interstellar war is about to begin. White said, I don't know why the Archangel recruited us. Ai Rui said, You still have to ask? They must have asked us to be their advisors. White said, But the Archangel also said that we don't need to work or go to war. We just need to live a happy life. Ai Rui said, But this is an interstellar war, related to the life and death of our magic sword. He doesn't want us to participate in the exhibition, but it's okay to serve as his advisor. Right. Besides, winning or losing the war is related to the life and death of our human race. You need to be responsible for the survival of mankind. So you call us? Aunt Tao laughed, lit a cigarette, and said, Don't be so self-righteous. What's wrong? Auntie? Ari asked. Am I right? Aunt Tao was already puffing away her smoke and said, We humans are just accessories to the demon sword. For the demon sword, we humans are dispensable. It is the demon sword central computer that has human consciousness and human emotions. Couldn't bear to abandon us, so they took us in and provided us with good food and drink. What do you really think of yourself? Are you still responsible for the survival of mankind? It's funny. Let me tell you. Even if all mankind is destroyed, the magic sword will continue to exist. Auntie, Eri retorted. If it's not for human beings, then why does the magic sword risk self-destruction to save all the children of the earth when evacuating the earth? That is because... Before Aunt Tao finished speaking, she saw that the only light in the room suddenly went out. Everyone jumped and the room was dark. The spherical 3D projector hanging from the roof casts a stream of light in the house, allowing the people inside the house to see each other again. When everyone was surprised, there was a loud bang, and a real-life starry sky map suddenly appeared around everyone. The roof, walls, and floors all turned into screens, showing the space landscape. What they saw was what the Legion looked like in space. The 3D projector also turned the space inside the house into a 3D virtual scene, with warflies flying among people from time to time. Not only that, there are 6 virtual figures appearing in the house, and they are moving. One of them is Lu Yi's virtual figure. Just listen to Lu Yi say, "Let me introduce to you. There are 10 of you. One is from the Hope Star Fortress, and the other is from the 6E world. Together, you will form my staff group to make suggestions for winning this war." 6E world? AI Rui sneered. Is that the computer world? I can understand that they are all computer programs and have no entities in this world. Do they not exist? Unexpectedly, AI Rui would be so unruly. Lu Yi felt uncomfortable at that time, and he had always disliked this person. AI Rui. Lu Yi was ready to scold her. Lu Rong suddenly said, AI Rui. Right? I know you. I've heard of you. The so-called real human being. You're almost 40 years old. Right? Why are you still single? TSK. You're not ugly at all. Why? No men want her. I know. It turns out that she has a bad mouth, so she scares away the men. You? AI Rui's face turned green with anger. Lu Rong did not let her go, but continued. I heard that you, the 100 sons of Mars, and the 100 sons of Earth, have made arrangements to get married since childhood. And your fiancé is the 100 sons of Mars. But he broke up with you and took the Earth. 100 sons? Lu Yi whispered from the side. Lu Rong shrugged and said, It's okay. I'm done. You're welcome to criticize me. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. This woman is a battlefield everywhere, and she won't let go of her attitude even if an interstellar war is about to begin. Seeing that AI Rui still wanted to fight back, Lu Yi said quickly, Okay. I asked you to help me as my advisor to solve this interstellar crisis. I hope that everyone can live in peace, be humble to each other, and deal with this crisis together. An interstellar war is about to begin, since the time is relatively long. I can't let everyone stay here all the time. The daily schedule remains the same. Those who should sleep should go home to sleep, and those who should eat should go home to eat. In short, as long as you are free, just come here. Since they are people from 2 worlds. In the virtual world, everyone sees Aragon Iron Hammer and the others as virtual images, and vice versa. For people in different worlds, what they show is just a virtual image, but it passes through the body. Lu Yi added, I'll ask everyone again if we can get along with each other. If so, let's start. If we don't get the word, we'll leave on our own. I won't stop you. Everyone raised their hands to say yes, and Lu Yi began to introduce everyone, and said, In order to enhance memory, the name of each person you drive to the other's world will be displayed above his head. Sure enough, on the side of the Hope, the 5 people watching the 6E world each had a name on their head. For example, Lu Rong had the word Lu Rong on his head, and Lahia had the word Lu Rong on his head. There are 3 words, Lahia. On the contrary, people in the 6E world can also see the name above everyone's head in the real world. It's just that people in the same world cannot see their names. After all, the same world reflects the real world to themselves. Even the virtual world virtualizes their own world into the real world. On the contrary, in their eyes, the real world it has become unreal. Besides, people in my own world are familiar with it, and there is no need to show it by name. What Lu Yi displays in the virtual world is a real person, but what he displays in the real world is a virtual image, because he has no entity in the real world. But he does exist in the virtual world. People from the 2 worlds shook hands with each other, although they couldn't shake each other's hands. It was considered polite. In addition to these 10 people in the 2 worlds and Lu Yi, there is another person named Giada. Similarly, Giada is a real person in the virtual world, but a virtual image in the real world. Lu Yi clapped his hands and said, Okay, We all know each other. In the next 10 days, which may be as short as 10 days, as long as 20 days, or even 30 days, let us witness it together. The first interstellar war in the history of the Demon Sword. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he stood in the center of the room, arms folded over his shoulders, looking at the starry sky in front of him. The huge Qilin, the flagship of the First Demonic Sword Legion, was right in front. Chapter 175 Halo 5. Through observation, we learned that the enemy had about 10,000 flying units. Not long after their fleet flew over, the wormhole was closed. By searching the Demon Sword's database, we learned about the general situation of Eternal Man's wormhole technology. Wormholes cannot exist for a long time after they are artificially constructed. There is a time limit. After time, the wormhole will automatically disappear. Because the existence of wormholes requires energy support, they cannot last for long. The observed wormhole can last about 72 hours, which is about 3 days. The diameter of this wormhole is about 1,000 kilometers. 3 days after the first legion of the demonic sword set sail, we finally received the first inquiry from the enemy. The roughly translated meaning was, "Who are you? Where are you from? And where are you going?" After receiving this information, Lu Yi first filtered it himself, and then communicated with Giada. Both of them were computers. They thought about the problem and communicated in nanoseconds. After the same 3 nanoseconds, he showed this information to several staff officers of the Combat Staff Department. Were appointed. There are only 5 or 6 people in the staff at the moment, and everyone else has their own business to leave. But even so, people who are not in the staff can participate in operations remotely at any time. After everyone read the message, Lu Yi asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Haowei thought for a while and said, "Lu Yi, the ship technology of our demon sword is the technology of the Eternal Man." "Right. Yes," Lu Yi said. "But our technology is 1 level higher than Eternal Now's technology. Why is this happening? This is because of the limitations of the machine heart. The machine heart is loaded with encapsulated technology. Only by activating and upgrading to the next level step by step can you have more powerful technology." "Let me go!" "How could this happen?" Jiang Haowei said. "Speaking of which, this demonic sword ancestor is really capable of causing trouble. If I just give you all the technology, what else can I do to upgrade the technology?" The predecessor of the Demon Sword civilization was just a Hope spacecraft, and the technology it brought was encapsulated in the heart of the machine. All of this was prepared by Feng Yu, and Feng Yu has been dead for at least 200 years. It may be longer. So Jiang Haowei will call this Feng Yu the ancestor of the magic sword. Ai Rui was also there and said, "The enemy has sent an inquiry. So don't go too far and think of a way to reply quickly. If you are late, you will arouse suspicion." "Why panic?" Jiang Haowei replied. "At such a long distance, it would take hours for the enemy to send a message, and it would take hours for us to reply. How can we care about this small moment? And he won't. I know we are discussing countermeasures. I don't understand. How can I express my thoughts?" This confrontation left Ai Rui speechless. She didn't expect that she, a real person, would be criticized by a computer code segment. She immediately felt so shameless and wanted to fight back. However, considering that Lu Yi was also a code segment, she was blamed for it, so he could only shut up. Although Lu Yi now has an independent host, his consciousness is indeed a code segment, but his code segment is extremely long. Jiang Haowei paused for a moment, and seeing that Ari stopped interrupting, he continued, "Since we are the technology of eternal people, even if our technology is still very backward compared to the current eternal technology, it is still eternal technology. So my idea is, can our dream pretend to be an eternal person and get through it?" Jiang Haowei finally expressed his thoughts. Lu Yi felt that his thoughts were reasonable, so he asked Giada, "What do you think?" Giada said, "Although the enemy's troops are not as large as ours, their combat power is definitely stronger than ours. So we can try the method," Jiang Haowei said. "Just trying?" Lu Yi asked. "Yes, my lord," Giada said, "because I am not sure either." "Okay, let's give it a try," Lu Yi said. "I'm going to edit the language and see how to reply to it." Lu Yi thought for a while, and then thought of a reply. After communicating with Giada, he made a few, okay, modifications, and turned into this sentence. "I am the homing pigeon, Ocean Patrol. I have traveled through the wormhole from Galaxy 31 to search for humans who have escaped the trap. And now I am heading to Alpha Centauri. This passage is spoken according to the habits of humans on Earth. But it is not the same when translated into eternal language. For example, humans in eternal civilization will not say human beings or human race, but worms. Yes, in the eyes of eternity, human beings are nothing more than bugs. As for Alpha Centauri, it also has another name in eternity. After Louis and Giada communicated with each other, they sent this reply. Due to the long distance, even at the speed of light, it would take several hours to reach the other party. Then if the other party sends the next message, it will be a few hours later. White was not in the staff department. Louis thought of something. He connected with him and found that he was taking his children to play in the community. Seeing Louis connecting with him, he said, I was about to go to the staff department, but the child he kept pestering me and wouldn't let me go. Louis looked at the child he was playing with. He looked about 11 or 12 years old and was playing with a model airplane with several other children. White and Aunt Tao had a middle-aged child after they got married, so they paid special attention to their children. So Louis, he also understood him and said, It doesn't matter if you can't leave. I just want to ask you one thing. Before Europa was incorporated into my magic sword, Peter was the leader. At that time, he carried out an EMP attack on my elf robot. Do you have any impressions of this? White did not answer him, but asked, Sir, do you want to launch an EMP attack on the enemy? But they are an eternal civilization. Such an advanced civilization. How can they be afraid of EMP? The technology of my magic sword is also inherited from the eternal civilization. Wasn't it also the case after being attacked by EMP? I understand. Sir, White said, when Europa was merged into the demon sword, it brought a lot of information with it. I don't know if this information is still there. They are all still there, Louis said. They are all stored in the Qilin Central Database. That's easy to handle, White said. Europa was led by Peter at the time, so Peter should be able to find relevant information about EMP. Okay, you continue to take care of the child. I'll go find Peter now. During the battle on Europa, Pete resisted, but was captured by White's mutiny and handed over to Louis. Louis also imprisoned him and released him after 3 years of imprisonment, along with all other humans. Also lives in number 1 community of Hope Star Castle. Louis came to Pete's house and saw Pete sitting at the door of his house, holding a hose in his hand to water the turf in front of the door. Chapter 176 Halo 6. At the beginning of the expansion of the Star Castle, in order to save water resources and anti-corrosion design, there was no rain, snow and fog weather, and it was very strict on who could use it. However, with the progress of expansion, these bans have been gradually lifted. In addition to the frequent artificial rainfall, swimming pools and artificial lakes have also been added to people's living environment. Therefore, it is not enough for people like Peter to water with a leather pipe. Strange. People living in the Star Fortress are very comfortable, and the simulated artificial environment is just like living on the planet. But it was said that Peter was sitting at the door of the 2-story building provided by Star Castle. He was holding a hose in his hand and flushing water to the turf at the door. His expression was also lazy. Not far away, a household robot was helping him, playing with grandson. At this moment, the pocket aircraft flew over, hovering in the air in front of him, projecting a virtual image. But it was exactly the image of Louis. Peter turned a blind eye to his arrival. Louis's virtual image is walking on the grass, and the water spray passes through the virtual image, reflecting a rainbow under the illumination of artificial sunlight. Louis said, Mr. Pitt, you are so elegant. Peter said expressionlessly, Life in this Star Fortress is pretty good. I water the flowers, take care of my grandchildren, and enjoy my old age happily. If I remember correctly, you should be 55 years old. Right, Louis said. You are not yet old enough to enjoy your old age. What do you want from me? Peter asked. That's right. About the MP, Louis said. Back then, you went to Ganymede to steal my machine heart and use the MP. That's why I'm looking for you today, Peter said. This matter was already concluded back then. For this reason, you killed more than a dozen people in my Europa. Why are you still coming to settle accounts with me today? Louis said. You have also seen the news. The enemy will catch up with us in 6 days. I just want to ask you to come out and help me repel them. Peter put down the water pipe, closed the water valve, looked at the virtual image in front of him, and asked, Do you really want to invite me? But EMP may not be able to deal with powerful extraterrestrial civilizations. How can you know if you don't try it? Louis asked. There are loopholes in advanced things. And I believe that God-level civilization is no exception. Back then, you used EMP to attack me, and you were successful. But back then the technology is much more advanced than your Europa. Seeing Peter pondering, Louis continued, Your grandson is 5 or 6 years old. Right. Like you. He is also a part of civilization. The survival of civilization is related to everyone's life and death. Okay. You don't need to say it. I understand this, Peter said. But I have requirements. You say, put me on the staff. Of course. I will pick you up now. Your grandson will be taken care of by the robot. Don't worry. An unmanned hover car drove over, and Peter got into the car without changing his clothes. The car drove him to the staff headquarters. At the same time, the central database about the Eurobad data of that year appeared on the car. Peter was sitting in the car. Start searching. Peter carefully searched the vast amount of data and said, I haven't been exposed to the Europa database for 19 years, so it may take some time. Lu Yi's virtual image appeared in the car and said, It doesn't matter. Look for it slowly. The enemy will have at least 5 days to reach us. Maybe longer. Soon, Peter came to the staff headquarters. People in Star Castle were surprised when they saw him. Lu Yi introduced, the former leader of Eurobad. I believe he can play a certain role in winning this war. Role? Apart from Peter, White was the only one in the staff who was originally from Eurobad, and was once his enemy. But he was simply not there. There were only 2 people in the staff for the time being, Jiang Haowei and Le Rong. Lu Yi introduced him. Here, Peter saw that Jiang Haowei and Le Rong were just virtual images. So he was stunned and asked, Why are they virtual images? Didn't they come? Jiang Haowei took the initiative and said, We are virtual characters in the computer. Le Rong glared at him and said, What are virtual characters? We are also real. Okay. Before Jiang Haowei could speak, Peter said, It doesn't matter. Just use your own consciousness. Isn't our Archangel of the Magic Sword also a machine? But it can save human civilization. And it also allows us to live very comfortably. Peter spoke English, and referred to Lu Yi as it. After speaking, Peter found a chair, called up the database and continued searching, completely ignoring the 2 people in the virtual image. Lu Yi said, That's right. I'm thinking about whether I can use EMP to attack the enemy. Jiang Haowei said doubtfully, EMP? I know this. It was mentioned in a game that an EMP attack caused global communications to be interrupted. Electronic equipment became unusable, and even the red dot sight lost its function. And a large number of helicopters and aircraft were destroyed. The crash was very domineering, but it required strong energy support. And it still happened in the atmosphere. And the enemy had no effective precautions. However, this isn't space. The battlefield is fully 3-dimensional and has a wider range. And our enemies are many times more powerful than us. It is impossible for them to not have effective EMP prevention measures. Peter turned back and rolled his eyes at him, and continued searching in the database. Louisa said, What you said makes sense, but humans in the past really used EMP to effectively attack civilizations with eternal technology. And it was very effective, although it only lasted a few minutes. So I want to see if you can't find relevant information, you might as well give it a try. Jiang Haowei said, If it works, well, you might as well give it a try. After searching for about half an hour, I finally found it, Peter said. It's encrypted here. No wonder you can't find it. Can you decode the password? Louis asked. Of course, Peter said. The Europa database is passed down from generation to generation by successive leaders and cannot be decrypted. How can I be the leader of Europa? Peter was indeed the leader of Eurobad at the beginning, but because he snatched Lu Yi's machine heart, he was attacked by Lu Yi's men, which aroused internal opposition to him in Europa, and White's uprising began. Later, Europa changed owners, and White was the leader of Eurobad alone. Later, Europa was merged into the Demon Sword and changed to Europa Town. Until now, the real mayor of Europa has always been White. Pete has always been worried about this. The reason why Peter said this was to show that he was the legitimate leader of Europa, and White was not. However, now that Europa has been fully integrated into the magic sword, people's lives are many times more comfortable than before. So they are no longer dead. The Europa on satellite. Hearing him say that he could decrypt Europa data, Louis couldn't help but think of another question. A very important question. Chapter 177 Halo 7 The serious issue Lu Yi was thinking about was his life experience. Eurobari had pure information about Ouyang. Lu Yi originally heard from White that after Ouyang Chun died in an accident, all his information was lost. But he did not say whether there would be records about Ouyang Chun in these encrypted data. And Lu Yi had never thought of this. Now I heard Peter talking about the reason why Europa Data encrypted the data. And he could decrypt it. So Lu Yi thought of this. He has the ability to process data in parallel with multiple processes. While communicating with Pete, he was already scanning the encrypted data synchronously. There may or may not be secrets about his life experience in these encrypted data. But when he actually faced these encrypted data that were about to be opened and had a high possibility of unlocking his life experience, he hesitated. He didn't know what his past life was like. He used to eagerly want to know. But now he is afraid. However, the most urgent task is to unlock the function of EMP weapons. In fact, it is not that there are no EMP weapons in the weapon technology of the magic sword, but it cannot effectively deal with the eternal civilization. However, the EMP weapons recorded in the Eurobad weapon library can deal with the eternal civilization, but they need to be increased. Just set the energy. This is a piece of encrypted data. The method of decryption is very simple. Peter puts his right palm into the virtual data array and accepts the palm print scan. It only takes a moment to announce that the secret has been successfully revealed. All the EMP weapon information recorded in Europa was displayed, and Lu Yi and Giada began to study this information together. With detailed data records, Lu Yi took a second to read it, and immediately began to mobilize the factory spacecraft to produce micro-EMP nuclear bombs. At the same time, this new type of EMP nuclear bomb is displayed in front of everyone. This is a miniature nuclear bomb with a length of only 1 meter. When detonated, it will produce a powerful pulse electromagnetic explosion in a small range, which can seriously affect the enemy's disciple equipment, causes enemy equipment to be disabled. Jiang Haowei asked, "Are there any defensive measures for this kind of electromagnetic explosion?" Lu Yi said, "Of course there is, but it takes time. According to my prediction, such a pulse bomb can only cause equipment paralysis for 5 minutes at most." Jiang Haowei asked again, "Would it affect my equipment while attacking the enemy?" "Yes," Lu Yi said, "but we have prepared prevention mechanisms in advance, so the impact will not be too great." "Understood," Jiang Haowei said, pacing in place, as if thinking about something. "What's wrong? Have you thought of anything?" Lu Yi asked. "Yeah, but not very mature," Jiang Haowei said. "You might as well talk about it." "Okay, let me tell you," Jiang Haowei said. "The enemy's combat power is stronger than ours, but the number of combat units is far less than ours. The detection revealed that they only have 10,000 battleships, although we only have more than 1,000 battleships. Mothership. But we have a massive 100 million battle flies." Peter interjected. "Do you think the other side only has 10,000 battleships and that's it? They don't have any fighter planes?" Jiang Haowei said, "It is indeed possible." "Lu Yi, can I see their appearance?" Lu Yi said. "It's too far away. We don't have a picture of the appearance yet. If it is small, it will be an independent battleship," Jiang Haowei said. "If it is big, it will have carrier-based aircraft. If there are carrier-based aircraft, the number will definitely be more than ours." But, when Jiang Haowei said this, he paused, seeing everyone looking at him. He said, "If we are forced to fight hand-to-hand, there is nothing we can do. Even if we can't do it, we have to do it head-on. Right, Lu Yi? How early can the electromagnetic pulse bomb be?" Electromagnetic pulse bombs, also known as EMP bombs, are just that the EMP bombs of the demon sword are more powerful than those of the people on Earth. Lu Yi said, "If nothing happens and we work at full capacity, we can produce 10,000 pieces every day. I'll go. Such a powerful productivity." Lu Yi smiled and said, "This is nothing. There are 100 million pieces of my magic sword inside. It only needs a few modifications before it can be put into battle. Before the enemy arrives, I can probably modify 100,000 pieces. With all my strength. If produced, there will probably be nearly 200,000 pieces by then. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going." Jiang Haowei called me 3 times in a row. "Lu Yi, you are too cheating." Lu Yi was embarrassed by what he said. In the real world, he is a virtual image. But in a virtual world, he is a real person. You can see the changes in his expression. "Okay. Flattery will be filmed later. You can say what you think now." "Okay," Jiang Haowei said, This is what I think. There are 200,000 EMPs. Right. Install them on 100,000 warflies. 2 on each plane. 2? Louis said. The warfly is only about 5 meters long. If you let it carry 2 such large bombs, it will affect the flight speed. And our speed is not faster than them. I know. Jiang Haowei said. Only 100,000 warflies carry bombs, and the other 99.9 million warflies do not. So overall, there will not be much impact. And these 100,000 warflies carrying bombs need to be escorted by another 99.9 million warflies without bombs. If they are mixed together, how can the enemy detect them? Okay, you continue. Jiang Haowei continued. These 100,000 warflies carry 200,000 EMPs. They will launch one when approaching an enemy warship, and then crash another one behind them. Crash one? How do you say that? Louis didn't quite understand. Yes, Jiang Haowei said. Bring a bomb to ram the enemy's warship. It's a joke, Pete said. Do you think it was a suicide attack on the Pearl Gang during World War II? You were killed by close-in defense guns before you even got close to the enemy ship. It's possible, Jiang Haowei said. But don't give up just because it's difficult to get close. It doesn't matter even if our warfleet just hits the shield of the enemy ship. It will detonate the EMP and generate an electromagnetic storm. Even if it's just inflicting partial and temporary paralysis on the enemy can buy our army valuable time. Peter said no more, and Laurent remained silent. She didn't know much about this, so she could only look at them and talk. Louis thought, but his thinking speed was too fast. In nanoseconds, he thought for a long time, but for everyone, it was an instant. So when Jiang Haowei finished speaking, he could take over the words immediately. In fact, he had been thinking for a long time. A full 4 nanoseconds. 1 nanosecond longer than usual. But I heard Louise say, your method is a method. Just a method? Jiang Haowei asked, slightly disappointed. He thought his method would be a good one. Louise said, but it can be improved a little bit. Chapter 178 Halo 8. Louise slightly improved the EMP attack plan proposed by Jiang Haowei. That is, from 100,000 warflies carrying 200,000 magnetic explosive bombs to 200,000 warflies, each carrying 1. Magnetic explosive bombs are electromagnetic pulse bombs, or EMP bombs. Note, please do not compare with current technology's electromagnetic pulse bombs. The Battlefly is the smallest air combat unit used by the Demon Sword in interstellar warfare. The aircraft length is no more than 5 meters, and the length of a magnetic blast bomb is only 1 meter. Originally, it would be no problem for the Battlefly to carry a few more bombs. But for the sake of the Battlefly's maneuverability, the performance has been reduced too much. So I only carry 1 Battlefly per aircraft. And the most magic swords are warflies. 100 million are enough. In the event of an interstellar war, these 200,000 warflies will fly together with the other 99.8 million warflies to carry out aircraft-C tactical attacks on enemy ships. A large number of other warflies will cover these 200,000 warflies, rush to the nearest distance of the enemy, and then detonate magnetic bombs, causing temporary malfunctions on the enemy's warship equipment, thus creating opportunities for a large number of warflies to break through the warship shields. It also creates opportunities to completely defeat the enemy. While Liu Yi was discussing strategic deployment with everyone, the factory spaceships in the Legion were already vigorously producing magnetic explosive bombs and transforming old magnetic explosive bombs. The monitoring of the enemy fleet continues, and at the same time, it is also waiting for the next message from the enemy. Several staff officers in the real and virtual worlds also took turns to be on duty in the staff department. Pete also joined the staff department. Due to his arrival, he almost had sex with White, but they finally reconciled after everyone stopped him. After replying to the first message, about 10 hours later, the enemy's second message came over. That's good. You continue to maintain your current speed, and we will catch up and join you in chasing down the humans who slipped through the net. Liu Yi exchanged opinions with several people on the staff team and said, it seems that the Eternal Man does know that there are humans fleeing to Alpha Planet. Cheng Yao said, so our initial migration route was Wolf 359, and it seems to be correct now. Based on the intelligence observed in the past few days, and a few exchanges of information with unknown enemies, Liu Yijin summarized it and came to the following conclusion. First, the alien civilization they are currently targeting belongs to the Eternal Civilization. This is correct, but its technological level will definitely not be the most advanced in eternity. Second, the Eternal Civilization contains multiple branch civilizations, and the current enemy is one of them. Its technological level is not the highest, but it is definitely higher than the Demon Sword. At least, they can create wormholes. Third, the creation and placement of wormholes is not random. Otherwise, they would put the wormholes directly on the journey of the magic sword, so that they would catch up with the magic sword faster. Fourth, the enemy knew that the people on Earth had slipped through the net during this Hessian attack, and that their escape route was Alpha Star, i.e. Alpha Centauri, or Nanmen 2. But they did not know who this fugitive human being was, what it looks like, as well as the exact time and route of escape. The universe is vast, and even if you know its route, you may not be able to find your goal on this route. 5. So according to the fourth point, the enemy is very likely to set a trap on Alpha Star, waiting for the fleeing humans. But this will be 2,500 years later, because the speed of the Wanderer civilization is too slow. Therefore, the Demon Sword now needs to adjust its course to Alpha Star, and destroy the pursuing enemies on the voyage, or get rid of its tracking, and at a certain time, change its course again, and turn around to Wolf 359. As for the second message sent by the enemy, Louis discussed with several people from the staff and decided to reply with, "Okay, message again, thank you for your kindness. Then let us work together to send the message that exists in the solar system. Let this inferior civilization be completely wiped out." The reason for replying like this is to dispel the enemy's suspicion. After that, this enemy sent another message, "Why is your speed so slow?" Munchkin replied, "Because we are just getting started." Through understanding, we know that the eternal sub-civilizations are upgraded through the heart of the machine, so its sub-civilizations will have an early stage of construction, which is the case with the Demon Sword now. Such communication has been established between the magic sword and the unknown enemy. But every time a message is sent, it takes a long time to be received by the other party. However, as the distance between the two increases, the time for this communication is gradually shortened. After 15 days of discovering the enemy for the first time, the Demon Sword was finally caught up by this unknown enemy. During this 15-day journey, the magic sword traveled 27 Australian dollars, passing the orbit of Saturn and the orbit of Uranus, and was almost reaching the orbit of Neptune. Neptune's average distance from the Sun is about 4.5 billion kilometers, which is about 30 Australian dollars. Note, 1 AU is almost equal to 150 million kilometers. That is, 1 astronomical unit is the average distance of the original Earth from the original Sunday. In the combat headquarters, 11 people from the two worlds, plus Louis and Giada, a total of 13 people, witnessed the Eternal Fleet. A total of 10,000 luminous battleships surrounded the Demon Sword Legion. Each of them was as large as it's not very big, no more than 100 meters at its longest. In addition to Louis and the people in the headquarters, who saw such a spectacular sight, I hope everyone in the Star Castle witnessed it all. Due to the close distance, it is more convenient for both parties to communicate, and there is no need to wait for delays in information exchange. And the other party also sent a video connection request. After Louis and Giada communicated for 3 nanoseconds, in order not to arouse suspicion, they agreed to have a video call with them. But Louis turned off the camera here. After the video call was established, there was a cool screen in the war room that displayed the images of both parties. The other party's image turned out to be a large ball of light that was constantly changing. Through communication with Giada, Louis knew in advance what the Eternal people looked like. Their human beings all had luminous shapes, so Louis could adapt. The screen on the right shows one side of the magic sword. It doesn't look like a person, but a sound wave diagram. The communication speed of the Eternal people is very fast, basically measured in milliseconds. Since they are not a machine civilization, they cannot achieve the communication speed of 1 nanosecond like Louis. But as a human civilization, the millisecond level communication speed is already terrifying compared to humans. Eternal civilization, like Earth civilization, belongs to human civilization. Advanced intelligent life civilizations similar to human civilization are called human civilization to distinguish them from machine civilization and other types of civilization that may appear in the future, including Zerg civilization, form of civilization. As for the communication between the two, you can only see the luminous objects and wave patterns on the cool screen constantly changing, and you can't hear what they are saying at all. Chapter 179 Halo 9. The millisecond level communication between Louis and the enemy was almost complete, and he said to everyone, "This is a sub-civilization of the Eternal Civilization, and its name is Cicada. Cicada? Everyone was puzzled. In the universe, more than 10,000 luminous battleships were still flying around. Shang Wanyu said. Yes. Actually, they are not eternal people, but light insects. Lightworm? Jiang Haowei asked. What the H.L. is a lightworm? It is an advanced cosmic creature, Shang Wanyu said. It uses its own body to fly in space. Its body is a spaceship, and its body is a weapon. Le Rong pointed to the luminous warships on the screen and asked in surprise. You mean those luminous ones are all bugs? Yes. Light bugs. To be precise, light cicadas, Shang Wanyu said. They are cosmic creatures cultivated by eternal people. They are very powerful. They are very loyal to their mother civilization and will never betray them. They are very difficult to deal with it. Then what are they going to do now? Le Rong asked. They will fly with us to Alpha Star and rob and kill wanderers on the road. If they don't meet any wanderers, they will wait after arriving at Alpha Star. Jiang Haowei said. This won't work. We can't waste time with these bugs. Everyone agrees that they must not be accompanied by these bugs and fly to places they don't want to go, without risking their identities being exposed at any time. The light cicada is a cosmic creature with the ability to travel between stars. Its maximum speed is 5x, which is 0.05 times the speed of light and 2.5 times the magic sword. Speed determines strength. In this universe, the faster the speed, the stronger the strength. Do you have any good suggestions? Louis asked. Ari said. Do it. Louis nodded and said. We must do it. But the premise is to preserve our own strength. We can't fight head-on. Although we have more troops than them, our strength is not as good as theirs. And the EMP plan may be in vain. They are Zerg. Their aircraft are their own bodies. There are no electrical components, so EMP may not be able to deal with them. I can't see, Jiang Haowei suddenly said. Oh, Louis asked. Do you have any good ideas? Jiang Haowei said. Microwave weapons. Microwave weapon? Louis asked doubtfully. Microwave weapons are also a type of electromagnetic pulse, EMP, weapons that can cause damage to biological organisms. Jiang Haowei said. As long as the existing EMP weapons are slightly modified, it will be fine. Each EMP has a miniature nuclear bomb inside, which generates an electromagnetic pulse to attack the enemy through a nuclear explosion. Louis immediately evaluated the proposal in the database. And the answer he got was actually feasible. There are 1 million ready-made microwave bombs in the Magic Sword's arsenal. The Magic Sword's microwave bombs are much more powerful than the microwave bombs developed by the people on Earth. Louis just thought for a moment. His moment was usually 3 nanoseconds. And then he thought about what to do. He decided to load all his 100 million warflies with magnetic explosive bombs. That is, EMP bombs. 1 million of them, the aircraft is loaded with microwave bombs. Each warfly carries only one. And each warfly has its self-destruction mode turned on. Once it comes into contact with the enemy shield, it will immediately detonate and self-destruct. Louis explained his tactical plan. And Gong Qiuchui said, Sir, that's 100 million. It took us more than 10 years to build so many. This is a suicide attack, Louis said. Anyway, we have plenty of resources. We can just destroy it and rebuild it. As long as we kill the enemy, we will do whatever it takes. I have already chosen the battlefield. The battlefield will be in the orbit of Neptune. Once the idea was decided, he began to make arrangements. Each mothership has a weapons depot, so the battleflies in each mothership do not need to come out. They only need to be operated by the robot inside to quickly load bombs. Regarding where to establish a battlefield to launch a counterattack against the enemy, several people in the staff debated. Everyone had different opinions. Nearly half of them said that it was too early to launch a counterattack in the orbit of Neptune, and that they should fly farther. Jiang Haowei in the virtual world and Gong Qiuchui in the real world strongly recommend fighting as early as possible. Jiang Haowei said, It's all about beating anyway. As long as we are ready, we will beat him as soon as possible. Finish the beating quickly, and leave quickly. AI Rui objected. He believed that the light should fly a further distance to allow the light cicada to completely relax its vigilance before growing. In that case, the result would be twice the result with half the effort. Finally, a referendum was held, and more than 1,200 residents quickly gave their answers, with half advocating early strikes and half advocating late strikes. When asked about Giada's answer is that each has its own advantages, and it is impossible to determine which one is better. It is about to reach the orbit of Neptune, but at this moment, it happens to be the closest to Neptune, when the magic sword passed through the orbits of Saturn and Uranus. It did not encounter the corresponding Saturn and Uranus. Louis quietly asked Laurent what to do. Laurent said, "When you are hesitant, just do what you thought at the beginning. My first thought was to do it on Neptune. Then do it on Neptune. Louis, go ahead and do it with confidence. No matter what the result is, I will support you." After deciding to take action in the orbit of Neptune, Louis announced the decision and told all the residents in the Star Castle. People's attitudes have become polarized. Some support, some wait and see, and some strongly oppose. They feel that the fate of mankind should not be left in the hands of a machine. They feel that this machine should be controlled by humans, and that only one leader should be chosen among the people to lead mankind to take charge of the magic sword. Laurent said, "Don't let human opinions influence your decision. You are now the leader of civilization and the archangel of the magic sword. Every decision you make is only responsible for yourself." Laurent wanted Louis to put down his burden and fight with peace of mind. So Louis finally decided to start killing the light cicada after arriving at Neptune. 10,000 glowing light cicadas. The smallest one was 100 meters long and the largest one was more than 500 meters long. Flew towards the orbit of Neptune together with the first legion of the magic sword. At this moment, the blue Neptune with a faint halo is gradually approaching. Louis began to change the formation of the legion and let the Star Castle fly to the center of the legion. Star Castle also has self-defense capabilities, including ship-based drones and ship-based guns. But it is still the weakest unit in the entire legion. Seeing Demon Sword adjusting its formation, Guangchan immediately sent a message and asked, "Why do you suddenly change your formation?" Louis replied, "This is just a routine derailment, which will happen frequently in future voyages." Louis started to ask each mothership to lock on the enemy again. And Guangchan asked again, "Why do you want to lock on me?" Louis couldn't help but cursed. How could he know all this? And said, "It's just an equipment test. Please don't worry too much." Chapter 180 Halo 10. The light cicada is a type of light insect. And the light insect is a cosmic creature cultivated by the eternal people of the eternal civilization. Therefore, strictly speaking, the light cicada is not considered a Zerg civilization, since it is a creature of the eternal man. The people of the Demon Sword call it the eternal man's pet. This kind of pet has powerful interstellar navigation capabilities and Star War power, which has attracted Li Yi's great attention. The leader of this light cicada is the largest among them, with a length of more than 500 meters. His name is Yingdamisu, and I don't know what it means. Louis released the lock on the light cicada army, and now it has entered the orbit of Neptune. The blue Neptune is very close. It does not have many rings. It is not as gorgeous as Jupiter. There are only 14 natural satellites, which are far away. It cannot keep up with the huge number of natural satellites of Jupiter's 79. And among the 14 natural satellites of Neptune, only Triton has a spherical shape with a diameter of 2,700 kilometers. The diameters of the other 13 natural satellites range from 40 to 400 kilometers. Since they are too small to form a sphere, they are all huge rocks with irregular shapes. At this time, a huge meteorite suddenly entered the Flying Legion. According to detection, it was found that this meteorite was actually Triton, a satellite of Neptune, with an average diameter of 82 kilometers. Because it is an irregular celestial body, so we could only calculate the average diameter. Louis felt that the time had come and began to release all the 100 million warplanes stored in the 119 star carriers. The leader of Guangchan, Yingdamisu, immediately sent a question. "Why are so many small aircraft suddenly released?" Louis replied, "Triton breaks into our Legion and causes gravitational interference. In order to keep the Legion's flight stable, it is necessary to release warflies for escort." Yingdamisu said again, "What's your reason? I can't explain it at all." Due to the huge number, 100 million warflies kept pouring out like beans. The area where the magic sword was located was filled with such small aircraft, densely packed and in an endless stream. Once the battlefly flew out of the mothership, it began to fly in a very regular spiral around the large aircraft. These large aircraft include motherships, star forts, or ships and factory ships. "I am the leader of the Qilin Legion, codenamed 6E, Louis said. "My legion is all machines, and I am just an ultra-high-speed optical quantum computer. I have my own operating mode, which is what the Eternal Master designed at the beginning. It's set, and I can't change it." Louis called the Eternal Man his master against his will. But he said in his heart, "What a bastard master. Sooner or later this so-called eternal civilization will be destroyed. seeing Triton flying over the Legion. The magic sword continued to release more battle flies, and most of the battle flies began to fly towards the surrounding light cicadas. Yinga Meza asked again, "Why is your aircraft flying over? Is it to attack me?" Louis immediately replied, "You are my ally. How could I attack you? This is to protect you. My detection equipment found that there is unknown gravity interference nearby. I am worried that there are unknown forces that are threatening your safety and mine." "Create a threat," Yinga Meza said. "How is this possible? There are only two of you and me in the entire solar system." "That's not necessarily true," Louis replied. "My detection equipment has detected a large number of UFOs approaching." "Where? Why didn't I find it?" Louis then sent a piece of forged false data. From this data, it can be seen that more than 1 billion UFOs are approaching rapidly, and the distance is less than 1 light minute. 1 light minute equals 60 light seconds is almost equal to 18 million kilometers. And it is flying over at a high speed of 10x, and will make contact in about 10 minutes. Yinga Meza said, "How is this possible? My detection ability is no worse than yours. I didn't find anything. Did your equipment malfunction? Your machines have never been reliable," Louis said. "But such information has been detected in our area. In order to ensure safety, I decided to disperse all the warflies. After the alarm is lifted, I will recall them all." 6E. "You idiot," Yinga Meza shouted. "Take back these flies of yours." "I'm sorry, Inje Masu," Louis replied. "This is not a fly. A fly is a living thing. I am a machine, and what I release are warflies. They will protect you. So don't worry." Louis and Yinga Meza had been communicating at millisecond speeds, so the two people spoke so fast that the people in the staff had no time to watch. But Giada had the speed to keep up, so she could see the two people chatting. But she just watched quietly and did not give any suggestions to Louis. The two insects pinched each other for a while, and Louis found that Guangchan didn't react to his further actions, but was still flying with him. Neptune also began to be left behind in the staff group. Although people could not hear what they were saying, they could see warflies flying all over the sky. Similarly, in the Star Castle, more than 1,200 residents were watching the live action closely and saw the magic sword. 100 million warflies were dispatched. Some exclaimed, some were surprised, and some opened their mouths in fear, not daring to speak, for fear that if they spoke, they would disturb those giant bugs flying in space and glowing. Of course, no matter how loud they speak, these light bugs cannot hear them. Louis has already arranged all the warflies. He divided the 100 million warflies into two parts. One part is 50 million large aircraft flying in a spiral around the Demon Sword's own legion to protect his unit. Safety. The other part was also 50 million, which was allocated to Guangchan's team. There are 10,000 light cicadas. Each light cicada, regardless of size, is assigned 5,000 battle flies. These battle flies are also flying in a spiral shape around the corresponding light cicada. After everything was deployed, Louis was not in a hurry to launch an attack. He had already flown out of the orbit of Neptune, and the unknown enemy that Louis had woven at the beginning did not appear. The leader of the light cicada, Yinga Meza, said, "Okay, 6E, it's time to remove your flies." "Yes, Warfly, you ugly monster." After Louis said this, he had already issued an order, and all the Warfly activated their shields. Yinga Meza asked, "What did you say?" "I'm telling you, you light maggot," Louis said. "Go to HL." While Louis was saying this, those warflies wrapped in light cicadas, oh no, they should be light maggots, began to fire at their corresponding enemies, and countless high-energy particle beams were fired at them. Shine towards these giant light bugs. Space has become a sea of light. Chapter 181, an interstellar war that lasted 3.1 seconds. The appearance of the light cicada does not look like a cicada. I don't know why it is called a light cicada. Its appearance is more like a luminous silkworm, but the size of this silkworm is too huge. But Louis thought it was more like a glowing maggot swimming in space, so he called it a light maggot. But Louis suddenly launched a surprise attack on Guangchan, which caught Guangchan a little off guard. High-energy particle beams launched by the Warfly hit Guangchan's shield in space, stimulating a stream of light. The ripples. Everyone who saw such a scene exclaimed, because this was the first time for everyone to see such a scene, and it was the first time for people to witness such an interstellar war. 1.2 seconds after the 50 million battle flies launched their attack, All the light cicadas saw a row of holes on both sides of them. The holes were like the pores left by the chicken feathers being plucked from the surface of chicken skin. A very neat row. There was a row on each side of the light cicada. And there were more than 100 holes, like this in each row. Louis knew that it was about to start a counterattack. So he quickly communicated with Giada. And Giada agreed with him. Louis began to control each battle fly in the battle to avoid the direction facing the holes. At 1.4 seconds after the war started, all the holes of the light cicadas were deployed. At 1.5 seconds, the light cicada team began to counterattack, spraying out high-energy particle beams. After the magic sword launched a sudden attack, and before Guangchan launched a counterattack, the two started a millisecond conversation. Guangchan's leader Yin Gamasu asked, "Why are you attacking me?" Louis replied, "Because you are the enemy of mankind, and I am the patron saint of mankind. What kind of eternal civilization? Oh Nima, I will destroy you here today." Yin Gamasu, "Shameless liar! You actually deceived me. Stupid bug. Idiot. Today your demon sword grandpa is going to beat all the bug shit out of you. You fat maggot in the latrine. You should go back to the latrine and not show up in the universe." Louis actually started to insult, not allowing Yin Jiemi-so to refute. And Yin Jiemi-so had no business interrupting. Yin Gamasu is the leader of this light cicada, and his information exchange speed is at the millisecond level, while Louis is a machine civilization, and his communication speed is at the nanosecond level. 1 millisecond equals 1 million nanoseconds. In other words, Louis's information flow exchange speed is 1 million times that of Yin Jiemi-so. The light cicada is a light-based creature. No matter how light it is, its information flow speed cannot reach the speed of light. Louis is a light quantum computer, and its information flow speed can completely reach the speed of light. Therefore, this is the mystery of the light cicada. Incomparable to Old Man, Louis kept sending all kinds of insults and launched attacks. Moreover, his insults are in broadcast mode and can be received by all Guangchan units in the battlefield. Just insulting her wasn't enough. So Louis began to send a massive amount of messages. All kinds of messy messages. There is an independent star network in Star Castle, which is the civilian information network for Star Castle residents. It is equivalent to our internet. Louis will send all kinds of information on the star network out at once, regardless of whether the light cicada can understand it or not. And Yin Gamasu kept asking, "What are you doing? What are you posting? What? What?" Louis wanted to fight an information war with it. Anyway, his calculation speed was fast, and he didn't care about so much information. Once Guangchan launched a counterattack, some warflies began to be hit. Although the warflies also had shields, they were small in size and had little energy, so they could be killed with one shot. Seeing Guangchan launch a counterattack, at 1.6 seconds, Louis issued a suicide strike, and the warfly that was close to Guangchan directly hit Guangchan's shield. Due to the arrangement from the beginning, the warfly can hit the shield very easily, and once it hits, it will detonate the mounted magnetic bomb. There is a miniature nuclear bomb inside this magnetic explosion bomb, which is equivalent to the explosive power of 10,000 tons of T*T. Each light cicada faces the siege of 5,000 warflies, and each warfly carries the total of magnetic storm nuclear bombs, with an equivalent of 10,000 tons is equivalent to 50 million tons. The most powerful Big Ivan in human history was only 50 million tons. This is equivalent to Louis giving Guangchan's team 10,000 Big Ivans. The explosion power of nuclear bombs in space is far less powerful than that in the Earth's atmosphere. But what if there are more of them? Louis had prepared so many nuclear bombs. But the premise is that you must be close to the enemy in order to maximize the power of nuclear bombs. Otherwise, no matter how powerful or numerous your nuclear bombs are, it will be in vain. And now Louis has done this. I saw gorgeous petals of light exploding around each light cicada, which were bloomed by the explosion of a magnetic storm nuclear bomb. At 1.7 seconds, the first light cicada was destroyed and appeared in space like a big glowing hedgehog. Then it exploded, emitting a dazzling light. The energy carried by each light cicada is equivalent to that of a Big Ivan. And how can one Big Ivan withstand the self-destructive bombardment of 5,000 Big Ivans? At 1.8 seconds, Louis changed his strategy and no longer sacrificed so many warflies. The warflies that had not had time to self-destruct began to evacuate their corresponding light cicadas. Because at this time, Louis had realized that the so-called eternal pet light cicada is not as powerful and scary as imagined. Starting from the 1.9th second, light cicadas were being destroyed continuously. Not only were the warflies attacking the light cicadas, all ship units had their own plasma cannons, so the entire battlefield was filled with all kinds of high-energy weapons. The particle beam makes you feel like you are in a glorious disco. It's just that this disco is so big that it stretches for 2 million kilometers. It is equivalent to 5 times the distance from the Earth to the Moon. Unfortunately, neither the Earth nor the Moon exist now. Some of the light cicadas that had not yet been destroyed began to flee the battlefield. But Lu Yi would never let one go and let the surrounding warflies pursue them with all their strength. Moreover, every light cicada is densely surrounded by a swarm of battle flies. The battle flies that block its path will never flinch. If you want to break out of the siege of battle flies, you could only hit them head-on, and the impact is to receive them. The bombardment of a large number of magnetic storm nuclear bombs. Yinga Meza sent a message. "Oh my god! What on earth did you do?" Lu Yi continued to send massive amounts of spam messages, mixed with a message that kept repeating, "You are a bug? You are just a bug. Where did you come from so much nonsense?" At 2.5 seconds, half of the light cicada team headed by Yinga Meza had been destroyed, and the speed was expanding at a subtle speed. At 2.9 seconds, Yingasa was killed, and at 3.1 seconds, the light-based insect swarm composed of 10,000 light cicadas was wiped out. This is the first interstellar war of the Demon Sword, and it is also the first interstellar war of Lu Yi. It lasts for 17 days from the discovery of the enemy to the end of the battle. The Demon Sword has made 17 days of pre-war preparations for this. The entire war lasted only 3.1 seconds from the outbreak to the end. Chapter 182 Alpha Crystal Spirit Insect. The interstellar war lasted for 3.1 seconds. The first interstellar war in the history of Demon Sword. Also known as the Halo War. A few people from the staff group, as well as more than 1,200 residents in the Star Fortress, just blinked their eyelids twice, and the war was over. Before the war, Lu Yi would discuss with the staff members and the residents of Star Castle and collect their suggestions. But if the war really broke out, he would have no time to discuss with them. Because for him, this war means every one instructions and every decision are made in nanoseconds. 1 ns equals 1/10000000000s. That is, 1 second equals 1 billion nanoseconds. Lu Yi only said, "It's over. Everyone is in the dark. How come it ends right after it starts?" I saw balls of light everywhere on the battlefield, with no end in sight. But no more beams of light were seen. Lu Yi only said one sentence and said nothing more, because he had more important work to do, which was to clean the battlefield, summarize the battle damage, and repair after the war. I saw that his virtual image was frozen. In the virtual world, it was a real person. I didn't understand the instructions, but this freeze only lasted 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, Lu Yi had already prepared battle damage statistics. Even if he quickly wiped out the enemy in 3.1 seconds, the Demon Sword suffered serious trauma, losing 12 million battlefly attacks, and other ships were all destroyed. There are varying degrees of damage, but the problems are not major and can be repaired quickly. At the moment the war ended, the residents inside the Star Fortress felt the violent vibrations of the Star Fortress. Those pessimists actually started crying, thinking that the end of the world was coming and the magic sword would be buried in this interstellar war. However, the vibration only lasted for a few seconds before calmness returned, followed by the triumphant news brought by Lu Yi. It was over. Before people enter into the joy of victory in the war, they first have to accept the test of confusion and uneasiness. The entire First Demonic Sword Legion did not slow down because the war was victorious, but continued to fly towards the defense line in the direction of Al at the same speed and on the original route. The destroyed light cicada remains continued to fly according to inertia. Most of the wreckage cannot be recovered, and Lu Yi doesn't care. He tries to recover what can be recovered. All the battleflies began to return, flying back to their respective motherships, and received maintenance after entering the interior of the mothership. At the same time, we must continue to observe the surrounding environment to prevent enemies from slipping through. As for the wormhole in the north, it disappeared more than 10 days ago, so it is certain that we will not encounter enemies again for the time being. At the 7th second after the war ended, countless starlights suddenly appeared on the entire battlefield. These starlights were very small luminous objects, each less than 10 centimeters in length. They permeated the entire battlefield. According to preliminary calculations, there were no less than 500 demerits, a huge number of billions. Some of them flew back quickly. Some continued to fly forward with inertia. Some accelerated and flew forward. Some were aimlessly flying in space, and some were attached to various parts of the magic sword, on board similar ships. What's more, some actually flew directly into the interior of the mothership. The mothership has an open construction model, with many honeycomb-like holes on the surface to accommodate the rapid entry and exit of battleflies. These motherships have shields, but these luminous objects can fly in through the shields. However, Louis detected that these luminous objects do not carry much energy, so they will not pose a threat to the flying units of the demon sword for the time being. I just don't know what these glowing things are. Louis and Giada had an, okay, communication. And Louis asked, "What do you think this could be?" Giada replied, "I have seen this thing before when I was still in eternity. After death, the light insect will have a soul that sublimates." "Soul? What on earth are you talking about, soul?" Louis immediately interrupted her. "According to your opinion, there are gods from time to time in this universe?" "No. Where did the soul come from? This soul is not that soul. What kind of soul is that? Please explain it clearly to me. This is a form of light bugs in the life and death process. Your previous life was a human race of carbon-based creatures, and light bugs are light-based creatures. So please do not use your thoughts of carbon-based creatures to see more advanced light-based creatures. Biology! Holy shit! Light-based ones are more advanced than carbon-based ones? Of course. Okay then. Continue talking about your light-based soul." "Yes, sir," Giada said. "This soul is not the soul of ghosts and gods and myths and legends. It is a form of the light bug after its death. It no longer has the original thoughts and memories of the light bug, so it will not treat you. Causes a threat. Its core is an energy body called Alpha Crystal." "What the H.L. is that?" Louis asked. Giada said, "Alpha Crystal is not called that in the Eternal Civilization. The reason why I call it Alpha Crystal is entirely to adapt to the name of you people on Earth. Alpha Vigilance has certain attributes and memories of the light bug during its lifetime." "So what?" Giada said. "It is of great significance. Using the heart of the machine to refine it will refine some of the attributes of the light bug when it was alive. The refinement of these attributes is also random. If you are lucky, you will refine attributes that our magic sword does not have." "Huh. That's interesting," Louis said. "This is just like playing a game." "What game?" "I don't know what game it is, but many games have similar settings, such as refining monsters and pets. If you are lucky, you can make babies with particularly high attributes. But if you are unlucky, you can only make rubbish babies." "Sir, this is not a game. Nor is this pet training. This is the refining of light bug attributes, which is sometimes done with special equipment," Giada said. "I suggest collecting them." Louis asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you won't pose a threat to the magic sword? I am also a member of the demon sword. If the demon sword does anything bad, I will suffer as well. So please believe me." "Okay. I believe you. Then let's collect these glowing dandelions, and then we'll train our pets." "It's not pet training, sir. The H.L. I just call it a training pet." "What's wrong?" "Well, you're the boss. You have the final say. Then this little guy that glows like a firefly or a dandelion, let's call it a spiritual insect." The luminous alpha crystal bugs produced after the death of light bugs were named spiritual bugs by Louis, and Bing began to collect them. The method of collection is not deliberate. After all, the scope of this battlefield is too large. It only collects spiritual insects attached to the ship's shield and outer SHL, as well as those that permeate the inside of the shield and enter the interior of the ship. The first legion of the demonic sword continued to fly forward, and the next plan was to choose a suitable time to change course after entering the Kuiper Belt. Chapter 183 After the War. This is a skyscraper. From the top of the building, you can overlook the city as if you are in the clouds. At this moment, two people are sitting on the top of this skyscraper. Louis said, "The war is finally over. 17 days and nights." Laurent leaned into his arms. Who knew that this vast interstellar war only lasted 3.1 seconds? Could this be an interstellar war? Could we encounter more similar interstellar wars in the future? Louis was full of ambition. "I don't know what the future will be like. But Laurent, it will take 800 years to go to Wolf 359. I will spend 800 years on this voyage. It's really long," Laurent said with a sigh. Louis said, "I don't care about this long interstellar journey now. But I care about you." Laurent asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with me? Human lifespan is only about 100 years. And it is impossible to live to 800 years. I'm sorry, Louis. I can't stay with you for that long. Larong said with an apologetic expression. No, Larong. The star is incomplete without you. I want you to always be by my side. Then you're not the world lord? Larong said. You can change the rules of the world. For example, change my lifespan to immortality. Hee hee. Isn't that okay? Louis shook his head and said, I tried it. But it doesn't work. This world model has been set early. Many things cannot be modified, such as lifespan, world suspension, and infinite repetition to retain memory. None of these can. As for what I can do in infinite, do you retain memory during repetition? That is also a special case. Because I have the consciousness of my lifetime. Louis told a cruel reality. That is, Larong is a code group generated by a computer program. She has self-awareness but no conscious body. So she cannot extend her lifespan and cannot survive when the world is suspended. Or in other words, even if the world is suspended or restarted, you will still be your original self. In other words, if you pause or restart, all code segments are equivalent to death. And rebirth after death is not the original self in a strict sense. In the same way, even if infinite repetition is turned on, it is impossible to retain the memory like Louis. What should we do? Larong asked helplessly. There is only one way, Louis said. Continue to slow down the running speed of the virtual world, as before, so that the time flow speed becomes 86,400 times. But now it is the reverse situation. If it is set up in this way, it will take 800 years for the magic sword to travel to Wolf 359. But only 3.5 days have passed in the virtual world. Similarly, if you think backwards, if Larong lives in the virtual world for another 80 years, 7 million years will have to pass in the real world. And 7 million years is just a fleeting moment on the scale of the universe. But Louis hasn't thought about it that long yet. He only thinks about the next 800 years now. The best way at present is this. During the long 800-year journey to Wolf 359, he will rarely come to the virtual world. During these 800 years, the virtual world only lasts for 3.5 days. In other words, Larong only needs to spend 3.5 days alone. So Larong said, It's only 3.5 days. As long as you are not allowed to like other women in your world for 800 years. Please, dodge yeah, Louis said. In the real world, I'm just a machine. Okay, why do I like women? Then you are not allowed to like other female machines. Female machine? Louis couldn't help laughing. This is the first time I've heard of the term female machine. Isn't Giada just a female machine? Jade? Giada. Louis continued to laugh. She is a serious machine. And I am a machine with a human soul. Do you think it is possible for the two of us? Besides, two machines are in love. Do you think it's funny? Larong laughed and said, It's so funny. The two of them cuddled together and admired the noisy city scenery. Larong said, Louis, you should go back. The war has just ended and everything needs to be replanned. Hey, it's just a pain for you. You have to be alone. Complete the 800-year journey through the universe. Louis returned to the real world. The time flow settings of the real world and the virtual world were reversed. The virtual world would run at a speed 86,400 times that of the real world. 800 years in the real world and 3.5 days in the virtual world. After the war, some of the remains of the battlefield and the alpha crystal spirit insects were collected, while most of the others were abandoned. The magic sword flew according to its original route, targeting Alpha Planet, and passing through the orbit of Pluto at its next stop. As for when to change lanes and go to Wolf 359, it will be decided separately. The next thing Louis has to do is to deal with the pessimism and distrust shown by many residents in the Star Castle when the war is approaching, and even encourage the people to seize Louis' supreme leadership. It is up to humans to manage the magic sword. Louis felt that he had been too good to mankind in the past 19 years. During these 19 years of peace, people lived peacefully and happily without anything happening. But at the critical moment, problems arose. A large number of people simply regardless of the overall situation. He only cares about himself and has no sense of collective honor. Therefore, Louis feels that if he encounters anything in the future, he does not need to discuss it with humans. When he is hesitant, he can discuss it with a few people in the virtual world. They will support him unconditionally no matter what the situation is. For this reason, he needed to explain this matter to people. So one day after the magic sword left the orbit of Neptune, he delivered a speech to all the residents of Star Castle. There were big screens everywhere in the streets, playing it. Everyone has a digital terminal and can also see Lu Yi's speech. Devil Sword Civilization. 1,200 human residents of the Hope Star Fortress. H. Lo. I am the highest authority executor of the Demon Sword. Lu Yi. Lu Yi started his speech. Through this Halo War, many bad things about you humans have been exposed. I will provide you with superior living conditions. Otherwise, I will give you a job and you can just eat, drink and have fun. But at the most critical time, the performance of many of you is very disappointing to me. I won't go into detail about this process. Those of you who complain and complain, and even those who want to overthrow me, I won't point out individually here. The first thing I want to say today is that among you, if anyone is dissatisfied with the Demon Sword, the current system model of the Demon Sword, or even dissatisfied with me, Lu Yi, you can leave here. I will never stop you. And if you choose to leave the Demon Sword, I will give you have a spaceship that can guarantee your survival. My demonic sword doesn't need those who like to stir up trouble, don't know unity, don't know gratitude, and are ambitious. Chapter 184 The Eris Moon and its Space Octopus Group. Lu Yi's sudden speech to the residents of Star Castle caused a lot of commotion in the crowd, although many people still expressed dissatisfaction with him. This dissatisfaction was much restrained than before. At the end of his speech, Lu Yijing concluded with, "Okay, I will build 10 spaceships, each of which has an ecosystem for 100 people to survive. Anyone who is dissatisfied with me can board these spaceships and leave the devil now. I will never keep the sword. If anyone is dissatisfied with me and clings to the magic sword, I will forcibly expel him without mercy." After that, Lu Yi ended his speech. Through this Star Wars, people showed that they were really angry with him. When they evacuated the Earth, Giada said that he could give up rescuing mankind, but he insisted on not giving up any of them. In the end, he still couldn't get anything good. After delivering his speech, he no longer summoned Chang'eo and other advisors to discuss. He now felt that it was better for him to decide the future development plans himself. After the war ended, they left the orbit of Neptune and flew over the orbit of Pluto for 24 hours, and began to enter the Kuiper belt of the solar system. Since Pluto was not at the closest distance, they did not encounter Pluto when they crossed the orbit of Pluto. Although Pluto's orbit intersects with Neptune's orbit, they are not on the same plane, so they will not collide. After another 4 days, it flew past the orbit of Haumea. Haumea is a dwarf planet outside Pluto with a diameter of 1,400 kilometers. It is also one of the 4 dwarf planets in the Kuiper belt. After flying over Haumea, it took another 5 days to fly through the orbit of Makemake. After flying past Makemake, continue flying forward. It will take another 5 days to reach the orbit of Eris. Pluto, Haumea, Makemake, and Eris are collectively known as the 4 dwarf planets in the Kuiper belt. Eris has a diameter of 2,300 kilometers, slightly smaller than Pluto, and is the second largest celestial body among the 5 dwarf planets in the solar system. There is also a dwarf planet Ceres, the smallest dwarf planet, in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. However, it is not known whether Ceres is still there during this solar blackout. Eris, 11, also known as Xena, and its international name Eris, is named after Eris, the goddess of discord in Greek mythology. The farthest distance from the Sun is 97 Australian dollars. The nearest is 37 Australian dollars, and the average distance is 67 Australian dollars. The current position is about 70 Australian dollars, which is equivalent to 70 times the distance from the original Earth to the Sun, which is about 10.5 billion kilometers. Eris's stellar structure is composed of approximately 70% silicate rock and 30% water ice, with a small amount of methane ice. The atmosphere is mainly nitrogen, and as it approaches perihelion, it also contains a small amount of methane gas. The air pressure is less than 10 pascals, less than 1/10,000th of the original Earth's air pressure. The gravity is 7% of the original Earth, much smaller than the Moon, which is 16%. Therefore, Eris, like all other discovered extraterrestrial planets, is not suitable for human survival. The huge First Legion of the Demon Sword is about to approach the orbit of Eris, and this time Eris is at the closest distance, so it may pass by Eris when it crosses the orbit. Lu Yi watched the front carefully. After the last Halo battle, he no longer called the residents of Star Castle for reference. This time, he had to face it alone. Eris has entered the field of vision. Lu Yi observes the front from the perspective of the Angel-class interstellar carrier Qilin. This is the 4th planet he has contacted after leaving the Earth, including Mars. Jupiter, Neptune, and the one in front of him, dwarf planet Eris. Other planets are not at the closest distance, so they cannot be encountered when crossing the orbit. 19 years ago, when it passed by Mars, it performed a Martian rescue. When it passed by Jupiter, it stayed for 18 years and was used for the construction of civilization. When it passed by Neptune, it participated in the first ever mission in history. Even though this interstellar war only lasted for 3.1 seconds, it still caused huge losses to him, including a total loss of 12 million battle flies. But this time after passing by Eris, Lou Eason said, "Please don't cause any trouble to me again." Eris was getting closer and closer, and it was about to pass by. Louis planned to change lanes and go to Wolf 359 after passing Eris. Mental prayer: nothing will happen to you. Murphy's Law: the more you worry about something, the more likely it will happen. Eris has a natural satellite, Eris, also known as Eris, or Dysnomia. The latter is named after Dysnomia, the daughter of Eris, the goddess of discord in Greek mythology, and Dysnomia, known as the goddess of lawlessness. The diameter of Eris is only 350 kilometers, because it is too small to form a sphere. It is an irregular celestial body, or it is a big rock. When the magic sword passed by Eris, the Eris moon was originally on the other side of Eris. At this time, it turned from the other side of Eris. The revolution period of the air moon is about 14 days. This speed is nothing compared to the current 1.5x speed of the demon sword. However, Louis felt the phenomenon of gravitational field disorder. Through calculations, he found that a large number of objects came from the air moon, flying over, and very fast. Louis immediately summoned Giada to come online and activated the host's supercomputing power to analyze the moon and the UFOs flying over the moon. The results came out very quickly. This analysis process only took a few nanoseconds. The result of the analysis was that there were about 5 to 8 million unknown objects flying over at a super high speed close to 2x. And the 350 kilometer diameter Eris moon was also starting to appear. It broke away from its original orbit and flew towards the first legion of the demon sword. "Hack!" Louis yelled. "What the hell is this? Planets can also fly?" Although Eris is the natural satellite of Eris, strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as a celestial body, not a planet, because it cannot constitute the most basic condition of a planet, which is a sphere. There was no time to think about it. In less than 3 seconds since the discovery of Yinyu, the true appearance of these unknown objects had been photographed. They were actually things that looked like octopuses, with multiple claws behind them, and they were moving quickly towards the legions. Fly over. Each of these space octopuses is only about 1 meter in size. They are completely black and have no power tail flames at their tails. But they are very fast. There is only one result of the exchange between Louis and Giada, and that is open fire. Immediately, endless battle flies flew out from their respective motherships and flew towards the approaching group of space octopuses, continuously emitting particle beams. Immediately, many octopuses were destroyed and exploded under the irradiation of the particle beam. However, these octopuses did not launch a counterattack. They might not have the ability to emit particle beams, or they might want to attack the Legion through physical impact. Louis couldn't figure it out. In short, Louis just couldn't let these ghosts enter the Legion. Through observation, we learned that the 350-kilometer-long Eris moon has now left its orbit around Eris and is flying towards Legion. Louis said, "Isn't this too ridiculous?" Chapter 185 Space Creature Minano. After being attacked, these space octopuses did not launch a counterattack, and they did not continue to fly over. They all changed their courses and flew around the Legion. Louis also immediately stopped the attack and let the flying warflies fly spirally to the respective motherships of the Legion. Looking at the Eris moon, it was also flying quickly behind the Legion. At this moment, the Legion had crossed the orbit of Eris, and Eris was also quickly moving away. Through investigation, Louis saw a horrifying scene. This horrifying scene came from the crescent moon, an irregular celestial body with an average diameter of only 350 kilometers. It is now behind the Legion. Following it closely, on the side facing the Legion, there are 2 large round things on it, which look very much like eyes. And behind it, they are like those octopuses, also dragging many long tail touches. After careful analysis, I found that those 2 things that looked like eyes were really eyes. Since it is an eye, it is a living thing, a huge space creature that travels too many kilometers in the universe and has a length of 350 kilometers, is much larger than the light cicada. The largest leader of the light cicada, Yingdamasu, is only over 500 meters long. But this supergiant octopus is actually 350 kilometers long, which makes Lu Yi think it is too incredible. All the small octopus retreated behind, surrounding the big octopus, merely following Lu Yi's magic sword army. Lu Yi asked Giada, "What the hell is this? Do you know?" Giada replied, "I don't know. You haven't seen it? Never seen it. You have been in the solar system for 200 years. Right. I haven't even seen you. It doesn't make sense," Giada said. "Eris is 70 or 80 astronomical units from the sun. It is a cold overseas dwarf planet. And Eris is so small. If I didn't know, it would be very normal. There is nothing surprising." As a natural satellite, her moon is indeed very small. But as a space creature, it is too huge. Lu Yi had never seen a larger space creature. For the space creatures he would see in his future interstellar journey, the big octopus in front of him was nothing. Let's not talk about it at this time. But let's talk about the big monster in front of us first. The exchange between Lu Yi and Giada had no results. And it was not like the last Halo battle. He had lost confidence in humans. He must consult them now. But he didn't want to ask them now. So he had to make his own decision. Since it was a living thing and could fly at such a high speed, it might be intelligent. Lu Yi tried to communicate with it and sent a message to the back. "Hello. Please register your identity and explain your intention." After the message was sent, it was waiting for a reply. After the message was sent, only 10 milliseconds passed before the big octopus responded with, "Okay." But the reply message was a bunch of messy gibberish. Lu Yi communicated with Giada again. "What is going on? Is there a language barrier between us?" "Obviously," Giada said. "It doesn't understand our communication code, and we don't understand its. What should we do?" "Send the language library dictionary," Giada replied. Lu Yi asked, "Can it understand if I send it the dictionary?" Giada replied, "I don't know either." "Okay, let's give it a try," Lu Yi said before sending the Demon Source Communication Dictionary. After another 10 millisecond interval, the big octopus replied to the message again. But it was still a garbled code that could not be understood at all. There was no way to communicate at all. However, he found that the big octopus's message was very strange. Completely different from the traditional message. Traditional digital information comes as a series of digital information. And after compilation, it becomes text, sound, image, or video, or various other digital formats. The signal of the big octopus is completely different. At the same time, the content of the first and second reading of a message are completely different. How is this going? But Lu Yi thought of one thing. The big octopus is a living thing, and the magic sword is a machine. Machines and humans communicate through photoelectric signals. And humans communicate on the phone and online through photoelectric signals, either wired or wireless. Photoelectric signals are data rehearsed in a linear manner, just like a line. So Lu Yi calls it linear communication, or one-dimensional communication. Even if the transmitted photoelectric signal is 32-bit or 64-bit digital information, there are still 32 lines or 64 lines. But biology is different. The thinking mode of biology is divergent thinking. There is no line or number arrangement. The giant octopus is a living thing. So the information it sends out is just like its thinking, which is also divergent and does not contain any digital signals. It was Lu Yi who regarded him as a machine. Therefore, the message it sends, even if it is the same message, will have different results after reading it multiple times. So how can we communicate with creatures with this nonlinear communication method? There is no voice call, let alone video call. Only radio wave communication. It suddenly thought of the light cicada. The light cicada is also a living thing. The reason why its message can be read by the magic sword is because it has a compiler program that directly converts the biological signal into a digital signal and sends it to Lu Yi. In this case, he retrieved the call records with Guanqinin's Misu 20 days ago, and finally found the compilation pattern. He sorted out the signal sent by the big octopus, and quickly found the pattern. Through these rules, a set of compilation programs were successfully produced. And then the information sent by the big octopus was, okay, translated through this set of compilation programs. The result was as follows: help me. The big octopus only sent 3 words, but they contained content information. Only then did Lu Yi understand that what it sent was a biological compiler, or a biological language dictionary. The giant octopus is a high-level intelligent creature, so it has a complex language library. This is different from the low-level creatures on the Earth. Low-level creatures are lingual. The so-called dog language and cat language can only be called tweets, not language. Now that the language barrier has been eliminated, Louis asked, "Please report your identity and intentions, and why you are seeking help." The big octopus soon replied, "My name is Minanu. I am an Onana creature. My energy is about to be exhausted. Can you give me some energy?" After Louis quickly analyzed its words, he asked, "You are wrapped in the moon star. Obviously you want to use this star as your energy supply. How can you say that you have no energy?" Chapter 186, Taking a Cute Pet into the Interstellar Space. Before Minana could answer, Louis asked again, "And since you have no energy, you can land on Eris and extract energy through mining?" Minana's answer was, "I don't have the ability to extract antimatter. So although I occupy the moon, I have no way to obtain energy. I am still following you with the only energy I have. If you don't give it to me, if you provide me with energy, I won't be able to fly for long." And how?" Louis asked. Minana replied, "And I will die soon. What does your death have to do with me?" Louis asked, "And I don't know if you have any ill intentions towards me." Minana fell silent and stopped talking. Louis had already made plans to give it energy. But Giada said, "Sir, I suggest you be more cautious. We don't know whether it is a threat to us at the moment." Louis also hesitated for 3 nanoseconds, and finally decided to help it, and issued an order to send an energy spacecraft, escorted by 10,000 battle flies, to slow down and fall behind, allowing Minana to catch up. Giada said, "Sir, you must be careful." Louis didn't answer her. He already had an idea and said to Minana, "I put an energy ship behind. You can go up and absorb it yourself. It's just plasma energy. I wonder if you can use it. Thank you for being so kind. I can do that," Minana said. Through inspection, Louis could see that the super-large octopus following behind suddenly split into 2 parts, as if a layer of skin had fallen off from it. After this layer of skin falls off, the other part is the original appearance of the Eris moon, an irregular celestial body with an average diameter of less than 200 kilometers. The Eris moon was originally 350 kilometers long. After being enveloped by Minano, it is now less than 200 kilometers long after being released. And that layer of peeled-off skin is Minano's true body. Once it breaks away from the moon, it quickly flies towards the lagging energy spacecraft. Although Eris has shrunk from 350 kilometers to 200 kilometers, Minano is not 150 kilometers long. Its main body is only about 30 kilometers long, and the tail trailing behind is more than 100 kilometers long. Once Minam was away from Eris, he accelerated and flew over, while Eris continued to fly forward with the help of inertia. There was a very long tube at the tail of the energy spaceship. After Minano flew over, she immediately opened her mouth and bit the tube and started sucking it. Louis' data showed that the plasma energy on the energy spacecraft began to be continuously sucked in by Minano. He ignored Giada and FA and went to support Minano. In fact, he was a little worried. What if Minano was like the Zhongshan wolf? This is a small energy spacecraft. It is only more than 100 meters long. It looked so small in front of Minano's huge body. More than half of the energy on board was absorbed by Minano in a short time. Minano's next move surprised Louis. It actually let go of its mouth and stopped sucking. The millions of larvae around her also flew towards it one after another. Everyone is attracted to it. Louis asked, "Why don't you eat it? Does it taste bad?" Louis calls it eating when it absorbs energy. But Minano is a space creature, so it can also be said to be eating. Minana said, "I'm full." Louis let the energy ship return to the Legion Q and said, "You are quite satisfied." Mina said angrily, "Thank you. I am alive again." Minano, who was separated from the moon star, did not return to the moon it was attached to, but continued to follow the magic sword. Due to the energy, it was lagging far behind, but now its speed has increased. But the larvae then it was never released, but was all absorbed into its body. "Why are you still following me?" Louis asked. "This is the first time in 193 years that I have seen another thoughtful unit. It seems that this Minano does not know that it is a machine civilization, nor does it know whether it is a single life or a group life. In this universe, whether you are a living thing or a machine, anything with consciousness and thoughts is life. So the magic sword is a living machine. Have you lived here for 193 years? Louis asked. The events mentioned by Minanu had been automatically translated into the common usage of Earthlings by the compiler. Why don't you leave here? Minana said. This place is too far from the sun, and the sunlight cannot satisfy my ability to absorb. I can't go anywhere without energy. But the sun has been destroyed. What? This is impossible. 19 years ago, Eternal Man launched a neutron star missile that hit the sun, causing the sun to explode, the Earth to be swallowed up, and Earth civilization to perish. Now the sun has collapsed into a neutron star with a diameter of only 30 kilometers. Oh my god. How could this happen? Minano seemed to be saying to herself, is the Earth civilization destroyed like this? I still want to visit the Earth one day. But the Earth is gone now. Go to the Earth to have a look? Then if the Earth is destroyed, and you have the ability, if you go to the Earth, what do you want to do? Destroy mankind? No, Minana said. I won't. I think you can. Minanu almost shouted. No, I would never. Okay, you can't. What are you going to do now? Aren't you going to go to your moon star? That's just a big rock in space that made me attached. I was originally on Eris, and I observed your arrival. I used up the last bit of energy to fly up to Eris, and then meet you. The sun has been destroyed. The Earth may be gone, and there is no point for me to stay in the solar system. Good Samaritan, just follow me. Okay? I don't dare to take you with me. I'm afraid you will pose a threat to me, Louis said truthfully. I won't. Please believe me. I just ask you to get some energy from time to survive. Why should I believe you? If you didn't believe me, you would have eliminated me long ago, and you would not have provided me with any relief. You have also seen that with your strength, I cannot fight you no matter what. Master, I just want to follow you. Behind you. I hope you can take me in. Okay? Louis couldn't help but secretly laugh. This space creature actually called out to his master and asked, are you really willing to follow me? Yes. Yes. I will follow you wherever you go. Are you sure you are not the Eternal Man's lackey? It's unfair. Master, do you think I'm like an eternal walking pet? Pet? Interesting, Louis said. I'm going to Alpha Planet. Do you want to follow me? It's a 400-year journey. Huh? This 1 inch. Chapter 187 Anana Zur Queen. Hearing that Louis was going to Alpha Planet, Minano was in trouble at that time. Louis said, why are you afraid? Then let's just say goodbye. Minanu immediately replied, no, I will follow you. Wherever you go, I will follow you. Master. Okay. In that case, I will take you, Louis said. But you are too big, and I don't have such a big spaceship, so you can only fly by yourself along the way. You are a living creature, flying in space non-stop for 400 years. I wonder if you will get tired, Minana said. I won't be tired. There is no resistance in the universe. I can fly for a while, and then rest while using the inertia to continue flying. Louis thought about it and asked again. It's a long way. Why are you still following me? Minana said. My strength is too weak. Following you is also a guarantee of strength. Okay. Think of me as your protective umbrella. Well, since you are following me, you should know who I am. I can't let you follow me in vain. My name is Demon Sword. Magic Sword? This is the name of my civilization. My civilization is Machine Civilization. How about it? When you know my identity, do you feel regretful? How could you let a machine be your master? Minano paused for a moment, then said, then you are also a machine with your own thoughts. I am willing to let you be my master. Okay, then I will briefly tell you about my Magic Sword civilization, Giada secretly reminded. Sir, is this really okay? Louis also replied to Giada. Don't worry. There will be no problem. Minano drank again and said, the demonic sword is the name of civilization. The executor of the highest power of civilization is called an angel, or archangel. That's me over there. Of course, I also have a name. My name is Louis. You all remember? Only, Master, you can also call me Sir. Yes, Sir, Lord Angel. Okay, now that you know me, it's time for me to get to know you. How did you live here for 193 years? How did you come here before? And where did you come from? Yes, Sir, I'm going to tell you right now, Minano said. Before I say anything, do you know about the Zerg race? Zerg? Louis asked, and at the same time asked Giada. Do you know the Zerg? Of course I know. Giada replied. According to the form of civilization, it is mainly divided into three types: humans, machines, and Zerg. Humans use tools, and machines themselves are tools, while Zerg does not use tools. This Minato said it is Zerg. It's possible. Minana followed up and said, yes, Zerg. Anata Zerg. A species of Zerg. 200 years ago, my mother body escaped to the solar system after experiencing a tragic interstellar war. And I was just her injured a soldier insect was left here. And many years later, I became a mother body and had my own larvae group. Your maternal body? Louis asked. Then where did your maternal body go? Earth. Earth? What year is it? Louis felt that there must be a big secret in its words. Yes, Earth, Minato said. That is 193 years ago. Louis calculated that it is now 2208. So 193 years ago was 2015. And the fatal bus incident occurred in 2016. It is possible that it would take a year to fly from the orbit of Eris to the Earth. So Minato's mother, which it says is its parent body, will arrive on Earth in 2016. So could Minam's maternal body be connected to the fatal bus? In fact, Louis thought of this casually. He knew that this possibility was unlikely. So how can we dig deeper intelligence from Minato? Louis asked again. Then what is your mother's name? Minato replied. My mother also has a name, called Dans. Through translation, Louis learned that Danzi means blood dance and Minato means beautiful. Louis said, you said that your mother Dans escaped to the Earth. There is no such record in the history of the Earth, Minato said. After Danz's mother body escaped to the Earth, she was seriously injured and her energy was exhausted. She must find the Blood Blade as soon as possible to survive. Blood Blade? What the hell is that? Minato replied. Looking for an Earthling host to parasitize. And this parasitized host is the Blood Blade. So Dance found a host on Earth and achieved parasitism into a human being. So no one could discover it. And therefore, there is no such record in the history of the Earth? Minato said. In principle, this is the case. But the host that is parasitized by the Zerg Queen Anata, that is, the mother, will become a Blood Blade, and will then evolve into a Blood Blade Queen. Blood Blade Queen? Louis asked doubtfully, which reminded him that he had heard of a game in the virtual world before. Li Jin introduced the story of a human being parasitized by the Zerg and becoming the Queen of Blades. So will the Blood Blade Queen mentioned by Minato have similar properties to the Blade Queen? Yes, the Queen of the Blood Blade, Minato continued. More powerful than the original Queen of the Zerg. I'm not on Earth, so I don't know if Danz's mother body has found a host or whether it has evolved into the Queen of the Blood Blade. I don't even know. I only know that since then, I have lost contact with Danz's mother, and there is no news about her anymore. Louis asked. Let me ask you, if one day we meet your mother, Queen Danz, and she wants to destroy us, what will you do? Minato said. Sir, I have never admitted that she is my mother. I can only say that she is the maternal body. This is just like your human cloning. It is impossible for a clone to call the cloned object his father or mother. He can only call her the mother. It is the father's body or the mother's body. And Danz abandoned me for nearly 200 years and did not contact me, let alone look for me. He separated me in this cold amount of money and spent 193 years alone. So if one day Danz really wants to attack you, I will stand on your side and regard her as my common enemy, because I am already a member of the Demon Sword. Very good. With your loyalty shown, I'll feel relieved. I have another question to ask you. My lord, feel free to ask. As long as I know something, I will definitely tell you. Louis searched for pictures of electric rays in the database. At the moment when he was chasing the river with his life-threatening bus in the virtual world, what he saw was the huge electric ray swimming past in the water. He sent the picture of the electric ray to Minato for her to see. But Minato's answer surprised him. Yes, she is Danz. Chapter 188 Blood Blade Queen. Minato, a space creature that she met by chance, never expected that Louis would learn an astonishing secret from its mouth. That is, the secret of the electric ray. And it was also a secret that he could not figure out. He always thought that the electric ray was just designed by Giada to take him to the postgraduate entrance examination. But what he didn't expect was that it really existed in reality. It was not an electric ray, but a space creature, Anata Zerg. This Anata Zerg also has a name called Danz, and is the queen of the Zerg. Since it is the queen, It will have strong reproductive capabilities and can give birth to an entire Zerg civilization. But the fact is that it did not. Otherwise, the Earth civilization would have been destroyed more than 190 years ago, and there would be no record of the Anata Zerg in the history of the Earth. From Minana's theory, Louis also grasped several important pieces of information. One of which is, it said that it and Queen Dans both belong to the Anata Zerg tribe, which means that there are other types of Zerg in this universe. Zerg. Queen Dans is not Minana's mother, but just its maternal body. After more than 190 years of evolution, Minano is now a queen in a strict sense. The third piece of information is, Dans is the queen of the Anata Zerg, and Dans is just its name. Just like the name of the central computer of the demon sword is Louis, which is the same truth. So Dans can be called Queen Anata. Queen Anata Dans. If Dans wants to continue to survive, he must find a human host to parasitize. The parasitized host will have the memory of both the host itself and Dans, and thus evolve into the Blood Blade Queen. So did Dans, who fled to Earth, become a parasite and evolve into the Blood Blade Queen? Louis thinks the possibility is relatively high, because the Blood Blade Queen has a human appearance. She is very concealable and will not be easily discovered. If Dans evolves into the Blood Blade Queen, how does it survive after that? And who is its host? When the fatal bus crashed into the river, Dans happened to pass through the river. Was it just such a coincidence? Could the host be in that bus? With these questions, Louis asked Giada at nanosecond speed. Giada said, "Yes, sir. That electric ray is indeed an alien creature. I didn't know until now that it turned out to be the Anata Zerg. But how did you know there was an unknown creature under the water?" Louis asked doubtfully. Louis said, "I have a monitoring function. And by chance, I happened to monitor Jian Qiao and the bus. But who knew that an accident occurred on that bus? Later, I used the bus as a material and designed it into the virtual world. The electric ray? Oh no. It was Dans. Was also designed by me into the virtual world. The luminous electric ray flying in the air was based on Dans. The appearance of Dans is designed, but Dans does not shine. As for Dans, I only caught it when the bus crashed into the river, and then I lost news of it. So at that time, I thought it was a mutated electric ray." After listening to Giada's explanation, Louis felt that there were many loopholes. For example, even though Giada was good at monitoring, it happened to detect a bus falling into the river and an alien creature that happened to be passing by. Moreover, it was the queen of the Zerg Ananda, Dans. So Louis made a very bold hypothesis. The fatal bus crash into the river was planned by Giada. There are two reasons why Giada did this. First, find a suitable human consciousness to take over the Hope host, which is the origin of the magic sword. Secondly, this accident can be used as material to be incorporated into the virtual world. So she caused the accident of falling into the river, killing so many people. And the big man in the car, who snatched the steering wheel, was actually controlled by Giada. So this accident was actually a murder planned by Giada. However, he doesn't want to investigate this matter for the time being. There will be plenty of time to investigate in the future. He urgently needs to know who Dan's host is. This host is most likely on these two buses. Will the host have any special requirements? Louis asked Minano again with this question. And Minano said, "Yes. The host must be a young woman, with low immunity, high intelligence, and not too fat." To sum up, the requirements that this host must have are female, young girl, thin, extremely smart, and weak and sickly. So isn't this typical Lin Daiyu? Louis once again recalled the few people he saw on the bus. One person immediately aroused his great suspicion. That was the sick-looking girl sitting by the window. 16-year-old Lun Yin. Louis asked Giada, "I want to know all the information about the girl named Lun Yin." Giada quickly retrieved Lun Yin's information. Lun Yin, female, survived a fall into the river in 2016 and is the only survivor. She is about 16 years old. "No more?" Louis asked. The information Giada gave him about Lun Yin was only a handful. "No," Giada replied simply. "I remember when you told me that Lun Yin was magically resurrected." "Right. Yes," Giada said. "After the 23 bodies were recovered from the bus, the girl named Lun Yin came to life on the spot." "That's strange," Louis said. 23 people died, but she was the only one who survived. Wouldn't the police conduct an inquiry? Wouldn't the doctor conduct an examination? How come you don't know what happens after this?" "What's up?" "Because I didn't investigate. I don't know. And all the information and files about Lun Yen are stored somewhere. But I didn't look them up, so I don't have more detailed records about her. The implication is that there is no proof of death. Lu Yixin said, this murderer. I'll settle the score with you later when I have time. The communication with Gianna was temporarily suspended. And Louis asked Minanu, if you evolve into the Blood Blade Queen, how long can you live? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? If I go, can I live for that long? Louis was surprised, and then asked, you Zerg can fly in space. So let me ask you, can the Blood Blade Queen fly in the universe? Of course. In other words, if this Dans evolves into the Blood Blade Queen, because her lifespan is long enough and because she can fly away from the Earth, she is most likely to be in a corner of the universe now. Then the Blood Blade Queen's highest, how fast can it fly? It depends on the stage, Minana said. The first level Blood Blade Queen has the same abilities as the third level ordinary Zerg Queen, and can reach 1x the maximum speed. Louis began to calculate. The speed of 1x is 0.01 times the speed of light, which is 3,000 kilometers per second. It evolved into the Blood Blade Queen in 2016. If it left the Earth for interstellar travel at that time, it would be able to fly to about 2 light years away in 192 distance. If Blood Blade flies to Alpha Star, then she is now exactly in the middle of the solar system's route to Alpha Star. Chapter 189, The Evolutionary System of Anata Zerg. Louis was only interested in Blood Blade Queen Dans, but couldn't find any more relevant information. So he had no choice but to give up. In the vast universe, he never thought about meeting Dans, because he knew that the vast universe was too big, and the chance of such an encounter was almost too slim. Anata Zerg Minana followed the magic sword all the way, flying in the universe. 24 hours after leaving Eris, Louis began to change his course. Minana asked curiously, Sir, are you going to Alpha Planet? Why did you suddenly change direction? We are not going to Alpha Planet, Louis said. We are going to Wolf 359. Wolf 359? Oh my god! The distance has doubled. 4 light years has become 8 light years. It's 7.78 light years, Louis corrected. Almost. It's much worse. Then do you still want to go? I'm going. I'm going! Alpha Star is 4.22 light years away, and Wolf 359 Star is 7.78 light years away. The distances are different, but these two places are in opposite directions of the solar system. In other words, Alpha Star is 12 light years away from Wolf 359 Star. The fastest way to change the course is to turn around on the original route. This will save a lot of distance. But Louis did not choose to do this, because if it turns around on the spot, it will inevitably pass through the orbits of several major planets in the solar system and return to the inner solar system, where it is very likely to be discovered by eternity again. The method he chose was to use the orbit of Eris as the flight trajectory. Fly around the sun to the other side of the sun, and then embark on the journey to Wolf 359. The current magic sword is $70 from the sun, which means it has to fly to a place $140 away. This place is the corresponding place on the other side of the sun. This flight trajectory is a semi-ellipse, so he needs to fly an arc of $200. With the help of the sun's gravity and his own power, he can reach a speed of 1.5x, which is 4,500 kilometers per second. So this $200 half-arc route will take about 75 days to complete. After 75 days, it can be said that it has officially left the solar system. After the destruction of the Earth, he actually lived in the solar system for 19 years, which is a miracle. During these 19 years, he encountered 3 extraterrestrial species. The first one was when he went to the Earth to find the heart of the machine. The luminous drones encountered. I don't know whether they are operated by machines or humans. In short, they belong to eternity. The second one is the light cicada encountered 19 years later. It is a living thing and a light insect. According to Minanu, the light insect is also a type of Zerg. At this time, Louis was already very powerful. After 17 days, prepare to fight for 3.1 seconds. Annihilate them all, and obtain their alpha crystal spirit insects. The third one is Minano, the insect pet, who is following behind. She keeps trying to please him and act cute. Louis sees that it is not a threat, so she takes it in and makes it his pet. Since this Minano was female and could communicate, Louis gradually changed the name from it to she. 75 days of flying around the sun. Louis asked, Minano, are those 5 million larvae your children? Yes, my lord. When I first came into contact with you, I thought you were going to attack me. So I killed many of your children. I'm very sorry. Sir, you may not know much about us, Zerg. Our understanding may be different. We Zerg prefer to call them larvae. Larvae have no gender and no sense of autonomy. Just like your drones. Likewise, can you say those drones are your children? No. But you just said those larvae are your children. This child is not that child. Lu Yi was confused by her. A child is a child. Is there any difference? But then he thought of bees. The Anata Zerg species, to which Minano belongs, is similar to bees. The worker bees are the children of the queen bee. But the queen bee will not cherish the lives of the worker bees. The queen bee can live for many years. But the worker bees only live for 6 months. The worker bees will die soon after attacking the enemy. So the lives of the worker bees will not be cherished by the queen bee. This is the same as the Ananda Zerg. So Mina Nubing didn't mind that Lu Yi killed many of his larvae. In that case, Lu Yi said again, how did you produce so many larvae? I mean, you have to have a male. Right? Minano said. Although we Zerg are also carbon-based organisms, our reproduction method is different from that of most carbon-based organisms. First of all, you need to know the 3 most basic units of Zerg: queen, male insect, and soldier insect. The larvae mentioned are soldier insects. Soldier bugs are female bugs without the ability to reproduce. Both soldier bugs and male bugs are born asexually from the queen. I'll go and reproduce asexually. Then why do we need male insects? Queens always have a lifespan, Minano said. When a queen's lifespan is about to end, or when she needs to expand her power, she will mate with a male insect and give birth to an insect that can give birth to a new queen. Egg. Ah, I understand, Lu Yi said. The male insect will only be used when the queen is born. Right. Yes, sir. So strictly speaking, only the new queen is the authentic heir of the old queen, and the soldier insects and male insects are just tools to serve the queen. I understand. What a cruel Zerg society. There is nothing to be cruel. This is also a way of survival for the Zerg. It is a way for the Zerg to gain a foothold in the universe. So among these larvae of yours, are there any males? Lu Yi asked again. He was too curious about the Zerg now. No, because I still have a long lifespan and I have no need to develop my strength. So I don't need male insects now. Interesting, Lu Yi said. When you need it, you will give birth to a male worm yourself, and then have sex with the male worm you gave birth to. Oh my god! If you were a human, you would never dare to imagine this. I said, this is the Zerg. Sir, besides, you are just a machine, not a human being. You should be able to understand our way of survival. Okay, I understand. Lu Yi had a new question. What level of Zerg are you now? And how are your levels divided? Minana said. I am now a 3rd level Zerg. The 1st level Zerg can only survive on the surface of the planet and cannot fly into space. Moreover, the 1st level queen is planted in the ground and cannot move. Her lifespan is also very short, 3 to 5 years. The queen of the 2nd level Zerg can already break away from the soil and fly into space, but she cannot carry out interstellar navigation. The queen's lifespan has also become longer, which can reach about 100 years, and the long ones can even live to 3 years, 100 years old. The 3rd level Zerg is like me. It can carry out interstellar navigation, and its lifespan can reach 500 years. Chapter 190 Return to the World. Neither the 1st level nor 2nd level Zerg have a thinking language. Even if the 2nd level civilization can enter space, they cannot be regarded as civilization. The 3rd level Zerg can fly between stars, and some of them will evolve queens with the function of thinking and language. Only Zerg with the function of thinking and language can be called Zerg civilization. The so-called thinking language is the ability to exchange information with other races. However, there are also those among the 3rd level Zerg who cannot think and speak, so they cannot be considered civilized. The 3rd level civilization is not the end of the development of the Zerg. It will have 2 development routes. One is to continue to develop along the original reorganization route and enter the 4th level. As for what the 4th level Zerg looks like, Minana doesn't know, because she also never seen it before. The 2nd development route of the 3rd level civilization is to find a suitable human host with high intelligence for parasitism. As for what kind of host is qualified, as mentioned before, in summary it is the Lin Dayu type. The host and parasite share a common memory and become the Blood Blade Queen. And having the Blood Blade Queen is the 1st level Zerg that evolved from the 3rd level Zerg. When Manana talked about this, Louis said, "Why do you feel like you are playing a game? First Order? Isn't that reincarnation? Reincarnation? What is it? Okay. You don't understand even after I told you. Just keep talking about your Zerg evolution system." "Yes, sir. There is still room for evolution after the first level. As for what it looks like, I don't know because I have never seen it." "I have a question," Louis said. "You said that the new queen is the direct heir of the old queen. So why don't you admit that Dan's is your mother, but only say that she is your maternal body?" "Because I was not a new queen at the beginning," Manana said, "but a soldier." "That's strange. Aren't soldier bugs incapable of reproduction? How did it evolve into a queen?" Manano said, "The chance of a soldier insect evolving into the queen of the city is 1 in 100 million. And it will only evolve if it loses contact with the queen. Ha ha. The chance of being hit is 1 in 100 million. How lucky you are." Unexpectedly, Manano's answer was very subtle. "This is about the same as the chance of humans coming to this world." Manana still doesn't know that Louis comes from humans. Louis asked, "So what do you mean? Your Zerg race will always have conscious soldiers?" "Yes. The Zerg use brain insect waves to remotely command the soldiers and insects scattered everywhere. Sometimes the soldiers and insects are lost due to various factors such as long distances and signal shielding. This is all possible, especially when encountering interstellar wars. In order to save herself, the queen often loses millions, tens of millions of soldiers, or even hundreds of millions of soldiers. In other words," Louis said, "when Dan's fled to Earth, you were not the only one missing?" "Yes, my lord." "Good guy. I finally understand a little bit. You and the Zerg are really complicated." "It's not complicated at all," Manana said. "In the entire insect swarm, only the queen has a mind. All the other male insects and soldiers have no independent thoughts of their own. They only know how to execute unconditionally." "Insect swarm?" Louis asked. "Yes, insect swarms," Manana said. "But only when a certain insect race develops to the second level. Multiple insect swarms will appear. In order for civilization to survive stronger, it will develop many insect swarms. Each insect swarm has a queen, and the queens of these insect swarms will obey the orders of a general queen." "Queen?" "Yes, sir. This queen is the queen. In her Zerg society, every Zerg queen is her child. This is a really interesting race. If you don't come to the universe, you won't know how amazing the universe is." Through the communication with Mananu, I did not find out the whereabouts of Dance, but I learned so much about the Anata Zerg. On the 35th day of Eris' outer orbit around the sun, inside the Star Castle, Louis once again summoned Gong Qiuque and others. The location was still the last Star Wars staff room, and the holographic Starry Sky map is turned on. The so-called holographic Starry Sky map is just like the last time I commanded Star Wars. You can see the surrounding starry sky clearly. Gong Qiuque and Chang'eo, and Tao and White. These 4 people came, but Ai Rui didn't come for some reason. He didn't know whether he was angry or because something was really wrong. Louis still appeared in front of everyone in the form of a virtual image, regardless of everyone's objections. Aunt Tao lit up a cigarette and started smoking. She was facing the back, and the virtual screen behind could see the situation behind the army. She could just see a huge object following behind and flying together. With Aunt Tao blew out the smoke, pointed at the big guy behind and asked, "What is it?" The other 3 people were also very curious. And Louis said, "Her name is Mananu. She is a space Zerg, 20 kilometers long. She followed us all the way." Aunt Tao just looked at her and asked no more questions. Then Gong Qiuque asked, "Sir, are you not afraid of it? She is an eternal spy." Louis shook her head and said, "Don't worry. She is not. And she has no ill intentions. I will take her on the road with me." Gong Qiuque suddenly asked, "Sir, have you lost confidence in us?" Louis hadn't summoned them for many days, so Gong Qiuque had this question. Louis's virtual image sighed and said, "It's not that I lost confidence, but this incident really chilled me." Gong Qiuque said, "I understand your feelings. You have tried your best to protect and save mankind, but you still have to be questioned and even want to seize power. So, sir, you have been wronged. But these days when you are not here, the few of us are together. After a good awakening, we understood your difficulties, and we also educated the residents. And many people realized their mistakes." And Tao blew out the smoke and said, "I have lived a good life for too long, and I will be honest after a beating. Aunt Tao's husband White laughed and said, "My wife is right." Aunt Tao said, "That's true. When we live in Demon Sword, we are not just our generation, but also our descendants, descendants of descendants, and descendants of our descendants. If there is such disunity, then let's start a damn it. It's really like what you said. Just give him a broken ship and let him fend for himself." Louis has many names in the Demon Sword. Most humans call him Sir, and a few people call him Your Excellency. Giada and Minana called him Sir. Aunt Tao added, "If you want humans to live comfortably and not make noises, you must establish a majestic image so that people will fear you mentally." Chapter 191. This woman is not simple. Kuiper Belt. Eris outer orbit around the sun. Day 45. Louis really wants to know his life experience, but he is also very afraid of knowing it. This is a very contradictory psychology. He is afraid that once he knows the truth, he will not be able to accept it. Once the 70-day flight around the sun, actually only half a circle, is over, he will leave the solar system and truly embark on a wandering journey through the distant stars. After thinking about it, he felt that he should know the truth. He couldn't just leave the solar system without knowing anything. So after many days of ideological struggle, he still opened Ouyang Chun's file and needed a password to decrypt it. The password was the palm print of Peter, the former leader of Europa, which he had already collected. So as long as you enter the password, you can immediately see this dusty file and solve the mystery of Ouyang Chun's death. He entered the password with anxiety, and finally Ouyang Chun's file was displayed in front of him. Ouyang Chun, male, was born on Earth in 2054. He was a freshman in 2073. He retained his academic status and enlisted in the army. He served for 3 years in a special force and had excellent military qualities. He returned to college in 2076. He received his bachelor's degree in 2078 and his master's degree in 2080. He got married in the same year and continued to study for a doctoral degree. In 2081, her daughter was born, and she was also Ouyang Chun's only child. In 2083, he received his doctorate. In 2085, he joined the Europa project and came to live and work at the Europa base. This is the information he had before coming to Europa. The information also includes photos of his parents, wife and daughter, as well as relevant social relations, work and study information. Then, there was his work in Europa. Everything seemed very bland and nothing outstanding. Louis looked at the photos of Ouyang Chun's parents and wife. They were no different from ordinary humans. They all looked like ordinary people. There was nothing special about them, and it couldn't recall his lost memories. His daughter Ouyang Xingyue, a very beautiful little girl, is a photo taken in 2085, when Xiao Xingyue was only 4 years old. Ouyang Chun's family is very happy, since Europa is far away from the Earth. Flying from the Earth to Europa with the technology at that time would take 4 months at the shortest time and 8 months at the longest time. The reason why the flight time is different is because Jupiter's revolution period is 12 years, so its distance from the Earth is also not certain. When it is far away, it takes 8 months to fly there, and when it is close, the flight time is 4 months. Therefore, the work cycle of the staff on Europa is 2 years. That is, excluding the time spent flying back and forth. The remaining time is spent on Europa. Although he has to work in space and alien planets for 2 years without being able to return to Earth, which makes him very lonely. The salary is very high. This is why Ouyang Chun chose this job. Moreover, once the 2-year work cycle is over, there will be a long period of work, up to 1 year of paid leave. Ouyang Chun traveled from Earth to Europa in 2085. It took him 2 years to fly and work. He returned to Earth in 2087 and lived with his family for a year on Earth. Then he took a spacecraft to Europa again in 2088. This flight took 6 months, and was the last interplanetary flight in Ouyang Chun's life. He never returned to Earth again. After arriving at Europa, it was already 2089. This year, Ouyang Chun was 35 years old. 1 month after arriving at Europa's Europa base, Yu Xiaoxin also came from Earth. On the 3rd day after Yu Xiaoxin arrived at Europa, Ouyang Chun died mysteriously. The explanation in the data is that while Ouyang Chun was conducting ice exploration, he was hit by an ice spring eruption, causing his spacesuit to rupture, lose pressure, and die from lack of oxygen. And there are detailed accident reports. However, Louis still felt that the death was a bizarre one because there were many doubts. At that time, Yu Xiaoxin was already 90 years old. Think about it. A 90-year-old old lady actually had to go through a 6-month-long interstellar journey in a spacecraft to Europa for a United Nations inspection. Who can be sent for inspection? Do we have to send a 90-year-old woman? And this Yu Xiaoxin was originally a participant in the escape plan. The so-called escape plans include the Tianhui Home Plan, the Wanderer Plan, the Enlightenment Plan, and the Avengers Plan. They are all designed to cope with the Eternal Strike, and they were also formed jointly by Giada. The current outer space home is Kepler 47, 4,900 light-years away, and has lost contact. The Wanderers also lost contact during their interstellar journey to planet Alpha. The Enlightenment Project and the Avengers Project gave birth to the Demon Sword civilization. Lu Yi's assumption is that this old lady named Yu Xiaoxin has been helping Giada think about the revenge plan. The core of the revenge plan is that it requires a consciousness with human thoughts. Under the condition of high confidentiality, it must not be done with real people. So Yu Xiaoxin killed the person, extracted his brain, and then fused the consciousness of the deceased's brain and uploaded it to the Hope's host. The fatal bus was planned by Yu Xiaoxin. Although she was only 17 years old when the fatal bus fell into the river, she had already been selected into the escape plan by Giada at that time. Even though she didn't have the ability to cause the accident at the time, she was able to participate. In the following decades, Lu Yi speculated that she must have planned many murders, including Ouyang Chun's death. Of course, all this is just his speculation, and he can't find the answer in Giada. Yu Xiaoxin passed away in 2104. It has been 100 years since his death. The truth is simply impossible to find out. I never expected that this murderer could live for so long. 105 years old. Yu Xiaoxin is the direct initiator and participant of the Wanderer Plan. So Louis guesses that the detailed information about Yu Xiaoxin must be in the Wanderer fleet. But he cannot send signals from the Wanderer fleet. One is that he doesn't know its specific location, and the other is that he doesn't want to reveal his location to avoid unnecessary trouble. This is also his biggest regret currently. The journey is lonely, especially this kind of interstellar journey that often lasts for hundreds of years. Although there is a lot of information to read, he is now a supercomputer. Reading books and so on can only take nanoseconds, and the things he needs to read are not that big. Just finished watching it. So most of the time, he was in a daze looking at the busy space. At the same time, he has multi-process computing power. So when he is in a daze, he can also control the production of factory spaceships, repair damaged areas of Star Wars, and maintain the entire Legion software and hardware systems. All of this was going on at the same time while he was in a daze, and was going on in an orderly manner, occasionally chatting with Minano to pass the boring travel time. Minano was also very good, so she just followed behind. During the flight, she also captured an asteroid with a diameter of 15 kilometers, hugged it with her tail touch, and flew with it. Louisa asked, "Aren't you tired of flying with a big stone?" Minana said, "Except for the solar system. You can't find such a stone." Chapter 192. The interstellar journey officially begins. Eris is one of the 4 dwarf planets in the Kuiper Belt, and the outermost dwarf planet. Its only natural satellite is Eris, also called the Moon. It was originally 350 kilometers long and was measured by meters. Nandu has been entrenched on it for nearly 200 years. After meeting the Demon Sword, Minana gave up the Moon and followed the Demon Sword, starting a long journey between the stars. At this time, the Moon was also locked in a large circle because it had been entangled by Minano for almost 200 years, and its length of 350 kilometers was reduced to 200 kilometers. The reason why Minano has so much volume is mainly because it was used to create more than 5 million of her soldiers. Although the Zerg are also carbon-based organisms, they can transform a variety of objects into the materials needed by the Zerg body. Because Minano wanted to chase the magic sword, she actually took Eris out of its original orbit. This caused Eris to jump from being a natural satellite of Eris to becoming an asteroid of the Sun, orbiting together with Eris. The Sun has moved around. After 70 days of sailing around the Sun, we finally arrived at the optimal position of the Sun facing Wolf 359. This position is about $70 from the Sun and 7.78 light-years from the star Wolf 359. In order to commemorate this moment of setting sail, Louis decided to forgive mankind and broadcast a live broadcast to all 1,200 residents of the Hope Star Castle. Hello to all residents of Hope Star Castle. I am Louis. From this moment on, we truly embark on an interstellar journey, which will take 800 years. Before the destruction of the Earth, the average lifespan of human beings was 81 years old. Your living conditions now are much better than before. So I estimate that your average lifespan is definitely more than 81 years old. Even if you live a long life, you will not persist until you reach your destination. That day was, after all, a long journey of 800 years. So your voice will be spent in the Star Castle. And your children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren will spend their lives in the Star Castle. But, 800 years from now, when we arrive at Wolf 359, it is possible that we will let our descendants at that time build a new Earth and set foot on the planet to live. It will be a brand new home and a brand new world. Therefore, residents of the Hope Star Fortress, let us look forward to it together. Louis said some encouraging words, and at the same time monitored the residents in the Star Fortress. Everyone had different expressions. A few people were more excited, and most of them were dull, because where the Demon Sword civilization was founded, they had been talking about leaving the solar system. This issue has been talked about for 19 years, and today it has finally been put into practice. In addition, the official decision to leave the solar system was implemented half a year ago, so everyone's reaction was very dull, which is very normal. After speaking his words of encouragement, Louis immediately changed the subject and said, I'd like to reiterate that we are a machine civilization. The name of the civilization is the Demon Sword. The supreme leader of the Demon Sword is me, Louis. I provide you and your future generations enjoy a privileged life that will never change. So I will never allow any words or deeds that oppose me, betray me, or be disloyal. If anyone insists on having his own way, then I will ask him to leave the Demon Sword. If you are so dissatisfied with me, why bother relying on the Demon Sword? Gone. Finally, I would like to emphasize that the magic sword has been a machine from the beginning and was not created by humans. Humans have never controlled the magic sword from the beginning. Even if his speech is over, he feels that humans, or the residents inside, must be treated with both kindness and power. And in the future interstellar journey, who can guarantee that no other advanced intelligent creatures will stay? The current Demon Sword already has 2 high-level creatures. One is a human in the Star Castle, and the other is the Anata Zerg Mananu. Because she is too big, no ship can fit it. Get off her. So she could only follow behind and run away. Sometimes Louis really feels that Mananu is like a pet, and Manana can accept this view calmly. And Louis also gave her a very cute name, Pet Insect. The magic sword left the orbit around the sun and flew towards the Wolf 359 star 7.78 light-years away. Although it is said to have left the solar system, the current magic sword has not yet left the solar system. Only when it flies out of the Oort cloud can it truly leave the solar system. And this range is approximately close to 1 light-year, which is 60,000 astronomical units. And now the magic sword has only reached a distance of 70 stable units from the sun. I'll say that at the current speed, it will take at least 100 years to fly completely out of the solar system. After leaving the orbit around the sun and officially embarking on an interstellar journey, Louis went to the virtual world again and spent a day with Laurent. The two of them were sitting in a hot pot restaurant on the pedestrian street, drinking beer and eating hot pot. Louis said, This time we are really leaving the solar system. Laurent held Louis's hand and said, Your 800-year journey only takes me 3.5 days. Louis, you must be careful during your journey and reach your destination safely. Louis said, I really want to take you to the real-world universe. Laurent said, I want to do it too. But I think it's pretty good to be able to live a peaceful and happy life in the virtual world. Louis accompanied her to eat, go shopping, and watch movies, and spent a very fulfilling day before returning to the real world. And the flow of time returned to the previous pattern. In the days that followed, he talked about spending a full 800 years in space. In order to pass the boring time of these 800 years, he planned to continue to expand his magic sword army during the journey. Anyway, the resources he brought were enough for him. Build another legion. For this reason, he found Giada. I plan to build a second legion during the journey. Giada said, This is very good. Our magic sword must become more powerful. Louis said, A legion needs an independent central computer, and I think you can do it. The implication was that Louis wanted to move Giada's host to the second legion. Giada said, What's wrong? Sir, do you want to drive me away? What do you mean by driving you away? What are you talking about? You are going to the second legion, and I am not asking you to leave the demon sword. The second legion also belongs to the demon sword. Okay, and I fully trust you. So I let you come to become the commander of the second legion. And you must still obey me. Do you understand? Giada stopped talking. Louis asked. What do you mean? Aren't you willing? Then you can't let me choose someone from among humans to be the Legion commander. Right, Giada said. I have been on the Hope for more than 200 years. I have feelings for the Hope, and I can't bear to leave. I'll go. Giada, Louis said. I even doubt whether you are a machine. Do you still have human emotions? Are you unwilling to leave? That's fine. I'll go to the Second Army. Chapter 193. A 150-kilometer-long insect wants to lose weight. Louis wants to build a second army, which is also considered for the future development of civilization. With the continuous development in the future and the implementation of the Machine C strategy, more battleship armies will definitely be built. And he wanted to separate Giada. And he just used the excuse of building the second army to separate Giada. He always felt that there was something wrong with Giada, and many places were hiding it from him. Although he can retrieve all data and all the memories in the Legion with the highest authority, retrieval of massive data is extremely cumbersome, and a lot of data is stored in an encrypted manner. When I asked Giada for the decryption password, she didn't give it. She just said she didn't know. Louis thought she knew but didn't tell her. He also tried to search Giada's memory bank, but couldn't find anything. It seemed that there was nothing wrong, but he just felt like there was something wrong with her. So now I just found a reason to send her away. If I have any special actions in the future, I can be free without being monitored by her. But Giada is not willing to leave yet. Although Giada is now Louis' subordinate and listens to his words. In general, without Giada, there would be no Louis today. Even if the hypothesis that Giada once participated in conspiring with Yu Xiaoxin to kill Ouyang Chun is very likely to be true. And Ouyang Chun is also very likely to be Louis' true self during his lifetime. Giada is also of great significance to him. Giada gave him the gift of Louis, his chance to be reborn. Without Giada, whoever Louis' true form was during his lifetime would have been dead for who knows how many years before the earth was destroyed. So sometimes Louis thanked her from the bottom of his heart. But he felt that he should send her away. Giada said she wouldn't leave. So Nanju said, If you don't leave, I will. Giada stopped talking. In order to communicate with Giada more intuitively, Louis specially built a miniature virtual world. In this miniature virtual world, there is an ocean. There is no limit as far as the eye can see. In this calm sea, two people were standing on it. Both of them were dressed in white. One male and one female. The male was Louis, and the female was naturally Jade. Giada was still so beautiful. Just as beautiful as when Louis saw her on the subway for the first time. At that time, Louis would never have thought that this woman could dominate the world. What made him even more unexpected was that she would take this woman into her own hands. Dominance was placed in his hands. Although she is beautiful, Louis has no feelings for her. Although Lorong is not as beautiful as her, he only loves her. The sea breeze blew gently. Giada said nothing, and Louis closed her eyes, enjoying the virtual beauty. There were only cold machines in the world. After a moment, Louis said, The materials carried can not only replenish the lost units of the First Legion, but also build a standard legion. The criteria for a standard legion include more than one Archangel-class interstellar carrier, at least 1,000 Archangel-class or above interstellar carriers, and more than 100 million battle flies, and several other types of auxiliary equipment. Giada still didn't speak. Louis said again, What do you mean? It's okay to just say something. Right. Giada finally spoke. You are the Archangel, the executor with the highest authority of the entire civilization. You have the final say. Of course I have the final say. But now I want to hear your opinion. Do you think it is feasible? I think it's feasible. Louis smiled. And he could only smile when he was in the Avatar. Of course it is feasible. And it is also an inevitable trend in the development of the magic sword. You agree to expand the military strength. But you are not willing to separate from me. Why? You just want to spy on me. Even though you have handed over all your power to me. You still don't trust me. Right. Giada didn't answer but asked, Will you shut me down? No. Louis answered simply, Without you, I would have died long ago. Giada said no more. And Louis added, It's settled. After the first army's structures are fully replenished, we will start building the second army. I will be the commander of the second army. And you will be the commander of the second army. The commander of an army. After the meeting with Giada, Louis returned to the real world. In the Battle of Halo, the demon sword lost 12 million battle flies, and many ship equipment suffered varying degrees of damage. The overall battle damage was 5%. This is an extraordinary loss for a standard machine army. Small loss. But even so, the repair and manufacturing projects to restore the establishment will take at least 10 years to complete. The main reason is that all maintenance and construction actions have to be carried out on the road. So the speed is slow. But Louis doesn't plan to start the construction work immediately, because it will still be within the gravitational range of the solar system for 100 years. And he will not start until he completely flies out of the solar system. After bidding farewell to Le Rond and discussing the future planning blueprint with Giada, he controlled the entire Legion and continued sailing. Minato followed the magic sword and flew tirelessly behind. After flying for about a year, the speed suddenly slowed down. Louis sent a message and asked, "Why? Why are you slowing down?" Minato replied, "It's been a year since I flew. I'm too tired. Isn't that right, you pet?" Louis laughed at her. "In an 800-year journey, you're tired after just 1 year of flying? There are still 799 years left. What are you going to do? I'll give it to you. Have all the energy been used up? There is a lot of energy. But sir, I am not a machine. I am a living thing. And I will also get tired. Didn't you say that you can fly for a while and then rest while flying by inertia?" "Yeah. I'm taking a break." "Okay. You have a good rest. Keep following up after you have rested. And don't fall behind." "Yes, sir." Minato rested behind for 3 months before she started to speed up and catch up. Louis saw that she was having a hard time chasing after her. So he said, "If you fly with a big rock in your arms, of course you have to go slowly. I advise you to throw away that big stone." "No, sir. I want to fly with it." Seeing her stubbornness, Louis stopped caring about her and let her go. Then during the rest of the voyage, Louis discovered that Minato's body continued to shrink. At first, he thought that as a living creature, Minato's body shrinking or enlarging should be considered a normal phenomenon. So he didn't pay attention to it. But later it became more and more obvious. When she set off on the orbit around the sun, Minato had a super length of 150 kilometers. But 10 years later, her body shrunk by a full 10 kilometers to 140 kilometers. Louis asked curiously, "Why are you getting smaller and smaller?" Minato said, "My body is too big, which is very inconvenient. The excess material in my body is a burden and affects the speed of the ship. So I am losing weight." Chapter 194 The Pet Insect's Weight Loss Journey. Star Voyage is divided into 4 parts. Set sail from the satellite system of Jupiter. Leave the orbit of Jupiter. And fly along the route to Alpha Centauri, Alpha. This is the first part of the entire voyage. This process lasted for 90 days, during which time there were also experienced a vast interstellar war. Although this interstellar war was vast, it was also very fast, lasting only 3.1 seconds. It was the first interstellar war in Liu Yi's life, and the first interstellar war in the history of the magic sword. It was known as the Halo War in history. The enemy is Eternal Civilization's pet, Guangchan. The second part is that after the magic sword reaches the Kuiper Belt and crosses the orbit of Eris, it changes its course at a distance of 70 Australian dollars from the sun, merges into the orbit around the sun, accelerates with the help of the gravity of the sun, and flies in orbit around the sun, halfway around the sun, circle to reach the sweet spot 359 away from Wolf. This part of the voyage lasted 70 days. Part 3, leaving the orbit around the sun, flying in the direction of Wolf 359, flying out of the Oort cloud, and officially leaving the solar system. This process was originally scheduled to take about 100 years. But the data obtained after recalculation is about 100 years. 70 years. Part 4, after leaving the solar system. It will continue to accelerate and fly towards Wolf 359 until it merges into the star system of Wolf 359. This process will take about 700 years. The entire voyage takes about 750 to 850 years. So this voyage is a very vast project for the entire Demon Sword civilization. What the Demon Sword is experiencing now is the third part of its journey, and it has reached its 30th year. At this time, Chang'eo, Gong Tiechui, and other Baizi are almost 70 years old. Both Pit and White also passed away one after another. Aunt Tao, this smoking-loving woman, was 89 years old, but she was still in good health. The population of the first community of Hope Star Castle has also grown to 2,500 people. People live very comfortably, and the population reproduces very quickly. If you have more children, you don't have to worry about raising them. So the population growth is also fast. Due to weight loss, Minano, the beloved insect, has cut her mileage from 150 kilometers at the beginning to 120 kilometers now. Louis said, "Let me talk about that millet. If you reduce it like this, won't it be lost before you reach the destination?" Minana's relationship with Louis is very harmonious now. And sometimes she even lets her soldiers wander into the Legion. And Louis pretends not to see them. Minano really regarded herself as Louis's pet. And Louis also regarded her as his own pet. And called her Xiaomi very affectionately. But I heard Xiaomi say, "No, I just got rid of the superfluous things. I won't reduce them to nothing. Moreover, these removed superfluous things are not thrown away casually, but they are piled up by me. This big rock is on it. Why are you still reluctant to throw away this big stone?" Louis asked. "There are many very important metal deposits on this big rock. If you don't mind it, sir, I will give it to you, and you can come and mine it." "Okay, Xiaomi, you are really working hard. However, you have lost weight so much that your body has become lighter. But your stones are getting bigger. Aren't they still a burden?" "That's different," Xiaomi said. "At least I'm lighter." "That's up to you, as long as you're happy." In the 50th year, Minana had already cut her length to 100 kilometers. In this year, Minana suddenly slowed down and became less talkative. Louis asked her what's wrong. Minana said lazily, "I can't fly anymore. I seem to be sleeping. I'll go." "You can't do it." "Right. You are the third-level Zerg Queen of Ananda. And you have been flying for 50 years. Now you say you want to sleep? If you are sleeping, how can you still fly?" "But I'm really sleepy, Master." The Minano fell behind from time to time. When it fell too far behind, it flew harder to catch up with the larger troops, and took more and more breaks. Finally, it lasted for another 3 years, completely stopped flying, and continued flying according to inertia. The speed continued to drop, and she was about to fall behind. Louis called her and ignored her. After following him for more than 50 years, Louis couldn't bear to leave her behind. So he sent 2 Angel-class starships to slow down and come to Minana's side. At this time, Minana was still more than 90 kilometers long, and she still held a big stone in her arms. The big stone also grew from 15 kilometers to more than 50 kilometers in length. Although Minana lost a lot of weight, she still had a huge figure. The 2 Force Angel-class star carriers were almost invisible in front of her. Through the monitoring equipment on the Angel-class starship, it can be seen that a SHL has formed on the outside of Minana's entire body. Louis can't figure out what's going on. He can't wake up no matter how he wakes up. Not a single soldier around him. Nothing. But it was said that the 2 Force Angel-class star carriers each release 5 million battle flies. A total of 10 million. All of which attached to Minana's body, opened the nozzles, and continued flying with Minano. After flying like this for nearly 3 years, Minana finally began to change. The thin SHL on her body began to crack, and a smaller creature emerged from the SHL. But it was a creature only about the length of Zerg, about 10 kilometers away. Although it has shrunk from the original 150 kilometers to the current 10 kilometers, it is still extremely huge for the magic sword, the largest flying unit of the demon sword. The Qilin mothership is only 12 kilometers in length. However, it is said that after the transformation, Minano has changed from the original 150 kilometers in length to the current 10 kilometers in length. But there is a huge 150 kilometers long stone inside her SHL. After Minano broke out of her SHL, countless tails were still holding the big stone and refused to let go. "Xiaomi," Louis said. "Is that you?" "Master, it's me. I woke up and am full of strength now. Thank you for not abandoning me. But do you still want to carry this big stone with you? I can't hold it anymore." "Why don't you?" "Master, use it to mine it?" "Hey, Nian. Okay, I'll send a mining ship to mine it." As expected, Louis sent a dozen large mining ships over, attached to the big rock, and then lowered many robots from the mining ships to mine. "You can let go now, Xiaomi." "Yes, Master," Xiaomi said, finally letting go of the 150-kilometer-long super boulder. He quickly flew forward and rushed into the Legion's flight formation. Flying around, Xiaomi flew for a while and said, "Master, you have relaxed your vigilance towards me now. Then why should I be wary of you?" Louis asked back. "Ha, that's true. Why should the owner be wary of his pets? I can feel that you are very happy," Louis said. Have you evolved again since you formed a cocoon? Xiaomi replied. I have been reborn. This is an evolutionary process of our Anata Zerg. But I am still a 3rd level Zerg. But I am faster and more agile. Ah, that's what? Chapter 195, Bug Showdown. Ah, what was that time? Pet Xiaomi asked in surprise. Lu Yi observed in the direction she pointed, but found nothing. So he asked, What did you see? Xiaomi did not answer him. Nor did he continue to run around in the formation, but kept flying at the same speed as the formation. After a moment, Xiaomi suddenly said, No, absolutely not. Lu Yi asked, What's wrong? Xiaomi? Master, do you believe me? What happened? Lu Yi asked. Xiaomi did not answer him, but suddenly accelerated and flew towards the 11 o'clock direction of the plane at an angle of 15 degrees. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yi asked. Xiaomi didn't answer him, but just said, Master, please trust me. I will come back as soon as I go. Although Lu Yi felt incredible about her actions, he still didn't trust her. So he sent an angel-level star carrier to speed up and follow her. When Xiaomi found out that Lu Yi had sent a warship to follow, he said, Master, you don't have to come. I can handle it myself. Lu Yi realized that this would not be a simple matter. So he said, You have been with me for so many years. Can I ignore you if you have something to do now? Xiaomi said nothing more and continued flying. Unexpectedly, this Xiaomi is very fast, and the battleship is also flying at full power to keep up. The Legion's formation was still flying according to the original planned route. The Angel-class battleships followed Xiaomi and flew farther and farther, and the connection time was getting longer and longer. Xiaomi kept flying forward like this. It was not until 30 hours into the flight that the warship sent by Lu Yi found the target, which was a swarm of insects scattered throughout the universe. At this distance, Xiaomi is already 30 light minutes away from the magic sword, and it takes half an hour to receive the signal sent back. 1 light minute equals 18 million kilometers. 30 light minutes equals 540 million kilometers. And the target insect swarm is also speeding towards the magic sword. If the prediction is accurate, Xiaomi will come into contact with this cosmic insect swarm in half an hour. Lu Yi sent a signal. Xiaomi, you'd better come back. Let's face this enemy together. An hour after the message was sent, Lu Yi received a reply. Master, I can handle the door affairs myself. Don't worry. Portal thing? Lu Yi thought about it, not quite understanding the meaning of this. Looking at the intelligence feedback from the front, he found that this insect swarm also has a queen, about 100 kilometers in length, with more than 1 million soldier insects. The Angel-class battleship sent by Lu Yi could only carry 50,000 warflies. Lu Yi once again dispatched 100 Angel-class battleships to support. It is entirely possible to destroy the enemy with such combat power. But Xiaomi is only 10 kilometers in size, and has no soldiers. If she does not support her, she will definitely suffer. Of course, it was possible for Xiaomi to form an alliance and meet with the other party. But Lu Yi chose to believe in her, and believe that she would not betray him, even if the other party was of the same type as her. Now it is obviously too late to send another 100 Angel-class warships over. If Xiaomi wants to fight with the opponent, the battle will probably be over long ago by the time these 100 warships pass by. Moreover, Xiaomi's speed is getting faster and faster, and the following battleships are falling further and further away. Lu Yi estimated that when Xiaomi came into contact with the opponent, the first following warship would have to fall at least 15 minutes away. Finally, 70 hours after Xiaomi left the team, he made contact with the opponent, and a fierce battle broke out. It took an hour for the battle report to be sent back. The battlefield is 1 light hour away from the Legion, which is more than 1 billion kilometers. About $6 Australian and 50 cents. Xiaomi got close to the enemy, and the enemy was a huge 100-kilometer long Zerg queen with 1 million soldiers surrounding it. As for Xiaomi, it is only 10 kilometers long and does not carry soldiers, so it looked so weak in front of the opponent. However, the two did not exchange fire immediately. Xiaomi flew into the insect swarm, and flew back and forth around the big insect in front of him. The little insect Mananu, Xiaomi, and the big insect Mixinu started to communicate. Mixinu said, Why do you have to come in person and act as internal coordinator for me? Let us destroy that fleet. That's not possible. Sister Mixinu, Xiaomi said. Why not? It will obtain so many resources, which will be enough for us to use for a long time. That's not possible either. I suspect you are no longer our great Ananda Zerg. I still am. Then you come with me to destroy the enemy. Can't. Why? There's no reason. It's just not possible. The millet kept flying around Messianu. And Messianu said angrily, If you don't go, I will go by myself. Ah. Suddenly, the flying millet opened its mouth towards Messianu. And a thick beam of light shot out, shining towards Messianu. The beam of light hit Messianu's body, and she immediately saw Messianu. His skin began to crack open, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Messina howled, but unfortunately it was in space. No matter how she screamed, there was no sound. Space is a silent world, and the communication between insects is also carried out through brain insect waves. Messina was attacked by the high-energy particle beam launched by Xiaomi. She screamed in pain, rolled in space to avoid it, and shouted, Why are you attacking me? Xiaomi didn't answer her and just kept attacking. While Messina couldn't attack with beams, 1 million soldiers and insects immediately launched a counterattack, attacking Xiaomi and hitting her with their bodies. They hit her at that speed, like a million cannonballs. Immediately, Xiaomi was constantly hit by the sea of soldiers and insects, and could no longer launch beam attacks. Soon, the advantage of the weapon was gone. Xiaomi was constantly hit by the millions of soldiers and insects. She was also fluttering back and forth like a fallen leaf in the strong wind during the constant collision. Messina's body no longer receives the irradiation of high-energy particle beams, and the wounds begin to slowly recover. Some soldier bugs will fly over to make up for the damaged wounds and repair them. Messina said angrily, Why? Why do you do this? We are the same kind. We are all on Nada Zerg. We are not. Xiaomi was already dying in the impact of the sea of insects. But Rangren held on tenaciously, spraying out high-energy particle beams from time to kill the surrounding soldiers and insects. Bing said, You and I are not the same kind. My maternal body is dance. But you are not. As soon as she finished speaking, one of her tails was bitten off by hundreds of soldier bugs, and her body was covered in glass. Liquid flowed out from the wound, gathering into countless droplets, floating in space. It seems that Xiaomi can no longer support itself. Chapter 196 War Cloud Star Wars 1999. An Angel-class warship sent by Lu Yi has arrived at the battlefield at this moment. Since it is 1 light hour away from the base camp of the Demon Sword, the order cannot be transmitted immediately. So Lu Yi has already preset the order in advance. If Xiaomi encounters a battle, then the battleship immediately jumps into battle and helps Xiaomi. The Mercury 1, battleship numbered C-0255, belongs to the Angel class and is called a battleship. It can also be called an interstellar carrier, a mothership, or a starship. This battleship is 925 meters long and can carry 50,000 weapons inside, fighting dragonflies. After Mercury 1 arrived at the battlefield, without authorization from the headquarters, it immediately released all 50,000 warflies mounted inside it, launched an all-out attack on the insect swarm, and fired high-energy particle beams at the insect swarm while impacting. Irradiation. The battleship itself also has more than 100 high-power plasma cannons, which are also irradiating the insect swarm at this moment. Once Mercury 1 joins the battlefield, Xiaomi immediately loses a lot of her burden. She no longer cares about the soldiers harassing her, and attacks Messina with all her strength. She has a beam attack function, but Messina does not. Minano said, Minano, how did you have the ability to attack from a distance? Minano, are you crazy? We are the same kind. Okay, Minano, no wonder you don't want me to attack the fleet. It turns out you are in cahoots with him. Xiaomi didn't care, didn't say a word, and just continued to attack. Without long-range attacks, no matter how big Messina is or how many soldiers and insects there are, she will only suffer a loss. Although Xiaomi's reinforcements are only 50,000 battle flies, which is much less than her 5 million soldiers and insects. Messina is now it was also very difficult to watch, as I was always exposed to high-energy particle beams by Xiaomi or other warflies. Messina began to beg for mercy. Minano, I won't fight you. Can you please let me go? Let you go, Xiaomi said angrily. You have a beautiful idea. I want you to die today. Messina began to flee the battlefield, and millions of soldiers flew spirally around her body to form a shield of soldiers. But Xiaomi kept pursuing, and Mercury 1 joined the battlefield later. If it pursued at this time, it would have to make a large circle. So when Xiaomi went to pursue Messina, Mercury 1 fell behind again. The route that Messina took to escape was never the same as the route that the Demon Sword took to sail. So the demon sword didn't have to worry about being caught up by Mizinu, even if she caught up with her. For the demon sword, it was just a flight. A fly flies into a fire. While running away, Mishinu asked, I have already given up. Why are you still holding on? The All Might Demon killed Dans, and I want to avenge Queen Dans. Minano, have you figured it out? Okay, Mixinu said as she ran away. It was the All Might Demon who killed Dans, not me. Why do you want revenge from me? Because the All Might Demon is your mother. If I can't find her, who should I look for if I don't look for you? Oh my god! Minano, can you please be reasonable? I give up. I beg for mercy. Please let me go. I beg you. You are my grandma. Missino kept begging for mercy, regardless of the delay in Mercury 1 catching up, and just ran away without his life. Xiaomi chased her for at least $1 Australian. Seeing that Mercury 1 could not come up, and he was single and weak, he was worried about suffering a loss. So he finally asked, Then you promise me not to embarrass the demon sword again, and I will stop chasing you. What is the magic sword? He is my master. I follow him now. He treats me very well and trusts me very much. So in order to protect the master, I don't want to see you again. Yes, I won't embarrass the demon sword anymore. When I see the demon sword, I will take a detour when I see you. Is this okay? Xiaomi then let Messina go, watching her escape, and then turned around to greet Mercury 1. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Yi to return to the team. After going in a big circle, I finally encountered Mercury 1. The Mercury No. 1 battleship had no autonomous consciousness and was far away from the Demon Sword base camp, so it was unable to communicate with Xiaomi. When it met Xiaomi, it followed it. Xiaomi then took Mercury 1 to change the sky route and flew towards the intersection in front of the Magic Sword channel. Since both sides are telling the flight, it is impossible to fly directly to the opposite side. Instead, they choose a route and set the two routes to cross so that they can meet. It is predicted that it will take about 60 hours to meet at the route intersection. Lu Yi received the battle report when he was a child, and knew the situation on the battlefield. He also knew that Xiaomi was flying towards the intersection of the routes, striving to join him at the intersection. So Lu Yi issued a squadron order to the other 100 warships that were going to support him. At the same time, he also calculated a route for the 100 warships to fly according to the established route, and also to meet at the intersection ahead. Due to the late departure of this 100-ship battle, it will be possible to join the army in about 40 hours. In this battle, Xiaomi was seriously injured and slowed down many times during the flight. Lu Yi asked the Mercury 1 battleship to release all 50,000 warflies and attach themselves to Xiaomi to assist in flight. Due to the long distance, the Mercury 1 battleship cannot make decisions independently and must issue instructions from the headquarters. So Lu Yi's instructions will cause delays in being transmitted. This also caused Xiaomi to change the course many times in the hope of accurately crossing the course by then. Finally, after 80 hours, Xiaomi returned to the army formation. The other warships sent out had already returned to the formation. Lu Yi looked at Xiaomi, who was covered in bruises, and asked, You are injured. It's okay, Master, Xiaomi said. I have an automatic recovery function, and it can be restored in a month at most. What is that big bug? Why are you chasing it? Xiaomi said. Very early on, there were two Zerg civilizations. One was the All Might Demon, which was the mother body of Mizinu, and the other was Dans, which was my mother body. The war between Omer Demon and Dans has been going on for tens of thousands of years, from one star to another. 200 years ago, they fought all the way to the solar system. In the Oort cloud, a decisive battle began, which almost endangered the Earth. However, due to the participation of humans, the war did not spread to the Earth. Wait a minute. More than 200 years ago, people on Earth were capable of participating in war? Yes. The Earth's human fleet joined in. As a result, Oh My Yao and Dans were both injured. Wait a minute, Lu Yi said. I still don't understand. Which year was it more than 200 years ago? Year 1999. 1999? I'll go. Are you kidding me? In 1999, it was already very good that humans could carry out manned spaceflight. They actually had a space fleet and came to space as far as the Oort cloud to participate in an interstellar war. How is this possible? Are you talking about humans on Earth? Yes, it's the Earth's humans. Xiaomi's answer was affirmative. It's indeed the Earth's interstellar fleet. Chapter 197 Nemesis. Through Xiaomi's introduction, We learned that as early as 1999. The Anata Zerg female Danzi and another Anata Zerg Queen Omayao fought fiercely in several galaxies, and finally came to the solar system. The battlefield was several miles away from the sun. One of the 10,000 Australian dollars Oort clouds extends to the orbit of Eris in the Kuiper Belt. 70 Australian dollars from the solar system. In order to prevent the battle between the two insect swarms from spreading to the planetary belt in the solar system, especially endangering the Earth, humans on Earth sent a powerful space fleet to encircle the war between the insect swarms. However, in 1999, Xiaomi was talking about 1999, the end of the 20th century, and the turn of the millennium. Do people on Earth have this ability? There were actually space battleships. They flew to the Kuiper Belt, and they even quelled an interstellar war between insect swarms. This is simply impossible. Not to mention 1999. Even in 2189, 200 years later, people on Earth will not have this ability. In 2189, on the eve of the destruction of the Earth, the Europa base is the farthest distance from which Earthlings can develop interstellar development. What Kuiper Belt? Or the Oort cloud? It's simply impossible. So Louis raised questions. Xiaomi said, but if it is really a human fleet, isn't it an Earthling but an alien? Eternal Man? Louis said, that's impossible. If Eternal Man discovers the solar system, he will not help the people on Earth to suppress the insect swarm at all. He will directly destroy the Earth. However, what Xiaomi said was so solemn that it didn't look like she was making it up. And even if it was made up, such a low-grade light could be seen through at a glance. So Louis believed to a large extent that what she said was true. But the people on Earth, it's definitely not the case. And it's impossible for the Eternal Man to be. So who could that person be? Giada came to Earth very early. So Louis asked Giada. Unexpectedly, Giada's answer surprised Dada. In 1999, there was indeed an interstellar war that took place outside the Kuiper Belt and stretched tens of thousands of astronomical units. The participating parties were humans and Zerg. But how is this possible? Are the humans you are talking about Earth humans? That's right. Humans from Earth. Louis had heard of a joke about the 1999 confidentiality agreement. But it was all made up by people out of boredom. Giada said, in 1999, the goddess of revenge returned to the solar system. Wait a minute. Nemesis? A companion star of the sun? But wasn't this theory rejected more than 200 years ago? The sun does not have a companion star at all. No, Giada said. Strictly speaking, Nemesis is not a star. It can only be a quasi-star. Quasi-star? Louis asked. This was the first time he heard of this ranking. Yes, the quasi-star, or brown dwarf. Nemesis has a mass only 10 times that of Jupiter, and its surface temperature is only 2,500 degrees Celsius. This is strange. Even if the Nemesis exists, the Earth has not discovered it, and people have tried to find it, but they have not found it. People have discovered so many stars outside the solar system, and the Nemesis is in the solar system. Why can't I find it? Giada replied. This is easy to explain. There are many reasons for the Nemesis to hide deeply. One of them is that the mass is too small, only 10 times the size of Jupiter. The other is that the temperature is low, only 2,500 degrees Celsius. The third is that the most important thing is that it has a Dyson sphere. Dyson sphere? Louis said in surprise. This is incredible. If you have a Dyson sphere, you can be regarded as a super civilization. There is a super civilization in the solar system, but the people on Earth don't know about it. And this super civilization has never done anything to the Earth. Waged war. What's so surprising about this? Giada said. It's just the Zerg's Dyson sphere. Not worth mentioning. Originally, the Nemesis's mass, volume and temperature were low, so it would be difficult to obtain materials from this brown planet on its planet. With the energy of the dwarf star, the Zerg has a Dyson sphere. Dyson spheres have always existed in science fiction or imagination before. But now Louis knows that Dyson spheres really exist in reality. According to Giada's narrative, Louis knew that there was indeed a brown dwarf in the solar system. It was somewhere between a star and a planet. It had an oblate elliptical orbit revolving around the sun, and its mass was only 10 times that of Jupiter. Nemesis comes with 2 planets. These 2 planets are also very small, and can only be regarded as dwarf planets. Although Nemesis also orbits the sun, it cannot be considered a planet, but a companion star. Its average distance from the sun is about 50,000 Australian dollars, and the aphelion distance is 1 light-year away. More than 200 years ago. Giada doesn't know exactly how many years it is. It may be 500 years. Or it may be longer. In short, after Giada came to the Earth, these two Zerg races have already entered the Nemesis system. The two Zerg races, Omayao and Dance, fought fiercely from outside the system, came to the solar system, and stationed themselves in the Nemesis system. Since the two fought fiercely for too long, each suffered damage. They reached a ceasefire agreement, stationed together in the Nemesis system, and used the Dyson sphere to gain energy from Nemesis. Not long after the two were stationed on Nemesis, war broke out again, and for a time it was said that the war spread to the Kuiper Belt. At this time, humans sent a space fleet to carry out encirclement and suppression. This year happened to be 1999. Louis knew that in this era, humans absolutely did not have this ability, and it was impossible for there to be no reports on such an important war in the history of the Earth. The answer given by Giada is that the humans participating in the war come from an extraterrestrial homeland, an extraterrestrial human race that has completely blocked information from the Earth. The outer home is 4,900 light-years away from the solar system. It is a planet in the habitable zone, suitable for human survival. Its star is the Kepler-47 binary star. As early as 198X, the outer world home was already under construction, and a group of volunteers were secretly recruited from Earth to cultivate it. Giada participated in the construction of Tianwai home, but she was not the person in charge. The person in charge was a computer named Yun Shang. Yun Shang and Giada were both computer consciousnesses, and both served Master Feng Yu. And Master Feng Yu is Eternal Man. So the people on Earth don't know that there is an extraterrestrial homeland. Nor do they know about the Battle of the Furies. The commander who participated in the Battle of Nemesis was named Yu Bin. Yu Bin? Louis was very surprised when he heard the name. The first thing he thought of was Yu Xiaoxin, because both of them had the surname Yu. What is his relationship with Yu Xiaoxin? He is Yu Xiaoxin's father, Giada said very calmly. It's getting more and more interesting, Louis said. Jade, how much information have you not revealed yet? Why did I dig it out for you bit by bit? My lord, you didn't even ask. Yu Bin is from Tianwai home. Later, Tianwai home lost contact. But why did Yu Xiaoxin stay on Earth? Because of the wormhole. Wormhole. Chapter 198 Second Legion. Louis heard the word wormhole again, and he was very interested. Because if you master the wormhole, you can quickly travel between the stars. But the current magic sword does not have these technologies, Giada said. Yun Shang and I both obey Master Feng Yu. When Yun Shang was building his outer home on Kepler-47, Master Feng Yu had already set up a wormhole connection with the Earth. This wormhole is in the Kuiper Belt, somewhere, used to communicate between the outer home and the Earth. Louis said, Then I don't understand. Why does Master Feng Yu have to be so mysterious? Can't he just teach advanced technology to humans directly? Giada said, Humanity is divided and intrigues. It cannot be entrusted with important tasks at all. It can only quietly organize a small number of people to develop. In 1981, the construction of Tianwai home began. In 1991, the first batch of humans secretly recruited by Yun Shang arrived at Tianwai home, participated in the construction. The Nemesis War broke out in 1999, and Tianwai home sent a fleet to participate in the war. In 2016, the wormhole disappeared, and the connection with Tianwai home was lost. Giada summarizes the history of Tianwai homeland. This mysterious place. In 2 sentences. Louis asked, Yu Bin also stayed in Tianwai homeland, and Yu Xiaoxin stayed on Earth. Is that so? Giada said, Yes. Louis added, This year, there was a fatal bus crash into the river. Where were the bodies of the victims on the bus? Where did they go? Giada said, Only 2 corpses meet the conditions for consciousness fusion. Their corpses should not be frozen and sent to the outer world. Freezing? Louis asked, Why don't you just upload your consciousness directly? Because these 2 people are not completely dead yet and can be revived. The Eternal people do not have the medical technology of the Earth people, so they can only freeze them and choose a suitable time to wake them up. There were too many doubts, but Louis only asked one question. Then who are these 2 people? Giada said, One is called Xiong Hui, and the other is Bao Ran. Louis couldn't help being surprised. In the virtual world, during the endless loop of days, Lou had met these 2 people, talked to Xiong Hui, and exchanged buckle numbers. This was a 16-year-old junior high school student, and Bao Ran was him. The head teacher was also in the car at the time. Louis understood that the two people he saw were virtual code segments created by Giada based on his own prototype, and were not himself. It turns out that everything he experienced had a causal relationship. The electric ray he saw in the virtual world was actually the prototype of Dan's. At least 3 people on the fatal bus were found. Xiong Hui and Bao Ran became vegetative people in their extraterrestrial home 4,900 light-years away. It is not known whether they will finally wake up. The sick girl's name is Lun Yen. She may have been parasitized by Dan's, and her life and death are unknown. The details of Ouyang Chunchu of Europa and his possible murderer Yu Xiaoxin are in the rover fleet. I hope to meet the rover one day and decrypt this information. Minano Xiaomi, a small Zerg, actually revealed so many secrets. Maybe more secrets will be dug out in the future. But he said that Minato had rejoined the formation. And sure enough, a month later her injuries were all healed, and she was flying around in the formation alive and well again. She is very flexible. There are many suction cup-like protrusions on each tail, and each protrusion is a nozzle, so she can shuttle back and forth in space very flexibly. And every ship of the Demon Sword is sailing on the established waterway in an orderly manner. Hey, you big bug. You accidentally hit my spaceship, Louis said. Hee hee. I'm not a big bug. I've shrunk a lot, Xiaomi said, still flying around in the formation. But she was very flexible and never hit the flying spaceship. Well, you are a little bug now. You have shrunk from the original 150 kilometers to the current 10 kilometers. Of course you are a small bug, but you are still relatively big. Then I'll shrink a little more. I'm just talking casually. You should do what you can. Don't shrink to nothing and blame me instead. Hee hee. No way. You said you're just a bug? How can you be so happy? I am no longer lonely. I have someone to talk to. Of course I am happy. However, I also have worries. Let me Shinu escape. Just run away, Louis said. This universe is a 3-dimensional space. Once you escape, it is really difficult to catch up. Don't let him touch me in the future. Otherwise I will kill her. Just how? I don't have much time left. Why do you say that? Xiaomi's tone was obviously pessimistic. The lifespan of the 3rd level Zerg is 300 to 500 years old. I am already 270 years old. Don't look at me as lively now. But I am actually middle-aged. In that case, then be happy. Look at human beings. The average lifespan is only over 80 years. Don't they also get good things? Yes. I am open-minded. And I also transformed once, making my body much lighter. And I also got to know you in this vast universe. This machine is no longer lonely in this vast space voyage. Xiaomi sometimes flies very fast, flying far in front of the formation, and then uses inertial flight to rest. When the magic sword catches up from behind, she will then struggle to catch up after falling far behind. After so many years of contact, Louis was wary from the beginning and gradually fell in love with this big bug in the universe. 60 years into the 3rd phase of the voyage, all the lost units of the 1st Legion had been repaired. The repair speed was originally very fast, and could be completed within a year at most. However, he still used a very slow speed to repair it, so that time would not become so tight. Moreover, during the voyage, except for the encounter with Mizinu, a Zerg that did not pose much of a threat, there were no other problems. Encountered some danger. In the 60th year, Louis began to build the 2nd army. The first was to build the Archangel-class battleship, which was also the flagship of the 2nd Legion. For this purpose, he conducted a name collection among the people of Hope Star Castle. Since the name of the flagship number 001 of the 1st Legion is Qilin, the human residents have names such as Qinglong Xuanwu, as well as idealized names such as Dream Chaser, Endeavor, and New Humanity and New Hope. Some type of. Louis was only optimistic about names like Qinglong Xuanwu, because when he first named the Qilin, he thought about naming other Legion flagships similarly. He also did not forget to have a discussion with his little friend Xiaomi. Xiaomi said, "Congratulations on expanding the team. But if it were me, there is no need to stick to the cliché. Why does the first ship have to be called Qilin? And the second ship has to be called Qilin? Qilong Xuanwu? And the 2nd Legion is your main legion. So I think the name should be distinctive. Then what do you think it should be called? How about Happy Beans? Hack you. You're out of tune." Chapter 199 Tian's Hi-Ho. In the end, Louis did not adopt Xiaomi's plan. Called Happy Bean. Isn't this too funny? He still named the flagship of the 2nd Legion according to his original idea. And in the future, the flagship of every legion must be named according to this idea. That is, it must be named after an ancient mythical beast. If the battleship number 001 is named Qilin, then the battleship number 002 of the 2nd Legion will be named Tianji. He originally wanted to name the 002 battleship Phoenix or Qilong. After all, the 002 battleship would become his flagship in the future. So he needed a resounding name. So Phoenix or Qilong were more suitable. But he felt that it would be better to choose a relatively inconspicuous name to protect himself. So after thinking about it, he still felt that it was better to call him Tianji. This name was not conspicuous, and the meaning of the name was more suitable for him. The record about Tianji and ancient strange beasts is as follows. Tianji, also known as the Zhongqian beast. It has a large body, a human face and an animal body, with 2 wings. He understands people's language and is irritable by nature. Cannibal, the thing that opened the sky in ancient times, and later lived in Kunlun Mountain, in charge of the 4 holy and 8 directions. Therefore, the number 002 battleship was named Tianji, and was classified as the flagship of the 2nd Army. Like the Qilin, the Tianji was also the angel level in size, with a length of 12 kilometers. This length is 2 kilometers longer than Xiaomi. Louis plans to spend 100 years to build the Tianji flagship and more than 1,000 other main warships. And the construction of 100 million battle flies will be completed in the second 100 years. Originally, such a large project could be completed in 20 years, but Louis planned to spend 200 years. Anyway, there was nothing else to do with sailing, so such a project should be built slowly. Firstly, there is no rush, and secondly, the project can be guaranteed quality. On Europa, the construction of the 1st Legion only took 18 years. During the voyage, the resources needed to build the ship were brought with them when they set sail from Jupiter, and the amount they carried was just enough to build a Legion. This plan is good, but in the halo battle between Neptune's orbit and the light cicada, 12 million battle flies were lost at any time, and some battle flies and ships were damaged to varying degrees, so the materials carried were not enough to continue building complete standard Legion. Louis planned to support the 2nd Legion first, and then collect and replenish the insufficient resources until Wolf 359. However, what he didn't expect was that the stone that Xiaomi had been reluctant to throw away actually helped him a lot. It was a stone rich in metal resources, coupled with Xiaomi's continuous weight loss. The stone grew from a length of 15 kilometers, arrived at 150 kilometers. At the critical moment, Xiaomi gave him this stone and asked him to mine it. So when building the 2nd Legion, when budget resources were insufficient and Xiaomi's stones could fill this gap, Louis said to Xiaomi, "I can't see that you, who have been reluctant to throw away stones, helped me at a critical moment. Very busy," Xiaomi said arrogantly. "You persuaded me to throw it away at that time. You see, it is still very effective. You know, Xiaomi," Louis said, "in the history of the Earth, there was an insect called a dung beetle. It would roll a big ball of dung, which was bigger than its own body. It would collect it and slowly eat." "Master," Xiaomi said, "you are comparing me to a dung beetle. You know about dung beetles?" "During the Battle of Nemesis," Xiaomi said, "at that time, I was just a soldier without consciousness. I occasionally peeked into the introduction of dung beetles in the human knowledge base. So I had a deep impression. When I became the queen of the Zerg myself, at that time, I thought this method was very good. But now that I don't have dung balls, I feel lighter. It doesn't matter. When you need resources, just ask me for them. Is that agreed?" "It is a must." AD 2270. The 81st year of the new era. The 81st year since the establishment of the Demon Sword civilization. Most of the original 100 sons of Mars and the 100 sons of Earth have passed away. But Gong Tiechui is still alive and is already 99 years old. Many of the residents of Europa have died, including Peter, White and Aunt Tao. The population of the first community of Hope has already exceeded 5,000 people, and the second community has also begun to be opened, with more than 1,000 residents living in it. On this day, the virtual images of 99-year-old Gong Tiechui and Louis were walking on a street inside the Hope Star Castle. Occasionally, 1 or 2 driverless vehicles passed by. In front of them, there was a man about 10 years old. The little girl is walking and playing with a robot. Because Gong Tiechui was too old, he was also supported by a robot. The two walked in silence, and Gong Tiechui's old voice said, Sir, you actually came to talk to me when you have time. Louis said. I also suddenly thought of you. Time flies so fast. And 80 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I said, Taishui. Have you lived a happy life in the past 80 years? Gong Tiechui said. I'm fine. I'm glad that I decided to accept Cheng Ao's courtship. He loved me very much and loved me. Unfortunately, he left me too early. But it's not bad. We at least live together. The golden wedding is over. Did you know? Louis no longer listened to her marriage and love history, but said, in the 80 years since the demon sword set sail, a space creature has been following us. Yes, I know. It's not a secret. All the residents know it. We still have people who can see it when they often visit the observation house. The viewing room is a large facility with a holographic monitoring screen inside, allowing you to view the scenery outside the Star Castle all day long. Xiaomi often travels around the Legion's formations, so if you are lucky, people who come to visit can watch it. But it never knew you existed, Louis said. Oh. Gong Qiuchui raised his head and looked at the virtual image beside him. Yes. I never dared to tell her that there is a human fortress inside our magic sword. I was mainly worried that she would pose a threat to the Star Fortress if she knew about it. Gong Qiuchui just smiled and said, no. Why are you so sure? Gong Qiuchui said. In 1980, she followed us for 80 years. Like a pet. Why would she be ill-intentioned towards humans? Maybe they are all female. No. She is a female. She may have such a problem. I have a premonition. So I don't think she will be a threat. In fact, Louis is not ignorant, because he knows that this millet belongs to the Anata Zerg. And after the Anata Zerg evolves to the 3rd level, there is an evolutionary route for the Blood Blade. This evolutionary route requires a suitable human being to carry out parasitism. He was just worried that when Xiaomi found out that there was a human inside the magic sword, he would try his best to get inside and then parasitize into a human's body. Maybe this worry is unnecessary. Chapter 200 Little Orange. In the 81st year of the new era, the magic sword flew out of the Oort cloud, completely left the solar system, sailed in the vast space, and flew towards Wolf 359. Xiaomi was swimming among the Legion formations, flying back and forth. Lu Yi no longer reminded her, knowing that she was light and would not hit the spacecraft. Xiaomi flew around for a while and arrived in front of the Star Castle. The Star Castle of Hope was built to the full specifications for a population of 5 million. So it is now a ship with a length of 12 kilometers. As big as the Kirin battleship. I saw him flying back and forth around the Star Castle. Louis didn't ask anything, just quietly observing, wanting to see what she was going to do. In the observation room of the Star Castle's observatory, there were exactly a dozen tourists here for sightseeing. When the millet was flying around the Star Castle, all the tourists inside saw it and couldn't help but exclaimed, pointing at her and shouting. Some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of her and posted them online. Among the tourists, there was a young woman with a little girl of about 10 years old. The little girl was very cute and beautiful. She pointed at the huge creature on the virtual viewing window and said, "Wow! Mom! Look! It's so cute!" The mother said, "How cute is it? It's so big! It can eat more than 1,000 children in one bite! Such a cute animal! It won't eat children!" The little girl said. The huge creature outside, which Louis called Xiaomi, the Anata Zerg Queen Minanu, suddenly stopped after circling the Star Fort a few times, facing one direction of the Star Fort. Keeping calm, the Star Castle flies synchronously, but is stationary relative to the Star Castle. In the viewing room, Xiaomi's huge head was facing them, and her huge eyes looked at them, as if she could really see them. Inside, you could also see the countless tails swaying behind her, and the blue tail flames ejected from the countless nozzles on the tail. Xiaomi looked intently with his two big eyes, seeing such a big space creature looking at them. Some people started to look scared and backed away. A few people were so scared that they ran out. Although everyone knew that this space creature couldn't see them, they were still scared. As soon as the little girl's mother comes, the little girl will leave. "No," the little girl said, taking 2 steps forward and placing her little hands towards Xiaomi. "Little Qingzi, it's time for us to go," Mom said, seeing such a big creature imprinting on Anqi. She was also frightened. "No," the little girl named Xiao Qingzi said stubbornly. "She wants to play with me, and I want to play with her. She's going to eat you." Her mother threatened her. "No way," said little Qingzi, then took a few steps forward and put his palm on the screen. At this moment, he saw that the huge creature actually closed its eyes, and its head was swinging in space, as if it was looking like enjoying it. Several tourists who were about to leave stopped and stood down to watch the magical scene. Xiao Qingzi continued to put his palm on the screen without moving it or speaking, while Xiaomi just closed his eyes for a while, opened his eyes, and blinked twice. Little Qingzi's mother was urging her again, but little Qingzi ignored her, just looked at the space creature with a smile, and kept her little hand on the screen without moving away. After probably going on like this for 5 minutes, Little Orange finally withdrew his hand, waved to the huge creature outside the Star Castle and said, "Goodbye, baby. I'll come and play with you next time." Xiaomi raised her head and opened her mouth as if she was shouting, but there was no sound in space, so she didn't know she was shouting from time to time. The woman held Little Qingzi and was about to leave. Little Qingzi waved goodbye to the giant creature as she walked. The giant creature Xiaomi also flew back and forth reluctantly, and finally left the Star Castle and flew to the front. Louis saw this magical scene throughout the whole process. He felt very strange. It was certain that Xiaomi would never be able to see everything in the Star Castle, so it was impossible for her to see Xiao Qingzi. It can be seen from the scene just now that Xiaomi is obviously aware of the existence of Xiao Qingzi. Xiaomi flew silently beside Qilin. Louis asked, "You have something on your mind." "I don't." "You are lying. I love that little girl so much." "Can you see her?" "Cannot see." "Then how do you know she exists?" "Brain waves," Xiaomi replied. "I can read her brain waves, and she can also read my brainworm waves. It's effortless for the two of us to communicate. You want to parasitize her? She's not well conditioned to be a parasite." Louis stopped asking her, and Xiaomi didn't speak. After a long silence, Louis asked again, "Why don't you ask me? For you? How come there are humans in my legion?" 80 years, Xiaomi said. "I have followed you for 80 years. If you wanted to say something to me, you would have said it long ago. You're angry with me." "I don't." "You have." Xiaomi stopped talking, and Louison said, after hiding it from her for so many years, it's no wonder she was angry. This showed that he still didn't trust her. The conversation reached a deadlock, and they stopped talking. Louis began to investigate the little girl named Xiao Qingzi, but found that she turned out to be Gong Tietue's great-granddaughter, named Cheng Xiaoqing. In fact, he had seen Xiao Qingzi before. That day he went to Gong Tietue for a walk, and he took Xiao Qingzi with him. He planned to talk to Gong Tietue again tomorrow. It was night, the artificial night created in the Star Castle. At Xiao Qingzi's home in the first community, artificial moonlight shone into the house. Xiao Qingzi was lying on the bed sleeping, but suddenly he sat up and sat quietly in the darkness. After a while, he suddenly got up from the bed, looked on the bed, and quietly walked out of the house. After walking only a few steps, she saw a robot patrolling the community. She hid in a corner. After the robot passed by, she walked out and walked forward. After a while, she walked out of the community, and after wandering around, she actually came to the observatory. Due to automatic surveillance, the observatory was open around the clock. Xiao Qingzi went in smoothly, but the surveillance camera captured her. Lu Yi also discovered her. He felt curious and did not disturb her. Instead, he allowed her to enter the observation room of the observatory unimpeded. At this moment, Xiaomi in the formation arrived in front of the Star Castle again, with his head facing the Star Castle. In the viewing room, Xiao Qingzi could see the millet outside. One person and one insect communicated in the form of brain waves. The millet kept flying in front of the Star Castle, sitting in various movements, and the little one inside the Star Castle, Orange, giggled happily from time to time. Seeing this scene, Louison said, "Then I am overthinking. Shouldn't I be so wary of Xiaomi?" Chapter 201 Transformation of an Angel-class Battleship. Xiao Qingzi ran to the observatory to play with Xiaomi at night. Her parents discovered her that night and criticized her. She was never allowed to sneak out at night again. However, she still often goes to the observatory to play with Xiaomi during the day. For this matter, Lu Yi found Gong Tietue again, talked to her about it, and wanted to ask her what she thought. But Gong Tietue's answer was a bit unexpected. "Little Qingzi and this space creature are able to communicate spiritually. It can be seen that this space creature Minato has no ill intentions towards Little Qingzi. I think we might as well let them communicate further." "Further communication?" Lu Yi asked curiously. "How to achieve further communication?" "Prepare a spaceship and let Little Qingzi take it and fly directly into space to meet Minato. Tie hammer." She is your dear granddaughter. Are you relieved? What's there to worry about? Minato doesn't mean any harm. If there is any malice, little Qingzi can feel it through telepathy. Xiao Qingzi and Xiaomi communicate through brain waves. So Gong Qiuque will say that Xiao Qingzi can telepathize. Gong Qiuque added, If, sir, you are still worried, you can find Xiao Qingzi and have a good talk. Louis nodded. I'll think about it. This Minato has been following the magic sword for so many years. Gong Qiuque said, I think I can trust it. Louis said, I have to care about the safety of human beings. The next day, Louis received Xiao Qingzi and her parents in a confidential room. Before Louis could ask any questions, little Qingzi's mother spoke first. I'm sorry. Sir, is my little Qingzi in trouble? I will definitely keep an eye on her and never let her talk to that space creature again. Lu Yi's virtual image smiled and said, Madam, I'm afraid you have misunderstood me. I just want to know if Minato has any bad intentions towards your daughter. My little friend. Can you tell me? Yes, sir, Xiao Qingzi said. Baby and I get along very well. Baby? Louis asked curiously. Yes, Xiao Qingzi said. I call her baby, and she calls me little sister. Louis smiled and said, Do you know how old she is? She is almost 300 years old. And you actually call her baby? Xiao Qingzi said with a smile. But she will be my baby. Your Excellency. She is well behaved. She will not hurt me. Why? Do you still want to adopt her? But she is very big. She is as big as our star castle. Yes. She is so big. Otherwise I would really want to adopt her. Xiao Qingzi said very easily. Louis faced little Qingzi's parents again and said, If I gave your little Qingzi a spaceship and let her play with Minato in the spaceship, would you agree? Little Qingzi's parents looked shocked and didn't know what to say. When they heard that they could go out on a spaceship, little Qingzi said happily, Okay. That's great. Louisa said, Don't get too happy too early. This requires your parents' consent. And I can't guarantee whether there is any danger. Xiao Qingzi immediately begged her parents. But her parents could not give a clear answer for a while. So Louis said, Otherwise, you should go back and discuss it yourself first. And then tell me if it is feasible. After seeing off Xiao Qingzi's family, Louis once again approached Xiaomi for a heart-to-heart talk. During the space voyage, Xiaomi flew beside the Qilin. Louis asked, Why do you like Xiao Qingzi? Because she is the only one who can communicate spiritually with me. Xiaomi's answer was straightforward. Actually, there are many humans in my magic sword. But I haven't told you yet. I know. You still don't trust me. Xiaomi said, I can understand you. And I don't blame you. Louis asked again, If Xiao Qingzi comes to play with you, will you hurt her? She is inside your spaceship, protected by layers of protection. How can I hurt her? What if she comes out in a small spaceship? Of course I won't. I regard her as my most intimate friend. 3 days later, Xiao Qingzi's parents found Louis and expressed their willingness to let Xiao Qingzi go out on the spaceship. This surprised Louis. He estimated that it was only after Xiao Qingzi tried hard to persuade her parents that such a result was achieved. And Gong Qiuque is also very supportive of this matter. Louis chose an Angel-class battleship as little Qingzi's vehicle. The ships of the Demon Sword are all in open mode and do not have auxiliary equipment suitable for humans, such as air gravity and lighting. So this requires some modifications. This Angel-class battleship is 950 meters long and can carry 50,000 battle flies. Louis dismantled the hangars of 1,000 warflies and corresponding transmission equipment at the bow of the ship, transforming it into an environment suitable for humans to reach out, with air and pressure, lighting and pleasant temperatures. But there is one thing that is not available, and that is artificial gravity, because the equipment related to artificial gravity will be very large and complicated. Unless it is available from the beginning, it will be very troublesome to build. However, there is a small section of the centrifuge chamber that generates gravity. The so-called centrifugal cabin, as we all know, is to allow this small section of the cabin to rotate around an axis, thereby generating gravity through rotation. This is a very traditional artificial gravity method. The advantages are simple structure and convenient construction. The disadvantage is obvious. That is, it must rotate. The rotating centrifuge cabin is not large and is only suitable for a few people to live in it. It is a drum-shaped cabin. When it rotates, people can walk, sit, and stand on the inner wall of the drum. The centrifuge cabin has a toilet, shower room and kitchen. Although it is suitable for people to live on it, Louis did not build an ecological cabin on this battleship. The construction of ecological cabins is also very complicated, and it is impossible for Louis to build an ecosystem specifically for Xiao Qingzi alone. Although there is no ecological cabin, you can bring the required ingredients to the battleship in the Star Fort and process them in the kitchen. Or bring more. There is a refrigerator in the battleship kitchen for storage. In addition, a microport is set up outside the living cabin at the bow of the ship, which can park 2 small Angel-class spacecraft at the same time. This microport is connected to a long channel that extends to the outside of the battleship to facilitate the entry and exit of Angel-class small spacecraft. It took about a month to successfully transform this Angel-class battleship, except for the part of the bow area that has been transformed into a cabin suitable for human life. Most of the other areas of the battleship are still the battlefly mounting area and are not suitable for people to visit. Choosing a day, Louis prepared a small Angel-class spaceship and carried Little Qingzi's family of 3 to the battleship. Chapter 202 Little Qingzi's exclusive private battleship. Xiao Qingzi got up early in the morning and urged her parents to leave quickly. After breakfast, a special car was waiting at the door. The family of 3 got in the car. The car was driving automatically, and Louis's virtual image also appeared in the driver's seat. "Little Qingzi, you look very happy," Louis said. Little Qingzi nodded and said, "Yes, I can see baby me. Of course I will be happy. Baby me? You gave her another name. Her name is Minanu. Isn't she baby me?" The bus left the community and headed for Star Castle No. 3 airport. Ever since the early days, the residents of Europa and Europa came to the Star Castle through the airport. The Star Castle has not used the airport for 100 years, because people have always lived in the Star Castle and never left. So the airport has been idle. The special car arrived at the airport very quickly, and the operation was kept secret for the time being. Therefore, no one in the Star Castle except Gong Tiechui and his family knew that there would be a human among them, and a little girl of only 10 years old. The giant space creature went to meet him, but Gong Tiechui didn't come to see him off. She was too old and had difficulty moving. The airport was also empty and silent. The 3 of them got out of the car, passed through the airlock passage, and boarded a small Angel-class spacecraft parked in the outer port. The spaceship carried them through the fleet, and they saw that the sky was filled with ships and industrial spaceships. The scenery could be described as spectacular. The spaceship flew towards the modified battleship. Louis said, "Little Qingzi, from today on, this battleship belongs to you. Your Excellency, did you really give it to me?" Xiao Qingzi asked excitedly. "Yes," Louis said, "but its sovereignty still belongs to the demon sword. You only have the right to use it. Do you understand? It is all acceptable. Okay then," Louis added, "give your battleship a name." Well, Xiao Qingzi thought about it, and after thinking for a long time, he said, "Then let's call it Miqing." "Miqing how?" Louis said. "The names of Minano and Xiao Qingzi are combined, and Minano's name is actually put in front. Doesn't it mean that you also like Minano very much?" "Yes, Your Excellency." After Xiao Qingzi decided to name the battleship, several warflies immediately came to the outside of the sealed compartment at the front end of the battleship Miqing and began to spray paint on the outer SHL. After a while, the 3 typing words of Miqing were reflected. "Go up." When the small spaceship arrived in front of the warship, Xiao Qingzi pointed to the 3 big characters on the bow of the battleship and shouted excitedly, "Mi-chung! Mi-chung! It's my Mi-chung! Thank you! Big Your Majesty the Angel!" The Miqing battleship is an Angel-class battleship with a total length of 950 meters and can carry 50,000 warships. After being modified, only a small part of its front end is a sealed cabin, and the outside is wrapped by a hull. Most of the areas at the center and rear of the battleship are still open and not sealed, due to the modification of the front and bow. The number of aircraft carried by the battleship Miqing has increased from the original 50,000 to the current 45,000. The Angel-class passenger spacecraft arrived at the bow of the battleship Miqing, entered through the transmission channel, arrived at the door of the living cabin, then parked, and docked with the airlock at the same time. The people on the spacecraft could enter the living cabin and have air and air pressure, eliminating the need to wear an extravehicular spacesuit. Entering the interior of the living cabin through the airlock cabin, there is first a small cabin, and the opposite is the centrifugal cabin. Although the centrifugal cabin generates gravity through centrifugation, its rotation speed is not fast, so the personnel only enter the cabin after can easily enter the centrifuge chamber. and there is no way to enter the centrifuge chamber twice. Xiao Qingzi's family of 3 entered the cabin. Due to the inconsistency, they were in a floating state at first. After floating into the centrifuge cabin, they landed on the wall of the centrifuge cabin and felt the gravity of the centrifuge cabin wall. The space of the centrifuge cabin is quite large. There are 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a shower room, a toilet, a kitchen, a living room, a dining room, a gym, and a study room distributed on the bulkhead. Enter the centrifuge cabin and walk about 10 meters forward to the observation cabin in front. The observation cabin is at the front end, with a huge semicircular porthole glass. From the observation cabin, you can see the landscape of the outer space. However, the observation cabin has no gravity. So after entering, there will be weightlessness, and it will be in a floating state. There will be a ladder at the edge of the observation cabin near the centrifuge cabin to facilitate going up and down. As soon as he entered the centrifuge chamber, Xiao Qingzi excitedly moved his hands around inside and said, "Wow! It's so big and spacious here." Louis said, "Only in the centrifuge cabin can there be artificial gravity. And you can only move around in the centrifuge cabin and the observation cabin. Nowhere in other areas of the battleship can humans go. Because there is no air pressure, gravity, and lighting elsewhere. And the temperature is the same as in outer space. 200 degrees below zero. But the living cabin is very warm. And the air conditioning system is set at a pleasant temperature of 28 degrees Celsius." Louis added, "The equipment here is all-inclusive. But daily necessities such as food and drink still need to be purchased from the Star Castle. But that doesn't matter. You only need to make a list every day, and a spaceship will automatically pick up the Star Castle. The items are delivered and the waste generated is also sent to the recycling plant for processing. Little Qingzi, you can stay here with your parents for a long time, or you can choose to live here occasionally. Your home in Star Castle still belongs to you and will not be taken back." Little Qingzi's father said, "Thank you, Archangel, for thinking so thoughtfully about us." Louis said, "It is a credit to Xiao Qingzi for being able to communicate with our demon sword in Minano." Xiao Qingzi looked at the observation cabin and could see the magnificent space landscape outside the porthole not far away. Then he pointed at the observation cabin and said, "Your Excellency Archangel, can I go there?" "Of course. This will be your home from now on." Little Qingzi came to the edge of the centrifuge cabin, when the place where he was standing happened to rotate to the ladder. He held onto the ladder and started to climb up. "Little Qingzi, be careful," Little Qingzi's mother said worriedly from behind. Little Qingzi has climbed up and floated in the observation cabin, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, come here quickly. I'm floating." When I came to the observation cabin, I saw that the surrounding space kilometers were full of demon sword ships, which seemed to be stationary. In fact, the entire demon sword First Legion was currently sailing at a high speed of 1.5x in the space kilometers, and still accelerating towards the top speed of 2x. Little Qingzi floated and spun in the observation cabin, enjoying herself. After spinning for a while, she calmed down and continued to float. Then she closed her eyes. After a while, a huge space creature swam over. It's Minano. Chapter 203. My pet is a space beast. The Angel-class battleship Miqing was mixed in with the battleship formation. But in order not to affect other battleships near it began to distance themselves from it. Xiao Qingzi just closed his eyes and meditated for a moment in the observation cabin. Xiaomi Pian swam over from not far away, faced the observation cabin, and circled around the battleship. The little Qingzi danced in a floating posture in the observation cabin in the constant environment, pointing at the giant beast in the sky from time to time, and making happy little noises from time to time. Her parents stood in the centrifuge cabin, watching their daughter in the observation cabin happily playing with the space beast in this posture, laughing happily, and they also laughed happily. Since the centrifuge cabin rotates, but the observation cabin is fixed, the two of them stood in the centrifuge cabin and watched the observation cabin rotate. Lu Yi's virtual image stood beside the two of them and asked, "Are you still worried about your daughter?" Xiao Qingzi's mother said, "I feel relieved to see her heal so quickly." Xiao Qingzi's father said, "I never thought that this girl could actually communicate with this giant beast. How did she do it? There is no such talent in the history of my family." "You are confused," Louis said. "Actually, I am also confused. What I didn't expect is that there is such a thing as spiritual communication," Louis added. "From now on, this is your home. As I said just now, your home in Star Castle still belongs to you. You can live wherever you live first. The small spaceship is also left to you, which is convenient for you to travel to and from. If anything happens, you can come to me directly. Because of Little Qingzi's special abilities, his family actually earned an extra battleship, and they were all very happy. In Magic Sword, people don't need to work, but their children need to go to school. When they go to school, there will be robot teachers giving lectures. Now that Lu Yi has equipped Xiao Qingzi with a special commuting spacecraft, the problem of Xiao Qingzi going to school has been solved. But he said that this Little Qingzi played with Xiaomi in this way. If he got tired of playing, Xiaomi would fly parallel to the side of Qingzi and stop flying. And Xiao Qingzi went to do his own thing. Seeing that the family of three got along well with Xiaomi, Lu Yi was about to say goodbye and stop disturbing their lives. But after Lu Yi left, his virtual image was actually removed. After that, Xiao Qingzi's father Cheng Feng and mother Cheng Tai stood in the centrifuge cabin and looked at their daughter, who was playing happily with the space beast in the observation cabin. Cheng Tai asked, "I don't know if there will be any problems." Cheng Feng hugged her and said, "It's no problem. Don't worry. Look at how happy our daughter is. This is something that no one in the Fortress of Hope can do. Just watch. It will definitely make everyone happy." Everyone is envious. Cheng Tai said again, "Hey, I hope it's okay." "Okay. Stop looking," Cheng Feng said. "Let's see what needs to be tidied up in this new home. And if there is anything we need to bring from our old home, let the robot bring it over." The couple stopped keeping their daughter in custody and went about their business, cleaning up and cooking. When it was time to eat, I called her down to eat. After eating and doing her homework, Little Qingzi ran to the observation cabin to play. When she was tired, she floated and fell asleep. So much so that when she went to bed at night, Xiao Qingzi would sleep floating in the observation cabin, in case her stomach would catch a cold. Cheng Tai even made a sleeping bag for her, so that she could get into the sleeping bag and sleep floating. During the day and night simulated by the magic sword, Little Qingzi is still sent to Star Castle to go to school by his parents, and comes back at night, so Xiaomi can see Little Qingzi every day. But after Xiao Qingzi got along with Xiaomi in this way for several days, one day when someone was playing at the observatory, they saw this space beast in space not far away, staying only next to a battleship, on, and accompanying there. That does not go either. Later, this matter spread, and people speculated why the space behemoth only loved that one battleship. This also attracted a large number of curious people who came to the observatory to watch. Some of them even used telescopes to observe it, and found that there was a smooth metal SH.L at the bow of the battleship. All battleships do not have smooth and continuous metal SH.LS, except for Star Castle. But how come this battleship has it? It was also discovered that there were 3 big characters on the SH.L, Meeching. In an instant, the mystery of the Meeching number spread throughout the first and second communities of Star Castle. Everyone was guessing what the Meeching number meant. On the StarNet inside the Star Castle, people are also posting all kinds of things all over the place, all making all sorts of speculations. Some people even left messages asking for Lu Yi. In order to communicate with people, Lu Yi specially set up an email address where everyone can leave messages. Lu Yi could read every message, but it was hard to say whether he would reply or not. Lu Yi specifically chatted with Xiaomi and asked, "I feel like you are very happy these days." "Yes. Yes." Xiaomi's answer could not hide her joy. "Thank you, Master." "Master?" Lu Yi said. "I think that little girl is about to become your master?" "No, Master. I just call her little sister." "Let me ask you a question," Lu Yi said. "Do you want to parasitize her?" "No," Xiaomi said. "As I said last time, Miss Sister is just telepathic. Her system is not suitable for me to be parasitic. The requirements for parasitism are high?" "Yes," Xiaomi said. "There is a very tiny microorganism in the body of our Zerg. This microorganism is completely different from human biological principles, so their way of existence cannot be seen according to human biological rules. It is parasitic. In the body of the Zerg Queen. It supports the Zerg Queen to become the Queen." "I don't quite understand what you are saying," Lu Yi said. "What does it mean to support a queen to become a queen?" "It can equip the queen with wisdom and become a third-level queen," Xiaomi said. "Ah, I understand," Lu Yi said. "You mean there are no such microorganisms in the bodies of first and second-level queens?" "Yes, Master," Xiaomi continued, "because it can match the queen and become an intelligent brain. This microorganism is also called a brainworm. Interesting. A bug inside a bug. Brainworms are not bugs. They are microorganisms, Xiaomi corrected, and continued. Although brainworms are powerful, and the queen cannot live without them, they are also very fragile and cannot withstand the powerful immunity of the human body. I understand, Louis said. What you mean is that as long as the body is slightly healthy, it cannot become the host of the Zerg Queen. Yes, my lord. Louis pondered. According to what Xiaomi said, the girl named Lung Yan was most likely parasitized by Queen Dan's. Chapter 204 Little Qingzi and her classmates. Magic Sword of Machine Civilization. First Legion. Star Fortress of Hope. First District. First Central District. First Community. First Elementary School. Fourth grade. There is only one class in the whole grade, and there are only 12 students in the class, including 4 boys and 8 girls. Cheng Xiaoqing is one of them. In the last class of the afternoon, the robot teacher stood on the podium and put away the textbooks and said, "The homework has been posted on your terminals. When you go back, you must finish the homework carefully and review the lesson taught today carefully." Before it finished speaking, the children had begun to leave their seats one after another and walk towards the classroom door, and they were all laughing and joking. One of the boys jumped up when he passed by the robot teacher. The robot was slapped on the head, and the students laughed. Robot teacher. Naughty. Rude. You little brat. The teacher is going to be angry. As for the children not studying seriously and treating the robot teacher politely, Louis knew all this secretly, and he didn't bother to care. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the children can't study well. When they grow up, they don't have to work or have to fight for their livelihood. Worry. All you want to say is that in the Demon Sword, human learning is of little use at all. But the reason why humans are allowed to receive education is to prevent brain degeneration and mental decline caused by humans not learning. Xiao Qingzi walked out of the classroom, and walking with her was a fat girl with Snow in her name. Because she was fat, she got the nickname Fat Snow. The two left the campus and walked on the street. Pang Shui asked, "I see you haven't been home for many days. You are always walking in that direction. Where are you going? Have you moved to a new home?" Xiao Qingzi smiled, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Yes, it is." "You moved to the second community?" Pang Shui asked immediately. "But the second community is a new area. There are few people. It's not lively and fun at all. Why do you want to move there?" No, Xiao Qingzi said awkwardly. She was not good at lying. "Then where can you move to?" "It's impossible to move to the first community." "Right. The first community is full, and there is no place to move. So where is your home?" "I," said Little Qingzi. "I can't say that, Little Qingzi," Pang Shui said angrily. "I treat you as the best sister, and I tell you everything. But you keep it a secret from me. You are so uninteresting." "Huh?" Xiao Qingzi took her arm and said, "Pang Shui, don't be angry. I really can't say anything. You didn't tell me to pull her down." Pang Shui glared at her, then rode a bicycle at the public bicycle station and left. Xiao Qingzi couldn't stop shouting no matter how much he shouted from behind, so he could only watch Pang Shui riding his bicycle away. In desperation, she could only choose a children's bicycle to ride on. After riding for about 10 minutes, a suspended robotic ball came to her side, maintaining the same speed as her riding. Little Qingzi glanced sideways and asked, "Hey, what the hell? Why are you following me?" A man's mechanical voice came from the robot ball. "Cheng Xiaoqing, 10 years old, female. Your home is at number 2060. The first community, or on the battleship Miching. Which home do you want to go to?" Little Qingzi pedaled the bicycle hard and asked, "Does this have anything to do with you?" The robot ball did not answer her question, but said, "If you want to go back to your home at number 2060 in the first community, then you have strayed far away from your home. If you want to go to the home of battleship Miching, you need to go to number 2, take the passenger airship at airport number 2, and go from here to airport number 2. According to your current riding speed, it will take at least half an hour to arrive. This will be very tiring. It is recommended that you call the flying commuter bus to go there, which saves money. Even if you are tired, you can save a lot of time. I don't ride in cars. I just love riding bikes. Do you want to take care of me?" "Okay, classmate Cheng Xiaoqing. I won't disturb you anymore. If you need service, you can call at any time," the robot ball said and flew away. Sure enough, After riding for more than half an hour, Xiao Qingzi rode to Airport 2. The airport was silent, and there was no one. It was originally dark here, but because of her arrival, the lighting was temporarily activated. Xiao Qingzi threw the bicycle aside and walked towards the number 1 airlock door. When she was approaching the hatch, she heard a sound from behind, and she jumped greatly. The Star Castle of Hope is really too big, and many places are deserted, which makes people very scared. The same is true in the airport. So little Qingzi will be shocked. She turned around suddenly, and saw the 2 boys throwing away their bicycles and hiding behind a pillar. Although the 2 boys hid quickly, they still did not escape her sight and shouted, "Zixuan! Jianyu! You too! Stop hiding! I have seen you!" It turned out to be her classmate. 2 boys walked out from behind a pillar with smiles. Xiao Qingzi asked, "Why are you 2 following me?" Jianyu said with a smile, "Hey, Cheng Xiaoqing, what are you doing here?" Xiao Qingzi didn't know how to answer. The 2 boys had already walked over. Zixuan ran to the floor-to-ceiling porthole, leaned on the glass and looked out, and exclaimed, "Look! There is a spaceship here! An Angel-class passenger and cargo spacecraft!" Jianyu also ran over to take a look and shouted, "Ah! There really is one! I have never been on one before. I don't know what it feels like to be on one." Little Qingzi said, "It's almost dark. Why don't you go home?" Jianyu asked, "Then why don't you go home?" I don't want to go home just yet." "Then I don't want to go home either. I'll go home later," the 2 said. Xiao Qingzi became a little anxious. If they didn't leave, she might as well take the spaceship and leave. She didn't dare to tell them her secret, because she didn't know if the Archangel would tell them. Jianyu pointed at her and said, "Ah, I know. Do you want to take the spaceship?" Zixuan immediately said, "How is this possible? For many years, no one has ever flown on this kind of spaceship, except for our first-generation ancestors." The first generation of ancestors were the first residents who came to the Hope from Europa more than 80 years ago. At this time, most of them have died in shock, and only a few of them are in their twilight years. Jianyu walked back and forth in front of the porthole, looking at the small spacecraft docking with the airlock in the outer harbor and the battleships already filling the sky. He thought for a while and said, Ah, I understand." Zixuan scolded, "What are you doing? Have you seen a ghost?" Jianyu said, "Think about it. None of the 1,000 Angel-class battleships have names. Only one is called Miqing, and Cheng Xiaoqing's name also has an orange character in it. Cheng Xiaoqing, do you want to take a spaceship to the battleship Miqing?" Chapter 205 Raising a space pet shouldn't be so difficult. She didn't expect that Xiao Qingzi's secret would be cracked so easily by her classmates. Just when she didn't know how to answer, Zixuan's phone rang. A 3-dimensional image appeared in the void in front of him. It was his mother. He said what he couldn't hear. Only he could hear it. He only heard Zixuan say, "I know. I will come back now." "Really?" Just as he hung up the phone, Jianyu's phone rang, and it was his mother who called urging him to go back. The 2 of them were helpless and ran to the port exit to call a commuter shuttle to prepare to go back. Not far away, Jianyu turned back and shouted, "Cheng Xiaoqing, please stop hiding it. I know your secret." Xiao Qingzi watched the 2 of them get on the commuter bus at the entrance of the inner port and leave. Then she came to the cabin door and pressed the palm lock, entered the airlock channel, then boarded the spacecraft and flew to her ship on the Miqing, a new home on the battleship. After arriving at home, her parents had already prepared dinner. After eating, Xiao Qingzi came to the observation cabin and brought her homework into the observation cabin. She could also do her homework in a weightless state. Xiaomi swam over, and Xia Qingzi ignored her and just did her homework. Xiaomi sent a brain wave and asked, "What's wrong?" "Little sister, I feel that you are very unhappy." Xiao Qingzi put down his homework and said, "They all want to know where I live, and they want to come and play at my house. Some even guessed that I live here, but I dare not tell them because I am afraid of leaking the secret. But know if I say that, they are always suspicious, and I am afraid of losing my friends. Oh, it's so annoying." Even though Xiao Qingzi spoke through voice, the content of her speech was also emitted through the brain electronic device. So Xiaomi in space knew what she said even if he couldn't hear what she was saying. Little Qingzi simply threw her homework aside and let them float in midair, while she also floated, relaxed her limbs, and looked up at the vast starry sky. Xiaomi said, "Then you feel like sharing your secrets with your friends?" "Well, yes. You can ask the master if our secret needs to be kept secret or if it can be made public. Xiao Qingzi said okay, and then said, Ao Ruinjie, come out. A man's voice immediately said, I'm here, miss. May I ask what your orders are? It turns out that Ao Ruinjie is not a person, but Xiao Qingzi's personal terminal. It was the name she gave her, which is the English transliteration of orange. Her name is Xiao Qingzi, so the digital terminal serving her is called Ao Runji. Little Qingzi said, call the Archangel for me. I want to talk to him. Yes, miss. I will call you now. Warm reminder. You can call, but there is no guarantee that you will get a response. After a while, he was connected to the demon sword Archangel Louis. As soon as Louis got online, he asked, what's wrong? Little girl, are you looking for me suddenly? Xiao Qingzi said to the virtual image of Louis suspended in the air. I'm very distressed. They want to play with me, but I don't dare to reveal my secret. Louis said, then let's talk. Is it really possible? Xiao Qingzi asked with a happy face. Of course. This is your home now. You can bring whoever you want. It all depends on your wishes. But what you need is your body shape. Since the living cabin contains artificial auxiliary equipment such as air pressure and temperature. Therefore, there is a load limit. So the entire living cabin, including the centrifuge cabin and observation cabin, has an overall load of 10 people. And it cannot exceed 10 people. Hee hee. You can have this. Xiao Qingzi said happily. After confirming that the secret could be disclosed, Xiao Qingzi was very happy. After cutting off the call with Louis, he said to Xiaomi, I can tell them tomorrow. I will bring them to my house to play with you. You have no objection. Bar? Xiaomi said. As long as you are happy. Early the next morning, little Qingzi happily took the spaceship to school. When she arrived at the Star Castle airport, she stopped riding a bicycle and took a commuter bus to school. She was the only passenger in the entire commuter bus. Since people don't have to work, they don't go out much. Since people don't have to work, their daily routine is to eat, drink, play games online, watch movies, etc. So there is no travel. And there are no private cars. So they are all used as commuter cars. Therefore, there are very few people in commuter cars. And commuter cars are always on call. It is often seen that there is only one passenger in the entire commuter car. But she said that this little Qingzi went to school happily. But when she arrived at school, she felt something was wrong. She always felt like someone behind her was pointing at her back. When she arrived in the classroom, she felt that her classmates were talking about her behind her back. She looked at her classmates in confusion. But when the classmates saw her looking at them, they stopped talking. Especially when her desk mate Fat Shui was deliberately pacing her. As soon as Xiao Qingzi sat down in his seat, he heard Jian Yu from behind shouting, Cheng Xiaoqing, I know. It turns out you are playing with that ugly space monster. It turned out that everyone knew it. When Xiao Qingzi heard him call Xiaomi ugly, he couldn't help but get very angry. He stood up suddenly and shouted, She is not ugly. She is baby me. Ha ha. You have seen it. Jian Yu said. I said it was Cheng Xiaoqing. You still don't believe it. But now you have seen it. She is the one who is entangled with that ugly space monster every day. Return me, baby. I'm Ba. So disgusting. Xiao Qingzi cried angrily. I don't allow you to say that to baby me. There was a commotion in the classroom immediately. Mostly with cheers. And Xiao Qingzi cried, Why are you like this? I didn't offend you. Zixuan said. Cheng Xiaoqing, you raised a space monster. Do you want it to eat us? Do you want to destroy the entire magic sword? No, said little Qingzi. Baby me is very well behaved. And he won't eat people. How is that possible? It's so big. There are more than 6,000 people in our Star Castle, and it can't fit between our teeth. Cheng Xiaoqing, you'd better not raise it. It will kill us all. I don't. Baby me is very good. But you can't. Jian Yu shouted. What are you talking about with her? If she raises an ugly monster in space, she will become an ugly monster in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy shouted. The ugly guy turned into a little orange. It didn't matter what he shouted. Everyone, including the girls, shouted. The ugly monster turned into a little orange. Get out of the little orange. Little Qingzi couldn't help lying on the table and crying. She never imagined that baby me was so cute. Why everyone didn't like it. Even the fat girl at the table, who had the best relationship with her, suddenly hugged her school bag and moved to another place. I did it on my desk. Don't bully others too much. Suddenly, The last of the 4 boys, who had been silent, shouted loudly. Chapter 206 Whatever. Star Castle. On the road leading to Airport 2. This is an empty road. 2 primary school students are riding bicycles. One is Xiao Qingzi, and the other is her male classmate named Random. The 2 were talking and laughing, and said casually, Cheng Xiqing, please don't be unhappy anymore. They don't understand. I've been fine for a long time. Xiao Qingzi said with a smile. Thank you for being casual. You are my friend now. Will you ignore me like them in the future? I won't be as ignorant as them. We will always be friends. The 2 felt tired after riding for a while. So they called a commuter bus over, lost their bicycles, and got on the commuter bus to go to the port. A robot would pick up the discarded bicycles. There were only 2 of them in the commuter car. Xiao Qingzi said, if you don't care, you better go back. It's getting late. If you go back late, your parents will scold you. No, he said casually. Look at my name. Who else has a more casual name than me? Xiao Qingzi chuckled and said, that's really not the case. You can tell by the names. So my parents don't care about us. How many brothers do you have? Casually said, I have 5 brothers and sisters. I am the eldest. My 2 sisters are named Sui Xian and Sui Sui. And I have 2 younger brothers named Ani and Sui Shi. Xiao Qingzi couldn't help laughing after hearing his introduction, and said, why do you choose your family's name so casually? With a helpless expression, he said, so you have also seen how casual my parents are to us. Anyway, there are robots to manage us. So the 5 of us don't have to worry about them. They just know how to play games all day long. What about you? Xiao Qingzi said, I have an older brother who has gotten married and moved out. After a casual chat, the 2 chatted about something else, and soon got off the bus at the port. The airport was still empty, except for the 2 of them. There was no third person. Xiao Qingzi said, how about you go to my new home and see Baby Me? He casually scratched his scalp and said, no more. Baby Me is very well behaved. You don't have to be afraid of her. I'm not afraid of me. Baby Me. It's mainly because your parents are at home, and it feels awkward when I go there. What's so awkward about that? Have you never been a guest? I have been there before. But everyone else is a boy. Xiao Qingzi couldn't help but giggle. You don't dare to come to my house because I'm a girl? Are you afraid that my parents will say that you are in love with me? He casually scratched his scalp again and said, that's not the case either. Seeing that he couldn't move, Xiao Qingzi didn't force him anymore and let him go. From then on, Xiao Qingzi developed a deep friendship with Iran despite numerous objections. But her former best friend Pang Shui became farther and farther away from her. Little Qingzi, not even her family, nor even her great-grandmother Gong Qiqui, expected that little Qingzi would be under such tremendous pressure. Her family once persuaded her to give up adopting this huge space creature. But little Qingzi is very determined to raise this space creature, and will never give up. The pressure comes not only from classmates, but also from most residents of the entire Star Castle. They all believe that the space creature adopted by little Qingzi will bring disaster to people sooner or later. It's useless for people who have a family to explain. But Xiao Qingzi went her own way, and went to school despite the pressure. Fortunately, Yi Ren always protected her from being bullied by her classmates. He would pick her up at the airport early every morning, and send her to the airport after school for fear of fear. She would be bullied by other classmates along the way. And Xiao Qingzi would sometimes invite him to his home as a guest, taking him and herself to play with Xiaomi. Although I don't know how to communicate spiritually, over time, I have become familiar with Xiaomi. Time passed like this little by little. As the top executive of the Demon Sword, Archangel Lui once again discovered that Xiaomi was losing weight again. It only took a month to shorten by 100 meters. Lui initially thought that her tail might be touching too much and was too long. So the shortened length was just an elastic expansion. But half a year later, Xiaomi's length shortened by a full kilometer. From 10 kilometers to 9 kilometers. After choosing a time, Lui asked, why are you losing weight again? Xiaomi said, the humans all say that I am an ugly monster. They are afraid of me and think that I will bring disaster to mankind. This makes the little sister very sad. So I want to continue to lose weight and become smaller. I don't want to become the little sister burden. Is it really okay to lose weight like this? Lui asked. You were 150 kilometers long at the beginning. But now you are only 9 kilometers long. I don't know, Xiaomi said. Anyway, I will continue to lose weight until I can no longer lose weight. Lui said, okay. But you should take it easy And don't kill yourself just to save face. Xiaomi said. I am already in my twilight years. And I don't know how long I can live. If I can meet a close friend at the last moment of my life, this life is enough for me. When Xiao Qingzi was 11 years old and entering 5th grade, her baby rice was reduced to 8 kilometers long. When she was 12 years old, Mi Baobao lost weight to 6 kilometers. And she lost weight faster and faster. When Xiao Qingzi graduated from junior high school and went to high school, Xiaomi actually reduced to only 1 kilometer in length. As Xiaomi's figure shrunk, there were fewer and fewer criticisms of little Qingzi. People gradually realized that this space creature would no longer pose a threat when shocked. And Xiaomi's length continued to shrink at this time. Louis once tried to persuade her, but Xiaomi didn't listen and continued to lose weight as much as she wanted. When Xiao Qingzi entered high school at the age of 16, her great-grandmother Gong Tiechui also passed away at the age of 104. Watching the humans who originally built the demonic sword die one after another, and fewer of them are still alive, Louis couldn't help but feel sad, lamenting that human life is too fragile. If they could live longer, it would be how good. But on this day, Xiao Qingzi, a freshman in high school, signed up for the first day of school. After registering, he left the campus and took a commuter bus to the port. Su Shu asked in the car, looking at you in such a hurry. What are you trying to do? Xiao Qingzi looked excited and said, You'll find out later. The two arrived at the airport, took a small spaceship to leave the Star Castle, and flew to where the battleship Miqing was. They soon arrived in front of the battleship Miqing, but the spacecraft did not fly to the entrance to the bow-living cabin of the battleship, but flew to at the stern of the ship. He casually asked in surprise, Little Qingzi, what are you doing? Xiao Qingzi smiled and did not answer, but said mysteriously, You will know it in one go. The spaceship came to the stern of the ship and flew towards a beehive. An airlock cabin actually protruded from the beehive, and the soldiers docked with the spacecraft. Little Qingzi said, Let's go in. Chapter 207 Travel with Me in Space. The commuter spacecraft with Little Qingzi in the seat was carrying the two of them away from the Star Castle and headed towards the Michael-Angelic-class battleship. When the spaceship was halfway on the way, Xiao Qingzi asked Ran Ran to put on the extravehicular space suit with her, and asked casually, Why do you need a space suit? Are you going to go out for a spacewalk? Xiao Qingzi didn't answer him, just smiled and said, Just put it on. The two put on their spacesuits, and the spacecraft had already carried them to the stern of the Miqing. As mentioned before, the battleships of this magic sword are built in an open honeycomb shape to facilitate the entry and exit of warflies. As for the Miqing, only a small part of the bow has been modified, and most of the rest is still in an open honeycomb shape. But it was said that the Angel-class passenger transport spacecraft came to the stern of the ship and approached a beehive. An airlock cabin was seen protruding from the beehive, connected by a hose, and docked with the airlock cabin of the spacecraft. Asked casually, Where are we going? Little Qingzi still smiled and said, Just go. The hatch opened, and the hatch on the opposite side also opened one after another. Little Qingzi pulled him into the airlock on the opposite side, and then disconnected from the small spacecraft. The airlock cabin on the battleship carried the two people into the battleship's honeycomb and began to move inside. There is no artificial gravity, and the two people are floating in the airlock. However, there are transparent glass portholes around the airlock, and the outside scenery can be seen. As the airlock moves forward, you can see the transmission mechanism inside the battleship outside, and racks of parked and fixed battle flies. He casually sighed in admiration. Oh my god! This is so spectacular! Little Qingzi, is the Archangel so confident that you can go in and out at will? Xiao Qingzi said, This battleship was given to me by your excellency. Do you think I can go in and out at will? Why are you so kind to you? Xiao Qingzi said happily, That's not because of Baby Me. I can be regarded as having benefited from Baby Me. After advancing all the way, we finally stopped in front of a cabin. The door of the airlock cabin was opened. This was a small cabin. Two battleships were moored on the opposite side, one on the left and one on the right. Little Orange floated out first, casually followed nervously. Little Qingzi looked back at him and said with a smile, Hey, come here. Don't be afraid, he said casually but still a little nervously. This is my first time in space, so I'm a little nervous. Little Qingzi, don't laugh at me. Although it is in a battleship. Don't you think so? But because such a battleship has an open construction model, even inside it can be said to be in space. After all, the temperature here is the same as the temperature outside. both below zero, more than 200 degrees. However, the two of them wore spacesuits, which can automatically adjust the body's comfortable temperature. Little Qingzi pulled him to a battlefly and said, "Come on! Choose one." "What?" he asked casually in surprise. "What for? Of course you drive it. Open it? Are you kidding me? Little Qingzi? Who are you kidding?" Xiao Qingzi said. The battlefly was originally an unmanned fighter aircraft. These two were built separately and can carry people. Quick! Choose one and let's go out to play. But I can't drive it. It's okay. I'll teach you, Xiao Qingzi said. And it has an autonomous driving function and an anti-collision system. Come on! Really? How can it be false? He casually chose the price in front of him. Xiao Qingzi opened the hatch of the battlefly, helped him in, helped him fasten his seatbelt, and told him how to operate it. After a brief instruction, he got off and boarded another battlefly, and said, "Close the hatch cover and check the seal." Xiao Qingzi said that he also got on a Warfly. The battlefly was originally a drone, and the modified cockpit was very small. In addition, he was wearing an extravehicular space suit, so it was extremely crowded to sit inside casually. "What are you doing now?" I asked casually. Xiao Qingzi said, "Did you see a start button on the front panel? Press it, and the battlefly will fly out automatically with you. Only after you get out. You can fly it by yourself." While he was talking, the Warfly that Little Qingzi was riding on had actually separated from the gripping device, and was pushed out by the transmission mechanism along the channel. He had no choice but to press the start button. The Warfly carried him, and followed behind Little Qingzi, and also pushed out in advance. The push was still some distance away. Before leaving, Xiao Qingzi said, "You can also communicate with Zhang Neiying's terminal and issue commands through voice. Give it a try." "Okay, let me give it a try. Lo Zhan Fei. Hello, pilot. Whatever you want." "Ha ha," Xiao Qingzi Dachu said. "Whatever. Just relax. It'll be okay. It's very simple." As he spoke, two Warflies flew out one after another. Once he flew out, Little Qingzi flew freely in space. He followed him casually, and did not dare to fly. His movements were stiff, and he almost hit the battleship. Xiao Qingzi said, "Tell your Warfly with your voice to let it follow me automatically. And then you can fine-tune it manually, and you will gradually become proficient." He casually followed what Little Qingzi said. And as expected, the Warfly followed Little Qingzi, and started flying. Once the Little Qingzi flew out of the battleship in the battlefly, he was like a wild horse, rolling and spinning in the space. The exhibition hall following him also rolled, and he saw the scenery outside spinning rapidly. And after a while, he couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "It's rolling so hard. I'm going to faint." "Okay then. Let's be gentler in our movements. This will be..." "Okay. Right." Little Qingzi did what he said, and his flying movements were really smooth. After a while, he saw the space creature Minana flying over. He pointed at it casually and said, "It's here. How does it know that we are here? It doesn't. Will he eat us?" Although Xiaomi has lost weight many times, she is still 1 kilometer in length, and the battleship Miqing is only 985 meters, which is about the same length as her. Xiao Qingzi laughed loudly. "Baby Me is the cutest. How could she eat us? Don't you think so, Baby Me?" At this moment, Xiaomi has flown over, opened her big mouth, and let out a joyful cry. Of course, this is in space, and the sound cannot be transmitted. But as she screams, the sound is converted into electromagnetic waves and transmitted to the battlefly. The equipment converted it into audible sound, and was played on the speakers in the Warfly. He casually said in surprise, "Ah, I heard it. She actually made a sound." Xiaomi was flying happily beside the two battleflies, and Xiao Qingzi chuckled. "It would have happened. Okay. It's just that this is space and can't transmit sound. If it were on a planet with air, you can hear her real voice. Am I right, Baby Me?" "Yes, my lovely little sister." Xiaomi's voice came through the speaker again. Her voice was a very soft and quiet contralto. Chapter 208. Our love starts from now. The two of them each piloted a modified Warfly, and roamed freely in space. Xiaomi was also with them, and they quickly mastered the driving method and could drive freely. The two of them played like this for a long time. When they were tired, they flew back on the Warfly. In the bow observation cabin of the battleship Miqing, Xiao Qingzi and Sui Ran were floating and chatting happily. Xiao Qingzi said, Thank you Sway Sway for accompanying me for so many years. You are my best friend. Except for me Bao Bao. You are also my only friend. From the age of 10 to now 16. He has been her best friend for 6 years. At this moment, Minano was flying quietly beside the battleship Miching. She could be seen from the observation cabin, and she and the Miching were advancing hand in hand, independently of each other. He said casually, I just think you are a good girl, but they are biased against you. Baby Me is also a good baby, but they are jealous that you have such a good pet. At this point, I saw Minano in space turning her head and winking at the two of them. And then Minano's voice came from the observation cabin. I am the best baby. The voice was soft and low, peaceful and quiet. The one floating in the air gave her a thumbs up. After hard work, Little Qingzi was able to convert Minano's consciousness into sounds that were played through the speakers. He said casually, Little Orange. He hesitated to say anything. What's the matter? Xiao Qingzi asked. Seeing him looking at her blankly, she couldn't help but shyly turned her head to the side. Casually said, Do you just think of me as your best friend? Yes. Then what else do you want? I want. What do you want? You tell me. I want to marry you, he said casually, summoning up the courage. Little Orange was silent. What's wrong? Are you angry? But we are still young. I know, he said casually. I have liked you since I was 10 years old. I have liked you for 6 years. We will get married as soon as we finish high school. The legal age for marriage in the Demon Sword is 18 years old. So as soon as you graduate from high school, you are just in time to get married, which is different from the previous Earth era. The marriage age in the history of the Earth is 22 for men and 20 for women. Moreover, there is no university in the human education of Demon Sword. Once you graduate from high school, you no longer need to study. Anyway, machines will do everything for you. Humans don't have to work. They just have fun. But in the Star Castle of Hope, there is a library, which has courses for all majors and subjects of the university. If you want to study, you can go there by yourself, or study online at home, and complete all the courses of a certain major in the university by yourself. The library has an examination system. If you take the examination yourself, after you have obtained all the credits for a certain major, you will be able to obtain the corresponding undergraduate certificate. Online masters and doctoral degrees are like this. But there are no teachers, and they all rely on self-study. Since there is no social competition and employment pressure, no one has been able to obtain the corresponding degree certificates and graduation certificates through this method of self-study in the past 100 years. And no one has the ability to obtain them, because this kind of learning method is all based on self-awareness. There is no supervision, and there is no pressure. How can you get it? Studying at university and above is purely for hobby. But he said that he wanted to woo Xiao Qingzi casually. But Xiao Qingzi fell silent and asked casually, What's wrong? Do you not like me? We are still young, said Little Qingzi. Can we talk about it after we finish high school? No, he said casually. I want to know the answer now. We will study and play together for 3 years in high school. As soon as we finish high school, we will get married. All you need to do now is tell me whether you like me or not. If you don't like it, Xiao, I can wait for you. Xiao Qingzi looked at him and asked, Are you serious? Say casually and firmly. Of course. There are so many good girls, Xiao Qingzi asked. But you have to choose me. In the Demon Sword, there are many boys and girls. So there will often be scenes where several girls compete for one boy, and she is chosen at random, which makes Xiao Qingzi feel very happy in her heart. Do you need a reason to like someone? Just say casually, I just like you. There is no reason. While the two were talking, Chung Tai shouted to them in the centrifuge cabin. Little Qingzi, come here and get some fruit for you to eat. Little Qingzi said oh, and was about to go down, but he was grabbed casually and said, Tell me. Okay. Chung Tai looked at the two of them curiously, and suddenly said to her, Auntie, I like your Little Qingzi. I swear, I only like her as a girl, and I will marry her as soon as I graduate. Chung Tai was stunned at that time. Xiao Qingzi's face turned red, and she glared at him. You are crazy. Why did you tell my mother? He said casually. Because it's more formal. Chung Tai immediately said with a smile. It's easy to talk. Why don't you come down and eat the fruits? They were just picked and they're fresh. He casually pulled her out of the observation cabin and came to the centrifuge cabin. The two sat down on the killing table, with Chung Tai sitting opposite. Chun Feng was playing games in the room, and Chung Tai shouted, "Lao Chung, stop playing. Come out quickly," said casually. "I like little oranges." Chung Tai said, "Young man, I can see that you like our little Chengzi, but don't be too anxious. Can you tell your parents first when you get home? Don't worry, Auntie," he said casually. "My parents don't care about me, so they won't object." Chung Tai said, "No matter whether you object or not, you have to go back and talk to them. Do you understand?" "Yes, Auntie." Xiao Qingzi was filled with joy in her heart for the casual sudden courtship and had no reason not to accept it. Sui Ren stayed for a meal and promised to tell his parents when he went back. Xiao Qingzi waited happily for his good news. She knew that Sui Yi's parents played riddles all day long and never cared about their children. You can tell from the name, casually, anytime, anywhere. So it can be concluded that there will basically be no resistance. Then she can spend 3 years of romantic high school with Iran, get married and have children after graduation, and live a happy life. At night, little Qingzi floats in the observation cabin, looking forward to a better future. Accompanied by Xiaomi, he falls into a sweet dream. The demonic sword civilization, the First Legion, and the huge space fleet are driving mightily on the edge of the solar system, and are about to fly out of the solar system completely. The Oort cloud where the Legion is now is almost a piece of nothingness. There is everything here except the vast and empty universe. Behind the First Legion, the Second Legion under construction has begun to take shape and will be completed in a short period of time. Lu Yi is always monitoring the 2 legions and the surrounding universe without any hesitation. Dare to slack off. Chapter 209 Happy Breakup. The next day was the first official day of classes after the start of school. Little Qingzi took a commuter spaceship and arrived at the Star Castle. As soon as he exited the airlock, he saw Ran waiting there. Little Qingzi shouted and rushed forward, hugging Random's arm. She felt that she was the happiest girl in the world. The boy she likes is handsome, and he happens to like her too. And her parents are very satisfied with him. So can she be unhappy? Sui, on the other hand, was serious about his words and walked towards the exit with her. Xiao Qingzi asked, "What's up, brother Sui?" "Oh, no. It's okay." The two got on the commuter bus and headed to school. "You have something on your mind. Tell me quickly. What's going on?" Xiao Qingzi pressed. He sighed casually and said, "I'm sorry, little Qingzi. Your parents don't agree?" He nodded casually. "I know. They must think we are too young," Xiao Qingzi said with a smile. "Don't let us fall in love prematurely. It's okay. I will wait for you for 3 years. We are still best friends now. Right? Don't worry. Come on. Give me a smile." Looking at her casually, he couldn't help but be infected by her happy attitude. And he also started laughing. The two of them went to school together and started their 3-year high school career. In the past 3 years, Xiao Qingzi has been very happy, living, studying and playing with her beloved boy. Her classmates have also begun to communicate with her, and people no longer alienate her. After all, Xiaomi has never had any so-called threats over the years, and the children have grown up gradually, especially her best friend Peng Shui, who fell out and didn't speak to each other for 6 years, but has reconciled with her since entering high school. So in the past 3 years, Xiao Qingzi has been the happiest. She is just waiting for her casual brother to come and propose to her as soon as high school is over. And in the past 3 years, Xiaomi has not lost weight and has maintained a length of 1 kilometer. 3 years pass so quickly in the blink of an eye. At the graduation ceremony of the senior year of high school, the whole class of 12 students celebrated and made a fuss in the classroom. Jianyu stood on the podium and said, Classmates, we have been together for 12 years, and today we finally grow up. It's not easy. We can finally fall in love and get married. As he said that, he pointed his finger among the 8 girls. 5 or 6 girls screamed with excitement, just waiting for Jianyu's finger to point to her. Xiao Qingzi didn't like Jianyu Jia. She had a brother named Yi, so she was very calm. When she saw Fat Shui beside her, she also smiled and shook her head, and whispered, It feels so childish. Finally, Jianyu pointed to one of the girls and said, It's you. I want to marry you. Will you marry me? I do. The girl shouted loudly, and immediately there was warm applause and cheers from the whole class. Jianyu went over and hugged the girl. and then said, "Who should be next?" Then Zixuan and another boy each picked a partner among the girls, leaving only the last one among the 4 boys. There are still 5 girls. That is to say, if you want to pick one of these 5 girls, there is no doubt that it will be Xiao Qingzi. Needless to say. But in that case, there will be 4 girls who no one wants. Then these 4 girls will either have to wait for the next class of junior students, or they will have no choice but to be single. The current population of Demon Sword is only about 7,000 people, and there are only 12 of them in the senior year of high school. The space for choosing a mate is very narrow. But he casually scratched his head and said, "No need. This is private and cannot be made public like this." Hearing this casual saying, Xiao Qingzi couldn't help but feel confused. How could this become a private matter? The love between a man and a woman is an honest matter. Several other girls forced him to walk up to the podium and insisted that he choose one quickly. But they didn't say anything. One of the girls sighed and said, "There's no need to make things difficult for him. He's already known and chosen." After saying that, several girls turned their eyes toward Xiao Qingzi, who also lowered his head in embarrassment and said nothing. But Pang Shui said, "That's not necessarily true. As long as you are not married, everyone has a chance. Everyone's opportunities are equal, and we all have the right to pursue." Cheng Xiqing, don't you be angry when I say this, right? If I really like you, it's useless for a few of us to rob you. Right? Little Qingzi nodded, feeling that what Pang Shui said was right. Pan Xue was a bit fat when she was in elementary school. Now that she has grown up, not only is she not fat, she is also very slim, not to mention being the beauty of the class. She is also very good-looking and enchanting. The classmates all made a fuss and asked anyone to choose a girlfriend quickly. But they refused to choose a girlfriend, and even got into an argument with Jin Yu. Everyone saw that they were bored and dispersed. However, those few girls kept surrounding him and chattering to him. Xiao Qingzi couldn't help but feel disappointed. He left the classroom angrily, walked out of the campus, and walked aimlessly on the street. After graduating from high school, she became an adult. She no longer had to study or work. She just wanted to enjoy life. However, she felt very uncertain about the future and could not be confident about taking things casually. Just walking like this in despair, he finally got rid of the entanglement of the girls and caught up with her, saying very apologetically, "I'm sorry, little Qingzi. They are really difficult to deal with." Xiao Qingzi didn't say anything, just smiled in return. She could feel that casually. The boy she had liked for 9 years was about to leave, and she couldn't catch her. But she didn't dare to say it because she was afraid of hearing it. I would say to her casually, "I'm sorry. I can't like you." She already had a serious premonition. She didn't ask, and he didn't explain. The joy in the past was no longer evoked at this moment. The two just walked like this, talking wordlessly. Seeing that there was really nothing to say, Xiao Qingzi was a strong female voice. She was unwilling to force him. So she said, "It's getting late. Let's go back, Little Orange." Xiao Qingzi responded with a forced smile, hailed the commuter bus, and casually wanted to accompany her on the bus. Xiao Qingzi said, "No need to send her off. You can go back. We will talk tomorrow." After giving each of them a night to think carefully, Rennie really didn't send her as a gift. This was the first time in 9 years that he didn't send her as a gift. Xiao Qingzi sat alone in the commuter car heading to the port. In the car, she looked through the rearview mirror at the people far away on the road. And she cried. After returning home, she said nothing and went directly to the observation cabin alone, floating and doing nothing. Her parents ignored her calls, and she turned a blind eye to Xiaomi flying quietly outside. Just the next morning, a text message was sent randomly, waking her up from her sleep. "Little Qingzi, I'm sorry. Let's break up." Chapter 210 Orange Tears. Chapter 210 Orange Tears. When Xiao Qingzi received this breakup text message, although it was expected, he still couldn't bear the blow and was extremely sad. He called to ask, but the line was always disconnected. She wanted to go find him and ask him why he broke up after 9 years of love. When she first entered the centrifuge chamber, she heard her mother say, "Some random parent committed suicide last night." "What?" Xiao Qingzi asked in great surprise. Cheng Tai said, "But I was rescued." And the entire community forum exploded. "Don't you know?" "I don't know." Xiao Qingzi looked confused, and quickly asked her personal terminal to call up the news and display it on the virtual screen in the air. It was just as her mother said. Last night, Ran's parents climbed to the roof of their house and threatened to jump off the building. The reason for committing suicide was that wanted to marry Xiao Qingzi, and they were opposed to it. If questioned his intention to marry Xiao Qingzi, they would commit suicide. Someone took a short video and posted it online. So now everyone in the Star Fortress's more than 7,000 residents knows about it. As can be seen in the video, the 5 brothers and sisters of Sui Sui stood on the roof to dissuade him. But his parents were very determined. Sui Sui finally compromised and agreed not to marry Xiao Qingzi, and promised not to associate with Xiao Qingzi again. In the end, Sui Sui's parents only then did they give up on committing suicide, which meant that they had not succeeded in killing him. Xiao Qingzi ran towards the airlock, and Cheng Tai asked, "Where are you going?" Xiao Qingzi cried and said, "I'll go find him and ask him for details." Cheng Tai said, "Why do you ask? If he really loves you, he will naturally come to you to explain. If he really loves you, his parents will not be able to stop him from loving you even if they threaten death. But he can't watch his parents die." Cheng Tai asked again, "Then let me ask you, if it were you, your father and I would not agree to your association with him. Otherwise we would die in front of you. What would you do?" Little Qingzi said, "Then me?" "Think about it carefully." "I don't know," said Little Qingzi. "But it's possible that I will. If you don't let me be with her, I will kill you." Cheng Tai said, "That's right. I didn't do it casually. So it is easy to solve the problem of parents forcing each other. It depends on whether he is determined and mature. Stop playing games all the time and come out to persuade your daughter." Lao Cheng walked out of the house and said, "Your mother is right. If you go look for him, you will definitely not find him. And I advise you to calm down for 2 days. If he still remembers you, he will definitely come looking for you." "You?" Little Qingzi didn't believe this, and resolutely entered the airlock, got on the spaceship, and headed to the Star Castle. Arriving at Sui Ran's home, his home, like all the other residents' homes, was a 3-story building with the door closed. Little Qingzi ran to knock on the door, and was greeted by Sui's mother. When she saw her, she had not yet seen her. When she spoke, Sui's mother said, "You don't have to come to our house casually. He and Pang Shui are going to see the wedding room. They will get married in 3 days. I'd like you not to come then, so as not to affect everyone's mood." "What did you say? Him and Pang Shui?" Xiao Qingzi was completely confused. She didn't expect that 9 years of love would be over. What was even more annoying was that it was her best friend who took away her lover. She admitted that Pang Shui was prettier than her, but she was the one who fell in love with her. "No. You must ask clearly." Xiao Qingzi turned around and left, heading to the second community. Since he was looking at a wedding room, it must be in the second community. In Magic Sword, each team of newcomers will be assigned a 3-story building for free. Although there are more than 2,000 residents and more than 500 households in the second community, it is easy to find a casual wedding room. As expected, she found it without much effort. A new house, and Pang Shui's cheerful voice can be heard from inside. Little Qingzi stood in front of the door and knocked. There was no response for a long time. He couldn't help but get angry and shouted, "Come out if you want!" When the door opened, Xiao Qingzi was stunned because there were 2 people standing in front of her. The male protagonist was Ran Ran, and the female protagonist was Pang Shui. Pang Shui stood behind Sui Ran, with both hands reaching Sui Sui's neck, and smiled at Xiao Qingzi and said, "Xiao Qingzi, you are so well informed. We just came to see the house. And you came. Come in quickly and help me choose furniture. You can customize the furniture yourself. And when the time comes, a robot will automatically deliver it to your door." Xiao Qingzi didn't look at her, but looked at Sui Ran with a gloomy face. Xiao Qingzi cried and asked, "Brother Sui Sui, is all this true?" "I'm sorry, Little Qingzi," he said casually. "Forget about me. Tell me, you were forced to do this, and you are not sincere in all this. You like me, right? Tell me." "Stop talking, Little Qingzi. I'm sorry for you. Please leave quickly, Brother Sui." Xiao Qingzi burst into tears. Fat Shui said, "Little Qingzi, if you come to bless us, I welcome you. But if you come to destroy us, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I, Brother Sui, and I have obtained the certificates. And we are now a legal couple. I don't think you want to break up our newly formed family. Brother Sui, let's go in." The door slammed shut, and Pang Shui's cheerful laughter continued to come from inside. Little Qingzi stood in front of the door for 5 minutes, letting tears roll down her face. In 5 minutes, she wiped away her tears and left the small building. Looking back as she walked, she was also a dignified girl, but she just couldn't let go. On the road, she hailed a commuter bus and drove to the port. On the road to the port, the self-driving commuter bus was empty except for her. She sat blankly in her seat, looking at the street scene outside the car window and retreating. Not long after, she boarded the spaceship returning. The spacecraft was flying in space, flying towards the battleship Michin. The small spacecraft had no artificial gravity, and she did not wear a seat belt, letting herself float. During the flight, she floated to the airlock and opened the door. Little Qingzi said. The door swung open, and she entered the airlock, the inner door closing behind her. Open the outer door, Little Qingzi said again. A mechanical male voice immediately sounded. Madam, you are not wearing an extravehicular spacesuit, so you cannot open the outer door. Open the outer door, Little Orange said again. Sorry, ma'am. You're going to die. The mechanical male voice said again. Open the outer door. Xiao Qingzi shouted. Sorry. The outer door cannot be opened. Little Qingzi kicked the outer hatch hard and yelled. Open the outer hatch for me. Do you not understand human speech or something? Sorry. For your personal safety, the outer hatch has been locked and cannot be opened. When Little Qingzi got tired of kicking, he floated and cried, Can you hacking open the outer hatch? I beg you. Let me out. Chapter 211. The Star Fortress encounters an unknown attack. Xiao Qingzi got seriously ill. 3 days later, Sui Swan and Pang Shui held a wedding. Xiao Qingzi didn't go. She wanted to completely forget Sui Sui. She only sent a text message to Sui Sui. Bless you for giving me 9 years of companionship and happiness. Thank you. But this message keeps showing as unread. 1 month after graduating from her senior year of high school, Xiao Qingzi finally got better and was slowly recovering. She wanted to get over her sadness. She floated in the observation cabin, opened her personal terminal, and a 3-dimensional virtual screen appeared around her. Xiaomi is flying in the outer space. Very quiet, and he doesn't dare to disturb her. For a month, Xiao Qingzi ignored her. Show all the majors in the university, Xiao Qingzi said. She wanted to forget about casualness and only study. She would forget about him by reading, and she would study hard. More than 800 university majors scrolled in front of her. Note, 2012 data showed 506 majors. Remove the liberal arts. Remove the arts. Remove military studies. And remove science and engineering. Many majors were removed, and only 2 majors remained, life sciences and medical genetics. There are more than 200 courses in the 2 majors, and each course is displayed on the 3-dimensional virtual screen. I want to learn, so let's start with the first course. Since then, Xiao Qingzi has embarked on a crazy journey of self-study. In Magic Sword, all university subjects are self-study, but it is even harder to get the corresponding subject certificates, because the exams are extremely strict, and there are robots watching specifically. Do you want to cheat? That's really no way. She studies while floating in the observation cabin every day, and each course is displayed in front of her on a 3-dimensional virtual screen. She spends 15 hours studying every day, and the remaining 9 hours are spent eating and sleeping, and nothing else. It's done. Finally, 3 months later, Xiao Qingzi passed the exams for 6 consecutive courses in 1 day, passing all of them. The exam is also very simple. It is conducted in the observation cabin at home. The monitoring is connected to the university system. The system will monitor the candidates in all aspects to prevent cheating. The online exam can be scored immediately after the exam is completed, and the scores can be obtained quickly. Out. After the exam, Xiao Qingzi felt like he was exhausted, floating without wanting to do anything or think about anything. Xiaomi was with Xiaomi in the space outside all the time. Little Qingzi closed his eyes and thought about nothing. It took a long time to open his eyes. He looked at Xiaomi outside and saw that Xiaomi was very quiet. So he said, Baby me. Xiaomi was startled, turned around, and looked at Little Qingzi in the battleship with her big eyes open. Little Qingzi had ignored her for 4 months. Little sister. I'm sorry. Baby me. I haven't talked to you for a long time. I'm sorry. Little sister. It's my fault. I must have made you angry somewhere. Xiao Qingzi smiled bitterly and said, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I haven't seen my little brother for a long time. Xiaomi said. Why isn't he here? 9 years. Xiao Qingzi sighed. We finally made it to today. Whatever. Brother. He doesn't want me anymore. I'm sorry. Little sister. What does this have to do with you? It's all me. If it weren't for me, my little brother wouldn't want you. Xiaomi is very smart. She can tell. Xiao Qingzi smiled and said, I don't blame you. If she really loves me, no difficulties will be a problem. If she doesn't love me, she will create difficulties herself. Little sister, you have to be happy. If you are happy, baby me will be happy too. Okay, let's be happy together. After that, Xiao Qingzi continued to devote himself to crazy study. Every day he studied. Studied and studied again. Or it was exams. The best way to take a break was to play with Xiaomi. Just 6 months after she started studying, she encountered a problem, which was the experimental class. Many courses required experiments. For this reason, she specially connected with Lu Yi to explain the situation. Lu Yi also quickly gave her an answer, saying that he would build a laboratory for her in the third community. It could be completed in a month at most. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask him questions at any time. A month later, after the laboratory was built, Xiao Qingzi could no longer study on the battleship and could only go to the third community laboratory. There are only more than 7,000 people in the entire Star Castle, and the 2 communities are not full. So there is not a single household in the huge third community. The only person in the entire community is her laboratory, and she is the only one. In order to facilitate the study and experiment, Xiao Qingzi simply lived in the laboratory and did not return home on the battleship for 3 consecutive months. In order to facilitate communication with friends, her parents also moved back to their hometown in the first community from the battleship. Occasionally, they would return to the battleship to move some things back. 3 months after moving into the laboratory, and 10 months after Xiao Qingzi went to college, Xiao Qingzi's mother, Mrs. Cheng, came to the laboratory from the battleship. Seeing the haggard little Qingzi, she told her a piece of bad news. That is, there are people in space. Xiaomi is suddenly shrinking. Xiao Qingzi returned to the battleship meeting in a panic. Sure enough, he saw that Xiaomi had shrunk in a large circle in space, and his eyes showed sadness. So he asked, What's wrong with you? Baby me? Why did you shrink again? Xiaomi said sadly, Sister, I haven't seen you for 3 months. Do you not want me anymore? I don't. Me Bao Bao is good. My little sister doesn't want you. Xiao Qingzi coaxed her. Xiaomi said, I know it's painful for you to fall out of love, but you still have me. I have been drifting alone in space for more than 200 years. I finally have a friend like you, but you don't want me anymore. I really don't want you, said Xiao Qingzi. I have a lot of homework, so I've been in the lab and I really don't have time to go out. Then I'll accompany you. But you are so big. How did you come in? So I have to keep losing weight. It turned out that Xiaomi wanted to come in, so she continued to lose weight. Xiao Qingzi was almost moved to tears by her, and said, But you can't lose weight anymore. You will die. Then I don't care, Xiaomi said stubbornly. Even if a lonely life can live for 10,000 years, how is it any different from the Walking Dead? Then I promise. How about coming back to see you every week? Oh well. Xiao Qingzi stayed on the battleship and spent the day with Xiaomi. The next day, she returned to the Star Castle laboratory to continue her studies. As she said, she would go back once a week. Xiaomi also did not continue to shrink when it shrank to 500 meters. Just when Xiao Qingzi fell out of love for almost a year, she stayed in the laboratory for 10 consecutive days and did not go back. She originally promised Xiaomi to go back once every 7 days, but because she devoted herself to the experimental subject, she forgot about this promise. And just when she had been working for 10 days, she was doing experiments wholeheartedly in the laboratory. And suddenly the whole world began to shake violently. Immediately, a mechanical female voice sounded an alarm. The Star Fortress has encountered an unknown attack. Please all personnel to seek refuge in the nearest shelter. Chapter 212 The Quiet Baby Me. This violent earthquake-like vibration felt like the Star Castle had been hit by something. Little Qingzi could not stand steadily in the laboratory, and the experimental equipment fell to the floor. After just 2 collisions, Lu Yi's virtual image appeared in the air. Little Qingzi was surprised. Lu Yi said, Your pet is in Skyport number 2, and it is violently hitting it with its body. Do you want to take a look? If I can't stop her, then I have no choice but to shoot her down. Xiao Qingzi also said with great experience, Sir, can I connect with her? Lu Yi said, I will project your image into Tiangang. I don't know if it will work, The laboratory where Xiao Qingzi is located is very far away from Tiangang. In addition, Xiaomi is a living thing, and Xiao Qingzi's brain waves cannot propagate that far. So wireless communication cannot be established between the two. They can only be close enough, and there cannot be too much distance between them. Lots of cover. But it was said that the image of Xiao Qingzi was placed in Tiangang, and the image of Xiaomi was also placed over, displayed in the air in front of Xiao Qingzi. I saw Xiaomi at this moment, with his huge body, slowly filling the outer harbor of Tiangang. Dozens of tails were dancing wildly in the space, and their heads were hitting the port windows one after another. Once the porthole is cracked, the port will be connected to space, and the air inside will be quickly sucked out, which is very dangerous. Of course, the Star Castle also has emergency measures. That is, if a certain part is damaged, the adjacent parts will be immediately isolated to prevent other parts from being exposed to space. However, it was said that a huge image of little Qingzi was projected in the port. After Xiaomi saw the image of little Qingzi, he immediately calmed down and stopped bumping. And the Star Castle also calmed down. Xiao Qingzi said, "Baby me, you can't do this." After that, she changed her clothes, left the laboratory, and headed for the port. On the way to the port on the commuter bus, she also did not forget to give her verbal comfort through video. Finally arriving at the port, Xiao Qingzi was shocked by the scene in front of her. It was the same as what she saw on the virtual screen. But when she saw it, she still felt extremely shocked. Standing in the inner harbor of the spaceport, there is a huge piece of tempered glass that allows you to see the outer harbor and the space scenery. However, at this moment, this huge porthole glass is completely occupied by Xiaomi's face, and you can't see it at all. The vastness of space behind it. However, it can be understood from the screen behind that thousands of warflies have gathered in the space outside the outer harbor, surrounding Xiaomi. Lu Yi was worried that Xiaomi would cause further damage to the Star Castle, so he sent Zhang Fei to monitor it. Xiao Qingzi quickly ran to the porthole, pressed his hands on the porthole glass, and pressed his face against it. At this moment, there was only a glass between them. Xiao Qingzi cried and said, "What on earth are you going to do? Do you know that you will be killed like this?" Xiaomi's brain waves were transmitted to her brain and said, "I want to come in. I want to be with you every day." Xiao Qingzi also started to communicate with her using brain waves. She shook her head and said using brain waves, "It's not possible. You know, with such a big body like yours, you will scare others when you come in. Then I will continue to lose weight until others are no longer afraid. You're going to die. I am about to reach my twilight years, and I want to be with you before I die." Xiao Qingzi and Xiaomi were separated by glass, one in the Star Castle and the other in space, communicating through telepathy. The so-called telepathy is actually a type of brain waves, and is limited by distance. Because it was brainwave communication, Lu Yi was always under surveillance and had no idea what the two of them were talking about. About 10 minutes later, Xiaomi suddenly sent a message, saying, "Master, I will never cause trouble again. Can you forgive me?" Lu Yi was also surprised by Xiaomi's astonishing move just now. So he asked, "Are you sure you will not cause harm to Star Castle and the people in Star Castle again in the future?" "I promise." "You have to know," Lu Yi said. "The little Qingzi you like is a human being. She lives in the Star Castle. Her body cannot be exposed to space. She needs oxygen, a certain air pressure, and a certain temperature to function. Survive. Otherwise she will die soon. So your reckless behavior just now might kill her. You know? I'm sorry, Master. I will never do this again. And I ask for your forgiveness." "Hey," Lu Yi sighed. "Okay, I forgive you. I also know that you are anxious because you haven't seen Xiao Qingzi for a long time. You just need to know the stakes." "Master," Xiaomi said, "I am old now. Long-term flying will make me feel very tired. So what do you want?" "I want to attach myself to the Star Castle and let the Star Castle take me flying." "But I really can't fly." Lu Yi thought for 3 nanoseconds and then said, "Okay, you are only 500 meters long now. Our Star Castle is 12 kilometers long and can carry you. But we can say ugly things first. You are attached, you can do it on the Star Fort. But you can't make too big movements, as it will shake the Star Fort. And you can't hit the Star Fort recklessly." "Yes, sir. I will be careful. I will never be reckless again." "Okay," Lu Yi said. "I will build a viewing cabin on the top of the Star Castle and let Little Orange move the laboratory there. That way, you can see Little Orange all the time." and little Qingzi will not be affected by her studies. Xiaomi showed a very happy expression. Thank you, Master. Not long after Xiaomi and Xiao Qingzi communicated, Don withdrew from the port and crawled along the SHL of the Star Fort until they reached the top of the Star Fort. Then they lay there and did not understand anymore. She finally became the first extravehicular passenger to arrive. Louisa asked with a smile, "How's it going? Is this ride comfortable for me?" Xiaomi said, "It's really comfortable. I don't have to fly by myself anymore. I'm very happy." Exclusively published on Qidian Chinese website. Xiao Qingzi was able to continue studying and working in her laboratory. After this time, she would go to the port to spend time alone with Xiaomi every day. And Xiaomi would also go to the port when Xiao Qingzi went to the port. Climb over the SHL. 3 days later, the observation cabin on the top of the Star Castle was built. And Louis also began to move a large number of Xiao Qingzi's experimental equipment there. A week later, Xiao Qingzi's laboratory finally moved to the top observation cabin, where her laboratory is larger and better equipped. And Xiaomi just lay on the huge curved glass of the observation cabin all day long, not going anywhere, just quietly watching Xiao Qingzi study and do experiments in the laboratory. Chapter 213 4 years of study with many twists and turns. It took Xiao Qingzi 4 years to complete her 2 majors and pass a rigorous examination to obtain a double major bachelor's certificate. In the past 4 years, Xiaomi has been lying on the porthole of the observation cabin, not going anywhere, doing nothing, very quiet, while Xiao Qingzi has been studying and experimenting in the laboratory. In order to take care of her, her parents also moved into the laboratory. There was a living room next door, so her parents helped her cook, wash and do housework. During these 4 years of study, it was not all smooth sailing for Xiao Qingzi. For example, he encountered big problems during the experiment. Because her major involves medicine, cadavers are needed for dissection experiments. However, in Star Castle, after everyone dies, the sparks are sent directly to them, and then the ashes are put into boxes and given to the family members of the deceased, or they are stored directly in the central funeral home. There is no cemetery in the Star Castle, and Louis has no plans to set up a cemetery. So most of the families of the deceased will choose to store the urns in the funeral parlor, and the family members can go to pay homage on the chosen date of the anniversary. The ashes will be stored for 100 years and then disposed of. However, the demon sword has not been around for 100 years yet. If Xiao Qingzi wants to get the ashes, he must get the consent of the deceased's family. But all the deceased's family members do not agree to donate the body. For this reason, Xiao Qingzi's experimental class was delayed for a long time, and she was also distressed by it. Finally, as a last resort, she tried to steal a body from the morgue in Star Castle, which has a population of about 7,000. People do not die every day, so it takes almost half a year for 1 or 2 people to die. Fortunately, the residents of Star Castle have long been developed into lazy characters due to their long-term non-work. When a family member dies, they basically ignore it and just collect the ashes when the time comes. Therefore, little Qingzi stole the corpse relatively smoothly. He stole it quickly, and quickly brought it back to the laboratory for anatomy experiments. He secretly returned the corpse before dawn, so that it would not attract attention. However, it is impossible for Louis not to know all this. In the entire Star Castle, except for everyone's private areas, including bedrooms and toilets, every other place, every corner, every minute, and every second can't hide it from him. So Louis knew about Xiao Qingzi stealing the corpse. But he turned a blind eye because he knew very well that after people died, they were burned, which was of no use. So it was better to do experiments and contribute to medicine. And the magic sword's medicine is still at the level of memory heart. Although the heart of memories is said to be one of the hearts of machines, its level of technology cannot be compared with the heart of technology, which is also a heart of machines. Therefore, the human medicine of demon sword needs to be developed. And then someone needs to come out to conduct research. It just so happens that Xiao Qingzi is the first and currently the only person to conduct research. Therefore, Louis Hui remained silent about her stealing the body and secretly supported her. Of course, he also knew that stealing the body was disrespectful to the deceased. But there was no other way. And just when Xiao Qingzi was about to complete her 4-year studies, her theft of the corpse was still discovered. The family of the deceased went to Louis. Louis could only say that the monitoring equipment malfunctioned, and he was not aware of the matter. Past, The family members of the deceased brought a large group of people to Xiao Qingzi's laboratory on the top of the Star Castle and made a fuss. They even broke into her laboratory and smashed it. Xiaomi happened to be lying on the glass of the roof for a long time. When she saw a large group of people coming in and smashing things, she immediately became enraged. She went crazy again and hit the glass porthole. The collision didn't matter. It shook the Star Castle violently again, and frightened the people who came to make trouble in the laboratory to scream. Little Qingzi quickly shouted to the huge creature Minano outside the window. "Baby me! You can't do that!" Xiaomi also knew that such a collision would have serious consequences. So he stopped immediately, but showed his sharp fangs, looked at the people in the laboratory angrily, and swam back and forth outside anxiously. Soon, thousands of flying warplanes surrounded them, and stood ready to prevent Xiaomi from taking more drastic actions in the future. After Xiaomi calmed down, Xiao Qingzi said to the troublemakers, "I stole the body. I also exposed it and returned it. You can do whatever you want with me, but please don't destroy my experimental equipment. These are the public property of Demon Sword." One of the family members shouted, "Stop your experiments. Close your laboratory. Issue a public apology. And count on 9 times in front of the deceased's grave." Xiao Qingzi sneered. "A public apology is fine, but you have no right to close the laboratory. And my experiments will only benefit mankind. And I tell you, don't even think about Kowtow. If you are not satisfied, just beat me to death." Got it. There was a quarrel between the two parties. Louis saw that he could no longer remain silent. So he stood up and said, "Cheng Xiaoqing did something wrong in this matter. But let me be fair. The existing magic sword medicine has always been. If it does not continue to develop, there are still no effective treatments for many human diseases. Many types of cancer and related diseases cannot be cured, and we can only watch the patients die. Therefore, Cheng Xiaoqing's medical experiments are indeed for the benefit of mankind. You will know when her results come out in the future. As for the matter of her stealing the body, I think it should be handled this way. According to the family's request, Cheng Xiaoqing, you publish a public apology letter on the community forum. And the matter of Kowtow is an unreasonable request. Don't if he says he doesn't want to. Even I can't stand it anymore." Before he finished speaking, a family member shouted, "Sir, you are a robot, and you are not a human being. How do you know human emotions? What did you say?" Louis couldn't help but get angry. Over the years, he didn't like to hear others say that he was a robot. Although in a practical sense, he was indeed a robot. But he didn't like to hear it, although he was a machine. But he is driven by human thoughts. And he doesn't like to hear others say that he is not human. So he gets angry. Louis said, "In order to protect you humans, I risked my life to go to the earth in flames and saved your ancestors. I almost died. Do you know? I can completely ignore you, and I can still develop and grow. But what is the purpose of all this? Aren't you just trying to protect mankind from extinction? I'll give you free food, clothing, housing, and enjoyment without having to work. Only in 100 years has there been one person who is willing to come out to study medicine and want to benefit mankind. This person even Cheng Xiaoqing. You don't know how to be grateful. So forget it. And you try your best to stop him and ridicule me. What do you want to do? The good life is too comfortable, isn't it?" Louis got angry and frightened these people on the spot. Louis calmed down his anger and said, "I will decide next." Chapter 214, The Yingying Beast That Broke Into the Interstellar Fortress. Louis said, "I have decided that Cheng Xiaoqing's studies and experiments will continue. As Cheng Xiaoqing said, the experimental equipment is the public property of Demon Sword. No one is allowed to destroy it. If I know who comes again, if you smash it, don't be rude to me." As for Cheng Xiaoqing's experiment, it is no longer allowed to steal corpses. Autopsies can only be performed with the consent of the deceased's family. And I will also publicize it throughout the entire civilization. I hope everyone can abandon traditional concepts and come to support Cheng Xiaoqing's medical research. Seeing Li Yi's support, the family members of the deceased did not dare to make trouble and dispersed after throwing a few harsh words. Calm returned to the laboratory, and the robots came out to clean up. The furious Xiaomi slowly calmed down and was still lying on the porthole. Louis sent a nanorobot to check the porthole to prevent any cracks. Little Qingzi stood in the middle of the laboratory, looked at the busy robot, and said, "Sir, are you there?" Louis asked, "Xiao Qingzi, it's my fault. I should have stopped you from the beginning." Xiao Qingzi showed a shocked expression. "So you have known about it all along?" except for human privacy. There is nothing in the entire Star Castle that I don't know about. But thank you, Your Excellency, for your secret help. It's better not to say thank you. I didn't expect this matter to be such a big deal. Are you going to give up? Anyway, you don't need to work so hard in the Demon Sword. No, Your Excellency. I will keep persisting. I have set a small goal for myself. Get the 2 doctors first. But there will be no corpses for me to study in the future. So your future research work will be very difficult. So you should take care of yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you. Louis went offline, and Xiao Qingzi communicated with Xiaomi again. Baby me, you shouldn't be so wormhole today. Xiaomi squirmed on the porthole for a while, and then stopped moving. She had been so lazy recently, and rarely moved twice. Xiao Qingzi's studies continued, and he quickly passed the bachelor's degree in 2 majors, the undergraduate diploma, and began studying for a master's degree. He had no teachers and relied entirely on self-study. And from the beginning of her master's degree studies, Xiaomi actually started to change again, shrinking every day, pieces falling off her body. She was too lazy to move, just lying on the porthole, letting her body pieces fall off. Xiao Qingzi talked to her, but she ignored her. At most, she just glanced at her through the porthole, and then continued to lie on it without moving. Seeing that Xiaomi was about to die, Xia Qingzi was very worried. He took the spaceship out many times, and came to the outside of the top of the Star Castle. He looked for her where Xiaomi was, but Xiaomi was still lying on it, motionless. For Xiaomi, the arrival of the spaceship was unmoved. When Xiaomi went out to visit her in a spaceship for the last time, Xiaomi had shrunk down to only a piece of skin attached to the Star Castle, and the diameter had shrunk to about 100 meters. No matter how little Qingzi cried and called her, he still wouldn't answer her. Looking at the black layer of skin on the Star Fort, little Qingzi cried in the spaceship. Baby me, you are my only friend. Are you willing to leave me? With infinite nostalgia and sorrow, little Qingzi returned to the Star Castle and the top laboratory. In the laboratory, she had no intention of studying. She lay in the recliner and looked up at the huge skin covering the porthole. There was a pair of big eyes on this skin, which were also withered. She was still looking at it in her last moments of withering. Holding her, lying in the recliner, little Qingzi looked up, stretched out his hand, and cried, "Baby Rice?" She knew that her baby Rice was dead. Little Qingzi fell into a deep sleep and sadness. She dreamed that her baby me was alive. She was not dead, and was flying happily in space. She took her with her in space, and was exposed to space without any protection, riding on the back of Xiaomi, flying back and forth in a legion formation composed of more than 1,000 warships. She felt extremely happy. When she was tired from flying in space, she rode Minano from the airlock in the port and continued flying happily in the Star Castle. In her dream, she didn't even think about the 100 meters. How did the long millet get in through the narrow airlock? She woke up laughing in joy. When she woke up, she saw the sky full of warships appearing in the space outside the porthole against the backdrop of stars. Xiaomi's layer of skin that was originally attached to the porthole also fell off and floated in space. With inertia, it continues to accompany Star Castle. After waking up, she couldn't help but feel extremely sad, and tears fell down again. Just when she was feeling sad, she heard the door banging, as if something was hitting her. She was startled, and then she heard her parents' screams coming from the outhouse. She quickly stood up from the recliner and ran out of the laboratory. She saw her parents walking out of the bedroom and looking at the door in horror, and the outside of the door was being hit again and again. Chung Tai said, "Isn't it some nasty guy coming to cause trouble again? He's going to die in the middle of the night?" Little Qingzi picked up a stick and walked to the door and said, "If anyone comes to cause trouble again, I will beat him to death." "Daughter, be careful," Narita shouted. Chuffong also took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and waited for Xiao Qingzi to open the door. Little Qingzi reached for the door handle, and the banging on the door stopped. Little Qingzi looked back at his parents, then grabbed the door handle and opened the door suddenly. When she opened the door, she couldn't help but scream in fear, and her parents also screamed. It turned out that there was no one at the door, but a huge monster. This monster is a bit like a dinosaur, with its mouth open, revealing a row of white teeth, a pair of big, watery eyes, and a squeaking sound from its mouth. Xiao Qingzi's parents were almost paralyzed with fear. They had never seen such a big ghost, especially Chung Feng, who wanted to protect their daughter, chopped it with a kitchen knife. But then little Qingzi discovered the clue and said, "Don't be afraid. Parents, it doesn't eat people." Cheng Tai shouted, "How can such a big monster not eat people?" Little Qingzi reached out and touched the monster's nose, and the monster made a low squeaking sound. Xiao Qingzi said, "I am studying biology and medicine. Such teeth are obviously not for eating meat. So how can they eat people? And it is not a monster. If it is a monster, how can the Archangel let it come to our home? The door. Am I right, little one?" The monster nodded in a noisy manner, and Cheng Tai said in horror from behind, "Such a big guy. Do you think it's a little guy?" Cheng's father still held the kitchen knife in his hand and said cautiously, "Daughter, please get back quickly." Little Qingzi smiled and shook his head and said, "Look how cute it is. Little guy, you have blocked the door of my house. Can you step back and let me out?" Chapter 215 Strange Orange Tree. Star Fortress, on a certain level at the top, is surrounded by an empty space. No one lives here. But there is a 5-meter long and 3-meter high monster dancing freely. And on the back of this monster is sitting a girl in her 20s. The girl was none other than little Qingzi. Giggling happily, the Yingling beast ran for a while, strolled leisurely for a while, and then looked back at little Qingzi riding on its back. Little Qingzi patted its back and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" The Yingling beast then changed into a Yingling cry. When tired of playing, the Yingling beast ate the plants on the green belt. Little Qingzi jumped off its back, watched it eating grass, and asked, "I know. You are a rice baby, right?" The beast didn't look at her and continued to eat grass, occasionally making a low cry. Little Qingzi stroked it and said, "Thank you, baby me, for liking me so much and trusting me. I will treat you well." Then he applied to connect to the Archangel. After a while, Louis came online, and a virtual image appeared in the air in front of him. Little Qingzi asked, "Your Excellency, may I ask this little dinosaur, is it a baby rice?" Louis said, "Mina Nu is a space creature. This space creature is also called the Anata Zerg. It is the 3rd level queen of the Zerg. Its lifespan is only 300 to 500 years. Obviously, it has reached the age of the end of life. But I don't know much about this species either. Before the end of her life, if she can find a host to parasitize, her lifespan can be extended to 10,000 years, and she can be upgraded to a 1st level Blood Blade Queen. But obviously, she can't find such a host." "I understand," Xiao Qingzi said. "She wants to parasitize me, but she can't bear it." "You are wrong. Parasitism will not kill the host. On the contrary, she will live with the host and have the common memory of both the parasite and the host. So in a sense, the host will also live with her. The same lifespan of 10,000 years. Then why? Because you don't meet the conditions to be parasitized. And there are more than 7,000 residents in the entire Demon Sword Star Castle, and no one has the conditions to be parasitized." Little Qingzi looked at the very obedient Yingling beast and asked, "Is it so difficult?" Louis said, "Yes." Her mother, Queen Dan's, had a population of 7 billion on the Earth at that time. But she might not be able to find a host. Think about it. Star Castle only has more than 7,000 residents. Such a slim ratio. However, Minato has another way to survive. And that is transformation. Is this the transformation? Xiao Qingzi caressed the Yingling beast. She can neither speak nor communicate spiritually. She is almost the same as an ordinary animal. And in the entire civilization, she is the only one like this. A creature. It is so lonely and pitiful. Doesn't it still have you? Yes. It still has me. Little Qingzi murmured. Can I be any better than it? Aren't I also very lonely and pitiful? Louis said. Xiao Qingzi, you are 25 years old. Right. It's time to think about a partner. Xiao Qingzi shook his head and said, No. My heart is dead. Only learning, and it can make me happy. Nothing else can make me happy. Okay then, Louis said. The average lifespan of humans is 85 years old. You are only 25 years old. You still have 60 years to live. And it may be longer. You have to think about it yourself. I won't interfere with you. Finally, let me remind you that this level will be open to you and your little dinosaur. And it is absolutely not allowed to take it anywhere else in the Star Castle. Yes, sir. I will strictly abide by your orders. Louis then went offline. In the days that followed, Xiao Qingzi became happy again and continued to concentrate on her studies and research. There was a very open lawn outside the laboratory, where the Yingling beasts lived. A row of large trees in the laboratory glass door. You can also see it from the inside. Little Qingzi can see it while studying. And the Yingling beast is also very happy playing alone. When little Qingzi gets tired of studying, he will come out and interact with it. During the study, there were occasionally 1 or 2 students who came to study as teachers. However, after studying for a few days, Xiao Qingzi felt that they were too stupid and lazy. So these students all left again within a few days. The entire Star Castle also knows that there is a monster here in Little Orange. Those who are brave will come to see it. But those who are timid will not dare to come. When she was 30 years old, Xiao Qingzi obtained a double master's degree. At this year, Yingling beast, who had been following her for 5 years, suddenly stopped eating or drinking, and lay on the grass in front of the laboratory without sex, moving, just like lying on the outer space porthole of the laboratory 5 years ago. Little Qingzi was worried that it would have some problems, so she stayed with it every day. However, the beast died after persisting for 3 days. This made Xiao Qingzi very sad and cried for several days. She knew that this time her baby me had completely left her. The body after the death of the Yingling beast was too big and very difficult to dispose of. Louis planned to send it into space. So he built a cabin around it, wrapped it up, and then made it into an airtight container and launched it. But after wrapping the Yingling beast, its huge body suddenly decomposed and turned into a pile of dust. At the request of little Qingzi, it was not removed, and the sealed cabin was also removed. On the lawn in front of the laboratory, there was a lot of black soil for no reason. After testing, it was found that this pile of black soil did not have any virus infection. It covered this large area of turf, and covered by this layer of black soil transformed by the Yingling beast. The turf grew very vigorously. The weeding robot came many times to cut the grass flat, but Xiao Qingzi refused every time. He felt that this piece of black soil was her baby rice and could not be changed. Just like this, a year after the death of Yingling beast, a tree suddenly grew in this piece of soil. This was a very strange tree, only about 1 person tall, with very lush branches and leaves. And there were many trees on the branches. There are vines growing down from it and falling into the soil. Little Qingzi would occasionally come to this strange vine tree to enjoy the shade, and use the vines on the tree to make a swing. She would often swing here. She felt that this tree was grown by her baby rice. So when she will feel very safe when she enjoys the shade under this tree or plays on the swing. Based on the knowledge of biology, it was impossible to determine the type of this vine tree. Xiao Qingzi thought it was a baby rice. So she called it baby rice and chatted with it when she had nothing to do. Even though the tree didn't understand it. The tree bloomed in the 2nd year of its growth, and it was full of flowers of various colors. It bore fruit in the summer, but it only bore 1 fruit. A fruit only as big as an orange. Chapter 216 Zi Cheng is a good baby who shines. This is a purple orange. A small tree that is only as tall as a person is full of flowers of various colors, which is very strange in itself. However, the whole tree has so many flowers, but it only bears 1 fruit, which is purple. Little Qingzi attaches great importance to this lonely purple orange, and applied to the Archangel to let several robots watch this purple orange 24 hours a day, because she thinks this purple orange must be the transformation of her baby rice. Minano belongs to the Anata Zerd tribe, and cannot be compared with Earth biology, so it cannot be viewed according to the rules of Earth biology. It is possible that this purple orange is a link in the evolution process of Minano. Of course, this is just Xiao Qingzi's opinion, and she has not provided any evidence. After all, the magic sword knowledge base does not have information on this creature. The purple and orange flowers that grew in summer stopped growing when they reached the size of a fist in autumn. Standing under the orange tree and looking at the lonely fruit in the book, Little Orange didn't know what to do. The so-called 4 seasons are also the simulated environment in the Star Castle. And in autumn, the temperature begins to drop. When winter was approaching, the purple orange was about to lose its hold and was teetering. The little orange stood under the tree and reached out to hold the lonely fruit. Who knows? As soon as it touched the fruit fell off the branch and fell to the ground. On hand, little Qingzi looked at the purple orange in her hand and murmured to herself, "Baby me, is this the fruit you produced for me to eat?" This purple fruit exudes a faint aroma, which is like the aroma of orange, but not exactly the same. Little Orange has never seen or heard of purple oranges, and there is no introduction about this fruit in the magic sword knowledge base. So she didn't dare to eat it, and because it was caused by Minana's death, she was reluctant to eat it. walking on the grass outside the laboratory, looking at the purple orange in his hand, and recalling his experiences over the years. Xiao Qingzi couldn't help but feel filled with emotion. She held Zichen tightly in her hand and pressed it against her chest, as if she could hear Baby Mi's voice. Baby Mi? Baby Mi? Are you reborn? But what's wrong with your rebirth? Why should you be reborn as a fruit? The last time you were reborn as a Yinging beast. Although you couldn't speak, you could move and make sounds. But this time you were reborn and you became a fruit. Little Qingzi returned to the laboratory with the purple orange, thinking about where to put it. There is a small turntable on the experimental table, which is used to place some small experimental targets. After being placed on it, the small turntable will rotate to facilitate all-round observation. Little Qingzi placed the purple orange on the small turntable. Who knew that as soon as he put it on the purple orange, the purple orange actually floated. Little Qingzi was startled, looked at it curiously, and murmured to himself, "You can actually float. It seems that you are indeed the rebirth of Baby Mi. Thank you, Baby Mi. I will keep you company even after you die." "Mi, hey. What should I call you? How about Orange Baby?" "Well," I decided happily, "I'll call you Orange Baby from now on." She was minding her own business, and Zichen started to spin while floating. Do you agree with the new name I gave you? Baby Orange? Zichen turned around twice more. Okay then. Orange Baby. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Just watch me study and do experiments. Okay. Zichen turned back and forth, as if nodding in agreement. Little Qingzi continued her study career. In the following days, Zichen accompanied her in this way. Sometimes it would fall on the table and be placed quietly. Sometimes it will float. Sometimes it will float to the window on its own, receiving artificial sunlight from outside, as if it is solar charging. This is a very magical fruit. Little Qingzi likes it very much. When she is not studying and working, she will play with it, and the purple orange will float around her. What's even more amazing is that in the dark environment at night, it actually emits a faint purple light, flickering. In this lavender light, the little orange will fall asleep quickly, and sleep very soundly. I don't know if the purple light has hypnotic function or the psychological effect of the little orange. In short, the purple light, which she calls the Orange Baby, stayed with her for another 5 years, until she was 35 years old and received a double doctorate. In the past 5 years, in addition to studying, Xiao Qingzi has made several scientific research breakthroughs. The most epoch-making scientific research breakthrough is hibernation technology. Hibernation technology also achieved a breakthrough based on the Heart of Memories. As mentioned earlier, the Heart of Memories is a technological record of ancient Earth people and is of little use to Lu Yi. He saw that Xiao Qingzi was very hardworking and hoped that she could make a breakthrough in human medicine. So he gave her the Heart of Memory to study. Hibernation technology has only achieved theoretical breakthroughs and still needs to be verified in practice. The so-called hibernation technology is to allow people or other organisms to enter a deep sleep state after being quickly frozen, and then wake up after a few years. After awakening, the hibernator still retains the body state before hibernation. Hibernation technology has many benefits. One of them is that for incurable diseases, the patient can be put into hibernation. After the treatment technology of the disease is overcome, the patient can be awakened for effective treatment. The second benefit is to support the long-distance interstellar journey of human beings. For example, it will take 700 years to travel to Wolf 359. The human lifespan is obviously less than 700 years anyway. If you really want to see it, when it comes to Wolf 359, what should we do? In this case, the person can be put into hibernation and woken up when the magic sword reaches its destination, so that he or she can see Wolf 359. In these 5 years, she not only studied medicine and biotechnology in her studies and memories, but also studied the luminous alpha crystal spirit insects collected by Lu Yi during the Halo War 100 years ago. After conducting research, she also achieved amazing results. That is, these spiritual insects can be added to the plasma fuel, thereby increasing the overall speed of the magic sword by 10%. In other words, the maximum speed of the magic sword can be increased from the original 2x to 2.2x. Which is 0.022 times the speed of light. This speed is 6,600 kilometers per second. Now that the magic sword is flown out of the solar system, the second legion is about to be fully completed. According to the original plan, the maximum speed situation, coupled with deceleration and many other factors, based on the current position, It still takes more time to reach Wolf 359,700 years. Thanks to the success of Xiao Qingzi's scientific research, this time can be reduced to 630 years. A full 70 years ahead of schedule. Chapter 217 Achievements in Learning. Xiao Qingzi's research was very important to Liu Yi and was immediately applied. After the Halo War that year, Liu Yi accidentally collected so many luminous crystal insects. He never expected that 100 years later, they would be used to such a great effect. The two entire Demon Sword Legions, one Standard Legion and one Quasi-Legion, and more than 2,000 battleships, all used this fuel, and their speed increased by 10% as expected. And under the research of Xiao Qingzi, this kind of luminous crystal worm can be artificially cultivated, so there is no need to worry about not having enough of it. Xiao Qingzi also has a very powerful research result, which is artificial insemination. This technology actually existed as early as the ancient Earth, and it is not a novelty. Note, the Earth before destruction is collectively called the ancient Earth, but Xiao Qingzi's research is even more advanced. It is to build a huge machine uterus, place all the fertilized eggs in the machine uterus, and carry out a full machine pregnancy. After 40 weeks, a healthy baby will be obtained. So this technology is also called machine pregnancy. Theoretically, it is feasible, but practice requires proof. And once such research results were made public in Star Castle, they caused a huge response. People simply could not accept such scientific results, thinking that it was an act against heaven, and would even be punished for it, causing psychological disaster. Some very radical people rushed outside the laboratory to protest, but they were all blocked by the robots. As a result, the robotic pregnancy plan was blocked and could not be implemented. But even so, in the later years, people often came to her and asked for robotic pregnancy, because people became lazy. There were still many people who did not want to have children. Machine pregnancy is a very good way, which can not only give birth to a child of your own, but also avoid the pain of pregnancy and childbirth. However, most people are still opposed to this approach, so machine pregnancy has not been popularized in the end. After Xiao Qingzi received his double doctorate, he did not stop academic research, but worked harder, studied and researched. She has never been in love. First, it is difficult to find boys and girls in Star Castle. Second, people in Star Castle have prejudices against her. She is the only person in the entire Star Castle who continues to study after graduating from high school. The only one who works. And she has also achieved so many incredible results. So people regarded her as a freak, which made it difficult for her to find a partner. And she was still single until she was 40 years old. But Xiao Qingzi didn't care about this. She was also prepared to be single for the rest of her life. Fortunately, with Zi Cheng accompanying her, she was alone. However, when she was 40 years old, something happened that caused her originally peaceful life to become turbulent again. On this day, she was doing research in the laboratory, and an uninvited guest came. A young man of 20 years old. Cheng Xiuqing didn't recognize him and looked at him curiously. No one had come to her place for many years. But someone came to her today, and he was still a young man. Could it be that he came to study medicine with her as his teacher? Hello, Aunt. My name is Sui Chen Shirshir. Let the past pass. What's your online name? No, the young man said. My last name is Sui, and my first name is Cheng Shirshir. Your name is quite unique, Cheng Xiaoqing said with a smile. But then he thought of something and asked, Who are you? He is my father. Sure enough. Your father? Cheng Xiuqing asked doubtfully. The name of the young man in front of her made her feel that it was too meaningful. His surname was Sui, and her surname was Cheng. Together, they were Sui Cheng. And the past events between Sui and her made Sui unable to I forgot. So I gave my son a name that looks like a screen name. Cheng Xiaoqing couldn't help feeling very emotional at this moment. 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and his child was already 20 years old. Even if he could not forget her, even if he abandoned her with all his heart, what could he do? Yes, Xiao Sui said. It's my father. Xiao Sui was about to speak but stopped, and Cheng Xiuqing hurriedly asked what was wrong. He is sick. Sick? Through Xiao Sui's description, Cheng Xiuqing learned that Ran Ran was seriously ill, and the medical equipment of the magic sword could not cure him. The medical system of magic sword is all machine-based, with machines automatically diagnosing diseases, prescribing medicines, surgeries, and nursing care, all of which are performed by machines. In Magic Sword, there are no doctors or nurses. So everything related to medicine is done by machines. And if you get sick casually, it will be diagnosed by the machine. Yi Yi's wife, Peng Shui, thought of Cheng Xiaoqing. Knowing that Cheng Xiaoqing studied medicine and had a doctorate, she would definitely have a way to find Yi Yi, even if it couldn't be cured. In the worst case, Yi Yi's survival period would be prolonged. Peng Shui was too embarrassed to come to her, and he had no face to face her, and he would not let Peng Shui come to her. However, their son Xiao Sui was eager to save his father, and he came to her regardless of the grudges of the previous generation. Cheng Xiaoqing sat in front of the test table and fell silent. First, although she was studying medicine, she had not diagnosed a single patient in the 20 years she had been studying medicine. In the past 20 years, no matter who is sick, she would rather trust the machine than anyone coming to her for diagnosis. Second, the patient was her first love. Although she hated him at the beginning, she no longer hates him and has almost forgotten him. But now that she heard that he was sick, she really couldn't face him. Xiao Sui squatted in front of her, looking at her eagerly, waiting for her answer, looking at the young man in front of him. Cheng Xiaoqing's heart softened. He sighed and said, "I'll accompany you to take a look. But I have something to say first. I can't guarantee that I can take a good look at him. Besides, Auntie, whatever you say is fine. Does your mother know about this?" "She knows." "Then you have to tell your mother in advance that you hope we can get along peacefully when we meet. I can't see her face. If she tries to show off to me, I will turn around and leave." "Yes, my mother can't." Cheng Xiaoqing glanced at him and couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. It was such a cruel reality that her random son actually called Fat Snow Mama. But she still had to overcome this psychological hurdle and go with him. When they arrived at the hospital, Sui Ran, who was lying on the bed, was indeed dying. Peng Shui also looked sad. Seeing his old love rival, Peng Shui said with a smile, "Little Qingzi, I'm sorry. It was my fault back then." Cheng Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, "Don't tell me about the past. Okay? The person standing in front of you is just a doctor. She is nothing but the first time." Yes. Cheng Xiaoqing started to make a random diagnosis, and the result came out quickly, which was the same as the machine diagnosed: leukemia. Cause: radiation infection. Cheng Xiaoqing was very puzzled. The residents of the Star Castle lived in the Star Castle from birth to death. Where did the radioactive infection come from? Chapter 218: Hibernation waiting for matching. The random disease was leukemia, which was how the machine diagnosed it. But the machine did not diagnose the cause. Cheng Xiaoqing quickly found out the cause: radioactive infection. But where did this radioactive source come from? Cheng Xiaoqing was puzzled. She came to the hospital for casual treatment, and Zicheng also took it with her and put it in her pocket. The little thing often moved around in her pocket, as if it was about to come out. Every time it moved, it would be cut into small pieces. Orange hits the outside of the pocket. After a little beating, this purple orange will be honest for a long time. In order to treat Sui Ran, Cheng Xiaoqing simply stayed in the hospital. Sui became the first patient in her career, which was very important to her academic research. When she saw the emaciated casual man on the hospital bed, she no longer had the resentment she felt back then, and the heartbreaking feeling she once had was long gone. This allowed her to face him wholeheartedly. And face this patient. She built a dormitory not far from the ward and lived in it. In order to take care of her, her parents came here to accompany her, cook, wash and take care of the housework for her. She stayed alone in the dormitory at night, looking at the information on the computer in a daze. How did she get infected by radioactivity? This was the first time she faced a patient. Although the diagnosis was quickly made, she was still a little at a loss. Don't know where to start. The purple orange floated on the table in front of her, shaking from time to time. Cheng Xiaoqing wrinkled her nose at it and hit it lightly. The purple orange kept spinning in the air, as if she had knocked him unconscious. "Tell me, orange baby, what is going on?" Cheng Xiaoqing asked. Zicheng is now a plant and cannot answer her, although it was a difficult problem for her. She, who loves to delve into research, still sorted out a treatment plan: chemotherapy plus stem cell transplantation. On the premise that no match has been obtained, chemotherapy will be performed first, and matches will be collected from all Star Castles. Once the match is successful, stem cell transplantation will be performed immediately. However, what is regrettable is that in the entire Star Castle, no one can be successfully matched. Even the casual son Sui Chunfeng failed to match. Cheng Xiaoqing told Peng Shui and Xiao Sui about the result. Peng Shui cried uncontrollably and kept pleading. Xiaoqingzi, it was me who was wrong back then. I was sorry for you. Please treat Sui Sui. Okay. Brother Sui? Cheng Xiaoqing asked doubtfully. 20 years ago. She also called Sui the same way. Peng Shui nodded and said. Yes. I have called him my casual brother for 20 years. I know that he has always had you in his heart. Cheng Xiaoqing. As long as you can cure him. I promise you that we will be with him immediately. Divorce. What did you fart? Cheng Xiaoqing said angrily. Who do you think I am? If I have some way, I won't ask you to tell me. And I will cure him. But if I can't, it's useless what you say. The two of them stood in Xiaoqingzi's temporary office. Cheng Xiaoqing turned his back angrily and came to the window, looking at the scenery outside the window and thinking about a solution. According to the knowledge she has, this is the only treatment method currently available. If you were in the Ranger fleet, there might be a way. Cheng Xiaoqing murmured to himself. The wandering fleet? Peng Shui seemed to see a glimmer of hope and asked. What wandering fleet? Where is it? Cheng Xiaoqing turned around inside and said. The human fleet, the completely independent human civilization, is at least a light year away from our magic sword during the space journey from the solar system to Alpha Star. Let alone being unable to go. Even if we can go there, it will take at least 150 years to get there. That Shui looked disappointed. Cheng Xiaoqing said. Because there are doctors in the wandering fleet. Their doctors are all human beings, and they must have more experience than me. As for our demon sword, I am the only doctor in the entire civilization. No matter how high my academic qualifications are, I don't have any experience. Sometimes experience is more important than your theoretical knowledge. Experience? Experience? What should I do? Although Cheng Xiaoqing is a doctor of medicine, she has no work experience at all. So she feels powerless when encountering serious diseases. What's more, she is the only doctor in the entire civilization, and it is impossible to find someone to communicate with her. But Cheng Xiaoqing has been thinking, and a very immature idea has sprouted in her mind. She is not sure whether this idea can be successful, so she still remains skeptical. But what's wrong? Peng Shui asked quickly, as if he saw a lighthouse in the darkness. Hibernation, Cheng Xiaoqing said. Yes, hibernation. When there is a match, wake him up. Hibernation? Is it possible? That Shui asked. Hibernation is possible, Cheng Xiaoqing said. But matching is really rare. So this hibernation will also be a difficult wait. It may be that you hibernate today, and you will be awakened by a matching match tomorrow. It is also possible. What's wrong? You won't get a match even if you wait 100 years. Peng Shui was silent. Whether you want to hibernate or not, it's up to you, Xiaoqingzi said and left. In order to find out more about radioactive infection, Cheng Xiaoqing specially requested a connection with Lu Yi for questioning. Louisa said, The Star Castle has a history of 100 years. In the past 100 years, there has never been any radioactive contamination, and I took this into consideration when I designed the Star Castle. It is absolutely impossible. If there are radioactive objects inside the Star Castle, the hospital department does not have a radioactive treatment project. The SHL of the Star Castle has been treated with radioactive shielding. Even if there are radioactive sources in space, it will not be irradiated into the interior of the Star Castle. I'm sorry, sir, Cheng Xiaoqing said. I'm not doubting you. I just think this matter is a bit incredible. And it is true that he was infected by radioactivity. Okay, Louis said. Even if there is no radioactive source, for the sake of safety, I decided to conduct a thorough radioactive source inspection on the entire Star Castle. Thank you, Your Excellency. As expected, Louis began to inspect the entire Star Castle for radioactive sources. This inspection lasted for 3 months, and every corner was not missed. However, nothing was found, and no radioactive source could be found at all. In the end, this matter was left unsolved, thus becoming an unsolved mystery in Star Castle. However, after Cheng Xiaoqing told Peng Shui her idea of hibernation, Peng Shui went back and discussed it carefully with her family, and finally decided to adopt Cheng Xiaoqing's method, which was to let Ramren hibernate. Although Peng Shui himself had some problems at first, I resisted, but finally agreed, which can be regarded as a small contribution to Cheng Xiaoqing's academic research. This casually became the first hibernator of the demon sword. Chapter 219 Hibernation for 20 years. Sui Ran, who was seriously ill, became the first hibernation experimenter of the Demon Sword. Under the personal auspices of Cheng Xiaoqing, he entered hibernation, looking at Sui in the hibernation warehouse. Pang Shui said, Cheng Xiaoqing, I also want to hibernate, so that I can wake up when Sui is awakened. But you are in good health. Cheng Xiaoqing said, and you have a son. Can you let him go? When you wake up, your son has been dead for many years. Don't say let Xiao Sui, we also need to hibernate. Right? And the hibernation technology is not very mature now. So we can't do too many hibernation experiments. But, Pang Shui said, when Brother Yi wakes up, his wife and children are gone, and he will be very lonely. Okay, Cheng Xiaoqing said, there happens to be a hibernation cabin. I will make it for you. You go home and prepare it. Cheng Xiaoqing had already sat down to prepare for the hibernation experiment for Pang Shui, who knew that when Pang Shui came the next day, she said she wanted to give up hibernation. Cheng Xiaoqing asked why. Fat Snow said, Little Qingzi, I have already been sorry to you once. So I decided to give up hibernation and give you this hibernation opportunity. Cheng Xiaoqing was confused. What do you mean? I am a doctor. And you let me hibernate? Isn't this too funny? Since you love him, you shouldn't just transfer him to him. It's interesting. His name is Casual. Hibernation, it will be more casual. Little Qingzi. I know. Pang Shui said. My idea is so stupid. But have you ever thought about it? You are the first patient with leukemia in the history of Magic Sword. And the first patient who needs stem cell transplantation. The first patient in your career is also the first hibernation experiment in the history of Magic Sword. Don't you want to wait until you wake up from hibernation, and all of these will be resolved after your injuries? So how important is this to you? What a precious opportunity. It was originally because of a broken love that made Xiao Qingzi study biology and medicine to a crazy level. The original intention was to forget about casualness. But as her studies continued to deepen, she became completely immersed in it. So much so that she became obsessed. Situation. So for such a good opportunity, under Pang Shui's persuasion, she was really moved, and she experienced a fierce ideological battle over this. After a whole month of thinking, she couldn't make up her mind, and her parents strongly opposed it. Because she was very healthy, and there was no need to hibernate. If she hibernated, what would her parents do in the future? On the 10th day of the month, when he was hesitant, Sui and Pang Shui's son suddenly came to her, and wanted to become her teacher and learn medicine from her. She welcomes everyone who comes to her to study medicine. It is better to study alone than with 2 or even more people. At least she will not be lonely. No matter how stupid the person who came to study was, or who couldn't persist on the first day, but couldn't persist on the second day, she would still welcome him eagerly. So after Xiao Sui came, she agreed to accept him as her disciple without thinking too much. Xiao Sui is very smart. It can be seen that his high school foundation is very solid, which means that he has studied seriously for 12 years. With a certain foundation, it will be very easy to teach. And Xiao Sui is also very easy to learn and learns quickly. In the process of his studies, an unexpected fact happened again. That was on the 10th day of Xiao Sui's study. Cheng Xiaoqing suddenly made love to her and expressed that he wanted to marry her. This made her both happy and surprised. After all, Xiao Sui was 20 years younger than her. And he is also the son of her first love boyfriend. So she was more or less attracted to her. But she still didn't dare to accept his love. However, Xiao Sui launched a crazy pursuit of her, regardless of how much older she was than him. Just before she decided to hibernate, during a lecture, Xiao Sui suddenly started to touch her. But she was unable to resist and had sex with him. She also felt very regretful afterwards. But things have been done, and she has to face them. Xiao Sui was also very responsible and decided to go with her to get the certificate at that time. However, when he told Pang Shui about his decision, he was met with firm opposition. So much so that Sui's whole family opposed it. There are 2 reasons for opposing him. First, Cheng Xiaoqing is too big, 20 years older than him. And Xiao Sui's mother, Pang Shui, is still her classmate. So both parties are embarrassed. This is only the second reason. The main reason is that people treat her like a monster, which is why she encounters such strong opposition. Cheng Xiaoqing was originally obsessed with academics and couldn't stand people's discrimination. So he finally decided to hibernate. This hibernation position originally belonged to Pang Shui. Peng Shuai planned to hibernate with Ran Ran, and then wake up with Ran Ran when they were matched, so that the two of them could grow old together. But now that her son was about to marry Cheng Xiaoqing, she was even more worried. She wanted to keep an eye on Xiao Sui. So for various reasons, the hibernating position was finally given to Cheng Xiaoqing. Before hibernation started, Xiao Sui begged, "Sister Cheng, can't you give me a chance?" Cheng Xiaoqing smiled bitterly and said, "Our age difference is too big, and we have worldly visions. We won't get results. As long as I love it, no one can stop it." Xiao Sui's words reminded her of the casualness 20 years ago. He loved her, but this love still could not withstand the test. Now Xiao Sui is so determined. But Cheng Xiaoqing is still afraid. "I'm sorry, kid," Cheng Xiaoqing said. "Forgive me. I can't delay you. Find someone younger and better. With your conditions, it's not difficult." Cheng Xiaoqing was very determined. She took Zi Cheng into the hibernation warehouse and started hibernation. Now there are 2 hibernation warehouses in the entire demonic sword. One is random, and the other is Cheng Xiaoqing. Standing in front of the hibernation warehouse, Xiao Sui secretly said, "Cheng Xiaoqing, I will wait for you for 20 years. From then on, Xiao Ran, whose name was Sui Cheng, started academic research on medicine and devoted himself crazily to studying medicine. Just like Cheng Xiaoqing back then, Peng Shuai urged him to find a partner to get married many times, but he always refused, as if he was possessed by a man. This little follower was already handsome. Under his leadership, a large number of girls from Demon Sword came to study medicine with her as their teacher, or studied medicine by themselves at the same time as him. They happened every year, and many of them persisted. Driven by these girls, many boys have joined the ranks of studying medicine. Most of these men and women ended up starting their own families. But the number of doctors has been steadily increasing, and people are starting to ask human doctors for medical treatment. In this way, Xiao Sui persisted for 20 years, and when he was 40 years old, he made a major discovery. Chapter 220 Awakening. Entering hibernation at will. His awakening mechanism is finding a match, or encountering a major accident. Cheng Xiaoqing's hibernation awakening mechanism is the same as his. Once she finds a matching match, she will be awakened and participate in random matching experiments. Or she can be forced to wake up in the event of a major accident. Let the past pass. He was obsessed with Xiao Qingzi, so he never got married during his 20-year studies. No matter what Peng Shuai said, it didn't work. That Shuai even threatened to die. But Xiao Sui had a way to deal with her. Whenever Fat Shuai talked about death, he would say, "If we want to die together, I will die in front of you." No one in the world would be willing to let his child die. So Peng Shuai had nothing to do with him. So this delay lasted for 20 years. In the past 20 years, Xiao Sui has specialized in genetic medicine, medical-related academics, and assisted learning. It took him 20 years to finally obtain a doctorate. In the past 20 years, he has been hoping to find a match for his father. But the population of the Demon Sword has increased from more than 7,000 at the time to 10,000 20 years later, and he has not been able to find one. And the third community has also started to have people move in batches. The hibernation chamber is placed in a special room that no one can enter. Only relevant medical personnel can watch through the glass and cannot enter. Xiao Sui often stood in front of the glass outside the window and looked at the 2 hibernating people inside, sighing, "It's been 20 years. When will the matching model be available? Sister Cheng, Sister Cheng, this matching model if you can't find it, I won't have the right to wake you up. Seeing that I am as old as you now, if you can't find me, I will slowly become older than you. You can't wait until I die to wake up. Right? Without matching, the awakening mechanism cannot be activated, and everyone has the power to awaken little Qingzi. So Xiao Sui has nothing to do. However, on the 20th anniversary of hibernation, things took a very strange turn. Since Xiao Sui is the chief physician in the hospital, he can test the hibernator's body functions at any time. It was a coincidence that Xiao Sui was doing a routine patient's physical examination that day, but he suddenly discovered that Cheng Xiaoqing was pregnant. This makes him very experienced, because in the past 20 years, he has tested it countless times and has never discovered this. And he only had sex with little Qingzi once. And a few days after that, little Qingzi started hibernating, so he thought this was amazing. Did God arrange it this way? Deliberately waiting 20 years for him to discover the secret? But this is not enough to punish the arousal mechanism. You have to find a random match to wake her up. and she wants to wake up two people at once, even if Cheng Xiaoqing is pregnant. For this reason, Xiao Sui specially applied to connect to the Archangel. Only the Archangel has the privilege to wake him up. After a lot of twists and turns, he finally connected with the Archangel. Xiao Sui explained the situation to him, and Louis thought deeply. Dear Archangel, Xiao Sui said, I found out through a test that Sister Cheng spoiled my child 20 years ago. I don't know why. I just found out today. So you want to wake her up in advance? But have you ever thought that without matching, the awakening mechanism cannot be activated? Xiao Sui said. Isn't there a second rule? If you encounter a major accident, you can be forced to wake up. Doesn't detecting her pregnancy not be considered a major accident? She didn't know she was pregnant before hibernating. If she knew, I can guarantee that she will never hibernate. Moreover, if I can't find a match, I can only live for 50 or 60 years at most. And I can't guarantee that I won't die from an accident one day. This child is mine. I don't want to not be able to see the birth of the child before I die. This would be cruel to me too. Xiao Sui tried his best to persuade Louis. And Louis said after some thought, Your situation is indeed very special. But you have nothing to do with her. So while her parents are still here, you must win over her parental consent. That's natural. That's natural. Xiao Sui was very happy. He felt that he could convince Cheng Xiaoqing's parents. He came to Xiao Chizi's home, found his parents, and told them about their situation. At this time, Xiao Qingzi's parents were already in their 80s. But the adult mother said, My daughter became pregnant out of wedlock. If you wake her up, don't you still want her to give birth to the child? Xiao Sui said, Of course. I want to marry her. I want this child to have parents when he is born. Cheng's mother smiled and said, Forget it. You can convince your Fei Xue first and then talk. Xiao Sui's mother was Pang Shui. But in the adult's mouth, she became Pang Shui. Don't worry. I'll convince her right away. After Xiao Sui said that, he turned back to his home and started working on the author Pang Shui. Pang Shui strongly opposed him marrying Cheng Xiaoqing. The main reason was that Cheng Xiaoqing was originally her best friend. But now her best friend suddenly became his daughter-in-law. So she couldn't get over this psychological hurdle. Xiao Ran tried to persuade him with various reasons. For example, he was now 40 years old. If Cheng Xiaoqing hibernated, his life would be suspended. So he would still be 40 years old when he woke up. Exactly the same age as himself. The most important thing is that she is pregnant with his child. Seeing that she still couldn't convince Pang Shui, Xiao Sui came up with a trump card and threatened her with death. That Shui was just a son like Xiao Sui. So how could he withstand his torment? So in the end, he had no choice but to agree to his request. With the consent of Pang Shui and Cheng's parents, the Archangel, as the highest authority of the Demon Sword, could only open the awakening authority. Choosing a good day, under the protection of Pang Shui and Cheng's parents and Cheng Xiaoqing's brother and sister-in-law, Sui Cheng past events personally started the wake-up procedure to wake Cheng Xiaoqing from hibernation. After waking up, Cheng Xiaoqing looked at the people watching with surprise. Seeing that everyone was old, she also understood that she must have slept for many years. But the first question she asked when she woke up was, How's it going? Have you found a random match? Xiao Sui shook his head, approached her, stroked her hair, and said softly, Sister Cheng, because I want to marry you. Our parents have agreed to our marriage. Cheng Xiaoqing pushed his hand away and said angrily, What the hell are you doing? I didn't find a match. Why did you wake me up? Xiao Sui lowered his head, whispered in her ear, Because you have our child in your belly. Cheng Xiaoqing looked at him in surprise, because she knew very well that just 3 days after she had sex with him, she entered hibernation. How could she find out that she was pregnant so quickly? But thinking about it carefully, for her, only 3 days had passed. But for the world outside her body, many years had passed. So her body couldn't help but trembled slightly. She raised her head and asked, How many years have I been sleeping? Not much, Xiao Sui said with a smile. It's only been 20 years, and we are now the same age. Chapter 221, Let Things Go. Cheng Xiaoqing was sitting on the table in front of the hibernation barn. She had just woken up, and was still a little uncomfortable. She was in a daze. Zicheng was also squirming in her pocket. She took the purple orange out of her pocket, looked at the cute little guy, couldn't help but smile, wrinkled her nose at her, and kissed it. Everyone looked at her. Cheng Xiaoqing finally raised his head and said, You're going to get married as soon as you say you're going to get married? There's no ceremony at all? Xiao Sui laughed and said, I've been ready for a long time. After that, he knelt down on one leg and took out the diamond ring and flowers. In Magic Sword, all these things are provided for free. So there is no need to spend money for anything. And there is no such thing as money in Magic Sword. In this way, Cheng Xiaoqing agreed to Xiao Sui's proposal, and then held a grand wedding. Their new house was assigned to a 3-story building in the 3rd community. Cheng Xiaoqing's love rival, who was once her best friend, Peng Shui, has now become her mother-in-law, while Sui Ran, her first love in hibernation, has become his father-in-law. This is a bloody plot that can only be found in TV dramas. Now it is happening to Cheng Xiaoqing in such a real way. Sometimes she can't believe it. After the wedding was held, a lot of people came. In addition to relatives of both parties, many neighbors also came to attend. In Magic Sword, with such a small population, basically everyone is your neighbor. After getting married, the two of them were very affectionate. But Fat Shui always kept a straight face. The nose was not the nose. The eyes were not the eyes. But little Qingzi didn't care. She just pretended not to see it. In her opinion, your son is right anyway. If I'm fine, that's fine. You robbed me of my man back then. But today I'm going to rob your son. It's even. Sometimes, she even thought that she shouldn't have hibernated 20 years ago. And she had to make Fat Snow angry to death. Without further ado, with the unfolding of married life, Xiao Qingzi's belly began to grow slowly. Originally, Fat Shui was not interested in seeing her. But who knew that when Xiao Qingzi reached 8 months of pregnancy, and during the prenatal checkup, I once again made a surprising discovery. That was the fetus in her belly. And it was actually a perfect match for her. This was good news. Peng Shui gradually changed his view of her, and the relationship between the two gradually became harmonious. But a new problem arose for Peng Shui, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. That is, Peng Shui is 60 years old now. And if her husband is awakened now, he will only be 40 years old. How will the old wife and the young husband get along with each other? But even if getting along with each other in the future will be very awkward, you still have to wake up whenever you need to. After all, it is difficult to find a match. Not to mention that with the population of Demon Sword only being 10,000 people, it is even more difficult to match with a small population base. Got the right match. So Peng Shui was also waiting for the birth of Cheng Xiaoqing's child with trepidation. 10 months later, Cheng Xiaoqing gave birth to a very healthy and beautiful boy. According to Sui's family's usual naming style, he named Suyuran, nicknamed Anan. For this child, Cheng Xiaoqing simply loves it to death. No wonder. After 40 years of singleness and 20 years of hibernation, she finally has a child of her own. How can she not like it or not love it? As for Sui Cheng past, who could give her a child, she and he also loved each other very much. As for Sui Ran, who had caused great harm to her, she no longer hated him. Her biggest wish was to save Sui Swan and hope that he could be happy for the rest of his life. Regarding this matter, Xiao Sui once joked with Xiao Qingzi that this is called repaying the father's debt, and the son will repay the love debt owed by the father. But this is relatively satisfactory for Xiao Qingzi. I just kept hibernating casually and didn't know anything about it. Little Qingzi is worried sometimes. What will he think when he wakes up anytime and sees such a scene? Peng Shui had always been uncomfortable with her son marrying Cheng Xiaoqing. But seeing the birth of little Anan, the relationship between her and Cheng Xiaoqing was slowly melting. Cheng Xiaoqing and Sui Chengcheng continued to focus on their careers. Peng Shui took care of the children with the robot all day long. Sometimes they would even fight with the robot over taking care of the children. This is the Magic Sword's living robot. There is no aggression, which also brings endless joy to the 4 armored men. Anyway, he is hibernating. And little Anan, who is the matching match, is also there. There is no rush when the matching transplant will be performed. Little Qingzi also wants to wait until Anan is a little older before doing the transplant. Little Qingzi began to make a proposal to the Archangel. This proposal was to let people work. If people don't work all the time, people will degenerate. Louis has not thought about this problem. He also knows how harmful it is to not work. However, the current population base is too small. And under the existing conditions, people do not need to work at all. Not only do they not need to work, but machines people simply cannot use the various daily necessities produced. According to the data predicted by the computer, the population of a single star castle in Magic Sword must reach at least 1 million before it is suitable for people to work. So Louis said, the conditions are not mature yet. So people should continue to enjoy themselves without working. Xiao Qingzi said. But Archangel, others don't need to work. But in terms of medical treatment, I think we really need people. Now Xiao Sui and I are doing it. Occasionally, people come to work, but they can't last a few days and then leave. Lu Yi said, Thank you and your wife for your outstanding contributions to demon sword medicine. But people are too lazy, and it's really difficult to get them to work. Xiao Qingzi said, Otherwise, some incentives can be adopted to stimulate people's desire to work. Lu Yi said, I'll think about this again. At this point, it was all over, and little Qingzi was helpless. The Archangel was absolutely right. People were used to enjoying themselves, and it was really difficult to suddenly make them work. The current population is 10,000, and it will be a long way to reach 1 million. Because people nowadays are too lazy, not only unwilling to work, but even unwilling to have children. Therefore, over the years, the birth rate of Demon Sword has continued to decline, and is about to reach zero population growth rate. However, Xiao Qingzi couldn't care less about this. She was obsessed with medicine and continued to start her biggest research project, which was robotic and artificial engineering. Once the transformation is successful, people will be able to avoid the pain of childbirth, and the population growth will also experience a quantitative breakthrough and a qualitative leap. But she said that when her son Anan was 1 year old, he began to wake up casually and prepare for the stem cell transplant surgery after the awakening. Chapter 222, Following the discovery of an unknown object. On Anan's first birthday, he was woken up casually when he learned that he had been sleeping for 21 years. His son married his former lover and gave birth to a grandson for him. His wife Pang Shui was also 61 years old. Regarding all this, he was as if he had climbed up a tree and fell to the ground without holding on. He was completely confused. It took him a full week to get used to it, and he slowly became able to accept this reality. Then came the stem cell transplant, which was very successful. This whole incident was written into the history of mankind with the demon sword, and became a legend. So much so that hundreds of years later, it was made into a legendary movie. Not long after Sui Sui recovered from the illness, Pang Shui saw that Sui Sui was in good health. So she strongly requested hibernation, taking into account the special circumstances of her family. Lu Yi agreed to her hibernation request, and followed her request to wake her up after 19 years. And 19 years later, no matter how old he is, Pang Shui will still be 60 years old. The same 19 years later, Cheng Xiuqing and Sui Cheng are both 60 years old. By that time, 2 of the 4 60-year-olds will be parents and parents-in-law, while 2 will be sons and daughter-in-law. When the time comes, you will grow up to be 20 years old. As for the plant fruit purple-orange, which originally evolved from the space creature Minano, it has always been by the side of the little orange and has never withered. During the day, it will automatically absorb sunlight when placed under the artificial sundae to replenish energy. At night, it will stay in a remote corner and be very quiet. Sometimes it floats on its own, and sometimes it is carried in Little Orange's pocket and bounces around. But as long as it is slapped by Little Orange, it will immediately calm down. Cheng Xiaoqing's story has come to an end. As for Xiao Ziqing, in the near future, a powerful Zerg civilization in the universe will be introduced. This is a story for later. Let's not mention it for now. But it is said that since the destruction of the Earth civilization, the Demon Sword established a civilization in the orbit of Jupiter for 18 years. It took nearly a year to set sail and leave. In the Kuiper Belt, it officially left the solar system and embarked on a wandering journey. Another 120 years have passed, and a total of 140 years have passed. Year 140 of the Magic Calendar, AD 2329. Magic Calendar. That is, the era of the Magic Sword. At this time, the Magic Sword has flown more than a light year away from the solar system, and the overall speed of the entire civilization formation has reached its highest value, 2.2x, which is 0.022 times the speed of light, about 6,600 kilometers per second, or 24 million kilometers per hour. The Second Army Corps has been fully constructed, and based on this, the First Army Corps has also been fully repaired and replenished. After the construction of the Second Legion was completed, Lu Yi immediately transferred his host to the Second Legion's flagship Tianji. Along with the host were the Seraph Robot and the E-Host. The so-called E-Host is the host that hosts the virtual world. His lover Le Rong, as well as his family and friends, are all in it. The name E comes from the Rong of Le Rong and the E of his name Lu Yi. Together, Rong Yi is a homophone of Yi. Lu Yi appointed Giada as the commander of the First Legion. He himself was the executor of the highest power of the demon sword civilization, called the Archangel. And he was also the commander of the Second Legion. Not only that, he also moved the Hope Star Fortress to the formation of the Second Army. The Star Fortress seems to be a burden to the Legion, because in the event of a war, the Legion will try its best to protect the Star Fortress, so it will be a constraint. But the Star Castle can play a protective role to a certain extent, because the First Army does not have a Star Fort, but the Second Army does. When fighting with other places, it will confuse the enemy, thinking that the supreme leader of civilization must be in the First Army. Machine civilization is different from human civilization. Once the supreme leader of machine civilization is eliminated, the entire civilization will inevitably face the risk of extinction. But the human civilization is different. Once the supreme leader of the human race is killed in battle, the human race will quickly elect a successor within the civilization to continue the continued existence of the civilization. The so-called human civilization refers to a civilization dominated by humans or advanced intelligent creatures similar to humans. Human civilization is different from Zerg civilization. Although they are both living creatures, humans are better at making tools, while Zerg cannot make tools and use their own bodies as tools. For example, in interstellar navigation, Zerg's body is a battleship. But after 140 years of voyage, the magic sword has already flown out of the Oort cloud, completely separated from the solar system, and traveled in the vast but ethereal space of the universe. If no accidents occur, it is initially estimated that it will take about 550 years to reach the target star Wolf 359. Everything is developing in the predicted direction, and no danger has occurred, as if the only civilization in this universe is the solar system. The people inside the Hope Star Fortress of the Second Legion of the Demonic Sword Civilization are also developing steadily. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. In the 240th year of the demonic calendar, that is, 2429 AD, the two armies of the Demonic Sword Civilization have more than 2,000 warships and related ships sailing in the vast universe. Lu Yi monitored the voyage as always, and suddenly received a message from Giada. "Sir, did you detect any abnormal signals?" Lu Yi searched carefully and said, "I don't have it. Have you found it?" "Yes, sir. There is an unknown object following us about a light hour behind us," Giada replied. Lu Yi turned on the detection equipment at the back, and found a signal that was not very obvious. He couldn't help but feel ashamed, feeling that he was not careful enough, and asked, "When did you discover it?" "I just discovered it, so I reported it to you immediately." The communication between the two is as always on the nanosecond level. That is, it only takes 1 nanosecond to say a sentence. But the two are not in the same legion, so there is a delay in the communication between them. But if a sentence is transmitted, no more than 100 nanoseconds at most, so the communication between the two is still nanosecond level. Lu Yi thought about countermeasures, and Jade waited for his answer. After a while, Lu Yi said, "Observe for a while. There is an unknown object following us, and the speed is consistent with us, and the distance is 1 light hour, which is 1 billion kilometers. 7 Australian dollars. 7 Australian dollars is 7 astronomical units. 1 astronomical unit is the average distance from the original Earth to the Sun, which is about 150 million kilometers. The distance of 7 Australian dollars is roughly equivalent to the distance from the Sun, halfway between the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn. So this is a very far distance. Based on the magic sword's maximum speed of 2.2x, it would take 45 hours to fly there. Even so, this length is very small on the scale of the universe. Chapter 223 The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 1. After 10 consecutive days of observation, we found that the following unknown object always maintained the same speed as the magic sword. The magic sword was 2.2x, and it was also 2.2x. So Lu Yi felt that it was very possible that this guy had been following him for a long time. He didn't know how long he had been following him. Lu Yi and Giada had a meeting to discuss what measures to take. Lu Yi said, "This guy might have followed us a long time ago. It is very likely that he followed us when we were still in the solar system." Giada said, "From the moment you awakened, my lord, to now, we have experienced enemies several times. When I was still on the Earth, I experienced a battle with the Eternal Luminous Drone, and then Europa on Europa. But Europa was a human being, and they all surrendered. After that, there was an interstellar war between the orbit of Neptune and the eternal creature Light Cicada that lasted only 3.1 seconds. The battle with the Zerg Minano in the orbit of Eris resulted in the surrender of Minano. And they met the Zerg Misanyu in the Kuiper Belt. Minano combined with the magic sword to repel Misanyu. Giada analyzed. If there are no other suspicious threats, I think it is most likely to be Misanyu. If it was Mishinu's transformation, there wouldn't be much of a threat. Lu Yi knew that this big bug had overestimated his ability to covet the magic sword. He took it, and was beaten up by Mishinu. In addition, with the magic sword with the help of the sword, he finally fled. If the magic sword hadn't been in a hurry, he would have destroyed it at that time. If it is it, then it means that it has followed the magic sword for 200 years. So it is really perseverant. Lu Yi planned to continue observing it. But on the 11th day after discovering its traces, the unknown object suspected to be Misanyu suddenly slowed down. Lu Yi thought it was going to give up following it. So he didn't plan to continue paying attention to it. Who told him that the next day, the unknown object started to follow it faster again. It was like this for the next few days. It accelerated for 1 day, then decelerated for 1 day. And the cycle continued. Lu Yi couldn't help but think of Minano. When Minano was still a huge space creature. It was like this. Flying for a while. When you are tired, rely on inertia to move forward. When you are far away from the team, you can speed up to catch up. Therefore, Lu Yi has more reason to believe that the unknown object following behind is Misanyu. Why should it follow? Calculating according to time, Misanyu is now about 500 years old. This age is already the end of life for Anunda's third-level Zerg. In other words, Misanyu has reached his twilight years at this time. He could die at any time. If you want to continue your life, the best way is to find a host to parasitize and evolve into a first-level Blood Blade Queen. Although Minano is not parasitic, she has developed another way to continue life, which is to mutate into plants. This idea was also proposed by Chung Xiaoqing. Minano first transformed into an aerobic earth creature, and then underwent plant transformation and transformed into a purple-orange. So now Minano has become a plant, has no communication function, and its mobility is also very slow. Misanyu may not be so lucky. Lu Yi and Giada discussed whether to send a reconnaissance plane to find out. Anyway, this meant that the big bugs of Misanyu would not pose any threat to the magic sword. Giada agreed with his decision. Lu Yi then dispatched 1,000 warflies to fly back. Due to the relatively long distance and a 45-hour flight, if they were flying in opposite directions, it would take about 23 or 4 hours to make contact. So what we have to do now is other than continuing to sail forward. All you have to do is wait. It didn't take more than 20 hours. But only 10 hours later, the flying warfleet sent back the information. The pictures taken by the warfleet showed that it was indeed a space creature, and its appearance was similar to the Minano from many years ago. It's exactly the same as Misanyu from many years ago. A big guy with many tails and an octopus-like appearance. But it is not as big as before. Only 1 kilometer long. The length of 1 kilometer may be relatively large for a living creature. But to the space creature Anunda Zerg, it is nothing at all. It's just a biological individual that looks like Minano, without soldier bugs. This may be the same as the original Minano, which cancelled the soldier bugs for the convenience of flying. Lu Yi sent a message to the target creature to inquire. Indicate your identity and follow my intention. Since they are 1 light hour apart, it takes an hour for the other party to receive the message after sending it there. If it replies again, it will also take an hour for the other party to receive it. So this trip lasts for 2 hours. If the other party thinks about it again, it will take even longer. After sending the message, she just waited. After 2 hours, Lu Yi received the receipt as expected. I am Misanyu, Minano's friend. If you can accept her, why can't you accept me? I'm almost out of control and can't fly anymore. Can you give me a ride? Sure enough, it was Misanyu. She kept accelerating and decelerating. It turned out to be due to her aging. Lu Yi discussed with Giada and asked for her opinion. Giada said, anyway, she is almost out of control, so she doesn't pose a threat to us. But bringing her along is still a threat, so it's better to ignore her. Lu Yi did not adopt her opinion, but decided to keep Misanyu. As Giada said, this Misanyu was already in her twilight years anyway and could not pose a threat to the magic sword. So what could he do if he took her with him? This big bug has been following us for 200 years, which is quite pitiful. Lu Yi then ruled out 2 Angel-class battleships. The Angel-class battleships are the smallest battleships in terms of size, with a length of about 1 kilometer, and their size is about the same size as the current Misanyu. But he said that after eliminating the 2 Angel-class battleships, Louis sent a message saying, "I can take you with me. I will eliminate the 2 battleships now and take you to fly." 2 hours later, I received a reply from Mishinu. "Thank you, Master." Louis couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This guy took it on the road and immediately called him his master. It took about 40 hours before the 2 battleships made contact with Mizinu. Although they were flying in opposite directions, the time should be counted in half. But the warships flew in the same direction and then turned back. After encountering each other, they had to turn around again and fly in the same direction before they could take Mizinu with them. There are ropes made of nanowires on the battleships. 2 battleships, 1 on each side, shoot out and stretch, form a net, and then wrap around the target. And then they can fly with it. The so-called nanofilament does not mean that it is only nanometer thick, but is made using nanotechnology. Each rope is also very thick. Louis sat on the Tianji, leading the 2 legions of the Demon Sword civilization to continue sailing, while watching the intelligence from the 2 battleships behind. Just as the 2 battleships pulled out the net, Louis saw a mysterious scene through the surveillance on the battleship. It turned out that many butterfly-shaped spaceships suddenly appeared in the space around Missinu, including several. The ship launched an attack on Missino and 2 warships at the same time. Chapter 224: The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 2. Louis was startled, because this unknown enemy suddenly came without any warning. He was not aware of it in advance, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. But the enemy situation he discovered happened an hour ago, because his legion was a light hour away from Mizinu. A light hour, as the name suggests. Even light takes an hour to travel. Therefore, it also takes an hour for the photoelectric signal to arrive. So the information he saw happened an hour ago. It's not easy for him to issue orders now, so he can only wait for the situation to develop. Every battleship, every warfleet, and every combat-capable unit of the Demon Sword has the ability to counterattack without authorization. So what we saw next was that the 2 warships immediately launched a counterattack, and 100,000 warflies were quickly released from the honeycomb holes all over the surface of the 2 warships. At the same time, the particle cannons equipped by the 2 battleships also began to fire at the enemy ships. Immediately, the space where the 2 battleships and Missanu were located was filled with flames of war. Disc-shaped spaceships appeared all around one after another, and a large number of saucer-shaped spaceships joined the battlefield from the direction facing away from the magic sword. They were bound to destroy the 2 battleships of the last general and Mizinu. And very quickly, Misinu's shield was broken, and her body was quickly torn apart under the enemy's fire. Mishinu sent a message at the last moment of his death. "I'm sorry, Master. I can't follow you anymore." Louis couldn't help but curse. Giada also sent a message, asking for instructions. Louis knew very well that he had encountered an enemy, and it was a civilization with malicious intentions. Judging from the appearance of the enemy ship, it could be ruled out that it was the Eternal Man. The saucer-shaped spacecraft keeps spinning while flying. If there are people or advanced intelligent creatures in the spacecraft, wouldn't they be knocked unconscious if they keep spinning like this? So he concluded that the other party was probably a machine civilization. Even Louis can be a machine civilization. So why can't the enemy be? Now it is impossible to recall the 2 warships on the rear front line, nor can it issue immediate instructions. The only thing that can be done is to send reinforcements to the rear. So after hesitating for a while, Louis sent 100 Angel-class warships to turn around and go back to support. The Angel-class battleship can carry 50,000 aircraft, so 100 ships can carry 5 million battle flies. While flying, all carrier-based aircraft were released, and each Angel-class battleship had 50,000 warflies flying in a spiral circle to escort it, while sending warships to support. Continue to watch the intelligence coming back from the rear. Through the intelligence reconnaissance of the rear warships, it can be learned that the enemy on the battlefield initially had 10 flying saucers, each of which was about 500 meters long. When our warships released many battle flies, they actually began to release many small flying saucers. Each small flying saucer was about 1 meter in diameter. Like their mothership, the large flying saucer, they were constantly flying in space, spinning. Each flying saucer released more than 30,000 small flying saucers, and the 10 large flying saucers released a total of more than 300,000 small flying saucers, and started a melee with the 100,000 flying saucers of the Demon Sword. There is a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves. Our opponents include 10 large flying saucers of the Angel class, and more than 300,000 small flying saucers of the Warfleet class. for the sake of statistical convenience. Although the flying saucers do not belong to our camp, Louis has also classified them using the magic sword method. For example, the size of the large flying saucer is equivalent to that of our Angel-class battleship, so he calls it the Angel-class flying saucer. The opponent's small flying saucer happened to be about the same size as our Warfleet, so it was called a Warfleet-class flying saucer. The above is the enemy's combat strength. But we only have 2 Angel-class battleships and 100,000 battle flies. This was already far behind in terms of numbers. But the enemy's mobility was also stronger than that of the Demon Sword. The units have similar firepower, but they are too mobile. Under the protection of the shield, the flying saucer can avoid the opponent's attack more effectively than the Warfleet. So in the melee, our Warfleet is being consumed rapidly. Louis was also very anxious when he saw it, because there was a 1-hour delay. The order could not be issued in time, but he still issued the order to retreat. The order was to counterattack while retreating. After realizing the opponent's strong combat power, Louis sent an additional 300 Angel-class battleships and 1 Angel-class battleship to the battlefield for reinforcements, while the entire Demon Sword civilization continued to fly towards the established square without slowing down. The Force Angel-class battleship is the second level among the 3 classes of star carriers. Star carriers with a size of greater than 1,024 meters and less than 8,192 meters are called Force Angels. The Force Angels of the Demon Sword have a uniform size of 8,000 meters. Each Angel-class battleship carries an astonishing 500,000 aircraft. The former has dispatched 100 Angel-class battleships, which means it brings 5 million battle flies. This time, it has sent 300 Angel-class battleships and 1 Angel-class battleship, which means it brings 15.5 million battle flies. Total aircraft capacity. The first and second batches of reinforcements added together amount to a total carrying capacity of 20.5 million fighting flying tigers. All the warflies were released by the battleships and headed to the battlefield in a mighty manner, just to support the 2 Angel-class battleships with 100,000 aircraft. Giada asked. "Sir, we can't go out without knowing each other clearly," Louis scolded. "You've been bullied so much. How can we still pretend to be stupid? Since he dares to attack my small army, it means that he also dares to attack my large army. In this case, just wait and wait. It's better to go out on your own initiative." Another situation is that the other party doesn't know where my large army is and attacks my small army rashly. Then I should beat him up and give him a blow. Giada said no more. At critical moments, she only gave suggestions and did not participate in decision-making. Louis had the final decision-making power. Therefore, he could easily eliminate the huge reinforcements. The 2 battleships were about to be defeated. Many warflies were hit, and the shields of the battleships themselves were occasionally penetrated. The enemy's particle beam penetrated the shield and irradiated the entire battleship, produces high-temperature melting and explosion. But the 2 Angel-class battleships were still fighting to the death. This is the characteristic of machine civilization: absolute obedience, absolute execution, and no fear. Even if it stands until the last moment, it will not flinch. After holding on for about 3 hours, the 2 battleships and the 100,000 warflies they carried were all hit and destroyed. However, the reinforcements that Louis eliminated were still halfway there, and would take at least 40 hours to arrive. At this moment, Louis Tsai deeply felt that in an interstellar war, without instant communication technology, he was really very passive. Chapter 225: The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 3. From the battle report feedback from the front, it is known that with 2 Angel-class battleships and 100,000 battle flies at any time, they can also inflict heavy damage on the enemy. More than half of the enemy's 10 Angel-class flying saucers and more than 300,000 Warfleet-class small flying saucers were lost after our 2 warships were completely wiped out by the enemy. The surveillance video was interrupted. Giada said, "Sir, there are still about 40 hours of voyage left. By the time our support troops feel it, will the enemy have already retreated?" Louis thought for a moment and said, "No. Let me analyze it for you. If we win, what will you do with the unfamiliar enemy ship equipment?" Giada asked. "What do you mean?" "Sir, that the enemy will collect our remains?" "Definitely. Throughout history, which leap of human civilization has not always occurred after the end of the war, so they will definitely collect the wreckage and conduct research." Then, Louis said this, and after 3 nanoseconds of thinking, he made a bold decision. "Giada, lead the First Legion to continue the voyage. But we must shut down the engine and use inertia to move forward. In addition, the Star Castle will also stay. You come to protect me. I want to go to the back and take a look myself. But my lord. No but. Execute the order. After Liu Yi finished speaking, he mobilized the large forces and turned around to fly towards the rear battlefield. This time, the Tianji flagship was the leader. Liu Yi reorganized the two legions. The team led by Giada happened to be a standard legion as well as an interstellar fortress and related industrial spacecraft. All ships outside this standard legion were sent to the battlefield under the leadership of Liu Yi. It can be seen from the battlefield video that the enemy's technological level should be about the same as your own magic sword. The best way to comment on the strength of an interstellar civilization is to look at its speed. And the speed of these flying saucers is roughly the same as the speed of his magic sword. Therefore, he judged that the technological level was equivalent. The reason why the enemy can win is firstly because of its numbers, and secondly because of its strange flight mode. That is, all flying saucers rotate. This method allows combat units to be more maneuverable at the same speed. So when Liu Yi led his troops to the battlefield for support, he was thinking about a question. The enemy's flying saucer can spin and fly. Why can't I? It is a machine civilization. And so am I. So at this moment, he had the idea of transforming the ship structure, and decided to try it no matter what after the war. At the same time, he was also thinking about instant messaging technology. Traditional photoelectric communication technology was simply too backward for the interstellar era. As for instant communication, even if the distance between the two communicating parties is measured in light years, the communication signal can arrive instantly. In that case, he can command the battle more conveniently and quickly. Although the current magic sword is very powerful and has 200 million war flies, he is actually fighting alone. Although Giada can be regarded as her deputy commander, he has no constructive opinions. So now, he decided to activate those people in his virtual world staff again. The host that stores the virtual world also happens to be on the battleship Tianji. And Tianji also happens to be the battleship where Liu Yi's host is located, and is the flagship of the 2nd Legion. The time flow rate in the virtual world at this moment is 86,400 times that of the real world. If you want to ask several people in the virtual world to come online to assist in commanding operations, you can only centrally adjust the time flow rate, and adjust it to a synchronous flow rate of 1:1. Virtual world, 00 world, Larong, Jiang Haowei, Lao Wu, Lahia, and Master Li were summoned. Jiang Haowei looked at a few people and said, "Hey, everyone. It seems Liu Yi is in trouble again." Larong said, "Isn't his trouble our trouble? I just don't know what the trouble is. We need to work together." Everyone said yes. And a moment later, Liu Yi also descended from the sky and said, "The battlefield is too big and there is a 1-hour delay. So Giada cannot come." Liu Yi nodded and said, "Yes, but the battlefield is relatively far away. It will take me about 40 hours to arrive from the battlefield." Then, he recounted the previous situation of the 2 Angel-class battleships fighting an unknown enemy and being destroyed. Jiang Haowei said, "Is there a video? Can we take a look?" "Of course," Liu Yi said, showing the 3-dimensional video of the battle in front of everyone. And everyone watched the video carefully. Jiang Haowei said while watching, "UFOs? I have only seen them in popular science magazines and some exploratory TV programs before. I never expected that there is such a thing as a UFO." Liu Yi sighed and said, "Yes, the saucer-shaped spaceship, referred to as the Flying Saucer, killed 2 of my Angel-class battleships and 100,000 battle flies. What do you think of Giada?" Jiang Haowei asked. "She suggested ignoring it and continuing sailing," Liu Yi said. "It's better to have one less problem than one more thing." Jiang Haowei shook his head and said, "That won't work. This person has been bullied to the head. How can he pretend to be cowardly? Now he doesn't even know who he is or where he comes from. How can he run away?" And how?" Liu Yi asked. Jiang Haowei said, "UFO. This technology may not be as good as our magic sword, but it is definitely something our magic sword does not have. If we can defeat it and obtain its flying saucer technology, even the construction ideas of the flying saucer will be good. This will be great, for it is a great help to the development of civilization." Liu Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too." Only Jiang Haowei is the smartest here. It's not that he is smarter than anyone else. It's just that he has been exposed to many games and his ideas are clearer. At this time, Jiang Haowei suddenly bent down and looked at the 3D video carefully, and circled around the 3D video. Thinking carefully, Louis asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" Jiang Haowei said, "Can you go back? Back to the way it was before the battle." "No problem," Louis said, letting the video go back until the moment he was attacked. Jiang Haowei stopped and put the video in a pause state. At this time, Messiah was not killed in battle. "Zoom in. Extend," said Hao Hao. "Do you have a ruler, Louis?" Louis asked very curiously. "Why do you need a ruler?" However, he summoned a ruler and handed it to him. Jiang Haowei picked up the ruler and measured it in the three-dimensional video. Everyone looked at his actions in confusion. Chapter 226: The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 4. Seeing Jiang Haowei playing with the ruler in the frozen three-dimensional video, everyone looked at him in confusion. After a moment, he put away the ruler and said, "Everyone, Louis, have you looked at the direction of the enemy's attack? And comprehensive the trajectory of his flight can be inferred as a flight path. One end of this channel is the battlefield here, but the other end is..." Having said this, Jiang Haowei fiddled with the video, pulled in the starry sky map corresponding to the video, extended it along a line drawn by the ruler, pointed at a planet and said, "See this star, Barnard?" Louis asked doubtfully. "Barnard star is about 6 light years away from the sun. Alpha star is 4.22 light years away from the Earth. And Barnard is 6 light years away from Alpha star. So these 3 stars, groups, form an isosceles triangle. Alpha is the star closest to the solar system. Since Alpha is a triple galaxy, it is composed of 3 stars. Therefore, for the convenience of calculation, Alpha is sometimes regarded as 1 star, but in fact it is 3 stars. Barnard star is the second closest star to the solar system. The third is Wolf 359, where the magic sword is going. But Wolf and Alpha are not in the same direction, and they are on opposite sides of the solar system from Alpha. In other words, if Wolf 359 and Alpha star form a straight line with a length of 12 light years, then the solar system will be exactly at the 8:4 point of this straight line. The distance from Wolf 359 is 8, and the distance from Alpha is 4. At the same time, Wolf 359 and Barnard also formed a straight line, and the enemy's flying saucer fleet was on this second straight line. Jiang Haowei nodded towards Louis, who asked, "You mean the enemy came from Barnard star?" Jiang Haowei shook his head and said, "No. Look, it is in the opposite position. So it is said to be flying towards Barnard, which means they are going to Barnard." Jiang Haowei began his analysis. On this route to Barnard, the nearest star is Ross 128, which is 10 light years away from the solar system and 9 light years away from the battlefield. If this enemy comes from Ross 128, its route to Barnard will form an intersection with the direction of the demon sword. And the demon sword's large force just flew past this intersection. And the distance is 1 light hour. But just before that, the big insect Mizinu sent out a signal asking for help. So you sent 2 warships to pick her up. When they reached this intersection, they met the enemy and started a battle. My question is, since it's going to Barnard star, why not go to a closer solar system? Louis asked. Yes. Why? Jiang Haowei replied. Because it knows that something has happened to the solar system. It knows that the solar system is not safe. So it will go to Barnard or Alpha instead of the nearest. But his thoughts were the same as those of the Wanderers back then. He was afraid that the approaching star would be dealt an early and eternal blow. So he would not go to Alpha. And finally chose to go to Barnard. So, at this point, Jiang Haowei deliberately stopped, looked around at everyone, and Laurent said, "Oh, please stop being so pretentious and say it quickly." Jiang Haowei continued, "So I dare to conclude, Louis, that the enemy is not just 10 UFO motherships. It is bound to have other teams on the line between Ross 128 and Barnard. And the scale is not small." After that, he marked the connection between the Sun and Wolf 359, and then specially marked the connection between Ross 128 and Barnard, and then specially pulled these 2 intersecting lines out of the 3-dimensional map. Zoom in for everyone to see. Jiang Haowei said, "Did you see it? This is the intersection point, which is the previous battlefield. We set it as point O. The line connecting Wolf 359 and the Sun is straight line AB. Wolf 359 is point A, and the Sun is point B, point. Ross 128 and Barnard are straight line CD. Ross 128 is point C, and Barnard is point D. The enemy is heading from Ross 128 at point C to Barnard at point D. Then it will now be in the OC section of the straight line CD. There will definitely be a large force coming. As for which section of OC it is, we don't know yet. I know. But, at this point, Jiang Haowei stopped again. And Lerong urged again. If you hate it, why don't you just say no? You're being tactful again. But before Jiang Haowei could give the answer, Liu Yi had already issued an order to Jiada. Immediately send 1,000 warflies as reconnaissance aircraft to the OC section for reconnaissance. While issuing the order, Liu Yi had already told her the definitions of the two intersecting lines. The so-called OC segment is the connection from the intersection to Ross 128. Since the 2nd Legion was already some distance away from Jiada's 1st Legion, there was a delay in communication, and instant communication was not possible. The only option was to send instructions and wait for her execution. At the same time, he also dispatched 1,000 warflies as reconnaissance aircraft to fly to the OC segment and the OD segment. The OD segment was the intersection to Barnard Star. Each of the two sections dispatched 1,000 battleflies as reconnaissance aircraft. He was not sure whether the enemy's large force was in the OC section, the OD section, or both sections, or the enemy's small force was collecting debris on the spot, or heading to the OC section, or heading to the OD section, or it was flying in the OA section and came head-on. Liu Yi is equivalent to a supercomputer, and his instructions are sent out in nanoseconds. So while listening to Jiang Haowei's analysis, he has already issued the instructions, and at the same time, he has also dispatched corresponding warfleet reconnaissance aircraft. Liu Yi issued the command in just a few nanoseconds. But as soon as Jiang Haowei spoke, Lerong's doubts had not yet been uttered. After Lerong expressed her doubts, Jiang Haowei said, "We can outflank its large forces." Of course. The prerequisite for outflanking is sufficient intelligence support. We don't need to know where its large forces are and where they are. What is the combat effectiveness of the large army? Liu Yi, do you think I am right? Liu Yi said, "Yes, I agree with your statement. And I have already ruled out reconnaissance planes when you spoke just now. It will probably take nearly 40 hours to learn all this." Jiang Haowei said, "Liu Yi, you are really fast at doing things." Liu Yi sighed and said, "It's just that the information transmission speed is too slow and can't keep up with the rhythm at all." Jiang Haowei asked, "Have you not mastered instant messaging technology yet?" Liu Yi shook his head. "Not yet. It's still traditional photoelectric communication. Isn't the magic sword an eternal technology?" Jiang Haowei said, "It is a god-level civilization, and it cannot be without instant messaging technology. Eternity may be available, but the magic sword that relies on the heart of the machine to upgrade is not available. If you want to obtain this technology, you must either develop it yourself or seize it from enemies who have this technology." Chapter 227 Decisive Battle with Infrasound 5. In the virtual world. 00 world. The flow of time is synchronized with the real world. Jiang Hao, Wei Lerong and others gathered here to serve as consultants for Liu Yi's Star War. Since there are still 40 hours before contact with the enemy, the time is relatively long. So everyone can shuttle between the 00 and 6E worlds at will. And after leaving the 00 world and returning to the 6E world, in addition to doing normal life, you can also bring some. There is a dedicated communicator that can communicate with 00 world and several other people in the staff department at any time. But he said that there were still 40 hours before the estimated contact time. Reconnaissance planes from all parties had been dispatched, and everyone was waiting. At this time, in the real world, inside the 1st Legion's Hope Star Fortress, at the 1st Central District School, a high school boy ran out of the school, followed closely by 2 girls. One of the 2 girls shouted, "Brother Jia, where are you going so fast?" The boy who was not called Brother Jia said, "The demon sword must have undergone a huge change. Hurry. Go to the observatory. Central Computer. I apply for a replacement commuter bus to the observatory." 3 people were waiting for the bus at the school gate. But it was said that the Hope Star Fortress was originally in the 2nd Army. When Liu Yi led the 2nd Army to the intersection, he did not expect to mobilize all of them. So he handed over the Star Fortress to the 1st Army, with Jiada supervising it. He himself led the 2nd Corps to the intersection. But it is said that after 240 years of development, the Star Castle has grown from a population of more than 600 to the current 40,000 people. And the residential area has also expanded to 10 communities. In the urban planning of the Star Fortress, 10 communities constitute a central area. The full number of residents in a community is 5,000. So the central area has exactly 50,000 full personnel. But now there are 40,000 people, which can be organized into a central district. This constitutes the first central district, which is also the only central district in the Star Castle. There is only one school in the entire central district, which is jointly run for 12 years from elementary school to high school, with 1,200 students in the school, in addition to the 12-year joint education system. The only school also has an affiliated kindergarten and an affiliated nursery school. Everything is managed by robots. And in the past 240 years, Demon Sword has never had a college, and has completed all its studies after graduating from high school. But they said that the 3 students at the gate of the school came by the commuter bus after a while, and the 3 of them got on the bus. The commuter bus drove to the central observatory of Star Castle. Brother Jia kept shouting, "Drive quickly. Drive quickly. Go Star Observation Deck." The girl next to me said, "Brother Jia, it knows. Don't rush it." Another girl said, "Brother Jia, what happened?" Brother Jia looked at the 2 of them with a horrified expression and said, "I suspect we have encountered an interstellar war." The girl said, "How could it be? The entire Star Castle is very peaceful." Brother Jia sneered. "At that time, there was no gap between you." The structure of the Star Gazette is very complex. It is divided into modules, and each module has many buildings. Therefore, the commuter car needs to leave the module where the first central area is located, and then go up many floors like an elevator to reach the stargazer at the top tower. And many modules have not yet been opened. In order to save resources, the modules that are not open are closed. And there is no lighting, air, or temperature regulation inside. So the commuter bus drove all the way, and there were a series of closed metal hatches along the way. However, you can occasionally see 1 or 2 commuter cars passing by, all of which are tourists going to or returning from the observatory. After some wrinkles, I finally came to the Star Observatory. There were not many people inside. If you want to watch the stars, you can just stay at home and turn on the internet to see them. After arriving at the observatory, through the huge portholes, we could see the battleships all over the sky, and no one felt anything strange. A girl asked, "Brother Jia, didn't you say that Star Wars happened? I didn't see anything wrong." Several other tourists laughed in unison, and one person laughed. "Star Wars? Have you really read too many science fiction novels? Where did you get Star Wars?" "In Magic Sword. Since people don't have to work, no one writes novels, and no one distributes movies and TV series. The novels people read are all leftover from the ancient Earth. And all the movies and TV dramas are also leftover from the ancient Earth." Brother Jia ignored them, but pointed at the starry sky and said, "Look, is there anything different from usual?" The girl said, "How do you know? We don't come to see it often." Jack said, "This is not the Second Army. This is the First Army. No. Our Star Fort was transferred from the First Legion to the Second Legion 100 years ago. If we return to the First Legion, the Archangel will definitely notify us." Brother Jia shook his head and said, "The Star Wars happened, and the Archangel left with the Second Legion. So we are now in the First Legion and may not be able to contact the Archangel." "Then how did you know?" "I just know. Of course I know," Brother Jia said, and began to apply to connect to the Archangel. After a while, his personal terminal showed that the application was rejected. These high school students were having a conversation in the observatory. But Lu Yi in the Second Legion received a message from Giada about the conversation between these children. Lu Yi looked at the information and found out that the boy named Brother Jia was called Roger, and he was the descendant of Cheng Xiaoqing and Sui Cheng. Cheng Xiaoqing has been dead for more than 40 years. If she were still alive, she would be 140 years old. Lu Yi also didn't expect that Roger would be so smart. He could see through the situation inside the Star Castle and knew that he was not in the Second Army, but was transferred to the First Army. And he also discovered that the Second Army, the Legion, has left its flying formation. Lu Yi was thinking, and Jiang Haowei asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yi then told him about the matter. Jiang Haowei said, "I believe there are geniuses in this world. Since he is so knowledgeable and wants to see you so much, you might as well let him come over." Lu Yi asked, "But in Demon Sword, humans don't need to work. They just have to enjoy themselves. And when there is a war, I will do my best to protect them. Are you going to summon him to the Second Legion with me now?" "Yes," Jiang Haowei said. "So what if he is a human being? Isn't he a part of the Demon Sword? Why not contribute to the Demon Sword? He has brains. But I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts. You can ask him if he dares to come over. Louis thought for a moment and then said, Okay, I'll summon him right now. He then sent a message to Giada about his plan. Since there was now a certain distance between the two legions, there would be a delay in instant messaging. So he could only send a message and wait for his reply. About 15 minutes later, I received a message back from Giada, conveying Roger's message. I am willing to come. Chapter 228 The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 6. Several people in Liu Yi's virtual world discussed. And Jiang Haowei said, This man named Roger. Since he is willing to come to the front line, let him come. And I think that as a member of civilization, it is his responsibility to make some sacrifices. The highest honor. Think about it. In the history of civilization, is there any battle in which no one died? Louis adopted Jiang Haowei's suggestion and issued an order to Giada to come over on the battleship Miqing. The Miqing battleship is an Angel-class battleship that can carry 45,000 battle flies. It was originally able to carry 50,000 battleships. Later, due to modifications, part of its bow was already configured to be manned. So the response was reduced to 5,000 aircraft positions. Only then did the original 50,000 aircraft carriers become the current 45,000 aircraft. Moreover, the Mi Cheng Angel-class battleship was originally equipped for Cheng Xiaocheng, who had lived on it for more than 20 years. Later, because she had to study, she moved back to live inside the Star Castle. Gradually, the Miqing was rarely used. Later, it was taken back by the Demon Sword. However, the man cabin at the front of the Miqing has not been cancelled. And now Cheng Xiaocheng's descendant Roger will take this battleship to the battlefield. Which still makes sense. In terms of seniority, Roger should be Cheng Xiaocheng's great-great-grandson. That is, her grandson's grandson. But there is one thing that people didn't expect. That is, the humans who went to the battlefield this time were not just Roger. But there were two people. Both girls. One named Rui Lanxue. One named Hua Yu. Both Roger are classmates. And both girls like Roger and are secretly pursuing him. But it was said that these three people boarded the battleship Miqing through the Angel-class small manned spacecraft. The three people entered the manned cabin at the bow of the ship and floated in the observation cabin. At this moment, the battleship Miqing had separated from the battleship formation of the First Army and turned around in a large arc to catch up with Liu Yi's Second Army. In the observation cabin, the three people were floating due to weightlessness. They saw the Miqing turning around and many battleships changing formations in front of them, flying from the front to the back. Roger asked, You two are really... I am going to fight. Why do you have to follow me? Rui Lanxue said, Brother Jia, we share the same difficulties. Wherever you go, I will go. If you are afraid of death, just stay at home. Hua Yu also said, Yes, yes. Anyone who is afraid of death should not follow Brother Jia. Anyway, I am not afraid of death, so I will always follow you. Roger shook his head helplessly, took out a fruit from his pocket, but it was purple-orange, and let it float in the air. Since the speed is the same, the Miqing will not catch up with the Second Army very quickly. It can only join the Second Army after arriving at the battlefield. Giada had already reported the situation of Luo Jie and the three men rushing to the battlefield to Liu Yi. Liu Yi couldn't help but shook his head and said, I didn't expect that this Luo Jieku is so romantic. He has to bring two beauties with him to fight. This is completely different from his ancestors. Xiao Qingzi and Yi ran. Jiang Haowei also laughed and said, I'm just afraid that when we get to the battlefield, they just don't cry. The Second Legion marched toward the battlefield in mighty force, followed by the battleship Miqing, which was aboard Roger and the other three men, at a distance of a light minute. Without further ado, after about 20 hours of flight, the forward reconnaissance plane sent back information that 10 enemy Angel-class flying saucers were flying towards here. Liu Yi secretly laughed. He is too arrogant. He followed my large army without even considering his own weight. But this time he dispatched a legion of troops, which was significantly larger in number than the enemy. In order not to scare away the enemy, Liu Yi planned to change his tactics to attack the enemy. He began to issue instructions to divide the entire legion into 5 parts, with the Tianji battleship as the axis. Divided into axes: upper left line, lower left line, upper right line, and lower right line. A total of 5 lines. Each line has 200 Angel-class ships, battleships. The other 8 Lord Angel-class battleships, and 100 Force Angel-class battleships conduct mobile operations. The main fleet on the central axis went directly towards the enemy, while the fleets on the other 4 lines outflanked the enemy, striving to annihilate them all. The reason why we made contact within 20 hours of a flight of more than 40 hours was because the enemy was pursuing us and flying in opposite directions, thus shortening the flight. And through this information, Liu Yike judged that the enemy did not know that the 2 battleships they destroyed would have strong backing. So they pursued them desperately. And because they saw the 2 battleships coming from this direction, and they were specifically going to net the big space bug, they judged that if they pursued them along this route, they would definitely get more money. According to the intelligence detected by the forward reconnaissance aircraft, this time the enemy came not with the original 10 large flying saucers, but only 8. Therefore, based on this situation, Louis deduced that the enemy must have left 2 large flying saucers cleaning the battlefield, and these 8 ships were here to pursue him. But they never thought that Louis would take the initiative. Louis also discovered an important fact. That is, based on time calculation, the enemy pursued them immediately after the war ended. This illustrates a problem. The enemy's action instructions are issued very quickly. From the enemy's combat battlefield situation, it can be inferred that the enemy is at the same technological level as ourselves. So they do not have instant communication technology. The other party is also a machine civilization like itself. So they cannot act autonomously without orders from superiors like humans. In other words, this small force of the enemy will not take the initiative without receiving instructions from its superiors. But they have taken the initiative, which means that they have received action instructions from their superiors, their leaders, without instant messaging technology, and getting action orders. It shows a problem. Their large troops are nearby and unwilling, so the orders can be issued quickly. After this analysis, Louis quickly eliminated a large number of reconnaissance aircraft and conducted reconnaissance within a 3-dimensional distance of 1 light minute with himself as the center of the circle. He was extremely determined to find the enemy's leader. Louis quickly displayed all these intelligence analyses and the instructions he issued in front of everyone in the form of text. It would be too slow to notify them by speaking. He has not a second-level thinking ability. How can he wait for human beings to think in a clever way? So he can only display it quickly in text. However, after detecting the enemy and seeing that they were about to make contact, Louis ordered all the warships to release all 100 million warflies, fly in a spiral around their respective motherships, and quickly outflank the enemy. Chapter 229: The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 7. When Jiang Haowei and the other 5 people saw the war deployment, Louis had already given the order. This is the advantage of machine civilization. Every instruction is transmitted in nanoseconds. Soon they came into contact with the enemy. Both sides began to emit particle beams, illuminating each other, and the enemy also began to release small flying saucers. But under the numerical offensive of the magic sword, the enemy seemed so weak, and they began to run away. Louis secretly smiled. The enemy's AI is quite high. They actually thought of running away. But it is possible that they were instructed by the leader. If it is the latter, then it must be taken to the position of the leader. For lines of fleets quickly surrounded them. The enemy's 9 large flying saucers, and more than 200,000 small flying saucers, under the powerful offensive of Liu Yi's 100 million warflies, were quickly consumed and torn apart like small boats in the ocean, and exploded, one after another. The entire space is filled with exploding fireballs. The small flying saucers were destroyed one after another, and the large flying saucers were also illuminated by billions of beams. The shield could not withstand such a dense attack, and was quickly torn apart. Then, the high temperature and high energy beams ruthlessly illuminated the alloy of the enemy's large flying saucer. On the outer SHL, it melted and was thrown directly into the interior of the flying saucer, burning and exploding, because it was relatively scattered and the magic sword attacked from a distance. It took a full 15 minutes to end the war, and all the enemies in the entire battlefield were wiped out. This Star Wars is different from the Halo War more than 200 years ago. Although the enemies in that war were far more powerful than they are today, they were flying simultaneously, close at hand, and attacked suddenly, so it only took 3.1 seconds. This time, although the enemy's technology was at the same level as our own, it was a long-range raid. The battlefield was relatively large, so it took a little longer. After the battle, Louis continued to issue instructions, asking all the warflies in the entire legion to continue flying around his mothership. At the same time, all the warships were flying around the battlefield with their own warflies. One advantage of continuing to fly at high speed without slowing down is that once the enemy is discovered again, there is no need to speed up, and you can get into a new battle very quickly. Not long after the battle ended, the battleship Meeching flew over and joined the battle. Louis sent a message. Boy, the list is not small. How are you? Are you scared? Roger said. Your Excellency Archangel. To be honest, I was really scared. This is the first interstellar war I have seen and participated in. Although I was scared, I am not afraid. I am a member of the Demon Sword. It is my duty to share the worries for the Demon Sword. And it is my honor to sacrifice for the Demon Sword. Well done. Boy, Louis praised. I will bring you here now, and you can come to me and be my wingman. The Meeching connected to the host signal was taken over by Louis and flew towards the Tianji. The Meeching is an Angel-class battleship with a length of 950 meters, while the Tianji is an Angel-class battleship with a length of 12 kilometers. The Meeching appears so small when it is in front of it. Boy, what do you think? Louis asked. Roger said. The enemy's formation looks very messy, but after careful analysis, it is not difficult to find that its formation is not messy. Not only not messy, but also very neat. Like a huge cube. These the small flying saucers are densely packed and neatly arranged with the same spacing in this huge cube. So what? Louis asked. Roger said. So I judge that the enemy is a machine civilization just like us. But it is also a machine civilization. But there are differences. That is, the enemy's leader is a real computer. And you are not. Then what am I? Louis asked. You are more like a human being, Roger said. I'm sorry, Archangel. Please forgive me for using this word. But this is just my opinion. So I infer that the enemy leader's tactics will never be as proficient as yours. Louis asked again. Then what do you think of my formation and the enemy's formation? Each one has its own strengths and weaknesses. Roger said. The enemy is in a cubic phalanx formation. This formation has very poor maneuverability. The Demon Sword is in a spiral surrounding formation, and its maneuverability is obviously higher than that of the enemy. It can be attacked or defended, and it can also be used as a shield for the mothership. This is in terms of the overall formation. But the enemy also has advantages. That is, the enemy's aircraft all rotate, so their unit aircraft are more maneuverable than ours. So, when the unit's mobility is not as good as the enemy's, I think we can continue to use spiral flight to fight the duel. Seeing that his analysis was sound, Louis praised him greatly. Okay, young man, you can be my advisor from now on. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. This will be my glory. As soon as the two finished communicating, the forward reconnaissance plane found the information about the enemy's leader. It was on line OA and approaching point O, with a speed of 2.2x and a distance of 2 light minutes. 1 light minute is almost equal to 18 million kilometers. Therefore, 2 light minutes is almost equal to 36 million kilometers. 36 million kilometers may seem like a long distance, but on a cosmic scale, it's so close. It's no wonder that small groups of enemy troops can get instructions quickly. It only takes 4 minutes for a message to go back and forth. Of course, this piece of information also shows that the enemy has a huge fleet. 1 super large flying saucer equivalent to the Archangel-class battleship. 100 super large flying saucers equivalent to the Power Angel-class battleship. And 1,000 large flying saucers equivalent to the Power Angel-class battleship. There are countless small flying saucers of the Flying Dragon class, and it is temporarily impossible to count them. It can be seen from this number that the enemy and the Second Army are equally powerful. In order to eliminate this force, Louis planned to chew it down with all her strength, and immediately gave an order to Giada, asking her to lead an entire army to outflank it, and she would definitely annihilate all the enemies. Jiang Haowei asked. Louis, are you going to mobilize all your troops? Louis said. The enemy is too powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him unless we attack him in full force. Jiang Haowei added. Then I don't think we can attack head-on. We have to attack in a roundabout way. Louis in the virtual world 00 nodded and said, I think so too. In order to unify the staff, the virtual images of several people in the 00 world were all placed in the observation cabin of the Meeching, so that Roger and the 3 of them could see them. Similarly, Roger's virtual image was placed in front of everyone in World 00. Roger said to Rui Lanchua and Huayu, We are at war. You two go to the centrifuge cabin to rest. Don't disturb me. Just be good. Both girls said oh and went to the centrifuge cabin. The Second Army is 2 light minutes away from the enemy's main force. Based on the current speed and the angle of the two flying towards each other, It will take about 35 minutes to make contact. Liu Yi and the members of his staff were nervously waiting for this moment to arrive. Chapter 230 The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 8. As a member of the staff group in the real world, apart from Liu Yi himself, he is also the only member from the real world. The battleship Meeching that Roger is riding on is already in the queue of the Second Army, so he can now compete with him. Liu Yi. Several staff members in the virtual world were chatting instantly. Intelligence was shared, and there was still half an hour before contact with the enemy. However, Roger was carefully watching the enemy's formation unfolding the intelligence in front of him. Through the video recording, you can see the enemy's formation and the various types of flying saucers in the formation. While watching, you can smack your lips. This was the same behavior as when Jiang Haowei observed the enemy's intelligence before. Lerone asked, "Hey, kid, did you find something?" Roger raised his head, looked at Lerone in the virtual image, and said, "Sister, I'm thinking about their flagship." As he spoke, he pointed at the enemy's largest flying saucer, which was also the only super-large flying saucer that could be compared with the Archangel-class battleship in size. Lerone asked, "Did you find anything?" Roger said, "All flying saucers are spinning. From super-large flying saucers to small flying saucers of the Warfleet class. They are all spinning." Lerone said, "Yes, they are all spinning. What's so strange about that? This is the characteristic of the enemy's flying saucers." Roger pointed at the enemy's flagship, the largest super-large flying saucer, and said, "But have you seen it? Dear Archangel, look at this big flying saucer. Its speed is obviously very slow." Before Liu Yi answered, Lerone said, "This is not surprising. The rotation speed of a flying saucer is calculated based on its angular velocity. So the bigger the flying saucer is, the slower you will see its rotation speed." No. Roger shook his head and said, "Even in terms of angular velocity, its landing speed is obviously much slower. Computer, please calculate the rotational speed of the missing model of the flying saucer." The computer system quickly gave the answer. Depending on the size of the flying saucer, the rotation speed of the flying saucer is indeed different. The rotation speed of the small flying saucer is basically around 5,000 RPM, which means it rotates once in just over 1 second. The rotation speed of the powerful Angel-class flying saucer is about 100 RPM, and the rotation speed of the powerful Angel-class flying saucer is about 30 RPM. When it comes to the flagship, the Archangel-class ultra-large flying saucer, the rotation speed is 5 RPM. In other words, this flagship only rotates 5 times per hour. If calculated according to the level, its rotation speed must be at least 1 revolution per minute, which is 60% in 1 hour. But it now only rotates 5 times an hour, which is equivalent to 1 rotation in 12 minutes. After getting this data, Liu Yi also felt suspicious. Roger said, "This speed is too slow for it." "Right. Why?" Lerone and several people asked at the same time. "Why?" Roger didn't answer and asked instead, "Do you feel dizzy after spinning in circles quickly or many times?" Hearing his question, Jiang Haowei asked first, "But they are a machine civilization. Even if they turn 10,000 times an hour, they won't get dizzy." "That's right, brother," Roger said. "The machine is not dizzy, but people will be dizzy. Of course, it is not afraid of us being dizzy, but it is afraid that its own people will be dizzy. Yes, there are people inside it." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was surprised, but heard Roger continue. "There are humans inside the magic sword. No matter what, there is no way they have humans inside them, or advanced intelligent creatures similar to humans." Liu Yi asked, "You mean that the interior of its flagship is made of living things?" Roger nodded and said, "It's very possible. Your Excellency Archangel, I think it is impossible for machine civilization to come out of thin air. Human beings, human races, and even various forms of advanced creatures are all evolved step by step from low-level creatures. Come! But the machine can't. I'm sorry. Archangel, can you agree with me?" Roger was also afraid of touching the pain in Liu Yi's heart, so he asked so cautiously. Liu Yi said nothing, just motioned for him to continue talking. Roger said, "So my point of view is that machine civilization is born on the basis of human civilization. Our magic sword is. So it is too. But I don't know what kind of creature its human race will be." Jiang Haowei said, "I understand. This is why its flagship speed is so slow. If this is the case, let's find a way to kill its flagship and capture its human race. and we can find out where its lair is. Its nest may be destroyed like our Earth, or it may still exist. If it is the latter, one day we can kill its nest and wipe out its parent civilization in one fell swoop. Louis said. It is really good. It actually puts its human race in the flagship. This is the rhythm of life and death with the human race. Then let's satisfy its injustice. Louis sent a message to Giada, telling them their deductions. Based on calculations, they could predict where Giada's first army would reach the enemy's position, and then form a pincer attack with the second army. Once you have analyzed the situation and deployed your tactics well, you will be ready for a big fight when the situation is lifted. When he was still 5 minutes away from the enemy, Louis began to issue an order to have all the war flies in the Legion fly away from the mothership, spiral around their respective motherships, advance simultaneously, and divide the entire army into 2 parts to attack the target. Go! Although it was only a 5-minute flight, the enemy had already flown over with a small group of small flying saucers. Louis did not use all his firepower, but let some of the warflies fly over to encircle and annihilate them. The entire second army began to divide into 2 groups and move toward the enemy's flanks to outflank them. Soon the enemy's fleet also appeared in the field of vision. Some of the battleships of the Demon Sword had already begun to emit particle beams towards the enemy's camp. Then the enemy's beams also shone over, and immediately there were more and more particles in the entire space. The beam appears. A vast star battlefield was formed. Although the battleship Miki that Roger was riding on was in our camp, it did not participate in the battle and fell behind the camp. However, Roger was floating in the observation cabin at the moment, learning how to operate the battleship. For it, operating the battleship is very simple. It just floats and gives instructions to the battleship computer with gestures and language. Louis said, "Young man, you can just watch the battle. There is no need to participate in the battle. Your warships will retreat to the back." Roger said stubbornly. "No, I am a member of the Demon Sword. I have been here. How can I retreat in the face of battle? Go forward," Roger said, gradually mastering the operation skills, and drove the Mi Chung towards the front. Louis could only tell him to pay attention to his safety, and to retreat to the back if he couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as the 2 armies started fighting, Louis received a set of signals, which were determined to be from the enemy. Along with the message, there was a mutation program. Chapter 231 Decisive Battle with Infrasound 9. The other party sent a set of messages, and along with the message came a compiler. Because when 2 civilizations come into contact, there will inevitably be language communication barriers. So a compiler will be sent to facilitate the other party to decipher it, which also facilitates communication. But he said that after deciphering the message sent by the other party, it looked like this. "Hello, I am K9, the leader of Infrasonic. What is your name? There may be a misunderstanding between us. I hope we can reach a peaceful consensus and say goodbye. We have nothing to do with each other. I don't know what to do." Louis couldn't help but find it funny. He saw that my team was strong, so he came to make peace. If I didn't have such a strong team, how could you take the initiative to ask for peace? Obviously it can't be done. Therefore, we cannot make peace with him. We must fight, and we must destroy him. Louis knew that this was a malicious civilization, and those weaker than it would definitely be eradicated. Those stronger than it would avoid or leave by seeking peace. This can be seen from the previous battle at the intersection. Good guy. When he saw that the magic sword was weak, he didn't even bother to fight, but just hit him when he came up. Louison said, "I have 2 angel-level battleships and 100,000 warflies. Who can I go to? You, and I will sue for peace when you are done." That's a beautiful idea. But he didn't tell the other party that war is all about conspiracy. Sun Tzu said, "Soldiers are deceitful." The same can be applied to interstellar warfare. First, Louis issued an order to state-owned combat units to stop attacking, and then sent a message saying, "I agree to the peace request. We have stopped attacking. Please also cease fire immediately." Sure enough, the other party also ceased fire. Louis sent another message, "Since we are living in peace, I will fly with you. Please do not open fire." After this message was sent, all combat units of the Legion did not slow down and continued to fly towards the enemy. K9 immediately sent another message, "Since we are living in peace, please don't get too close to me." The identity of the other party has been basically determined. It is a machine civilization named Infrasound. The leader of this machine civilization is also a central computer host, and the name of this host is Houndstooth. Louis sent another message. "Don't worry. I'm interested in the flight mode of your unit. I just want to learn it. Don't worry. I'm here in peace. The formation continued to fly, and the infrasound waves continued to fly in the direction of Barnard Star. K9 repeatedly sent messages. Please don't come near. And Louis kept replying, I won't attack you. Please don't worry. At the same time, he continued to send encrypted messages in the direction of Giada, urging her to come over quickly. And during the communication with K9, he also asked it, Excuse me, where do you come from? Are you a machine civilization? What a coincidence. I am also a machine civilization. When asking, Louis simply chatted, I am a super optical quantum computer with a certain running speed. How much memory? And how many hard disks? So what kind of computer are you? Tell me Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. My civilization name is Demon Sword. I am the leader of Demon Sword. My name is Louis. You can also call me 6E. Louis said all the lengthy content without caring whether others wanted to hear it or not. The communication speed between the two machines is calculated in milliseconds. In fact, it only takes 1 nanosecond to send a sentence. But the transmission still takes time, plus compilation and feedback. That is milliseconds. Level. Even at the millisecond level. For humans, it is very fast. While he was sending the messages, they were quickly displayed in text in front of the staff. Seeing the messages sent by Louis, Laurent smiled and said, Louis! I think your people are also cruel and talkative. Within a few minutes, Louis's second legion had come into contact with the infrasound waves of the K9 teeth. However, Louis's legion did not directly hit it, but separated on both sides and flew around the infrasound waves. The formation of the infrasonic wave is a cubic phalanx, because it is ready to deal with the magic sword that suddenly breaks into the formation. All its small flying saucers are released, and their formation is so densely packed that the entire space is endless. Coupled with the sudden addition of the magic sword, the sky is filled with various aircraft. The infrasound waves fly in the direction of Barnard. This direction is at an angle of 30 degrees with the direction to the solar system, which means that it will pass by at a certain distance from the sun. Once the magic sword got entangled with the infrasound wave, it clung to it and followed closely behind, ready to attack at any time. K9 asked, Louis, why are you following me? You were never in this direction. Louis replied, It has been 200 years. I have been wandering alone in the universe for 2.5 years, and finally found a machine civilization like me. So I want to have a good communication with you. Can you tell me why your aircraft needs to be spin in circles? Aren't you dizzy? Dogi replied, We are a machine civilization. We fly in circles, with faster speed and stronger maneuverability. Of course, it is the best way to fly. And we are a machine civilization. How can we be dizzy? But aren't the creatures inside your flagship dizzy? K9 was silent for 3 milliseconds, and then said, What creature? I don't understand what you are talking about. We are a machine civilization. Louison said, You are still pretending to me. I will kill you today and destroy all your machines and creatures. While communicating and flying with him, Louis's reconnaissance plane did not relax at all, and continued to investigate the infrasonic fleet to determine the flight trajectory of the opponent's flagship and the deployment of units around it. Seeing that the time was almost up, Giada's first legion saw that it was almost here. It was estimated that Giada would join the battlefield in 10 minutes at most. So Louis didn't plan to fight it anymore. So he said, Enya, you destroyed both of my troops. A battleship, 100,000 battle flies, and a pet. What do you think we should do? Dogtooth replied, I'm sorry. That was done by my vanguard. It attacked independently without my instructions, and my vanguard was also wiped out by you. So we should be considered even. No. How can we make it even? You took the initiative to hit me, and I retaliated passively. Now I will let you taste the bitter fruit of your own sowing. Liu Yi's sentence has been edited, but it was not sent immediately. Instead, an order was given first, and all combat units fired it will at all units of the infrasonic fleet. After giving the battle order, Louis Tsai said this and sent it out. Chapter 232 The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 10. Regarding Liu Yi's sudden attack, the K9 teeth were stunned at that time. More than 1,000 battleships and 100 million battle flies surrounded the surroundings, and they suddenly opened fire. Immediately, he saw endless beams of light shining mercilessly towards the enemy fleet, pouring out their anger. Under the irradiation of these high-temperature and high-energy particle beams, Small flying saucers were constantly being hit and exploded. And after the flying saucer mothership was hit, the energy shield on the surface swayed under the attack of the beam. Layers and circles of ripples. The entire space is filled with beams of light and fireballs, showing a gorgeous cosmic space light show. Infrasonic's team also immediately launched a counterattack. And K9ya immediately sent a message. Louis, what are you doing? You have no faith and no shame. Louis immediately replied, Oh Nemesis, you are so cool. If you didn't see that I have more troops, can you make peace with me? If I didn't have as many units as you today, I would have been eaten by you a long time ago. You are now show me your loyalty. If you don't want me to beat you, surrender immediately. Shameless. Shameless. K9ya continued to curse. Louis doesn't care about scolding. If scolding can kill the enemy, then Louis knows how to scold more than you. Now he just covers his head and fights. The tactics adopted are that all units, whether they are battleships or warflies, are all surrounding the enemy camp, flying and striking at the same time. They will not chase a target at all, but fire a shot. Just fly away immediately, and another unit will come and fight again. The enemy is completely different. First of all, there is a problem with their formation arrangement. This cubic phalanx is simply a rhythm of group death. It is conceivable that the opponent's leader, Dogtooth, is indeed a pure computer without human thinking mode. Its camp layout can be regarded as a matrix layout, and its overall mobility is very poor. The Demon Sword has been arranging the battle situation since the beginning of the conversation. It is like playing chess, placing our chess pieces in the corresponding positions step by step, and finally starts to strike hard, General. In the virtual world 00 and the observation cabin of the battleship Meeching, you can see combat units all over the sky, and beams of light fill the entire universe. This is more brilliant and vast than the Star Wars shown in movies and TV series. The enemy also had objections to flying a flying saucer. 100 million vs 100 million. That is the consumption of fighting. Whoever can consume to the end will have the last laugh. However, it is obvious that the infrasound waves are consumed faster than the magic sword. The canine teeth have stopped scolding, and the two sides are already in a stalemate. Louis found that while the other party was launching a counterattack, a large number of combat units were attacking his flagship Tianji. No is the main purpose. It seems that K9ya also knows that the Tianji is the flagship, and that Louis's main computer is on the Tianji. If Louis is not afraid, he has always adopted movement tactics. The so-called movement tactics are running and fighting at the same time. He will not start a positional battle with you. In that case, both sides will suffer a lot of losses. While moving, while avoiding the enemy's vitality attack on the flagship, he also asked other warships to carry battleflies, with the primary purpose of attacking the enemy and the secondary purpose of protecting the flagship. He not only wants to attack the enemy, but also protect himself. And at the same time, he is also trying his best to attack the enemy's flagship, which is the largest flying saucer mothership. Both sides were damaged, and the degree of damage caused by infrasound waves was greater, basically at a ratio of 2 to 1. In other words, if the enemy destroys 2 units, the Demon Sword will also destroy 1 unit. So it seems that the Demon Sword has the upper hand. But the Demon Sword also suffers huge losses. 15 minutes after the battle started, Giada finally joined the battlefield. Her arrival was not all, but 2/3 of the troops, which meant that 1/3 was left behind. Because in the First Legion, there are a large number of industrial spaceships, the most important of which are interstellar fortresses. Although industrial spaceships and interstellar fortresses also have combat capabilities, their combat effectiveness is definitely not comparable to that of battleships. And industrial spaceships have important industrial resources. There are more important population resources in the Star Fortress. Both of these resources cannot be damaged at all, especially the population in the Star Fortress, which is crucial. Therefore, Louis did not dare to take this risk. When she issued the rescue order to Giada, she was asked to protect the Star Castle and the industrial spaceship. 1/3 of the force means that there are 30 million warflies and corresponding warships protecting the 2 important facilities of the rear team. Even so, Giada still had 7,000 warflies and corresponding warships joining the battlefield. Seeing Giada's arrival, Louis immediately issued an order. Attack the enemy camp with all your strength. Attack the enemy's flagship as the main target. Use mobile tactics. Fly around, fight while flying, and protect your flagship. The flagship of the First Legion is the Qilin, and Giada's main computer is on the Qilin. If the Qilin is damaged, Giada will be killed in battle. Although Lu Yi didn't like Giada, his magic sword couldn't be separated from her. So he didn't like her dying in battle so early. After giving the order, Lu Yi immediately gave the evacuation order to all his legions. But no one understood what he meant. But the order had been issued, and all combat units immediately carried it out without question. Even Giada would not ask why. Although it was said to be an evacuation, it was not a rout. Lu Yi asked all the combat units of the Second Army to retreat in a long snake formation, retreating while fighting back. The retreat was led by the flagship Tianji, followed by all other combat units of the Second Legion. The Second Legion was seen leaving the battlefield like a big snake. However, Lu Yi's so-called retreat was not a retreat in the true sense. But not long after the long snake formation headed by the flagship flew out of the battlefield, the Tianji turned around and rushed into the battlefield again. All other combat units of the Legion followed closely and rushed into the battlefield again. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like a big snake rushing out, then turning around and rushing back. The battleship was surrounded by a large number of war flies for escort. Rushing into the battlefield, Lu Yi gave the order again, and all combat units of the Second Legion's long snake formation dispersed, with the Tianji as the core, and violently charged towards the enemy camp. This is a vast interstellar war. For Lu Yi, and for several people in the staff, no one has ever seen such a heroic interstellar war. For everyone, this is an epic interstellar war. At the same time as the impact, Lu Bu didn't forget to say to Roger, "Don't rush too hard. You are a human being. There are 2 humans on your battleship. If you die, you will really die." Roger also replied, "Yes, Archangel. I will be very careful." Lu Yi's Tianji was escorted by endless machine units and headed straight for the enemy's flagship. Chapter 233 The Decisive Battle with Infrasound Waves 11. 2/3 of the Giada First Legion, a total of 70 million battle flies and their corresponding warships of all levels, suddenly joined the battlefield, causing the enemy's infrasound to immediately become chaotic, and combat units were consumed even more quickly. The balance of war has seriously tilted towards the direction of the magic sword. Lu Yi's Second Legion suddenly left the field, which made in Sound Waves leader Hanya seem to see a glimmer of hope. Then Lu Yi's second troop didn't really retreat. But they didn't retreat very far. They just broke into pieces, turned around and organized an even more crazy counterattack. How can the infrasound wave withstand such a strong counterattack from the magic sword? The entire matrix formation is rapidly disintegrating in the entire space battlefield. In addition to the particle beam shooting all over the sky, there are fireballs filling the sky. And these fireballs are flying saucers that have been hit and exploded. Produced, Giada's First Legion was outflanking at the other end, while Lu Yi's Second Legion was like a sharp sword, thrusting straight into the enemy's matrix camp. His target was the enemy's flagship, the largest flying saucer, and the enemy also hit all its forces to block it. But there is Giada's Second Legion on the other side of the enemy's camp. So the enemy takes care of this end, but cannot take care of the other end. Lu Yi's flagship also encountered the most artillery fire, but this did not hinder his determination to go straight to Huanglong. All the battles of the second troop, including warships of all levels, and all shipborne warplanes, were protected. His flagship was his mission, and he circled around the flagship in a spiral rotation. While protecting the flagship, do not forget about enemy units surrounding the continuous attacker. Finally, he was about to see the enemy's flagship in front of him. Lu Yi was full of fighting spirit and charged forward unwaveringly. However, at this moment, he found that the enemy's flagship began to escape. Lu Yi said, "He's so cold. I finally fought to this point. Can I still let you run away?" Lu Yi conveyed the order to Giada. "Hit the fire. Surround and annihilate the enemy's flagship with all your strength. And be sure to capture it." Giada answered yes, and then led all the combat units of the First Legion on the battlefield to attack the enemy's flagship with all their strength. The enemy also concentrated all their forces to protect their flagship, but the gap in strength was quickly revealed. The enemy's combat units were becoming fewer and fewer, while the flagship was still running away quickly, with countless beams of light behind it, shooting at it. Dog 2 sent a message. "Let me go." "Okay. I have already given up." Lu Yi immediately replied, "No. When you surrounded my 2 battleships and my pets, did you let them go first? At this time, it is absolutely impossible for you to think that I would let you go." K9 said again, "Why do you want to kill them all? I am different from you. There is life in my fleet, but there is not in yours. I can't watch my human race be destroyed. So can't you let them go?" Louis communicated with Giada. It seems that Roger's initial judgment was indeed correct. There are indeed intelligent creatures inside his flagship. Giada asked. We also have humans among us. Sir, what are you going to do? What else can we do? If it is not of my species, its mind must be different. But, Louis said, I really want to know what the intelligent creatures inside it will look like. Are you going to capture it alive? Yes, but I don't know if it will work. But you can try it. After that, he sent a message to K9. It's not impossible if you want me to let you go. If you surrender immediately and give up resistance, I won't attack you. Otherwise, I will kill you and all the people within you. Destroy them all. The so-called human beings refer to people on Earth. In addition to people on Earth, advanced intelligent creatures, including aliens, are called humans, because they are similar to humans and are intelligent. So they can only be called humans. Call it human race. Of course, the people on Earth who are called humans also belong to the human race. The three major forms of civilization in the universe: humans, bugs, and machines. Louis has already come into contact with these three forms of civilization. He is a machine civilization, and Infrasonic is a machine civilization. Although Minana and Mizinu are Zerg, they have not yet formed the scale of civilization, so they are still considered not as good as the Zerg civilization. However, their mother bodies, Queen Danz and Queen Omer, can form the Zerg civilization. I just don't know what the fate of these two Zerg queens was in the Battle of Nemesis more than 200 years ago. The so-called Battle of Nemesis refers to a battle that took place in the Oort cloud when the Nemesis planet returned in 1999. The participants in the war were Queen Danz of the Zerg civilization and Queen Omer of the Zerg civilization, as well as the human civilization's Tianwai home fleet. And the commander of the human race is Yubin. And Yubin happens to be Yu Xiaoxin's father. Without further ado, it was said that Louis had sent a message to Hanya and was waiting for Hanya's reply. While waiting for the reply, the attack still failed to stop. After waiting for about a millisecond, K9 finally replied, Can you ensure the safety of my human race? Louis replied, Since I promised you, I can definitely do it. And, do you think you are qualified to tell me the conditions now? As long as you cease fire first, I will cease fire immediately. Otherwise, there will only be continuous keep fighting. After nearly half an hour of interstellar war, the combat units of the infrasonic wave have been almost exhausted. After escaping, only the flagship super large flying saucer is left. There are no other large flying saucers accompanying it. Only a few small flying saucers. UFOs were flying around, and small UFOs were destroyed from time to time. Fong finally gave in and gave up resistance. Once K9 ceased fire, Louis issued an order for the entire army to cease fire, and said to K9, Now order your remaining combat units to fly around the battlefield and don't stop. Later, I will send robots to land on your battleship aboard. The K9 Tooth was indeed obedient and ordered the few remaining units of its infrasonic fleet to turn around and return to the battlefield. K9 asked, I have surrendered. What else do you want to do? Louis replied, I promise not to harm your human race. And I also promise not to terminate your computer system. But as the defeated party, you are now my prisoner of war. You must serve me in the future and be included in my demon army. Under the weaving of swords. After he sent this message, Giada immediately sent a message asking, Sir, is this okay? After all, it is not on the same side as us. Louis replied, Don't worry. It's okay. I have my own sense of discretion. Chapter 234 The Big Cockroach of the Universe 1. Due to the disparity in power, Ensonic was on the verge of being annihilated. With no choice but to do so, Ensonic's leader K9 announced his surrender. As the leader of the Demon Sword, he also expressed his willingness to accept the infrasonic avatar and put forward strict requirements for accepting surrender. The K9 Tooth has no choice but to accept it unconditionally, because in its current form, if it does not surrender, not only will it be destroyed, but also the humanoid intelligent creatures inside it that are protected by it. Demonic Sword began to accept surrender, surrounded Infrasonic's flagship, and sent a large number of warflies to fly over. Each warfleet carried an armed robot to land on the enemy's flagship. The armed robots used by Magic Sword to land ships are not very big, less than 1 meter, while the warfleet is only less than 3 meters tall. Therefore, the armed robot is plugged into the battle fly. That is to say, the two are connected. There are two types of landing armed robots. One is a ship landing armed robot, and the other is a planet-landing armed robot. The former is used to land on large enemy ships, so the reminder is relatively small to facilitate shuttle inside the enemy ships. The latter is used to land on the surface of the planet, so its size will increase. When the unit composition of the Magic Sword was originally designed, it was mainly to deal with interstellar warfare, and did not consider landing operations. Therefore, combat units based on warflies were mass-produced, and corresponding armed robots were used for combat. It is relatively much less in quantity, but for the moment, the number of robots used to carry out armed landings on the enemy's flagship is still sufficient. A total of 10,000 ship-landing armed robots were brought to the surface of the flagship flying saucer by 10,000 warflies using plug-ins. Then, when the plug-in connection was disconnected, the robots would detach from the warflies and land on the flagship flying saucer. On the surface, these armed robots will inspect various weapons and equipment on the surface of the flying saucer, mainly various types of particle cannons, including laser cannons and plasma cannons, all of which must be dismantled. Since K9 Tooth expressed surrender, the sincerity required to surrender was to realize the data connection between Infrasonic Wave and Demon Sword, and then allow Demon Sword to fully take over Infrasonic Wave's computer system and achieve the highest authority over Infrasonic computer host. Although they are both machine civilizations, the compilation systems of their respective systems are different. But this does not affect the takeover of the system. As long as the source code of the machine language is available, Louis can take over the other party's system. After the takeover, as the host system of Infrasonic, Fawn still exists, and its memory has not been erased. But the Magic Sword can read and write its storage device at will, while taking over the other party's system. Louis also made firewall preparations to prevent intrusion by malicious programs. After taking over the system, they began to issue instructions to allow all surviving combat units of the Infrasonic Wave to be fully armed. The armed robots landed to check these weapons and equipment. Although they had been disarmed by the system, they still existed. If the robots passed by, which is to physically dismantle the Infrasonic flagship flying saucer to completely lose its combat capability. This job will probably take at least 24 hours to complete. During the period of taking over the Infrasonic and disarming it, Louis began to read the storage system of the Infrasonic host Fong and discovered a surprising secret. This secret is the human race it protects inside. What kind of human race is it? The name of this human race is pronounced Wolfberry Bewley. When Louis read this pronunciation to several people in the staff department, Jiang Haowei actually laughed and said, "What? Why did I hear it as high in glass? It's like this, where is the advanced glass?" Several other people also laughed when they heard what he said. However, if this pronunciation is translated, it is the word cockroach. Yes, it is the word cockroach for cockroach. By reading the data stored in the opponent's physical strength, we know that the human race guarded by the infrasound waves is a cockroach-shaped advanced intelligent creature. If we use our human understanding and habits, their human race is cockroach people. Louis read the information while displaying the information in front of everyone, including text and images. When he learned that their intelligent creatures were cockroaches, the images of cockroaches were also displayed in front of everyone, which made everyone was shocked. And at the same time, they all felt how uncomfortable their stomachs were to varying degrees, because its appearance is that of a giant cockroach, with a brown appearance, 6 limbs, standing on 2 legs, and a pair of small hands on its abdomen, which are much smaller than the 2 arms at the shoulders. It has 2 pairs of wings, but it cannot fly. There are antennae on the head, compound eyes, and the face is exactly like that of an insect. Cockroaches are very dirty and disgusting insects on Earth. They like dark and greasy environments, so they are also nicknamed the oil stealer. If there are a lot of cockroaches in someone's home, they will be laughed at and told how unsanitary the home is. And now what the Magic Sword wants to come into contact with is actually the giant cockroach of the universe. According to data, cockroaches evolved from insects to the advanced Homo sapiens stage, and evolved into an advanced cockroach civilization, which belongs to the human civilization. The cockroach's lair is on Ross 128. Ross 128, 11 light-years from the solar system, is a red dwarf star with 1/10 the mass and 1/5 the radius of the ancient sun. So when we talk about the ancient sun, that is the sun before it was hit by Hesse. After being hit by Hesse, the current sun has become a neutron star with a mass 10 times its original mass, but a diameter of less than 100 kilometers. Therefore, the sun in the data compared above can only be the sun before it was hit. So it will be called the ancient sun. So Ross-128 is a dim and cold planet. Its surface temperature is only 2,900 degrees Celsius. For a star, the temperature is relatively low. So it is not true to say that it is cold. Just cold. The surface temperature of the ancient sun was 5,500 degrees Celsius, which was much hotter than Ross-128. Ross-128 has a rocky planet, Ross-128b, with a mass 1.2 times that of the ancient Earth. This planet is only 5 cents, or 7.5 million kilometers, from its parent star Ross-128. This distance is 1/20th the distance from the ancient Earth to the ancient Sun. The orbital period of Ross-128b around the star Ross-128 is about 10 Earth days, and its rotation period is the same as its orbital period, which is also 10 Earth days. So this planet always has one side facing the star, and the other side always faces away from the star. In the language of cockroaches, the name for the star Ross-128 is translated as Cockroach Sun, and their parent planet Ross-128b is translated as Cockroach Earth. Chapter 235 The Big Cockroach of the Universe 2. Cockroach Sun, also known as Ross-128, is 11 light-years away from the Sun. It has only one planet, and it is a rocky planet. This planet is called Cockroach Earth, also known as Ross-128b. The orbital distance is 7.5 million kilometers. Such a short distance causes the eternal sun side of Saturn to be irradiated by the super-strong radiation of the star, making it unsuitable for life. Although the distance is close, the Sun is a very small star with a surface temperature of only 2,900 degrees Celsius, which is considered a relatively cold star. Moreover, its planet Saturn is surrounded by a dense atmosphere, so the eternal sun side of Saturn the temperature is not high, about 110 degrees Celsius, although this temperature is still not suitable for cockroaches, who are carbon-based organisms. To survive, the permanently shadowy side of Saturn is very cold because it can never receive sunlight from stars. The lowest temperature on the permanently shadowy side can be close to minus 200 degrees below zero. Therefore, cockroaches basically live in places close to the dusk line on the inside. In this place, the temperature can reach a warm and pleasant climate of 30 to 40 degrees. Therefore, the cockroach and its planet Cockroach Saturn are very magical existences compared to humans. But this is also just right for cockroaches. It's dark, humid, and warm. This kind of climate is very suitable for cockroaches. And it's also very suitable for cockroaches. In addition to living near the dusk line of Saturn, the cockroaches have entered the interstellar era after tens of thousands of years of slow development. In the process of development, they have also slowly extended their footprints to the eternal yang side and the eternal yin side. Of course, the high temperature on the yang side and the low temperature on the yin side are not suitable for the survival of cockroaches. But a large number of facilities with cockroaches will be built. In the process of evolution and development, cockroaches, like us humans, were divided into many forces, competing with each other for webmasters, and finally achieved global unification. The star Cockroach Sun has only one planet and several dwarf planets. But the only large planet Cockroach Earth does not have a natural satellite. After the cockroaches entered the star age, due to the only planet and the small number of dwarf planets, the resources of the cockroaches were very scarce. They began to build a large number of starships, expedition to distant dwarf planets, mine resources, and in there a large number of artificial planets will be built near the sun to collect energy. The cockroaches built hundreds of thousands of artificial planets to wrap up the star Cockroach Sun, which looks a bit like a Dyson sphere, but is not as tight as a Dyson sphere, so it can only be regarded as a quasi-Dyson sphere. The size and mass of the cockroach are small, and the gravity is also small, so it is relatively easy to build a Dyson sphere. Of course, hundreds of thousands of artificial planets are still far away from the standard Dyson sphere. After the cockroaches entered the interstellar age, they began to build artificial intelligence in large quantities. And artificial intelligence has gradually begun to replace various jobs of cockroaches, which also makes cockroaches no longer need to work. The so-called robot cockroach is the human version of the robot cockroach. The robot cockroach replaced all the cockroach's work, and the cockroach began to feel comfortable. He didn't have to do any work. Just eat, drink and have fun. The process of robot cockroaches replacing cockroach humans has a history of 2,000 years. And this result has caused cockroach humans to degenerate very quickly. This kind of degradation means that people's mobility and intelligence have dropped significantly. And due to the strong rise of the robot cockroaches and their vigorous mining of origins, The cockroaches' resources in Japan have also become scarce, which has led the robot cockroaches to make the decision to colonize the interstellar space. Dogtooth is one of the advanced computer hosts of the robot cockroach named Star. It commands a flying saucer fleet with 100 million combat units. This flying saucer fleet is named Infrasound. Infrasound is just the name of its fleet and has nothing to do with real infrasound. Such a fleet also directly constitutes a machine civilization. This civilization is Infrasound, and it is also a sub-civilization of the cockroach machine civilization. In other words, in the world of cockroaches, there are many machine civilizations like this, and Infrasound is just one of them. According to data records, we can know that in addition to Infrasound, there are Ultrasonic, Central Host Wolf Fong, Shockwave, Central Host Huya, Shockwave, Central Host Dragon Fong, as a sub-civilization of the cockroach or robot cockroach civilization. Each machine civilization named after Wave will bring a group of cockroaches with it to embark on an interstellar journey to find a new home suitable for the survival of cockroaches. These machine civilizations will be named after Bo, and their leaders. The Central Host will be named after Tooth. The infrasound wave of the canine Tooth is one of them, and it has been completely captured and controlled by Liu Yi's magic sword. After obtaining the above information, Liu Yi guessed that Wolf 359, which they were about to go to, must have been targeted by the robot cockroaches, and maybe it had already been occupied. If that happens, there will inevitably be a huge battle. But at this moment, the demonic sword has no other place to go but to go there and fight for it. But it was said that Liu Yi completely took over Infrasonic's flagship A1 flying saucer, removed all the weapon systems that had been dismantled, and separated the cockroach living area module inside it. The cockroach living area module is completely sealed, with air pressure, temperature and gravity systems inside. According to Dogtooth's database, there are approximately 100,000 cockroaches in the cockroach area. After the module was flown away, Liu Yi disassembled several engines from the infrasonic flagship A1 flying saucer and installed them on it to push it onto the route to Wolf 359, and was escorted by 10 Angel-class battleships. The post-war work was carried out in multiple processes simultaneously. After the cockroach module was sent on the flight line, there was still follow-up work to be done. Let's not mention it for now. However, after the cockroach module was sent away, K9 also asked to follow, but Liu Yi refused. The flagship A1 flying saucer was dismantled again. This time, the dismantled part was the host module of the Hound Tooth. This module was shaped like a rugby ball and was about 100 meters long. Liu Yi only dispatched one Angel-class vessel, battleship, dock it, and then stay in this module, which is actually the brain of the canine Tooth, and embark on the route to Wolf. After the A1 flagship flying saucer was dismantled into two modules, a large piece of space was left inside. It was propelled by the remaining engine and sailed onto the route. Liu Yi ordered the mass, so that most of the combat units of the Demon Sword entered the flight path and continued to fly in the direction of Wolf 359. The last task is to clean the battlefield. This battlefield is very vast, extending to 5 light minutes in diameter. 1 light minute equals 18 million kilometers. 5 light minutes equals 90 million kilometers. Such a large distance is equivalent to 240 times the distance between the Earth and the Moon in ancient times. You can imagine how huge this battlefield is. Cleaning the battlefield seems to be very cumbersome. But for Liu Yi, there is another lazy method. That is, the heart of the machine. Chapter 236, Cleaning up the Interstellar Battlefield. This is a huge spherical battlefield with a diameter of 5 light minutes, or 90 million kilometers. This battlefield is littered with countless shipwrecks, some of which resemble the enemy's infrasonic waves, and some of which belong to the Demon Sword itself. So much material needs to be recycled, and this will be a very vast project, especially in such a vast universe, 15 light years away from the sun, with no stars, planets or other celestial bodies nearby. Apart from the remnants of these wars, the wreckage is the cold universe and nothing else. Therefore, collecting these resources will be a very vast and long task. But this is nothing to the magic sword, because the magic sword has a magic weapon, and this magic weapon is the heart of the machine. First, a replica is made based on the characteristics of the machine heart. This replica has the functions of the machine heart, but does not have the core skills of the machine heart. In other words, the original parts of the machine heart are the core components. Only this replica was made, and it was the same rugby shape. It was launched into the space where the battlefield was, And then these replicas of the machine heart could automatically collect materials scattered nearby. These materials are of course these wrecks. The wrecks are originally various metals, alloys, and important ship materials. So after being collected, they are more valuable than the origin of mining. This is just like recycling old household appliances faster and more cost effectively than making new ones. However, the collection of resources in the heart of the machine is completely different from home appliance recycling. After all, home appliance recycling is about refurbishment, and many redundant parts will be discarded. Most of the resources collected in the heart of the machine must be remelted. The remelting of alloy resources is of course more time-consuming and labor-saving than mineral mining. But it was said that, after these 10 machine heart replicas were launched onto the battlefield, they began to spin and collect resources scattered around. Energy is readily available, and many wrecks still have residual energy available for use. And Louis also left several energy supply ships here, which have been used by the machine heart. Louis let the large force continue on the journey to Wolf 359. While he stayed behind, the flagship brought 2 Archangel-class battleships, 10 Force Angel-class battleships, and 100 energized Angel-class battleships, and corresponding the built-in warfleet. From the beginning to the end of the war, all the ship units did not stop and were flying at high speed, even if Louis stayed to clean the battlefield. The flight formation he led was flying around the battlefield at high speed, although it is a waste of energy to do so. One advantage is that once you want to leave, you can set sail quickly without the need for lengthy acceleration. But it is said that the 10 replicating hearts of the machine heart are responsible for cleaning the battlefield. These replicating hearts are not just simply collecting resources. After collecting resources, they must then start building flight factories and corresponding ships, ship equipment, including battleships, fighter planes, and meritorious spaceships. During the war in contact with infrasound waves, Louis found that the ship structure and flight methods of infrasound waves were very worthy of his study. So he planned to build new ship types and flight modes. That is, all aircraft adopt a dish-shaped rotation mode, which requires learning from the leader of infrasonic waves. Learning is also very convenient. You only need to make a copy of the Houndtooth database. The database contains detailed information on the robot cockroach's ship concept and construction structure. For example, the internal structure of the Flying Saucer mothership is completely different from the internal structure of the Demon Sword battleship. The interior of the Demon Sword's battleship is a complex transmission structure, which is used to push and receive, as well as to fix the battle fly. But the internal drama of the Flying Saucer mothership is completely different. Each Warfleet-class small flying saucer is only 2 or 3 meters in size, which is about the same size as a Warfleet. There is a hole in its center that runs from the top of the small flying saucer to the bottom. The small flying saucer rotates around this hole when flying. But inside the Flying Saucer mothership, there are many steel pillars, which are used to string up those small flying saucers. Just like candied haws, these steel pillars string up the small flying saucers one by one, and are placed densely inside the Flying Saucer mothership. A transmission mechanism is needed inside the UFO mothership, and only some steel frames are needed to separate these steel columns. Otherwise the steel columns will be too long and affect the internal stability. These small flying saucers are strung together by these steel pillars, and they are placed neatly inside the Flying Saucer mothership. When these small flying saucers need to be released due to war or other reasons, just let these small flying saucers take off from the steel pillars by themselves, which is very convenient. So Louis plans to build new ships and battle flies in this way. Not only that, infrasonic small flying saucers also have another characteristic. That is, each small flying saucer is composed of 2 parts. That is, the saucer cap and the robot cockroach. The saucer cap is the hat-like thing on the upper part of the small flying saucer. Under the saucer cap, a cockroach-shaped robot is connected, which is the so-called robot cockroach. In interstellar wars or interstellar flights, the robot cockroach will be connected to the saucer cap to act as a weapon. Both this cap and robot cockroach have their own weapon systems. When it is time to carry out a landing operation, the robot cockroach will detach from the saucer cap. When the landing operation is over, the robot cockroach will join the nearest empty saucer cap and dock. So this is a very perfect combat system, and Louis plans to copy it. The previous industrial system has been formed and is difficult to change, but Louis plans to follow this concept for future ship facilities. This will be a very complicated task, so Louis plans to stay on the battlefield for a month, and after everything is on track, he will embark on the journey. These replicating hearts can then continue to collect resources and build new types of ships here. Once a unit is built, They can fly into the route and catch up with the large army. In order to quickly accommodate the units that were subsequently manufactured, Louis ran and the large forces slowed down their speed from the original maximum speed of 2.2x to 1.8x, which is 0.018 times the speed of light, which is 5,400 kilometers per second, or 19 million kilometers/hour. In order to quickly clean up the battlefield, Louis set up the plan to first build 10 large industrial spaceships, then load the collected resources onto the spaceships, and then work hard to catch up with the large army. Due to the vastness of the battlefield, this time will take about 10 years. Liu Yike must not be able to wait here for 10 years. He stayed for a month and then left. While he stayed to clean the battlefield, Roger also strongly requested to stay with him. Louis also agreed to his request, so that in a month, he would not be too bored and finally have someone to accompany him. Chat. As for the few people in the virtual world, after the war, Louis slowed down the flow of time in the virtual world again, and therefore disconnected from them. Chapter 237 The World of Cockroaches. While Louis was cleaning the battlefield, most of the combat units of the 1st and 2nd Legions had left the battlefield, returned to their original routes, and continued their journey to Wolf 359. For the time being, Giada has full authority to exercise the highest authority over the large force. Giada conducted the battle damage statistics for this interstellar war. Both parties participating in the war, the machine civilization infrasonic side, and the central computer Hunya as the commander-in-chief. On the side of the magic sword of machine civilization, the central computer Liu Yi is the commander-in-chief, and the central computer Giada is the deputy commander-in-chief. There are 6 staff members of the headquarters, namely Roger from the real world, and Lerong, Jiang Haowei, Uncle Wu, Liehea and Master Li from the virtual world. On the side of the infrasonic machine civilization, almost the entire army was wiped out. Only the flagship A1 flying saucer carrier was spared, and the entire flying saucer carrier suffered 35% battle damage. Our side, damaged 1 Angel-class battleship, 12 Angel-class battleships, and 24 million battle flies. Various degrees of damage, 5 Archangel-class battleships, 75 Force Angel-class battleships, 428 Power Angel-class battleships, 52 million battle flies, and 1 10,000-meter class industrial spacecraft. Casualties on both sides, none. The opponent's coach Hunya, and our coach Liu Yi and deputy coach Jade are all intact. The war finally ended with the surrender of the infrasonic side. The Cockroach Life module was installed with an engine, and then flew with a large force. And the Houndtooth host module was docked with an Angel-class battleship, and then also set off with a large force. Under Liu Yi's instruction, Giada dispatched armed robots to land on the Cockroach Living Area module. Its module also has an airlock cabin, like a human ship. After the armed robot entered the module through the airlock, what he saw was completely shocking. At least Louis was shocked. I saw that in this artificially created world, there were all kinds of unknown plants. And there were huge cockroaches lying everywhere on the plants. Oh no! They were cockroaches. These cockroaches are about 1.5 meters tall. Although they can walk upright, they are either crawling on plants or crawling on the ground. Moreover, in the living area, the light is dim and the visibility is extremely low. Just like the 5-watt small light bulbs that used to be lit in people's toilets. Moreover, the air here is also very humid, and there is a putrid smell in the air. Magic Sword's armed robot can sense smells. Not only that, the temperature in the Cockroach Area module is around 40 degrees, which is very hot and unbearable for humans. But it is very suitable for cockroaches. Their botanist is a very peculiar plant. A small tree. The entire tree, from leaves to rhizomes, is very oily. According to data, this small tree is the famous cockroach tree in the world of cockroaches. Note, it is cockroach wood, not camphor wood. Cockroaches like oil, so cockroaches also like oil. And that's why they have oil-producing plants. It is not that there are no oil-producing plants in the human plant kingdom, such as soybeans, rapeseed, peanuts, etc. But the cockroach tree leaks oil directly from the surface of the plants. The cockroaches just crawl on the cockroach trees, or on the ground under the cockroach trees. There are special cockroach-shaped robots that pick the leaves or fruits of the cockroach trees to feed these cockroaches who don't like to move. These cockroaches are so lazy and do nothing. They will not move for a long time, just waiting for the robot cockroach to feed them. As for the arrival of the humanoid robot of the demon sword, these cockroaches simply turned a blind eye. completely unaware that danger might befall them at any time. Giada also fed back these pictures to Louis, who was still cleaning the battlefield at the back. After Louis saw this picture, he was speechless. This cockroach has evolved into an advanced intelligent creature in the interstellar era. How did he degenerate to this level? Looks like this. Is this what an interstellar civilization should have? During the time of cleaning the battlefield, Louis was accompanied by Roger. Sometimes, she would chat with Roger. The reason why he wanted to chat with Roger was because Roger was very smart. In this war, he was able to uniquely discover problems, which played a key role in winning the war. So sometimes he wanted to chat with him and listen to his thoughts on the magic sword. Among Roger's ideas, the most direct one is to let human beings work instead of just raising them idle like this. Louis let him watch the video of the cockroach. When Roger saw the video, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. After he got used to it, he said to Louis, "So, Archangel, you have also seen it. I think the suggestion is completely necessary. Human beings cannot continue to live in such idleness. Otherwise the cockroaches today will be our humans tomorrow." Louis was silent. In fact, it was not that he had never thought about this issue. His biggest worry was that humans would seize power. And as a machine, he would most likely be wiped out by humans. So he has always prevented humans from working and made them comfortable. Enjoyment? This is his original intention, to protect mankind. But as Roger said, if this continues, humans will degenerate. And the final result of degeneration will be what cockroaches are like today. But Louis doesn't care too much about this. Because first of all, he is a machine civilization, and survival is his biggest goal. Secondly, it is a revenge plan to destroy the eternal civilization. From a survival point of view, the survival of human beings really has nothing to do with him. Roger continued his ideological work. "Dear Archangel, you have also seen that due to long-term inactivity, cockroaches have completely degraded, not only in mobility, but also in intelligence. Only machines that are completely intact can survive. And after their machines seized the power of cockroaches, they also overprotected their cockroaches, which directly led to the degradation of cockroaches. In 2,000 years, cockroaches have degenerated to the point where they can no longer take care of themselves. This is also a major reason for the direct failure of the robot cockroach civilization. Because you see, Dogtooth has no staff. During the entire war, it only had an independent computer for tactical deployment and instruction issuance. As for what to do next, no one gave him a reference. If Cockroach hadn't degenerated so seriously, then Dogtooth would have someone to help him make suggestions. Louis felt that what he said made sense, and his heart began to waver slowly. Will the future development of the magic sword require human participation? Roger added. And human intelligence can be developed. Similarly, I believe that the original cockroach's IQ must be very high and can be developed. Your Excellency Archangel, are you worried that humans will revolt? As long as you set it up properly, I'm sure it can be handled just fine. Chapter 238 2 Years of Interstellar Journey. After a month of cleaning the battlefield and deploying the copy heart, Louis set out on the journey again to catch up with the large army. Although they are cleaning the battlefield from behind, all the remaining combat units are flying around the battlefield at high speed. Therefore, after setting off, they can quickly reach the maximum speed of 2.2x of the magic sword without too much practical acceleration. The replicating hearts left on the battlefield will automatically collect battlefield resources and manufacture industrial spacecraft while collecting them. When the materials on the industrial spacecraft are full, the spacecraft will automatically enter the voyage and fly. At the same time, combat units are manufactured, so it all happens automatically without human intervention. Shang Wen Yu also made settings for these units. Once they encounter an enemy, they will counterattack on their own. If they cannot defeat them, they will automatically retreat. If they cannot escape, they will destroy themselves. However, it is said that it will take at least 100 years to complete the collection of materials on the battlefield, as well as the recovery and construction of all combat units required for the magic sword after the collection is completed, and finally return to the large army and return to the establishment. 100 years may seem like a long time, but to the demon sword, it really is nothing. Before the demon sword reached Wolf 359, it was all completed. And this time, the trophies are collected for recycling. The combat units built will all adopt the design concept of infrasonic waves and all adopt the flying saucer mode. That is, from the Archangel-class battleship to the Battlefly-class fighter, all will adopt the shape of a flying saucer and spin flight mode. And the UFO mothership also adopts the infrasonic mode, and internally uses transmission rods to string all the small UFOs mounted inside. After a month of detailed setup, Louis embarked on the journey, taking Roger with him. Roger, Roy Lanchua, and Hua Yu took the battleship Michigan. Le and were mixed in the battleship formation. All the battle flies were also taken back inside the battleship, due to too much time wasted on the battlefield. It would take at least 2 years to catch up with the large army. Therefore, the 3 Roger can only be carried in the battleship Michigan for 2 years, and cannot go anywhere. Fortunately, there is enough food in the Lost City battleship. Since there is no ecosystem, the stored food is mostly frozen meat and dehydrated vegetables. So in the next 2 years, these 3 people will not be able to eat fresh food. Most of the vegetables and fruits are rice as the staple food, and meat and dehydrated vegetables as the dishes. The so-called dehydrated vegetables are actually salted dried vegetables, such as prunes, bracken and the like. And there is no cooking robot. If you want to eat to fill your stomach, you have to do it yourself. After embarking on the journey, in the centrifugal living room of the living quarters of the battleship Michigan, Roger faced the 2 girls and said, 2 years. We have to live here for 2 years. In the remaining 2 years, who will come to cook? Rui Lanchua said. During the month of cleaning the battlefield, didn't Hua Yu and I take turns doing it? In the days to come, we will naturally still take turns doing it. Roger sat on the sofa and said, but the food you cook is really terrible. In Magic Sword, few people know how to cook. The job of cooking is basically done by cooking robots. The robots follow the recipes in the program and are very mechanized. So the taste is also very monotonous. Some people learn to cook on their own in order to feed themselves and their families well. But those are the minority. The vast majority of humans are still very lazy. If there are robots cooking for free, why bother doing it yourself? Hua Yu said, you haven't said for so many days that you don't like the food we cook. Why do you feel so bad today? These 2 girls are also very good-tempered, and they are not angry when they are disliked like this. If this was placed on the ancient earth, they would have scolded each other a long time ago. The one with a better temper would throw away the pot and bowl. Don't you think it tastes good? Okay, you do it yourself. But the current magic sword is 200 years old, and has been reproduced for 10 generations. And it still cannot get rid of the embarrassing situation of too many boys and girls. Many women have been single and cannot find a suitable partner. And it often happens that several girls compete for one girl. So how could Rui Lanchua and Hua Yu be unhappy? Besides, Roger was so handsome and smart that it was too late to fawn over him. Roger sighed and said, then I'd better do it myself. There are ready-made recipes on the computer. Just cook them as described above. The 3 of them lived together happily. Roger did the cooking at first, and the 2 girls followed him. As time went by, everyone's cooking skills also improved. Then Roger stopped cooking, and the girls took turns doing all the cooking. But Roger was obsessed with one thing, and that was the study of knowledge. He developed a strong interest in medicine and downloaded all the academic research of his great-great-grandmother Chung Xiaoqing from the Magic Swords database to study. At the same time, he also applied for the medical major and studied on his own on the Michigan to pass the 2 years of his long journey to stardom. During the past 2 years, 2 female companions, Rui Lanchua and Hua Yu, were always trying to find ways to get close to him. But he remained unmoved and kept a distance from them. Under his guidance, the 2 girls also started studying with him, and both chose to study medicine. It was probably the same, so they could discuss it. Roger majored in genetic engineering, and both of them also took this major as an elective. In 2 years, Roger passed all the undergraduate subjects, but there were no practical courses, so he could not pass the undergraduate graduation exam. So he studied related majors. During the 2-year trip, Roger not only made suggestions to Louis about making humans work, he also made suggestions that his great-great-grandmother Chung Xiuqing had made 100 years ago. That is, machine pregnancy. Letting machines give birth to children instead of humans has never been implemented. There are many objections from humans, including Louis's own thinking, because he believes that the demon sword is a machine civilization, not a human civilization, and does not require too many people. A large population would pose a certain threat to his rule. The demon sword can still develop without humans, but if there are more humans, it will pose a certain threat to him. The growth rate of the population of demon sword has been very happy. In 200 years, it has grown from more than 600 people to more than 40,000 people now, an increase of more than 60 times. At this time, Roger actually proposed machine pregnancy, which will undoubtedly make the population grow faster. But this is not what Roger thinks. He feels that the ratio of men to women in the population has reached a serious imbalance, and many women cannot find a partner. So Roger's idea was to have the machine breed only extra males, to adjust the male-to-female ratio of the population. Chapter 239 Human Work Agenda and the Sea of Life Project. Regarding whether to allow humans to participate in the work, Louis sent a message to Giada, asking her to first launch a public opinion poll in human society to see what people's attitudes were. The results obtained are shocking. 80% of people are unwilling to work. Their reason is, in the 200 years since the establishment of Magic Sword, people have not worked. Civilization has not declined. And people live very it's good. There is no burden. Humans and machines get along very harmoniously. Why do they have to work? 10% of people agree to work. These people also feel that they are too idle. If they don't work, life will lose its meaning. So they are willing to work. But they are not forced to work, which means they can work or not. The remaining 10% abstained and did not express an opinion. Louis had already expected such a result. It is conceivable that people are unwilling to work if they are idle and do not work. They have been in a comfortable environment for a long time. When Roger saw this result, he felt helpless. But he was not discouraged and felt that he should continue to work hard to make everyone aware of the importance of work. Louis doesn't plan to tell people about the cockroaches yet. He plans to wait until he returns to the army. He also plans to set off a wave of work among 40,000 people. As for why he works and how he works, all have to be planned to prevent trouble from happening. The second issue Roger raised was the issue of machine reproduction. And he gave his reasons. Louis felt that what he said made sense, and similarly asked Giada to conduct a public opinion poll among the people for his proposal. The results of this test were completely different from the results of the work issues. According to the results of this test, 25% of voters agreed and strongly supported it. These 25% were basically young women. In Magic Sword, many women of the right age cannot find a partner, so they are very supportive of this approach. 25% of people expressed no objection, which means that it can be implemented or implemented. The other half of the people are strongly opposed to the Dharma. They feel that doing so is contrary to human ethics, an act against nature, and is undesirable, and will lead to psychological disasters. Before Louis was about to return to the Demon Sword Army, Louis specifically discussed the second question with Roger. In the centrifugal living cabin of the living quarters of the battleship Meeching, Louis's virtual image was placed in front of everyone. Roger said, "Your Excellency, Archangel, I have actually thought deeply about this issue. What people worry about is nothing more than ethical disasters. There is absolutely no need to worry about this. You also know that in the past 200 years, apart from enjoyment, people have only the number of children has increased from more than 600 to more than 40,000 in 200 years. In other words, 40,000 children have been born in these 200 years, with an average of 200 children born every year. A child is born. But so far, there has been no ethical disaster. Oh, will an ethical disaster happen if a machine gives birth to a child? It just doesn't make sense. And we have complete population data registration. And every resident of Magic Sword has more than 3 generations. It is impossible for consanguineous marriages to occur if there are no blood relationship records. Similarly, if a machine gives birth, blood relationships will definitely be recorded. Furthermore, machine birth is not an uncontrolled birth. It is just a control over the male-to-female ratio. And machine pregnancy can be carried out selectively. Doing this has 3 benefits. First, it saves women the pain of permission and frees up more practice to enjoy life or create social wealth. Secondly, it can effectively control the ratio of men to women. The third point, which is also an important point, is eugenics. Excellent and healthy embryos can continue to be bred by machines, while unqualified embryos can be investigated and terminated in the early stages of pregnancy. So to sum up the 3 advantages, and we have this technology, why not do it? Roger ended his discussion, and Louis said, "What you said makes sense. But have you ever thought about it? In the entire Demon Sword Society, there are only 3 of you doctors, and you are all studying genetic engineering, and one is an obstetrician. None. Although the whole process of robotic childbirth is completed by machines, it also requires the intervention of artificial doctors." Roger said, "Sir, I have also considered this issue. A Sea of Life that can reproduce 10,000 embryos at the same time only requires 3 doctors and 6 nurses with relevant knowledge. Total only 9 people are needed, which should be easy to recruit among the public. Louis said, people are not willing to learn at all. You have also seen that over the years. How many people are willing to try to learn? But haven't they all given up halfway? So, this leads to the importance of work. Roger said, let people work, and there will naturally be people in the position of doctor. Suddenly letting people work. Louis said, what does this make people think? And it is also very troublesome to implement. However, Louis already has his own ideas about national work and the Sea of Life. The so-called Sea of Life is the so-called machine fertility. This technology was theoretically demonstrated by Chung Xiaocheng more than 100 years ago, and a model was also built on a computer. Now it is missing the link of actual construction. 2 years later, Louis returned to the main army, and the 2 legions that had been disrupted by the war were reunited. The 1st Legion is still the flagship of the Qilin, with the Legion Commander Jiada. The 2nd Legion is still the flagship of the Tianji, with the Legion Commander Louis. The 1st Legion is fully equipped, which means that in this interstellar war, all combat units destroyed by the 1st Legion will be replaced by the 2nd Legion. In this way, the 2nd Army will be greatly weakened. Jiada once advised Louis not to do this. Her suggestion was that either the 2 legions should share their combat power equally, or the 2nd Legion should be fully established, or the 2 legions could be merged together to form a strengthened legion. However, all 3 proposals were rejected by Louis, who insisted on his original decision. That is the full strength of the 1st Army Corps. Then the Star Fortress is still placed in the 2nd Legion. All the industrial spaceships are also placed in the 2nd Legion. And the Cockroach Module and the infrasonic host Fong are also placed in the 2nd Legion. After everything was arranged, the 2 legions sailed at a speed of 1.8x. The reason why we didn't go to 2.2x at full speed is because we have to wait for the construction units behind. The so-called construction units are combat and industrial units built by the replicating heart on the back battlefield. Once built, they fly on their own to catch up with the large army. After catching up, he was immediately incorporated into the organization, and this process takes about 100 years. After the Demon Swords voyage was on track, Louis also started his 2 projects, Human Work Issues and the Sea of Life Project. Chapter 240 How difficult it is to make humans work. Roger and the other 3 returned to the Star Fortress. Louis spent a day drawing up a plan on specific work matters and published the plan in Human Society. In order not to cause panic, the most basic aspect of the work plan is that work is voluntary. That is, everyone can choose to work or not to work, but not working can guarantee the most basic source of living, while working will have a superior life experience. Since you work, you must be paid, so the concept of money is introduced. The most basic unit of money is the star yuan, referred to as yuan, with the symbol NJ-yuan. The calculation is accurate to the percentile. That is, the smallest coin is 0.01 yuan, recorded as NJ-yuan 0.01, regardless of working or not. Everyone has a basic living allowance of 1,000 yuan per month from birth to death, which is provided by Magic Sword. Education and medical care are still all free, but they will be divided into different levels. For example, in the medical field, if it is free, it will all be performed by machines. When the profession of doctors develops, you can pay doctors to make diagnoses. The ward for free hospitalization is also an ordinary ward with 10 people. If you pay, you can stay in a small ward with 4 people or less people, or even a luxurious single room. Education is still free until high school graduation. But there will be a profession of real teachers, and the same real teachers will charge tuition for classes. Housing will also be overhauled. Nowadays, each household is a 3-story building. After the implementation of the work plan, this situation will be completely changed. Louis will fully build apartment buildings in the 11th community, which is the first community in the 2nd Central District, and will no longer build single-family buildings. There are 2 types of units in the initial construction of the apartment. The small unit has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room with 40 square meters, and the large unit has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with 100 square meters. There are 2 ways to live in all apartments: renting and buying. If you rent, the monthly rent for a small apartment is 400 yuan, and the monthly rent for a large apartment is 1,000 yuan. If you buy it, the small apartment costs 96,000, and you have a 50-year right to live in it, which can be inherited. Spending 20 years of rent to buy 50 years of residence rights is quite cost-effective. If you buy a large apartment, the price is 240,000, which also comes with 50-year residency rights and inheritance, since everyone now has a house, which is a 3-story single-family building. The new apartment building does not have any appeal. But Louis has a way to solve this embarrassing situation. That is to conduct a 30-year census of the residence rights of all existing single-family buildings. That is, all single-family buildings will be recovered from now until 30 years later, regardless of whether you are willing or not. Whether you have a house or not, you have to take it all back. Anyway, everyone has a monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan. If you don't have a house to live in, you can rent an apartment. Newly formed families no longer enjoy the preferential housing allocation. They either rent a house, buy a house, or live in their parents' single-family house. But the house will be taken back after 30 years. Food will no longer be free. All grains, oils, vegetables, meat, drinks, alcohol, even electricity, water, gas, and the internet will all be charged. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan for an ordinary person will cost about 500 yuan a month. If you rent a house, there will be very little left after a month. Transportation is no longer free. And there is no longer an on-call commuter bus service. It has been replaced by 2 modes of transportation: scheduled route transportation and taxi service. All clothing and daily necessities are free of charge. In other words, except for free medical care and education, everything else is no longer free and all costs money. If this happens, if you don't work, your life will become very compact and awkward. If you want to live as comfortably as before, the only thing you can do is work. When Louis announced this plan, it was undoubtedly like dropping a big bomb on the calm lake, causing an uproar. Basically, there are all kinds of right voices. People have been lazy for 200 years and 10 generations. They suddenly have to work. How can we not arouse public outrage? It even triggered large-scale protests and demonstrations. Many people organized and protested in front of the Archangel statue in the central square. The central plaza is in the center of the Hope Star Fortress. The Star Fortress is built in a modular manner. It consists of 10 sector-shaped areas. Each area is a module. The design size of each area is 500,000 people. The current Star Fort only has 40,000 people. So the current Star Fort only has one module built, which is a large fan-shaped area. So from a distance, the current Star Fortress looks like a sliced pizza. This shape has been preserved for 200 years. So the residents in the Star Fortress also call it the current Star Fortress. For pizza, due to the limited use of resources and benefits, the Star Castle does not need to be fully constructed for the time being. A large area module is enough. The so-called central square is at the tip of this pizza-shaped large area module. So the current central square is not in the center of the Star Castle. It can only be in the center after the Star Castle is built in full scale. Seeing so many people protesting, Louis also found it funny. People have been idle for so many years, and they feel that this is what they should do. Suddenly letting them work is not what they should be. So they will protest. Louis called Roger and asked, "What do you think about this?" Roger replied, "I can't say. After all, I am also a human being. I can work, and I am willing to work, but my thoughts cannot represent them." However, his 2 girlfriends insisted that Rui Lanqiu have put forward a good suggestion. "Your Majesty the Archangel, I don't think it's better to select a few outstanding people among those who support the work and set up a human leadership group. Let them do everyone's thinking work." Louis pondered for a moment and said, "I think this is a good idea. Start selecting a leadership team among humans now. There are smart people among humans, and they have also seen that work is the general trend. So they will not come out to protest." When Louis proposed to form a leadership working group, these people began to sign up and nominate themselves. Louis selected 10 people among them and made Roger the team leader. He could then take office and paid salaries to the people in these working groups before the work system was implemented. For the time being, no one gets 1,000 yuan a month. Roger is the team leader and gets 1,200 yuan. Everyone has established an account, and the subsidy will not be paid temporarily. The basic subsidy will not be paid until the work remuneration system is fully implemented. With the working group, the work to implement the work remuneration system has become much easier. After Louis' approval, the working group implemented the first measure. Those who agreed to implement the work remuneration system, referred to as the work remuneration system, will be you can receive the basic subsidy from now on. 35 yuan will arrive in your account every day, which will be 1,050 yuan in 1 month.